before setting up a unit or anti-coup d'etat unit in ECOWAS, isn't it time that the African head of states or the ECOWAS head of states look into the reason why there are coup d'etats? What are the root causes of coup d'etats? Let them put their house in order first before they set up an anti-coup d'etat unit. Let them put their house in order. And I believe their house is not in order. This unit is set up to defend them and to protect them only, nobody else. What is more coup d'etat than your national constitution gives you 2-term limit, 5 years, 2 terms. After serving 10 years, you want to change the constitution for another term. Is that not a coup d'etat? Because you feel you have the powers to do that. The soldiers have the powers to coup d'etat. That is also another coup d'etat. And they are living with them there. They are there. In the name of civilian, putting on mufti clothes, calling yourself a Democrat, when you loot all the resources of your country, mislead people, torture them, imprison them, burn their businesses to us, and you call that a democracy? Or a civilian rule, an illegally elected government? The leaders must stop lying to their electorate first. They must stop the corruption. They must stop looting our resources. They must understand that they are not a better citizen than anybody. They are given a responsibility, a role to play, to help develop the countries and make sure that there is peace and tranquility and respect the constitution of the country. But this is not happening. Example is this government. This government has lied to people in 2016 that they are going only for 3 years. Was that not a lie? Who asked them to tell people that we are going for 3 years? Were they forced to say that? They went around the whole country, lied to everyone. When the people started reminding them, this is what you promised us, they threw tear gas on them. And the president is bragging, yes, when I threw tear gas in them, they never came back. Does that not anger the citizens? You throw tear gas on your people. Some of them are wounded and you stand out there and bragging that I throw them a tear gas. They never come back. That alone can anger the citizens. You promised the people you will have a security sector reform. It's never happening. The civil service sector reform is never happening. The Jani Commission was violated before the end of the commission. When you take all the assets of the former president, and now you are busy buying assets, your days are coming. I thought they should have learned, or they could have learned from this. Unfortunately, they are not learning.
Businesses currently is US $460 billion. 460 billion. This is the value of the coffee in the world. However, all the coffee producing countries in the world, Africa, Brazil, Colombia, Vietnam, all of us, take only US $25 billion out of this. The coffee business in the world, 460 billion. All of us, the coffee producers in the world, our share, $25 billion. Africa's share is US dollars 2.5 billion. Out of the 460 billion, Africa's share is 2.4 billion. With Uganda taking $800 million, because we are now producing 800 million bags of 60 kilograms each. Germany, a non-coffee producing country, earns US dollars from coffee, 6.85 billion from coffee, more than all the African coffee producing countries. My young friend from Burkina Faso was asking about this, where the problem is.
Hello. ECOWAS leaders are meeting in Abuja, Nigeria's capital, to decide how best to respond to the coup in Niger Republic. The coup plotters have warned the international community not to interfere in Niger's internal affairs. The United States and France have military bases in Niger and have condemned the coup. Meanwhile, the Russian-based Wagner Group said the coup was long overdue. Africa's leaders just ended a meeting in Russia. During the meeting, Russian President Putin promised to deliver free grains to Egypt and another 5 countries. He also donated a helicopter to the president of Zimbabwe. Yesterday, the leader of South Africa's second largest party, the Economic Freedom Fighters, EFF, Mr. Julius Malema, celebrated the party's 10th-year anniversary. Take a look.
Africa, stand and make sure that our people understand that they need to be counted. You must be counted. You must be part of history. You must make sure that you are one of the people who are going to deliver economic freedom in our lifetime. Freedom in our lifetime. Amanda!
Welcome to the show. I'm so sorry. I was muted. There are so many things going on. I'm really sorry about today. We've been trying to reach our guest, who is David Hundeyin, which most of you know. We've not been able to reach him. Hold on, okay? Just a minute. Let me see. I think this may be him. Hello? Yeah. Oh, David. Oh, I didn't get it. Okay, we're live. All right, guys. I'm so sorry about all the confusion. He's joining us. He's going to join us in another 7 minutes. So please bear with us. Let me play you a video while we connect with him. I'm really sorry about what's going on, but he's here.
So before you create a unit to go against any attempt of coup d'etat, put your house in order. Stop lying to your electorate. Stop lying to your citizens. Stop looting the resources of your country. Stop corruption in your country. And then you can talk about anti-coup d'etat. when Alpha Conde was killing his people in Guinea, after serving 10 years, he said it was not enough. I want to serve another term. During the process, so many Guineans were killed.
Scattered across Africa on train and equip missions. So just ballpark, in the last decade, how many Africans has the United States military trained and equipped?
Congressman, I don't have that figure. I can get that figure for you.
Ballpark, just, how many?
Congressman, it would be a wild guess right now.
Seems like something we should know, right?
Over the years, we have trained a substantial number, especially in the Gulf of Guinea states, including
Like more than 10,000?
It is more than 10,000.
More than 50,000?
I'd say we're reaching around 50,000
Okay.
at least.
And what percentage of the people we've trained end up participating in insurrections or coups against their own government?
Very small number, Congressman, very small number.
So what percentage do you think?
I'd say probably less than 1%.
But it does happen.
The IMEC program is in force, and we've pushed a significant number through our schools across the.
Yeah, and what data sets do you track to arrive at the conclusion that less than 1% of the roughly 50,000 that we've trained have participated in coups? Because it'd be like about 500, about 1% of 50,000.
Congressman, you may have that information. I don't at this time, but I know.
Well, I know there are some, right? Like go ahead and throw up that image. This is Colonel Mamade Doumbouya, and this is a photo of him. Did we train and equip him in Guinea?
By name, I cannot identify that.
Well, that guy in the middle with the big red hat, Colonel Mamade Doumbouya, that's him with a bunch of U.S. service members outside of our embassy. And just months after this photo was taken in 2021, he led a coup in Guinea and threw out the leader. Does that concern you?
Congressman, core values is what we start off with in IMA programs.
Do we share
stick to
core
that.
values with Colonel Doumbouya?
Core values. I will repeat that. Core values.
I know,
Respect for humanity.
Do we share those values with Colonel Doumbouya?
Absolutely. In our
do?
curriculum.
He led a coup.
We do.
Okay, well, that's a very telling answer. In Burkina Faso, did we share core values with the leader that we trained there who led a coup?
It's in our curriculum. We
Leading
stress
coups
core
are in our
values,
curriculum?
request civilian-led governance.
Wait, hold on. Is leading coups in our curriculum?
Absolutely not.
So
Civilian-led,
my
civilian-led.
question is, do we share core values with the coup leader in Burkina Faso who we trained?
Holistically, we teach core values with a respect for civilian governance, apolitical, and that's what sticks across a very high percentage in the 99 percentile.
But not everybody. And I wonder how many people it takes to plan a coup. I mean, initially you didn't know how many we trained and equipped. Then you said it was 1%. You had no basis for that 1% number because there's no data set you track. Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record. Another U.S. trained soldier stages a coup in West Africa by The Intercept.
Without objection, so ordered.
And I further seek unanimous consent to enter into the record. U.S. forces trained the Guinean colonel behind the recent coup in West African country, and this is regard to Guinea.
Without objection, so ordered.
So I guess the question is, why should U.S. taxpayers be paying to train people who then lead coups in Africa?
Congressman, our curriculum harvests core values and also to be able to embolden these countries for a representative democracy.
But General, that democracy isn't what emerges. The problem is, I know you may have great confidence in what you're teaching, but when two governments have been overthrown, I guess how many governments have to be overthrown by people we train before you sort of get the message that our core values might not be sticking with everyone? Is it 5 countries? 10?
will continue with our persistence in assuring
But do you think it's
that they
working?
harbor democratic norms, democratic values.
Just a moment ago,
apolitical.
you said we shared core values with Colonel Doumbouya. You said that just moments ago in response to my question, and his core value seems to be leading a coup. So I don't think it's stuck. I think we should at least know how many countries we train the coup plotters in. How many is too many? Because clearly 2 is not too many, and I think we could use our resources far more effectively than doing this. General Langley, I have...
Fellow Biafrans all over the world, this is the 29th day of July 2023. I want to use this opportunity to make it very clear that the coming 2 weeks sit at home is non-negotiable. And in case, for those who have collected money and started flying fake letter from Mazen and Kano, I want to make it very clear to them as well that the sit at home we have embarked on, and we are going to embark on in the nearest future, have 5-point agenda. 1 is for the demand for immediate release of Mazen and Kano from DSS dungeon. 2 is in preparation for the Biafra self-referendum. We want to prepare the mind of Biafra people to prepare themselves for the self-referendum of Biafra, which is coming very soon. And to that effect, we are going to have the Biafra self-referendum first ever convention 2023 in Finland in October. 3, to make sure that we further notify the world about the readiness of the Biafra people to take their own freedom and their future into their own hand. So by sitting at home, you create the awareness. By sitting at home, you crash the economy of Nigeria. By sitting at home is one of the sitting at home is one of the powerful weapons that have been used for the time immemorial. And we have come to adopt the sit at home, and many other civil disobedience that will follow. If they are not going to release Mazen and Kano after these 2 weeks, more of this civil disobedience is on the way. 4, to demonstrate that the Biafra Republic government in exile is in charge and continue to enjoy 99% of the loyalty of the Biafra people in Biafra land. Just like what the Senate president said the other day, even though he misrepresented me, he called me the real governor of the Southeast. I am not the real governor of the Southeast. I am the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic. 5, to invalidate the legitimacy of those who parade themselves as the elected officials, those people speaking nonsense at the National Assembly, to invalidate them, invalidate their legitimacy. This sit at home is what we are using to prove to the world that Biafra people are ready to leave Nigeria. They are ready to exit Nigeria for better future. So my Biafra people do not.
One of us quoted from this constitution and went ahead to make prescription for how to move forward. I dare to tell this nation today that this is the problem. This constitution can never give us progress. This constitution can never give us peace. This constitution can never give us unity. And unfortunately, most of us in this National Assembly, we don't have the spine to face what we need to give this republic to have peace and progress. What do I mean? This constitution has 68 items. 68 on the exclusive list. constitution as only 12 on the concurrent list. And those 12 are written so nebulously, so fraudulently, that you know that the intention is to even undermine those concurrent lists.
All right, welcome back to the show. While we wait for David to set up where he is and join us, I want to begin the conversation and bring in the people who are here to join the conversation while he prepares. He happens to be on his desk at the moment. He's setting up. So let me bring in Kwesi Bako. Kwesi, you are from Ghana, and what happened in Niger Republic. I actually know how to pronounce it for those who are commenting on on the comment section. What happened in Niger Republic? How is that playing in Ghana?
The government of Ghana is very nervous about what has happened in Niger because of how President Akufo-Addo has chosen to govern the country. A short while ago, we had coup d'etats in other countries, and in Ghana, we had this popular saying that we say Ghana, Guinea, Mali. Because when Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was president of Ghana, he formed an alliance with Guinea and Mali. Now, ironically, coup d'etats have happened in Guinea and Mali. And so for a while now, Ghana has been very nervous when anybody says Ghana, Guinea, Mali. Now, it's not Guinea or Mali, it's Niger now, and it's another African country, so which is not too far away from us. So the government of Ghana is quite nervous about what's happening in Niger. But I also have to say that Ghanaians have no appetite for coup d'etats at this time because everybody wants to see, nobody wants to sacrifice the democracy we've fought so hard to build. So everybody wants to see President Akufo-Addo and his band of nation grabbers leave peacefully next year when the elections come around.
All right. Mr. James, you are a historian, quote unquote, for us here at least. What has happened in the last 24 hours? I know yesterday you gave us a background of the conflict. We saw Wagner Group saying that it was long overdue, the coup in Niger. Do we know now which side, who is behind the coup? Because we know that the Americans and the French, they have bases in Niger, and I don't think that they are the ones who are planning a coup and then condemning the coup. So what do you think? What do you know?
Yeah, actually, I'm not in touch with anybody in Nigeria. I'm just I get most of my information from YouTube. But from what I gathered today, they just finished a meeting in Abuja. I think West African heads of states and some other foreign partners, and their foreign partners. They've given the Nigerian government, that's the new government now, 1 week to vacate the State House, or else there will be a military showdown. Then in Niger capital, Niamey, the French embassy was attacked today, but I think it was not a very serious attack, and the French government has issued a very stern warning that none of their citizens should be hurt, and the embassy will not be invaded. And I think that Tinubu addressed a press conference for some minutes, and that is these are the main developments so far. But the nitty-gritties of his meeting with West African heads of states is not yet in public domain. That is all I know so far.
All right, thank you. While we wait for David to join us, I'm not going to share the link so that more people don't block him from coming in when he's ready. But we will share the link when it's time for people to come in and be able to talk to him. Let me come to you. This is an essay that was written by David, and we are going to have him discuss some of the contents of this essay. It's titled "The Conversation We Don't Want to Have About Biafra." I'm not sure if you've been able to read the essay, but it's in two parts, published by Business Day, and it went into the history of the war and the implication of not knowing it, not discussing it, and not dealing with what happened, and how that has continued to impact Nigeria in several ways. How do you because most people blame the fact that we don't teach history in Nigeria. That's the reason why they don't know many things. How do you Osi, how did you get to know about the history of the war? Osi, unmute yourself. Okay, we can hear you, Osi.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the question. So I'm no different from the rest of Nigerians. In this age of social media and the boom in the internet, it's very easy to, get to lay your hands on information. What we don't know is the correctness of some of the information we get. But otherwise, we all know that there's a lot of information to harvest out of the internet. So I would say most of the information, what's of what I know about the war, the sources, both from the individuals that were of age at the time, and some of the things that I could appeal out of the internet for the most part. Yeah, those are my sources.
Okay, thank you so much. Ikolala, let me come to you. What are you thinking when you see that after 60, how many years after the war, that it hasn't been solved? The issue of Biafra has not been solved. What do you think?
Thank you, Dr. Damages. The issue of Biafra, I think, was at some point going behind us. I mean, until say the year 1999, I mean, Biafra wasn't an issue. Biafra wasn't an issue until, say, Obasanjo came into play. And then people started agitating for, at least to me, for resource control. So Biafra is an issue of mismanagement and corruption and bad governance. Because if things were working properly, I don't think anybody would be willing to leave. Because at the end of the day, if you look at it properly, where are you leaving to? Who would be the leaders of this Biafra? Is it Hope Uzodinma that I will look up to? Is it Soludo that I'm going to put my hopes on? Or is it that Samepa that is far away and cannot even go to his base and give the orders? Or would rather sit in a safe haven? So it's Biafra is a child of corruption and mismanagement. Because short of that, I mean, it was since 1999 that we started having Oduduwa. Maybe those things might have been simmering underneath. But it came to the fore when mismanagement and misrule came to the fore. So what happened in the 60s happened. But people were about to move on until they realized that the people leading them hasn't actually moved on. So agitations had to come about. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Igbo Basics. We're expecting David to join us in a few minutes. And one of the things we're going to discuss is an essay he wrote about the conversation that we are yet to have about Biafra. Apart from all the other things, he will tell us what happened to him in Zimbabwe when he was there and what happened yesterday, because he was one of those people that moderated. I think he was a speaker at the P2B event on Twitter Space. So we are still waiting for him to come. As soon as he joins us, we are going to start that conversation. But from your own, being that you are an elder, okay, he's here, but I will just get you to say your PB in a minute. What are you expecting to hear from David, or what is your own understanding about the impact of the war that hasn't been discussed, that is all still impacting us today?
For now, I will deal with the issue of the war. No victor, no vanquished. The war was a level playing field. People came out of the war and looked forward to a better tomorrow. In the 70s, everybody came out genuinely and honestly and focused on a new Nigeria. There is victor, there is vanquish. There is no victor, no vanquish. We have seen it play out. And as it stands right now, the war was fought. The Easterners defended themselves. As Biafra, we came out, many dead. Some of us came out alive and lived through it. And as it stands right now, with Nigeria to continue to go the way it's going, they are asking for what they will not be able to contain, because the former war that was fought, it was sectional. Everybody descended on the East.
All right.
So there is victor, there is vanquish. That concept of no victor, no vanquish is not being practiced.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to bring in David is now with us. He will join us and we'll have a conversation. After that, we will invite you guys to also get the opportunity to talk to him. So let's invite David in. All right. David, welcome to the show. How are you today?
Thank you very much for having me. I'm fine. Sorry I'm late.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I understand really what you go through and the life you live. I was communicating with you on a different phone, and apparently, I didn't have this number. But thank you so much for making time to join us. The way we start the program, typically, you've been here before, is to talk about what's going on in Africa, and of course we know there are three things going on. One is the coup in Niger Republic, the meeting of African leaders in Russia, and of course in South Africa they are celebrating Julius Malema celebrating 10 year of his political party. So let me start by the issue in Niger. What do you know? What can you share with us?
I know as much as you do. I can share the same amount of information that the existing media has already shared. To be honest, it's a bit early to know exactly what the motivation or what the wider geostrategic motivations for the coup are. I know there have been a lot of narrative flying around about how this is it's a coup against French interests, and Niger was the last remaining country in the Sahel which was aligned with France, and narratives about France potentially losing access to uranium. But what I've come to understand from engaging with African issues a lot of the time is that, first of all, the idea that everything is always so clear-cut is anti-colonial versus colonial. It's not always that simple and easy. The quote-unquote colonial powers always find ways to insinuate themselves regardless of who is in power, first of all. And then secondly, the local politics often plays a much larger part in the picture than most people are willing to admit. So I, for one, believe that the economic crisis in Niger, which, as I'm sure you know, is a spillover from Nigeria's economic crisis, because Niger is almost entirely dependent on Nigeria. Niger is basic. We often make jokes about Benin being Nigeria's 37th state. It should actually be Niger, the border with Nigeria is essentially Niger's sole lifeline, sole economic lifeline. So the spillover effects of the economic crisis in Nigeria and in northern Nigeria have spilled over to Niger, and I think that has contributed in no small measure to upsetting the balance. Because how the balance usually works in impoverished African states is that the head of government, the head of state, obviously is protected, he's safe, he's wealthy, whatnot, and then he pacifies the military. That's usually how it works. So even though the whole of the country is poor, there's nothing happening, but things remain relatively stable because the head of state is able to keep the military pacified. But where there's an economic upheaval and the money to keep the military pacified and the supplies to keep the military quiet are no longer forthcoming with the regularity with which they used to, then the military marches in and takes over because they believe that they can do a better job, right? So I think to a very large extent, that's probably what has happened. And I think the staged theater that we've been seeing only sort of lends credence to that point of view. So, for example, if you've seen that video going around of Niger's erstwhile finance minister with a napkin and he's sweating, and apparently he's been asked to account for this or that, and he's basically given a certain amount of time. If he can't account for it, basically he's gonna die. And they took a video of him all sweaty and the man is looking absolutely terrified. I think that's typical military, drama. That's them communicating to the people of Niger that we're here to fight corruption and to blah 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 to have a recompense for all the ones that these guys have stolen. But obviously, these guys are coming to steal their own share. We know that. That's how it always happens. So for now, I wouldn't really pay too much attention to the whole, is it France, anti-France, US, he was trained by the US, is it Russia? I don't think any of those things necessarily have a direct impact on what has happened. I think the actual explanation a lot of the time is a lot more prosaic and it's a lot more boring. And I think it's what I've just laid out.
What about ECOWAS and their meeting and their intention to interfere or intervene? What is going on along that line?
So, to the best of my knowledge, the only in the entire history of ECOWAS, I can think of 3 successful interventions, relatively successful interventions. So, the first 2 were in the 90s, in Sierra Leone and in Liberia, where the ECOMOG force essentially brought an end to the Liberian and Sierra Leonean civil wars. And that only happened because the then Nigerian head of state, Sani Abacha, needed to keep the Nigerian military occupied so as to prevent a coup from happening at home. So it was for political reasons in Nigeria that what we call the ECOMOG force was pretty much the Nigerian military. So it was for political reasons at home that the ECOMOG even, had the manpower and the tools to prosecute that campaign. The other example I can think of a successful intervention was, I think, 2016 in Gambia when Yahya Jammeh lost the election and then refused to step away. And then, Nigeria basically, did a bit of posturing and then he left and then Adama Barrow actually took power. In this case, I don't see that happening for a plethora of reasons. First of all, the Niger is a completely different type of challenge to Gambia. In terms of landmass, Niger is almost as, if not, it's pretty much the same size with Nigeria, isn't it? So in terms of landmass, it's a completely different challenge. In terms of population, it's a completely different challenge. Even compared to Liberia and Sierra Leone, it's a lot more populated. So it's a completely different challenge to anything that's come before it. And bear in mind that it's also like it plays a very sort of strange geostrategic role in Africa. So if you've heard of a town called Agadez in Niger, that's essentially the border town between Africa and Europe. So basically African migrants heading to the coast of Libya, Agadez is their transit point. So migrants coming from all over the Sahel, East and West Africa, Agadez is where they congregate. And the EU has funded a huge militarization effort in Agadez. Consequently, the Nigerian military is not the Gambian military. It's not Charles Taylor's military. It's not the It's not, it's not that at all. is a completely different kind of challenge that Nigeria may not be equipped to handle. So that's one thing. Another thing is that does President Bola Ahmed Tinubu have the legitimacy in the eyes of ECOWAS, in the eyes of the international community, even in the eyes of the Nigerian military? Does he have the credibility or the legitimacy to stick his nose into this? I don't believe he does. And I think he himself is aware of that. So that's the second thing. And then the final thing is that um, the Nigerians themselves have been quite belligerent, right? Based on the little communication that they've put out, they've made it very clear that they don't appreciate anyone sort of poking their noses into their business. So it would seem as though anyone who wants to intervene in any way would have to do so against the wishes of the Nigerian military, which just doesn't seem likely at all. So no, I don't see any prospects of an intervention. I just don't see it happening.
Now, what is your take on what happened in Russia? So this is a country at war, and African leaders went there. Most of them went there to beg for grains for Russia to allow the Ukrainian, the country that is at war, to supply grains to Africa. And most African leaders came out like the guy from Zimbabwe, which is a country you you know a lot about now. He got a helicopter. The Egyptian president got free grains from Putin. What do you think of? What is your take on this drama? The idea that African leaders are still doing this, despite what Kenyan president said that we shouldn't be rushing to these countries.
So I think it's part of the ongoing story of mediocrity and underachievement since the independence era, that more than 60 years after most of the continent gained functional and political independence, things as basic as wheat and fertilizer, because it wasn't just grains, they also went to basically beg for fertilizer. I was surprised to find out over the past 48 hours, really, that as much as half of the fertilizer that Africa consumes annually comes from Russia and Ukraine. So essentially, African agriculture is heavily dependent on these two countries. So I think it underlines the extent to which African states have underperformed. That a region that is at war is literally our last hope, and that's really the only way to put it. The fact that during the COVID-19 lockdown, when global shipping lanes were closed and grain couldn't move from Ukraine to Africa, consequently food prices shot up. We're already dealing with that, the massive effect on food inflation that it had in places like Nigeria. And then now that these global supply chains were just starting to normalize, then the Russians hit Ukraine with a double whammy. And we're dealing with this situation again. And it still hasn't, the message still hasn't come through at AU level that the solution ultimately is not in finding bilateral agreements with Russia. The solution is in building capacity within Africa, within the AU, because on the world's second largest inhabited continent, there's no reason why there should be food insecurity, right? Like the basic inputs for food agriculture are not things we should lack. They are not things that we lack. So the manpower, the land, and the other agricultural inputs, we have everything potentially except capital. But even capital is an esoteric concept, because capital can be mobilized in different ways, right? So you can't say you have all the factors of production, but because you don't have this esoteric entity called US dollar, that means that you can't grow food for yourself. There'll always be ways around this. So I feel like the AU itself is an institution which exists more in more on paper than in reality. It's more of a notional institution than an actual one. And the fact that only 16% or roughly 16% of the AU's budget is funded by AU member states. The vast majority of the AU's budget is funded by the EU and global multilateral institutions, and and the Chinese and Russian government. I think that just underlines once again the fact that Africa is a. I'm trying to look for a polite term to use, but suffice to say, Africa is not where it should be at all. And one would hope that the absurdity of going to plead with a country at war for food, the sheer absurdity of that situation would make it a political issue at AU level, that at the very least, African food security has to be addressed at an AU level. One would hope that this would at least shame African leaders at continental level and national level into taking concerted action. I don't believe that these problems can be solved by African countries acting in silos. So I don't believe this is a case of Nigeria solving its own food security in the very haphazard way we've been trying to do it, closing borders and all that kind of nonsense. I think this is something that can only be achieved through regional cooperation, through regional integration. And I think this, as much as it's a disgrace, but I think inside every crisis there's an opportunity. I think this presents a very good opportunity for the AU and AU member states to finally do something about this, so that we don't end up in another 5 years and I'll be on 90 minutes, 90 minutes Africa saying the same thing over again.
All right, let's get to Nigeria. And yesterday you were at Space, P2B's appearance on Twitter Space. You were part of the speakers, I think, or moderators. What did you take out of that experience in terms of where P2B is mentally and the campaign to retrieve his mandate?
So for legal reasons, we stayed away from discussing the tribunal and issues relating to the tribunal or the appeal court to the Supreme Court, because the decision was made to avoid saying anything that could be classified as sub judice, which would then be used against him. Because clearly the establishment is waiting for him to break a fingernail so they can say something, anything. So we decided not to give them that opportunity. But based on what I know and based on what I could tell, he's clearly in very good spirits. I don't think we need Peter Obi to tell us that the APC has not presented a case, right? They've made very little attempt to present a case, and their entire strategy seems to be built on basically compromising the judiciary. That appears to be what the entire strategy is built on. So if it's not using money to potentially bribe judges, then it's intimidation. I've received several tidbits of reliable information over the past few weeks indicating that there have been several instructions and attempts to go after this person, go after that person, arrest this person, just do things to muddy the waters. That appears to be the APC's entire gambit. But in terms of the um, the campaign or the legal campaign by Peter Obi and Labour Party to retrieve the stolen mandate, um, in purely legal terms, it would seem to be on course. Now, Nigeria being Nigeria, the fact that there's two and there's two, and you're adding them together doesn't necessarily mean that the answer is four, because Nigeria is Nigeria. Anything can happen. So the judges can agree with all the prayers of Peter Obi and Labour Party and then give a judgment that he didn't dot an I or cross a T in the final written address. Therefore, it's Nigeria. We've seen all sorts of things. We saw in 2019 the ridiculous judgment that was given, where after the then opposition, the PDP, proved its case quite credibly that Muhammadu Buhari did not, in fact, win the 2019 election, then the court ruled that there was no INEC server, which was the stupidest thing I'd ever heard, right? So Nigerian courts are capable of doing things like that. So I wouldn't necessarily say that, oh, everything is great. We're looking forward to reclaiming our mandate. I would love to say that, but Nigeria is Nigeria. So what I would instead say is that we watch the judiciary with keen interest to see what they're going to do.
Okay. Last week we saw the first batch of ministers, Bola Tinubu's ministers. What is your take on the people on that list?
I have very little I have very little to say about people on that list because there isn't much to say. There's not a single person on that list that elicits any sort of interesting reaction because these are all, it's more of the same. It's exactly what you would expect a Tinubu administration to do because Tinubu knows no other way. Tinubu's entire political um, thinking, his entire governance ideology is based on horse trading. So who has given him a favor in the past? Who needs a favor to be returned? Who contributed what to his campaign? Who helped with this or helped with that? That's all it is. It's returning favors and rewarding people and horse trading. There's literally nothing. It's the most boring thing in the world. So to be honest, I don't really want to spend time talking about it. I think Tinubu is a very boring person. His administration is very boring. I mean, it's exactly what you expect it to be. It's every bit as banal, as unthinking, as stereotypical, and as pointless as you would expect it to be. So there's really no point spending more time talking about it. I mean, we're talking about uh, uh, Wike and El Rufai, and those. Why are we still hearing these names?
Now, the media is reporting, there are reports that some of the people on the list have issues with certificates, have issues with fraud. Um, what do you know about that? And there's someone, Danladi, who was barred by the Supreme Court, according to media reports, from holding public office for 10 years. He's on the list. How did that happen? Do you know?
Well, how that happened is that their prospective boss is somebody who shouldn't be president either for the exact same reasons. Because pretty much everything this person has submitted to INEC was a forgery or contained lies of some description. So this is someone whose the university certificate, according to the INEC records, is a forgery. Right? And this is information I have put into the public domain as far back as November last year. This is someone who lied about what citizenship he has or doesn't have. This is someone who has lied about his age and date of birth. This is someone who has lied about his work history, all under oath, right? This person has committed multiple perjuries. So maybe the difference between himself and the Danladi fellow is that he wasn't actually banned by a court from holding public office, but they're guilty of, in fact, he is more guilty of that offense than the Danladi fellow. So if I were in his shoes, why would I penalize someone for doing a lesser version of the very same crime that I did? So, I mean, Bola Tinubu is a criminal. Let's be very clear about this. So if he's hiring criminals to work with him, I don't think it's anything to be surprised by. I don't think it's anything to even spend time debating about that. Oh, how could he put so and so person on his list when so and so person has? But the real issue is how could he himself be sitting on that seat? That's what the issue is. So the fish rots from the head. So the head is rotten in this case. So I'm even surprised that there weren't even more of these criminal elements on the list because I mean a criminal should surround himself with birds of the same feather. So I expect more actually. I heard that apparently there's a supplementary list or something coming out. I expect more of this. It's the Tinubu way. He knows no other way.
Now, before we get to what happened to you in Zimbabwe and also the essay you wrote, which is something I want us to discuss before we let people in, I want you to talk about this issue with the Senate President Ababio and this mockery of poor people. What is your take of that?
So I think there's a very huge and growing basic disconnect between the people at ground level in Nigeria and the people who purport to be the leadership of Nigeria. There's always been some distance between them. There's always been a disconnect, but I think over the past 8 years, especially, it's not so much that the people on top are necessarily getting richer per se. I mean, they are getting richer, but that's not. It's more a case of the people at the bottom are just falling further and further and further away. What used to be the middle class is now sinking into poverty. So, I mean, when I started my career in Nigeria in 2014, 100,000 naira was a decent monthly income. So if you made 100,000 naira a month in 2014, that was roughly how much? Roughly $500 a month, right? You could live. So I remember when I got my first job in Nigeria in 2014, I got confirmed in that job after 6 months. So that was like May 2015. My salary after confirmation then was 159,000 naira a month. I was working at a marketing agency, and with 159,000 naira a month in 2015, I was able to move out of my parents' house. I was able to rent a flat, a two-bedroom flat. The rent then was about 400,000 naira a year. I was able to furnish my flat. I was able to get married, to someone who was earning like just about 100K a month as well. So with a combined household income of 260,000 naira a month, we were doing very well as at 2015. That was possible then. If someone is making 100,000 naira a month now, they're pretty much living in poverty. Pretty much. You can't, it's almost impossible to, for example, rent your own place on that sort of income. In Lagos or in Abuja, it's practically impossible because in Lagos, where your average mini flat starts from like maybe 700,000 naira, how does someone making 100,000 naira a month want to afford it? So, but it seems as if the people who are the leadership, the political class, have no idea. They genuinely do not know. And I say this as someone who has dealings with, well, I won't say has dealings, but somebody who grew up in that space and who knows people in that space and who observes regularly people in that space. They seem genuinely unaware of just how difficult things are on the ground. So they almost see, like, when people complain on social media or whatever, things are hard, fuel is expensive. To the people in the National Assembly and whatnot, it almost seems as if it's just like it's gist. It's like they're reading stuff on Insta blog. It's just noise. They don't really understand that this is a real problem which is boiling under the surface, and which one day, not even one day, but pretty soon, is going to erupt into something else. They really genuinely don't get it. I think I've made this point when I was speaking at the CNI UK press conference in London in May. I made the point that what we remember now as the anti-South African riot in Lagos in 2019 and the NSAS protests in 2020, that those were not standalone events. That was actually a pattern of growing violence, which there's always an issue that starts it. So in 2019, it was supposedly the xenophobic violence against Nigerians in Johannesburg, and then it became something else in Lagos. And then in 2020, it was the COVID-19 lockdown, and then so-called 1 million boys gang violence, which turned into something else. Again, people forget that happened. And then the NSAS, it started obviously as protest against police brutality or whatnot. Again, started morphing into something else because again, that virulent anger in the underclass, there's a very rich seam of anger that is just waiting for something to tap into it. So the next time there's any kind of pretext, I don't know what it will be. Nobody knows. But the next time there's any kind of pretext, the whole country is going to go up. Especially because the last time it happened, you brought out the military and you shot people. So the next time there's any kind of upheaval like that, people are going to expect to die. And that's going to make them a lot more ferocious and a lot more dangerous. So, but the people in these leadership positions genuinely do not get it. They do not, everything I'm saying is like, I'm just chirping. They're not hearing it. They're not getting it. So people like Apabio, well, I mean, the less said about him, the better. From time, he has never been the most serious person in the world. But what I will say, for the benefit of the people around them, because there are people whose job it is to monitor media platforms like this, to watch things like this. So the people around them, if your guy doesn't have sense, at least you should have sense, because the thing is that when Nigeria goes up, your guy is going to get into his helicopter, to his private jet, and you are not going to be in it. You are going to be here with the rest of the people that your guy is mocking. So if there's anything that is in your power to do, if there's a way to communicate it to your guy, that the anger on the streets is not a joke. It's not an internet meme. It's real, and it's going to consume everyone. So, I mean, the less said about that, the better.
Now, you mentioned the people around them. The people around Bola Tinubu, I'm not talking about the politicians, I'm talking about some so-called technocrats. How is it that they did not know that offering 8,000 naira to people is basically mocking them? They started that by saying 8,000 naira for 6 months and then you're on your own. How is it that they did not know that? Knowing that Tinubu has been running for president for a long time and we've been discussing the issue of oil subsidy removal for a long time, what happened?
So I no longer believe that they didn't know. So yes, they are out of touch, but I don't think they're that out of touch. So I think in that particular case, it's a lot worse than simply not knowing. And I'll refer you to something that I forget who it was, but he's an APC member. He's a member of the House of Assembly. I forget his name, but he's from the Southwest, he's an APC member, and he made a comment on Twitter some weeks back where somebody questioned him that how can you insult people by offering them 8,000 naira a month as the palliative? And he said, look, let me tell you that um, I know people who would something to the effect of people that 500 naira would make a significant
Yes. I know. I heard about that.
Yeah, to their life. So what I believe, or what I think based on my assessment, is that these political operators have actually done a very crude form of market research and have actually correctly estimated the sheer um, the sheer poverty that exists in some of these spaces, especially in the Southwest, and have made a calculation that, okay, what is the sum of money that, while in wider terms is actually nothing, it does nothing for anyone, but it's just enough to trigger people's sense of excitement at the very poorest of the poor levels. It's that message wasn't for you and I. The 8,000 naira isn't for you and I, right? Even if we are qualified for it, we are not the target audience at all, right? It's not for people who use Twitter. It's not for people who watch Dr. Damages on YouTube, right? Because for you to be able to afford the data to do that, 8,000 naira is not really a problem. We are not the target audience, right? That vast underclass that even we are disconnected from, that is the audience. So the calculation is that these are people who maybe their total monthly income, maybe 30,000 naira minimum wage. Many of them don't even make that, right? So the calculation is waft 8,000 naira under the noses of those poorest of the poor, right? The great unwashed, right? The untouchables. Waft 8,000 naira under their noses, and they won't even have the clarity of thought to even remember that 8,000 naira is actually not a lot of money, because it's just enough to get them excited and to get them hot and bothered. I think that's what the calculation is. I think it's a very, very cynical political play, actually, that first of all, you've weaponized the very worst ethno-tribal instincts that these people have. You weaponize that to get yourself across the finish line, even though you didn't win the election, but you weaponized enough of it to give yourself a veneer of having a support base and give yourself some sort of legitimacy because you have people who will defend you, right? And now that you're in, you now make these people feel as if you are repaying them by giving them something. And bear in mind that these are people who, there was a Twitter thread I did about this a few weeks ago, where I watched a video by a YouTuber. His name is Fisayo Fosudo. And what he did in that video was that he went to Mushin in Lagos, and he basically remodeled a one-bedroom flat belonging to a family, right? He basically remodeled their one-bedroom flat. So It was previously like a very humble abode. It didn't have a proper toilet. The kitchen was just awful, right? And he in partnership with LG Nigeria, they retrofitted, they redecorated, they painted, put in a new WC, gave them a washing machine, a generator, a TV, installed a tap in the backyard because they didn't have a tap in the backyard, redecorated, a new bed, a closet, everything. And the response of the family head when he came back and saw what his house looked like. Now, to you and I, that the newly remodeled house looks like, oh, okay, this is a fairly decent place for maybe a bachelor to live in. But this is a man who had 3 children, right? And this man, when they asked him how does he feel about this, he said that if you look at his house now and they tell you that a commissioner or a minister stays there, that you believe it. Because in his mind, that very basic thing, something that to you and I looks all right, but it's nothing impressive, right? To him, that's something that only a minister or a commissioner can even aspire to. So these are people whose expectation levels are extremely low. They don't believe that they're capable. In fact, they've not even seen most of the things that we even aspire to. They are not visually familiar with it. For that man to say that a 1-bedroom flat in Mushin, which has been decently decorated and has a few decent appliances here and there, the total sum to do that whole thing couldn't have more than $3,000. So for him to say that's worthy of a commissioner or a minister, that shows you these people are not even visually familiar with what the good life even looks like. So if you waft 8,000 naira under that Alaji's face, probably it will make a big difference. Mm-hmm. So I think that's what the political play here was, that, okay, these people don't expect much. They never get much. They don't expect much. So the little that we can just manage to waft under their noses, it will make a big difference politically for us. And the worst part about it is that they're probably right. It probably would make a difference politically. It's not going to make a difference to the economic status of those people. 8,000 naira is not going to do anything for them, but it will incentivize them to become even more virulent, even more, what's the word I'm looking for? So, like, their political support base will become even more energized, essentially because of what amounts to, take away at Chicken Republic.
All right. Thank you so much. I think what we're going to do now is we will take a little break. When we come back, I will ask you to tell us what happened in Zimbabwe, and then we will look at the essay that you wrote about the conversation on Biafra that we don't want to have. And then after that, of course, we will then invite our audience to join us and have a question and answer with you. So let's take a break.
All right.
Keeps me puzzled. Despite having studied finance and economics at the world's best universities, the following question remains unanswered. Why is it that 5,000 units of our currency is worth 1 unit of your currency, where we are the ones with the actual gold reserves? It's quite evident that the aid is in fact not coming from the West to Africa, but from Africa to the Western world. The Western world depends on Africa in every possible way, since alternative resources are scarce out here. So how does the West ensure that the free aid keeps coming? By systematically destabilizing the wealthiest African nations and their systems, and all that backed by huge PR campaigns, leaving the entire world under the impression that Africa is poor and dying and merely surviving on the mercy of the West. Well done, Oxfam, UNICEF, Red Cross, Life Aid, and all the other organizations that continuously run multi-million-dollar advertisement campaigns depicting charity porn to sustain that image of Africa globally. Ad campaigns paid for by innocent people under the impression to help with their donations. While one hand gives under the flashing lights of cameras, the other takes in the shadows. It's super sweet of you to come with your colored paper in exchange for our golden diamonds. But instead, you should come empty-handed, filled with integrity and honor. We want to share with you our wealth and invite you to share with us. The perception is that a healthy and striving Africa would not disperse its resources as freely and cheaply, which is logical. Of course, it would instead sell its resources at world market prices, which in turn would destabilize and weaken Western economies, established on the post-colonial free meal system.
And then Senator Mustafa has seconded that the poor should breathe. Those who are in support of the additional prayer that the poor should be allowed to breathe, say aye. And those who are against, say nay. The ayes have it, the poor must be allowed to breathe.
Everybody, we are talking to investigative journalist David Hundeyin. David, I know you've explained this on your social media platform and other places, but please can you also, for those who may not know, what happened to you when you went to Zimbabwe, briefly?
All right, so I'm the 2023 Distinguished James Curry Fellow at the University of Cambridge, which is a fellowship which is awarded in partnership with the James Curry Society. So the current director of the James Curry Society, she's a lady called Charmaine Mujeri. She lives in Harare. She actually invited me for a speaking engagement. Right, she's big in the arts and culture circuit in Zimbabwe. Now, for many years, I've wanted to visit Zimbabwe. Right from when I was in university, which is like 15 years ago now, I had lots of Zimbabwean friends at university because the UK has a sizable Zimbabwe diaspora population. So some of them are still my very close friends to date. The first time I ever fell in love in 2011 was with a Zimbabwean lady from a town called Kwekwe. So I've wanted to visit Zimbabwe for the longest time, but I've never had a reason to go there. So this was like the perfect excuse, right? And it just so happened that a few days afterward, I had another event, this time in Cape Town, the Africa Liberty Forum. So the idea I had in my mind was, okay, attend this event in Harare, and then spend a few days, exploring Zimbabwe. I wanted to go to Victoria Falls. My good friend Wademaya, he's a YouTuber. I think he's Africa's biggest YouTuber, actually. He actually made me want to do this because he went bungee jumping at Victoria Falls. So like I wanted to do that. So the idea was I go to Zimbabwe, spend a few days there, explore the local tourism, and then hop on to South Africa, to Cape Town, before heading back to Europe. That was the idea. Now, I called the Zimbabwean embassy ahead of time because I wanted to be sure that there wasn't going to be any issues because of the passport that I used. So, I mean, it's safe to talk about this now since it's already in the public domain. So it's not a secret. Ever since I left Nigeria in 2020, I haven't used a Nigerian passport. So currently, my primary travel document is a Ghanaian refugee passport. After I claimed political asylum in Ghana, after I was awarded political asylum in Ghana. So depending on the jurisdiction one is traveling to, some jurisdictions recognize that document as a Ghanaian passport. So, for example, every time I travel to the UK, where I have entry clearance, I'm classified as a Ghanaian. So even on my UK visa, the visa field always has the term Ghanaian. So I'm not classified as a Nigerian. In the UK and in the EU, they classify me as a Ghanaian. Within Africa, it's a bit different. There's always a bit of, because African jurisdictions, as I've come to understand, a lot of them don't really understand international law regarding refugee passports. So in some places, you're recognized as a Ghanaian citizen, you can pass through. In some other places, you're not. So I called ahead of time. I called the Ghanaian embassy in Accra because I was traveling through Accra. So I called them and I asked, this was like 2 days before my flight, and I asked, is it okay? Like, this is the document I'm traveling with. It's a Ghanaian travel document. The nationality field inside the document says Nigerian, but it's a Ghanaian document issued by the government of Ghana. Am I classified as a Ghanaian or a Nigerian? Because I know if you're classified as a Nigerian, you need a visa. If you're classified as a Ghanaian, Ghana is visa free. That's why I called. And the lady at the embassy told me it depends on the airline. That if the airline is willing to let you board, and if the airline recognizes you as a Ghanaian by virtue of a Ghanaian passport, we don't have a problem. We'll let you in. It's not an issue. If the airline doesn't board you, then you need a visa. That's what I was told. So I booked my ticket. It was Ethiopian Airlines. So the route was Accra, Addis, Harare, right? And by the way, they actually made me even buy. They made me buy a return ticket. So because I was thinking I'll just buy a one-way ticket because from there I'm going to Cape Town. I had my return ticket from Cape Town, so from Cape Town I'm going back to the UK. That's what. But they made me buy a return ticket to Accra instead. So I had to spend like 1,200 USD. So anyway, I did that. I got to Addis. There was no problem. I boarded my flight to Harare. It was an Airbus A350 Ethiopian. We landed in Harare, and then the problems began. So what I noticed was that all the other foreigners, well, most of the other foreigners on the flight, so the Chinese, for example, there are three queues. So there's a queue for Zimbabwean and SADC passport holders. That's the queue in the middle. Those ones have no problem, obviously. There's a queue for other nationalities. There's a queue for visitors and there's a queue for other nationalities. Now the Chinese who were coming in as other nationalities, they weren't even filling in their landing cards. They weren't filling in anything. They just empty landing card, put it inside their passport, and then there's $300 cash inside the passport. And they hand it over to the lady in the booth, and then she scrolls something on the landing card. She gives them back their passport. They pass through, no problem.
Wait. Is that the fee or bribe?
No, it's a bribe. There is no fee. It's a bribe, right? Now, my mistake apparently was that when I was in Addis, I didn't withdraw money. I don't like traveling with large amounts of cash on me. I just I just have my card. If I need money, I'll withdraw it, right? Because there will always be an ATM machine anywhere in the world. Apparently that was a mistake. Apparently I should have withdrawn money when I was in Addis. So I didn't, I think I had maybe 2,000 Ethiopian birr with me, which is not a lot of money anyway. And I don't think they accept Ethiopian birr in Zimbabwe anyway. So I didn't really have any money with me. So the guy who was looking through my landing card then asked me if he asked me for $300. I didn't have it. That was where the problem began. So then he asked me, okay, I told him, look, if you can get me to an ATM, I can withdraw $300. It's not a problem. I'm not, because I know I'm in your country, so it's not my place to start fighting and say, no, I'm not going to pay a bribe. This is not the place to do a luta continua. I understand how Africa works. I'll give you $300 if I can get me to an ATM. But unfortunately, in that arrival area, there was no ATM. So he at first said, okay, he will find a way to get me through. And then maybe he asked me, are you going to give us any trouble? I said, no, I'm not going to give you any trouble. He said, okay. And then he disappeared. And I was waiting and waiting. And eventually I got tired of waiting. So I went to the lady at the booth and I explained my situation to her that I don't know what's going on. And then she asked for my passport. I gave her the passport. Then she goes, oh, you're Nigerian. I said, well, I mean, it's a Ghanaian travel document. And the airline had no problem. Everything the Zimbabwean embassy told me is what I told her. I haven't done anything wrong, so I don't see any need to tell you lies or to hide anything. So I just told her what I had been told. She says, oh no, you're Nigerian, so you need a visa, so you're here illegally, so we're going to refuse you entry. And I'm like, what is going on? Why are you doing this? And she just wasn't having it. So then they stamp a refusal thing into my passport, and then they take me to the Ethiopian Airlines office and make them my return flight, which I had bought already. They made them change the date to that night that I'm leaving the country immediately, and then they took me into that room that you saw on Twitter, that detention room, and basically just forgot about me. So I was there. This was around 2 p.m. local time when all of this happened, between 2 and like 2:30 p.m. By the time I sent out that tweet, it was like 8 p.m. or 8:30 p.m. local time. So I literally just been in there and they're just forgotten about me. I hadn't heard anything. I just, it's like that. Even the airport noise was even going down because everybody was going home. So the people who had taken me in there, I think they had even ended their shift and gone home. And I had tried speaking to, I had called friends, I had done everything. Nothing was moving. Nothing was happening. So eventually, like my final last card, Hail Mary SOS move was to put out a tweet that this is what is happening to me. I don't know why this is happening, but please, if there's anyone out there, please, like, I just want, at this point, I'd given up on attending my speaking engagements in Zimbabwe. I just want to get on my flight and leave this place, right? Because I've been around Africa enough to know when the situation isn't looking good for you, and the best thing for you to do is to get out of there as quickly as possible. And it turned out that that tweet was probably one of the best decisions that I ever made, because as I later came to find out from someone who is in the know, they had apparently gotten into contact with the Nigerian High Commission. I don't know why they did that, because I traveled into the country on a Ghanaian passport. They should have gotten into contact with the Ghanaian High Commission. Instead, they got into contact with the Nigerian High Commission. Obviously, the Nigerians will definitely know who I am. And apparently there was a conversation that was being had. Now, the problem was, because I traveled on a Ghanaian passport. So there's no basis to return me to Nigeria because I didn't travel with a Nigerian passport. And then secondly, I'm classified as a refugee. So it violates international law, the law of refoulement, to return someone to a country that they ran away from as a refugee. Right? It's a violation of international law. However, the Zimbabweans, don't forget, are already under international sanctions. So they don't really care about international law that much. So apparently there was a conversation that was being had. It was a 50-50 thing. Right? There was actually a conversation that was being had about, whether or not to hand me over to the Nigerian High Commission. I think that's why they kind of forgot me in there, because there was a conversation that was going on. It was like, let's talk first before we attend to him. So I think I kind of forced their hand by sending out that message, and then they started getting all sorts of international pressure. And then it was like, okay, we don't want any, carry your car and be going. So that's pretty much how it was. So then I had to fly to Accra. So I flew through Addis first. They wouldn't give me back my passport until I got all the way to Accra. That was when I eventually got my passport, and then from there I was able to go back to base. So that's pretty much what happened. But for me, the big takeaway in all of that was the response afterward from the Zimbabwean government, from George Charamba, the information minister, and Nick Mangwana, the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Information, made it very clear that they obviously knew who I was, first of all. They clearly knew who I was, and they were under the impression, or they are under the impression, that I came into Zimbabwe to do work. And they're scared because this is their election season. The election it's like 2 weeks from now, and they also know that there's a journalist in Zimbabwe. His name is Hopewell Chinono. He's a huge thorn in their side. He's a huge pain. In fact, they've put him in prison multiple times. And we're friends. So, and it's not a secret that we're friends. So I think they'd have dug into these things, and they'd have added 2 and 2 to get 22. And then they'd have said, okay, this one is coming to collaborate with Hopewell. Maybe he wants to do Al Jazeera Gold Mafia episode 5 or something. Maybe that's what they thought. It's clear because the information minister later came out and said he accused me of being a foreign spy, agent of regime change, said I'm Western sponsored, all that kind of stuff. And then Nick Mangwana later put out a statement saying that as Zimbabwe goes into their elections, that foreign journalists who are coming into the country to work shouldn't come in as tourists, but they should make sure they get a work visa. And it was obviously referring to me because they genuinely believe, they are so paranoid and neurotic, they genuinely believe that I was coming into the country to carry out an investigation, to work on a story. Meanwhile, it was a speaking engagement. that took me there. You know, that's the only reason I would get, like, with all due respect to Zimbabwe, I think I'm so occupied with West Africa that even if there was a story in Zimbabwe, it wouldn't be me that would do it. If even if I got to find out something top secret, at best, I would look for a local Zimbabwean journalist and hand it over to them, or a South African journalist. Let them handle it. What's my problem in Zimbabwe? I'm not from Southern Africa. I'm from Nigeria. You understand? My platform is called West Africa Weekly. There's a reason for that. You know, I don't even, the furthest that my scope has ever reached is Cameroon, which technically is in Central Africa, but it shares a border with Nigeria. That's why. I don't go beyond my sphere of influence. So what am I, if I was looking for a story, what the hell would I be doing in Zimbabwe? You know, but they genuinely believe that I came there to cause trouble for them. So, and it was just a shame because as a result of that, even my planned appearance at Africa Liberty Forum in Cape Town didn't end up happening because that was an ordeal. You know, and well, hopefully one day we will get to the point in Africa where um, even if the whole of Africa isn't visa free to the whole of Africa, but at the very least, it will be possible to arrive at an African airport and get a visa on arrival. Because I just think it's insane how difficult it is to travel. And then you are seeing Chinese people who don't even come from Africa, and they are just putting $300 in their passport, and they are walking through all willy nilly. It's extremely frustrating. But well, that's the continent we have for now.
I know. We are going to get to the last segment, but before we do that, let me ask you. Someone sent a question on the message board. Comment says, if all these your experiences, do you still think it's worth sacrificing your life fighting for a better Nigeria and a better Africa?
First of all, I'm not trying to sacrifice my life. Right, that's not what the goal of this is. I'm just trying to do my job. If you're familiar with my story, you would know that there was a time when I was very much your typical quintessential head in the clouds, completely unbothered by what's happening around me, Nigerian elite. There was a time I was that guy. And it was as recently as 2017 when Nigeria, for lack of a more polite term, bitch slapped me in the face. That, you know, certain things started to change about the way I interact with Nigeria. So it was that year that my dad died. And the manner that he died, it was such a disrespectful and random. It was as if somebody stepped on a cockroach. And I didn't believe that such a thing would happen to my dad because, you know, in Nigerian terms, my dad was a big man. You know, so it's something you would expect to read on Twitter or something you see on pages of newspaper. That happened to someone in Yanopaja or something, but not DF Hundeyin. Really? Something like this can't happen to him. But it did. And it made me start to understand that there is no such thing as Nigeria not affecting you because you're at a certain level of that. Nigeria will happen to everybody eventually. And that's what made me start sort of changing my way of interacting with Nigeria. I was in the journalism space already at the time this happened. But after that happened, the type of journalism I did started to change because I started to understand that things are critical. And it's no longer possible for you to just stay in your little silo, your little cocoon and pretend everything is okay. Everything is not okay. So I don't see it as being heroic or anything like that. I just see it as you doing what you ought to do because that's how serious the situation is. It wasn't on your show. I've forgotten where it was that I said this, but I mentioned a while back that yeah, it was Noble's podcast. Yeah, I mentioned a while back that where you start seeing people with my background doing this kind of work, that's when you know how bad the situation is because um normally someone like me, what do I have to complain about in terms of Nigeria? Normally, I mean, I grew up in an 8-bedroom mansion. Like I went to Corona, Atlantic Hall, Grange, Oxbridge. I went abroad for university. Technically speaking, in the classic Nigerian sense, I never suffered. I never lived in the trenches. I never went through any of those experiences, right? So when you see someone like me that is now carrying this issue on my head, you should know that, okay, things are bad, right? Like it's not the guy who grew up in Okokomaiko who is out here fighting. That is the guy who grew up in the GRA that finds things completely intolerable. That means that the water has actually passed the proverbial Gary. So I don't see it as me sacrificing my life or me doing anything extraordinary. I just think that things have got to that point in Nigeria's history now, where if those of us who have any kind of ability to change things don't do something about the situation, then eventually one day when we're telling the story to our children, we're going to look very stupid.
All right, let's get to the last segment before we let people in, and that's about an essay you wrote. You just said a few minutes ago that you fell in love first with somebody from Zimbabwe. I thought you fell in love first with Ify.
Well, I mean, I had a crush. I wouldn't say
Okay, okay, okay.
crush.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, but it's like what you're saying now. When someone like you decided to go into this conversation, get involved in this conversation, it tells me there's something very important, and also the way you approached it. So I read it and I shared it with several people, and I told them to read it before they come on the show today if they're interested. But briefly, tell us the story again about how you got introduced into into Biafra and what happened during the war, because most people really have not been able to get an introduction into what happened because of lack of the history available to most people. Go ahead.
Okay, so I mean, this was all stated in the essay, but
just briefly.
Basically, I was very sheltered growing up. The only knowledge I had of anything called Biafra, whatever, was a book in the family library called Soza Boy, which was written by Ken Saro-Wiwa. So if you've read Soza Boy, it's like it's an account of the Biafran War from the perspective of a conscript, a soldier who was conscripted. So the wider political context of the war was not interacted with at all. It was just a ground level story of the actual day-to-day realities of fighting in the war and how basically both sides were animalistic within their own ranks. That's essentially what Soulja Boy was about, and how at the end of the war, this private, this kid really who has been conscripted, comes back all broken and depressed, hoping at least to find his sweetheart and pick up from where he left off, and then he discovers that his sweetheart is pregnant with a child, and apparently she has been raped by soldiers, and things are never going to be the same again. And then that's where the book ends. So all I really knew about the Biafran War was that it was some sort of tragic event, but I didn't know anything more than that. Now in 2008, I was at university. 2009, sorry. So this was just about a year into my time at university. I had developed this little group around me. We were a group of mostly Nigerians, but we weren't Nigerians who were from Nigeria, so to speak. Most of them were Nigerians who were raised in the UK. So I was in fact I was the only international student in that group. The rest of them were home students, right? But those are the people that I kind of fell in with. And if he was one of them, there was another guy, Ben. He's still a very good friend of mine. His nickname is Igwe, Ben Ibekwe. We're still very good friends till today. A few other people like that, Anthony. And one day we were in the Benmore Jones Library in Hull, and for whatever we weren't doing anything significant. We were just hanging around, just talking, just being teenagers, really, because we were all like 19 or 20 years old at the time. And Ben happened to start talking about the Biafran War, right? And he showed us some pictures on his laptop, pictures of like malnourished children, like those really horrible pictures that I'm sure you are familiar with, right? Mm-hmm. And that was kind of like my first time of ever seeing those pictures. This was as recently as 2009. I'd never seen those things before. And that, up until that point, I had only seen those pictures in the context of, there's famine in Ethiopia, or something's happening in Somalia. It seems very far away, very distant. And then I saw the pictures with children with kwashiorkor and all that. Oh my God, this is Nigeria. So this happened to us too, and that kind of piqued my interest. Then I think I thought it was that day or a few days later, because the conversation kind of didn't die there. We kept talking, and that was when I think I'm skipping the timeline here. So I think even before this happened, we had a conversation. That's myself and my friends. We'd spoken about our childhoods in Nigeria and whatnot, because most of them were born in Nigeria and left Nigeria like in their childhood, their parents maybe got jobs in the UK, so they left for a better life. Like I was the only one who stayed till I was like 18 because my parents were obviously very well off. So we're talking about our childhoods and stuff. So I had this very rose tinted account of Nigeria because the Nigeria that I grew up in was a very different Nigeria to Nigeria most of them grew up in, right? Some of them talked about their own experiences. And then Ife finally spoke up about hers, and it was the first time I ever heard such a thing. So she was apparently born in Kaduna. And during I think it was 2001, where the Kaduna crisis happened, where there was this, I think, Christian versus Muslim crisis was it Zaria? I think it was Zaria. If you recall that time when a full Mercedes-Benz 911 lorry load of corpses of mostly Igbo Christians was dispatched from Kaduna to Onitsha. Right, so that was the crisis that was referenced there. I think I remember reading about that crisis back when I was a child because my dad used to buy the daily newspapers every day. But again, it seemed very distant and very sort of esoteric, very abstract. It didn't really hit home that people were butchered in industrial quantities and their corpses driven 200 plus kilometers to another city and dumped. It didn't really. It was when Ify talked about her own experience that she was born in Kaduna, and basically the day that whole thing happened, that the neighborhood kids that she grew up with, they used to play 10-10 and hopscotch together. That it was her mom that had to hide all of them inside the house. That those kids were looking for them, and we're trying to point them out to the mob that was going around killing Christians and Igbos. And that eventually, due to her dad having friends, in the military, he was able to get she and her siblings and her mom out of Kaduna, like on the next available flight to London, like with the clothes on their back. And that was it. They arrived in the UK with nothing. They just got there with the clothes on their backs. And that was how they started a new life in the UK. So she was basically a refugee. It was the first time I ever realized that, okay, so not everybody who is a Nigerian who lives in the UK emigrated the conventional way. Maybe they got a job as a doctor or something. That some people are actually refugees, like wartime refugees. And that came from Nigeria. Like I didn't know any of this. So it kind of piqued my interest that, okay, this whole thing, because the way she described it, apart from the fact that they were Christian, they were targeted specifically for being Igbo, right? And I had heard my parents, when you grew up in Lagos, you hear, my dad is from Lagos. My mom is from Akwa Ibom, but she was born and raised in Lagos too. So you wouldn't even know she's not from. She speaks fluent Yoruba and everything. So they used to make these very sort of disparaging references to Awamo Igbo, that kind of thing. So you kind of understand that there's some sort of vague antipathy toward this group of people called the Igbo, but it's not really. It's not. It doesn't seem like it's that serious. It's not hatred. It's just sort of like this sort of very backhanded kind of almost like disdain. But it's not as if you see them like openly disrespecting Igbo people or anything like that. In fact, you go to school with them, you worship with them, you are friends with them. So it doesn't really register that there's something going on here. But after listening to Ife's story and then seeing these pictures on Ben's laptop, and then Ben obviously had some stories because his dad apparently survived through the war. And Ben told us some stories. Like they were apparently hunting lizards. Like his dad was apparently hunting lizards as a child. And that was basically what they were eating. They were literally hunting like rodents and stuff because like there were zero food supplies and everything. So that kind of piqued my interest that how much else don't I know about Nigeria's history? So that kind of made me want to start finding out more. So obviously being at university, I had access to research materials and whatnot. So, and it just blew my mind that, okay, so this happened. And why have I never heard about this? Why wasn't this taught in school? Like, why don't I know about this? And that was where like my interest in the whole topic, the genesis of my interest, that was where it came from.
Thank you so much. Some of the things you wrote were actually touching, and that's why I wanted you to discuss this. You wrote something that I think, let me read it. You said, as a country and as a civilization, we believe that if we not look at a problem hard enough, it will get tired and go away. That's a very common thing that I hear from Nigerians, and approach of any issue that comes up. People tend to believe that by ignoring it, it will go away. I can give you instances. The situation in Ilorin, Kwara State, where you have the traditionalists and of course the is Muslims. People think that you can wish things away. There are a lot of people who are saying that Peter Obi should ignore, forget about this, going to court, that just let's move on. So you were able to picture this, and you said that we know too well that it's not going to go away. Why do you think that Nigerians tend to think that way? That if there's a problem, the solution is to wish it away and it will go away?
I actually think that this hasn't always been part of the Nigerian psyche. I think it's something that the military introduced into the Nigerian psyche after the Civil War. I think because the truth is that the very genesis of the Civil War, if that story is properly told, whether we like it or not, there will be villains, right? There are people who acted very, very badly. So for example, the basic premise of the what led to the Civil War, the pogroms. The very premise was that this group of people called Igbos were somehow responsible for carrying out the coup of January 1966, which is not true. That's just fundamentally not true. Even if, for the sake of argument, this has never been proven, but for the sake of argument, let's say the coup plotters, the people who carried out the coup, and who, the people who were responsible for January 1966, let's say they were Igbos, right? They were from the Igbo ethnic group. Let's say for the sake of argument, it isn't true, but let's say for the sake of argument that maybe they couldn't have more than 50. If they are plenty, they couldn't have more than 50. Let's say 50 Igbo people were involved in planning and executing this coup. So are you going to tell me that for the sake of 50 people from one ethnic group, that the rest of the however million of them deserve to die? And yet, as a result of that coup, some people went on a pogrom. Some people went, if you recall that scene from Half of Yellow Sun, where it's the airport, I think in Kano, and there's a massacre in there of anyone who has Igbo. That actually happened. And that happened in many more places at much more scale than Nigeria even remembers. It's even happened in Lagos, which has, again, been lost to history. My mom was a child at the time, and she used to tell me these stories back when I was a child. So she was her family were Jehovah's Witnesses, right? And Jehovah's Witnesses, it's by nature of what they are, they always sort of put their own doctrine over the law of the land. So when apparently Igbos were being rounded up in Lagos, that happened. Igbos were being rounded up. Apparently the Igbos who were Jehovah's Witnesses were being hidden by people in their congregations. She was like Anne Frank in Nazi Germany kind of thing. That actually happened in Lagos, right? So are you going to tell me that all of this was justified because Kaduna and Zogu and Major Ifejuna allegedly did XYZ? No, that entire premise is faulty. And then the idea that after suffering losses of several thousands in those pogroms, that somehow the Igbo ethnic group shouldn't have defended itself, and it's maybe like for the sake of not starting a war with Nigeria, then maybe the entire, I don't know, was it 12 million Igbo people should have basically allowed themselves to be executed? Maybe that's what would have preserved the peace. Is that what you're saying? Because another narrative that they tried to push was that, it was Ojukwu who started the war. That's complete nonsense. That's not true. That's simply not true. Some people carried out a pogrom and started the war by default. What we know as the Biafran War was a defensive war. This is a historical fact. However, because I think to have this conversation is a very painful conversation. Like, some people will not come out looking good. Some people will not come out smelling of roses. So your Yakubu Gowons, people who are still alive, they are not going to come out of this. People who are, people whose names are on are on airports and on national currency. People like Murtala Mohammed. That's a war criminal. That's a genocidist. That's not a hero. But because we don't want to have these very painful, deep conversations with ourselves to interrogate our own history, the Nigerian military rather didn't want to have these conversations. And because those very people, those war criminals, were in charge at the time of the end of the war, obviously they are not going to want to implicate themselves or to write history in a way that will portray them badly. So they simply came up with this very fantastical notion called no victor, no vanquished. Right? And the entire point of no victor, no vanquished is move on and don't remember. Try and forget. And then history, I think it's the most ridiculous thing you've ever seen. History, the subject history, was then made optional, or in some cases actually taken out of the syllabus altogether. And the actual reasoning behind this was that if Nigerian children learn actual history, then it will cause another war. So essentially what you're saying is that what actually happened is so terrible, and you are so determined to avoid coming to terms with your own history that you'd rather not teach history at all. And that just strikes me as a very interesting way of dealing with issues. So, for example, if let's say Germany decided to adopt the same approach after the Second World War, what would we think about that? Because we know that Germany is responsible for the murder of 6 million Jews, as well as gypsies and blacks and homosexuals and whatnot. We know that the total number of dead people in World War II, which was started by Germany, exceeded 80 million people. So altogether, Germany is responsible for close to 100 million dead people. So imagine if Germany then decided that their official position is to not acknowledge history, and then maybe put names like Adolf Hitler and what's his name now, Goebbels, on the German currency, or the airport in Berlin is named Rommel Airport. Imagine that. But that's what we've done in Nigeria, because the Nigerian military rather was so determined not to acknowledge the truth. And I'll just quickly close with this, that one very unfortunate thing about soldiers is they're trained to see themselves as almost omnipotent. So soldiers don't acknowledge that certain things are bigger than them. So a soldier believes that because I'm holding a gun and because I'm in power, I'm in charge, I can make you do what I want because I'm holding a gun, and you will be coerced to do it. That means that I can alter the flow of history. I can alter even the way things are remembered. I can alter people's memories of their own lived experiences because I'm pointing a gun at them. Soldiers believe that. But obviously, you don't have that. Nobody has that power, right? Except you are God. Nobody has that power. So obviously, all that has happened over the intervening, how many years? 60, thereabout, 50, 60 years, is that these things haven't been forgotten. The people who went through these things as children, they're still alive. They're still alive. That generation who went to survive the Biafran War as kids, they're still alive. They still remember. And the basic issues that led to this in the first place haven't been addressed. That reflexive anti-Igbo energy, which sometimes spills over into violence, it's still there. I mean, we haven't had a Biafran War level occurrence since then, but we've had issues like the Kaduna riots in 2001 that I referenced earlier, which it always, even though the target is Christian, it always seems to somehow degenerate into specifically targeting that particular ethnic group somehow. So obviously there's a problem here that hasn't been addressed, but it's the elephant in the room that nobody wants to look at. So that's, I guess, what people like me are trying to, that's what I tried to spotlight when I put out this essay. I think it was on Biafra Remembrance Day in 2019 that I first put it out. That, hey, this is what the situation is, and look, whether you like it or not, we're going to need to have this conversation. Otherwise, or whether you like it or not, all your Nnamdi Kanus and your Simon Ekpas, they didn't come out of nowhere, right? There's something that they tapped into, and that thing is real, and you can't wish it away. You can't. The people who are sort of tapping into that seam of anger with them, you can't tell them that they're stupid or that they that their history is worth less than yours. So they don't have a right to remember their own history. They don't have a right to feel their own pain, and they don't have a right to react to their own perceived injustice. You can't tell them that. So that's what I set out to achieve with that essay.
All right, let me read two parts of the essay that is interesting. I want people to hear that, and maybe you can react. He said, Igbos did nothing as a group to warrant their wholesome slaughter, both before 1966 and after 1970. What did Mama Nneka do? And you put in parentheses, and for the love of God, don't say that Mama Nneka allegedly sang a song about someone shooting somebody, because if that is a capital offense, then we might as well just throw the whole country away. And you're referring to an incident where during the period, there was a song released by a musician that people said that some Igbo people were singing at that time.
Machine Gun.
Yeah, you said what?
The song was called Machine Gun.
Okay, Machine Gun. So you mentioned that. And then, of course, you talked about victim blaming. It's a product of our toxic cultural silence, which has been fed by our 49-year silence about Nigeria's most momentous national event. When we ask the right questions and determine that Nigeria's historical dreadful treatment of one of its three biggest ethnic groups is neither deserved nor justified, but is actually genocidal and irrational, then we can start making progress in our national discourse. If we admit that something is not fair, then that makes us commit to changing it. If we forever continue rationalizing stuff like this, we are merely ensuring that Nigeria will never change the record and dance to something new. What was the reaction to this from people?
So there were two major reactions. The first reaction was from people who felt like they've been heard for the first time, by an outsider. So they've been heard by an outsider for the first time in God knows how long. And that, okay, this guy gets it. But what I found more interesting was the other reaction, which was from the people who aren't from that ethnic group, who were almost like, a few of them were like, oh, it's an exaggeration. It's, this is uncalled for. It's not that serious. Why are you writing it as if Nigeria is existentially threatened, that you are making a mountain out of a molehill? They're almost trying to like shy away from the entire conversation. This conversation shouldn't be had. There's no need to have this conversation. And then those who are basically like, oh, I'm trying to curry favor with Igbo people, or maybe there's an Igbo girl that I'm trying to impress, or that kind of thing. There were people who came up with that kind of energy. So I found it very interesting that how many years, 50 plus years since the end of the war, an entire generation of Nigerians who never experienced the war, who were born many years after the war, somehow still have some sort of reflexive fear of discussing something that happened 20 years before they were born, right? I was born 1990. The war ended in 1970. So why should I be afraid to discuss something that happened 20 years before I was born? It's a historical event. So yeah, okay, my parents lived through it. That's fine, So they might have some PTSD or whatever. So if they don't want to discuss it, I can understand it. If someone of your generation doesn't want to discuss the Biafran war, I can understand it, because it has a completely different emotional resonance to you than it does to me. For me, it's just a historical event. I didn't go through it. Maybe I'll watch documentaries about it. Maybe I'll see pictures. Maybe I'll read accounts, but I didn't go through it. So why should I be afraid to talk about it? And yet there are people in my generation and even younger who are like, no, you shouldn't talk about it. It's just, why are you bringing this up? That kind of thing. So I found that very interesting.
Yeah, thank you so much. We are going to now go to our audience members. I hope that people will get a chance to read the essay. It's published by Business Day newspaper, and I share the link. I will share it on the comment section. And the final thing you said in that essay, the part one, I believe, was that So what do we do when we are confronted by stories that we do not really want to hear, and that we don't know what to do with? You said that the first thing is probably to listen. Just listen and really listen. Don't interrupt with but they could have done that. It is not your story. It is not about you. Listen and let the people tell their story. Thank you so much for that. I think it's very important for people who are not just involved, or people who are insiders, to look into stories about what happened to other people. They have an advantage of being removed from the event. And I would say that just like you, when I first encountered Biafra, I wrote about Biafra. I was a student at Federal University of Technology, Akure. People called me and said, "You don't write about this. Even Igbo people, this is Nigeria. You can't mention this, So I really appreciate the fact that you showed interest in this, and it's needed. It's not just about the people who are involved. We're all part of that casualty. There's this poem written by PJ Clark about casualties. We're all casualties of that war, and we continue to be, because we don't want to confront that. We don't want to discuss that. We don't want to deal with the what started it, or what is still going on as of today. Thank you so much. Let me now bring in, there are two people I'll bring in first before I bring everybody else. The first person I'll bring in is Kwesi Bako. Kwesi is from Ghana, and he wants to talk to you. Then I'll bring Tony Nadi, and then we get everybody in. But let me just say also that for those people who are joining us, please, when you come on, just a question, and then he will react to it. David, I don't know, you want to take one after the other, or you want two people together? How do you want it?
Probably one after the other, so that I don't forget.
Okay, all right. So we are starting with Kwesi. Kwesi is a journalist in New York here. Oh no, he's not in New York. In where are you? I don't know. But anyway, he's a journalist from Ghana. Kwesi, go ahead.
Hi, David. Nice to meet you. I have a question for you, which is from my country, Ghana, and I'm just learning that you are not my countryman. So,
why do I have a feeling that I know what this question is going to be?
Yes, I'm sure you do. So there was a recent tweet you made concerning Vice President, who is also running to be president, and how his campaign is being funded by an extremist group in Nigeria. Now, a lot of people, his attack dogs have been on the loose, trying to BS what he tweeted. But looking at your record, I know that you didn't pull it out of you're somewhere. I know that there must be some flesh to it. I don't want to hijack this show with that, because I know that it's already very heavy. There's things that people are waiting to say. I just want to know if you can put a little flesh on that bone for me, and if possible, if you can kindly grant us an interview, outside of this platform, so we can, actually do something bigger with that.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Sure. All right. So, are you going to reserve it for later, or are you going to tell me something right now?
It depends on you.
I'll just so the other people have their chance to speak, because I know there's a lot of people waiting to speak.
Yeah. So if you can assure me that you can get my number from Rudolph.
From Rudolph. Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. So I'll let the other people go then. Thank you.
All right. Tony, you're next.
Thank you, David. I had taken off time from what we could call an impossible schedule. I'm in Nigeria, and I'm at the heart. I'm at the very, very core of this subject matter. And it was that was the reason I had to reach out to. I decided to be present at this hour when there's so much else pressing. First, to commend your courage, and to let you know that that subject will determine eventually the fate of the union. More importantly, to bring your energies into what could be done, like you say, this conversation should be heard and something different coming from out of it so that the union could become something. The reason Nigeria is upside down is that conversation that they've been avoiding. And I'm not saying this from the perspective of those who are waving Biafra flags all over the place. Rudolph is in New York. I've had the privilege of carrying that conversation to the UN Security Council to let them know what we were going to do about Nigeria to solve the problem, because 200 million people are now exposed to the danger created by a few. There is a Nigeria Federation. Nigeria Federation was the union we agreed to have. But what emerged from the accident of 1966 was the unitary, and is the unitary Nigeria we have now. That unitary Nigeria, Rudolph, please, I have a map I sent to you by WhatsApp. If you put it on, if you share your screen, they will see that unitary Nigeria is a Nigeria that belongs to those who launched that genocide. And in 1966, when they began to kill people, they didn't make a difference between your people, your mother's people, and the Igbo people. They killed everybody from the eastern region, wherever they found them. And we are talking about something, Gowon, the one who was head of state, the one who presided over that genocide, by himself confessed that they had to kill 5 million people to keep Nigeria one. He's still alive. The man speaking to you now is the closest you can get to the actors in that episode. I wasn't born at the time the coup happened. I wasn't yet born. I wasn't born at the time the second coup happened. I was born in the middle of that pogrom in October of 1966. So I couldn't have been one of those who saw how it all happened. By the time the war finished, I was just 3 years. And the only thing I could say was that getting to 5, 6 years, I was then growing up in the midst of the immediate aftermath. Unfortunately, in primary five, I lost a scholarship in Yoruba land on account of where I came from. With all of what they had done to suppress the story, it was a taboo word. You couldn't know anything you didn't see. That was what Nigeria decided to do. And when I lost that scholarship, it was a contest, some kind of a thing. If you won, you were going to get a scholarship to university. If the second prize was scholarship up to end of secondary school, the third prize was supposed to be prize money. Abeokuta here. And when that incident happened, my headmaster that carried me every step of the process until the finals, as we were coming back, because the first, I was from the then Imo, it's now Abia. First in that exercise. Second was from Bendel, current Edo. The third was from the same Imo. We were children of uniformed services men who were moving around. I wrote exams in Yoruba language, so I'm not a stranger to at that time. And so on our way back, I asked that headmaster, because of how he carried me like he would carry his son to all the stages until the proud headmaster of the winning school. And he told me in bitterness, because they had a meeting and converted that prize to prize money. It was a lot of money, several times the salary of my father at the time, who was more than happy to have that. But for me, he raised that inquiry, going from what I already knew. And he told me, this is why. From that point in primary 5, I began to search. And by the time I got to where I should go to university, I ended up at the NDA. And all because there's an unfinished business. The reason I say the closest we're going to get to the core of the entire matter, in course of the solution we began to look for, because the bottom line is, what solution are you going to find? Will Nigeria become like the rest of, become Somalia because we refuse to do And who are the people who are supposed to do it today, who are refusing to do it? And so I've spent the last 24 years unbroken. I was in the oil industry. I'm a lawyer. I was in the oil industry. I left the oil industry in 1998 on account of what we had to do. From a senior executive position, my signature had moved dollar money, you know, in some way that you couldn't imagine that anybody would leave all of that to come to begin to make this kind of inquiries. And those inquiries led us to, that is what really happened, because you couldn't find anything written anywhere. And the elders were shy to speak about it. We broke into the British archives to get some of the things that were at the foundation. Because the people that went to that war, the Ojukwu that was the head of the Biafran state, when we eventually had a package of what we could do, we placed it on the table. And the principal actors, the Enohoro that led the search for the independence at the time, young man, he was the one that moved the motion for independence. We confronted them with what we got in research to say, how could you have signed us into this kind of union of death? And he didn't know. And so it was something that was classified. So Nigeria was designed to be upside down by those who put it together in 1914. Those were the documents that now compelled him to call the other people who were still alive. He was the one that invited Ojukwu into the discussion. And I had the privilege of now addressing the lead actors on the two sides. Some of the things they told me, if they were, the Ojukwu, for instance, said that if he were to write his memoirs, because people were pressing on him, he said if he were to release his memoirs, that Nigeria will not survive 1 month. And when I saw the documents that were coming out from the places we had dug into, it became clear to me that we needed to invest time and energy. If apartheid was a problem, this is a bigger problem. Mandela and co, had to rescue 11 million black people. As I speak with you, when you have the Enohoro, that was the spokesman of the federal government in the period of that war, he was the one who was their chief spokesman on the global stage, coming into that plan that they saw was going to solve the problem. Ojukwu coming into that plan. Achuzie, the one that fought more than everybody else in that war, coming into that plan. Wole Soyinka, who was locked down. Wole Soyinka didn't see the war because he had tried to go to intervene. He saw what was going on. Why will you kill these people? He then tried to go to talk to the two sides. Having talked to one side, he went to Enugu to talk to Ojukwu. Then they grabbed him and he almost died in detention. So that's why the subject, gets on his raw nerve every time it's mentioned. And so where we are now is that there is something going on. I had sought out your number when I saw there were things happening. So I sought out your number. If you get on your WhatsApp, messages, you are going to see the materials I uploaded into the place. And that was before this article, because I felt this young man who is being, he may not know the kind of forces that are at play. He appears to have seen the surface of it. Let's show him the other side. And so those things are going to, if you go to your website, you're going to see videos of evidence. In fact, look at this. Can you see Untold Story? This is a diary book, 800 pages. It's on Amazon. Untold Story of the Nigeria Biafra War. And it is the account, day-to-day account between December 1964 and November of 1970. Every day of the commotion that became war. What was the election that led to the breakdown of law and order in Western region, and how it became something the military had to cut, the young officers who were basically looking out for their country. Nothing to do with any Igbo conspiracy. It was just the cooked up story of what do we do to get rid of these people, which had been there even before Nigeria landed in independence. And so I tell you, Nigeria, the federation, died long time ago. We are being held at gunpoint by those who are operating the unitary Nigeria that emerged. That unitary Nigeria is what some of us have committed all our lives and energies to put to death, because that's the only way to preserve the lives of those who are dying now. That is, we have to give up that unitary Nigeria. We'll then decide whether we want to have a federation or we dissolve the union. Okay. We have already rolled out how it will happen.
Tony,
everybody who played a part or the other, on the 4th of January in 2023, Obasanjo woke up on New Year Day and said he was endorsing P2B to go and solve the problems he didn't solve. And I had to write a rejoinder, which Guardian published on the 4th. It's still there, 4th of January 2023. A rejoinder to Obasanjo to say, here is your role. There's something they call the class of 66, the very officers who decided to do all of this and who banished the teaching of history in order to preserve their own privileges. They shared out Nigeria as war booty. When you hear oil block or port concession, they shared out Nigeria as war booty. And it is that class of 66 that imposed the unitary Nigeria that is upside down, the unitary Nigeria that feeds on the blood of the constituents. And my concern is not for Igbo or Eastern Nigeria. My concern is for the victims of that unitary Nigeria, those being slaughtered in Middle Belt. They are the victims of that unitary Nigeria. Those whose economic assets have been seized across board, whether it's oil and gas in the Niger Delta, or the ports of Lagos, or the bitumen of Ondo, or the limestone of Benue, for which has now been concessioned.
Tony,
for which,
Tony,
so,
round up, please.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you. I'm just going to say, David, we have we need to have a wider conversation in the background so you can get the full story. You already have 70% of what we need from your generation. That is that open mind to examine what went wrong, because the catastrophes that are racing towards us now, because that class of 66 had just introduced to us the class of 99, who are their surrogates. Check all the people who became governors in 1999. Check what they were doing in the 10 years leading to 1999. They were the very people who were used to commit most of the atrocities that became the constitution that we have. So they have become old, and they've now handed us over to the people who are worse than them, but who have the energy to do what needs to be done. Otherwise, tell me how we could have gotten to this fuel subsidy. You locked down the capacity to refine with your constitution. You locked down the capacity to generate electricity. You locked down the capacity for various infrastructure that could have been in place. You create corruption with your constitution and protect the beneficiaries. These are the things that are holding Nigeria hostage. And Nigeria is going to die from that unitary arrangement. But if it's dying, what will then happen to Nigerians? Our concern is for the Nigerians who are trapped in that carcass of the unitary Nigeria. The map you saw, the map that was on display, is that when you hear dot in circle, it is that Eastern Nigeria that now had to be encircled by the rest of Nigeria to be exterminated. And they are still taunting the 70 million people who are affected, who are still alive, with that threat.
Tony,
I don't think it will go down well. We take the rest of offline. Sorry, Dr. Damages. I just wanted to congratulate David for finding the courage to touch on that subject. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. And we have a lot of people who are waiting. So we can arrange for you to talk to David privately. And then if you want to debate somebody, we can bring you again to debate somebody. But thank you so much. David, do you have to say anything to say to what Tony was saying? David?
Just that my phone got stolen. Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I was saying my phone got stolen last weekend. So yeah, there seems to be a lag. So my phone got stolen last weekend. So all the stuff he sent, if he could resend it, because I basically lost all my chats because they weren't getting backed up. So yeah.
Okay. All right. I will arrange that to connect you. Let's go to Ikolola. You're next.
Hey, thanks again, Dr. Damages, and thanks for having me. David, I think this is the third time I'm speaking to you, and I've thanked you enough. But straight to a question. I always follow you on Twitter, which I read your posts. But let's see things differently, because if you are saying you only came to your terms 2017, then we can say you came late to the party, But fortunately for you, you've had enough influence at the same time. But this is how I sometimes try to excuse things. You see, the situation is as a result of different forces, both internal and external. And if you want to thrive in that system, it gets to a point where you realize that you have to join them. Because if you look at it practically, you don't have a long time to live. At most, your lifespan would get to 90. And if you wasted 60 of it trying to fight the system, what do you enjoy in the rest of the 30? So I am not trying to excuse the so-called elites we see today. Because if we look at this guy, Tinubu, whom I unfortunately, sorry, I'm going to go quickly, whom I unfortunately have so much dislike for. But would he have come with great intentions when he came back from the state and realized at some point in his life, with all these big ideas and big thoughts, if I don't join this system, I will get nowhere. And him joining that system has rewarded him. And the same thing you see in other African countries. From Uganda, Museveni, we had a big hope when Museveni came in. But look at what we're seeing today. Look at Kagame. We had big hopes. But now the man is basically turning into a dictator. So is there a point whereby the system just makes you think, look, I can't go with these ideals for long.
Thank you. David. You're muted, David.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. The very last line, I didn't hear it. It glitched. Like the very last line he said, where he asked the question, it glitched, and I didn't hear what he said. So if you could just repeat the last line.
Now, when you find yourself in the system and you see that the forces, and the forces are not just internal, they're external as well, which is mightier than you are. Does that come to a point whereby you say to yourself, I'll rather join the system and make the best of my life as I can, rather than keep fighting it. And I'll give you an instance. Just 30 seconds. Just 30 seconds. I'll give you an instance. I have mates
that's fine. That's fine.
who run
I
out
understand
of
the question. I understand the
who run out of Nigeria now because they are suffering and they are getting to their advanced age. And then I ask myself, what are you coming to do in Europe at this age? Why don't you join an APC and survive there?
All right. Thank you, Kalola. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, the answer to that is very simple. The answer is that you could end up like my dad. My dad was the quintessential Nigerian establishment man. Now, he wasn't a politician, he didn't steal money, but he benefited from the system. Definitely did very well for himself. He was never the kind of person who would fight the system. I'm very different from him in that respect. And at the end of the day, I mean, he died at 66. And what killed him was an ambulance didn't show up. Simple as that. He had a stroke, a very survivable stroke, and the ambulance just didn't show up because that's how useless the system was in Lagos, the country's biggest city. So I feel as if there isn't anything to go back to. There isn't any compromise to make with the system. If Nigeria, and I'm not saying this as an exaggeration, I really mean what I'm saying. If Nigeria could offer a standard of living and security at a level similar to that of Ghana, just Ghana, then there might be a basis to compromise. There might be something to negotiate with, right? But Nigeria is just such a terrible place that there is really no basis for any compromise. What are you compromising with? You don't have light. You provide electricity for yourself, provide water, all your municipal services for yourself. You even build your own roads if they will let you, because sometimes by law they will stop you from building the road because they want to eat from the budget, and you spoil your car in the process. And after all, you just be minding your business one day, and then somebody will shoot you. You're just minding your business. You are traveling from one city to the other. Somebody will just minding your business. You are flying from one city to the other, and somebody who was supposed to do an inspection of the fuel tank of the plane before takeoff didn't do the inspection, and there's water inside, and the aircraft crashed, and you died for no reason. That's what Nigeria will do to you. So there is no matter how old you are, no matter how disillusioned you are with all the struggle, if you say you want to give in to the what is there to give into? That's how I see Nigeria. I see Nigeria as even the life that I have now, living as a refugee, on 5% of the lives that people in Nigeria have. So, that's just the way it is. It's unfortunate, but that's what I mean when I say that. When you see someone like me doing this kind of thing out here, you should know that water don't pass things out.
Thank you so much, David. Ikola, thank you so much. Please, if I call your name, please go straight to the question. Just one sentence. Don't go beyond that, because we have a lot of people, and I don't know how much time we still have with David. So, Mr. James, you're next. Please, straight to the question.
No, I'm sorry. I will not be able to compress it in one sentence.
All right, make it.
No, never mind. Let somebody else ask.
Okay. Igbo Basics, you're next.
David, it's good to see you again. Dr. Damage is good bringing David and all the great people that you've been bringing. The person where we are shoe and where they know we are pitch. From you, David, I just learned that it's become a crime to be a Nigerian. Of course, I've known that by virtue of the experience you just had. It's very painful to me when we talk about this issue, because I lived through it. I was 14.
Igbo Basic, please.
Hold on for 1 second, please. Give me a moment. I didn't want to show up today, but I'm here.
Please, your question.
Nigeria is holding itself down. Burying history is not a good thing. You cannot hide pregnancy. After 9 months, even 12 months, the pregnancy will show. What is going on? And I ask my question, because I'm going to cut through. It's a story for another day. I've been through enough this Biafra, Nigeria. It's a painful situation. The first statement I made here today was, there is victor, there is vanquish, and it continues. With that said, I'm going to cut through the chase. Last time we had the fellow to me here, and I asked a question about, is there something we can do to weave a basket of all students, activists, student governments, and stuff like that? And he said to me, that those kind of people are rare. They don't come like that no more. I want to ask you the same question, David. With all that you have seen, and I'm very glad that you, Dr. Damages, and the younger ones who have come after us, you live in the internet generation, where history is right there at your fingertips. You can't hide it. Is there something that you can do with Dr. Damages? I wouldn't use the word hot heads, like you guys, well-informed, well-articulated journalists across, to bringing back history to that country called Nigeria, to just, how do I say it, for posterity's sake, so that our children, my own children, your own children, they will know that not only there was a country called Nigeria, because as an elder living abroad, it is very painful, and I'm not going to die here. I will not die here. But you, younger generation, what can you do to make sure that this situation comes to light?
All right, David. Before you answer, let me say this. I don't like.
Okay, so
I think
I'm going
go
to
ahead.
answer the question now. So obviously I don't operate at government level. I don't necessarily have a state, but I'm guessing there's a huge lag, so I'm just going to continue, even though you're going to hear this like maybe 10 seconds after I say it. So even though I don't operate at state level, at the little level I operate at, I mean, West Africa, it's quite small, but for its size, it has a significantly outsized amount of influence, and the distribution channel was including social media. I have well over 1 million potential eyeballs on every story. So what I try to do with my stories, provide historical context for all of them, and I provide references in all of the stories. So for example, when I did the story in October 20, the origin of Boko Haram in Nigeria, the story you might remember as conflicts for jihad, I didn't just put out a story saying X happened, Y happened, Z happened. There were historical references, academic quality references at every level that people could trace what happened from the 1960s to the 70s to the 80s to the 90s, fully referenced at every level. That might not sound like much, but what it does is, in the process of storytelling, especially to my generation and the generation after me, the so-called Gen Zs and the Gen Alpha, storytelling is everything, right? So you can't just tell them, right, I want to teach you history. They won't be interested, right? These are people whose attention spans are very short. They're used to 15-second, 1-minute videos. They don't like reading. So what I try to do is, first of all, my storytelling is very compelling. You might know I have a degree in creative writing. It's what I do. I try to put together very compelling prose. So I'm telling real stories with historical context, and the references are linked. You can check them, but it's told in prose format that keeps you hooked. And then what I started doing more recently is I've started converting my stories into visual documentaries. So, for example, that very story that I mentioned, the conflicts for jihad, there's a documentary version of it on YouTube. This is 90% of it is history. It's a historical lesson, but it doesn't come across as somebody teaching history. It comes across as an interesting story that you're watching. So that's how I feel is an effective way of reaching my generation and generations after, to tell compelling stories, to embed history into compelling stories, and to present it oftentimes in video format, because reading might not really be their thing so much. That's what I've started doing, and hopefully as my platform expands, it's still quite small, but hopefully as it expands, as there's more funding, I'm able to bring on more people, I'll be able to do more of this. Because I think basically an independent media platform using the internet is pretty much the last way of putting across information that the Nigerian government does not influence or control. I think outside of that, the Nigerian government, if it's in terms of school curriculum, even if they put history back on the curriculum and make it compulsory, what history will be taught? That's another question. Even if Civil War history is mandated to be taught in school, they will teach a distorted version of it. They definitely will do that. It's what the Nigerian government does for sure. So I think as far as the state goes, it's almost irredeemable. So I think it's up to people like me or the new generation of storytellers and journalists like myself to put stories out there using new formats to reach a newer generation. That's what people like me are doing. People you might not even be familiar with. So if there's a guy, I always reference him. His internet name is True Crime Daniel. He's a YouTuber. He also does videos on TikTok. This dude has no formal training in journalism. He's not a historian, but he tells high quality historical stories, and his audience is almost entirely under the age of 25, and he has a huge audience, millions. So I think more people like me and people like that are coming up. So the ecosystem is growing. So I actually think there's some cause for optimism, except the Nigerian government switches off the internet altogether, which I don't think it can do. Information will continue to be democratized, especially with the upcoming generations.
All right, thank you so much. Let me just say this, James. I will let you ask a question. I thought that we care about other people, that we don't want to take enough time, that the other people will not get chance to ask their question. That's all I care about. Because
I understand. Okay, please let me just quickly chip in what I want to say. Two important things. One, you are living in exile. Am I right?
Yes, you know that it's true.
Good. I remember Wole Soyinka during the days of Nadeko said that they mind the African countries they go to while they were fighting that cause of June 12, is it the Moshood Abiola crisis? So please make sure you watch your back at all times. The last issue is this. I want to read a list of about 20 projects in Nigeria. Warri Refinery, Kaduna Refinery, National Stadium, Lagos, National Arts Theatre, Third Mainland Bridge, Alaja Steel Complex, Sapele Power Station, Oshogbo Steel Rolling Mills, Motola Mohammed Airport, Administrative and Staff College of Nigeria, Uniben, Kaduna Steel Rolling Mill, Jos Steel Rolling Mill, University of Jos, Uniport, Unical, National. The list is not ending. These are accomplishments of the military dispensation of Nigeria. I'm unable to read all because of lack of time. Now, when you come to the civilian dispensation in Nigeria, they have nothing to offer compared to what the military did. I don't want the military to come back for reasons I will not be able to explain now. But we've seen what democracy has done to us in Africa, not only in Nigeria. The problem in Ivory Coast is rooted in democracy. The problem Kenya went through some time ago is rooted in democracy. The problem we have here in the Gambia, it was caused by democracy, Yahya Jammeh's issue. Iraq, Syria, and there are so many instances I can cite. Now, this problem we have in Niger, which is likely to spill over to Nigeria, is also rooted in this democracy issue. Now, what are the benefits? What are the benefits of democracy? What are the dividends of democracy? Why is it that we Africans, particularly educated Africans, are not thinking of alternative political system? The white man who enslaved us gave us a system we are clinging on to tenaciously when we are all dying in the midst of plenty. Please, I just want to know your opinion. Why is it that we are unable to fashion an African political system? I'm sorry, Mr. Damages. Thank you so much indeed.
All right, thank you. David.
All right, that's a that's a question I think somebody can write an entire book on. I'm not sure that's a question I can answer in a few seconds or a few minutes here.
Okay.
To be honest, I think the most honest thing to do will be to ask Rudolph to pass my number across to you. We probably need to have a whole conversation about that. I don't just want to just spit out an answer for the sake of giving an answer, because the truth is I wasn't expecting that question, so I haven't really given it much thought. So should probably get my number so we can sort of have a more productive conversation.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, David. Forefather Senes.
Yeah. Greetings, Rudolph, and thank you for having me. And special greetings to David. I appreciate the work you are doing, and clearly the dangers you must be facing every day for doing the work you do. I feel like some of the things you said were misplaced. The comments about Nigeria happening to you, and I think you also misunderstood the this in the Zimbabweans. Zimbabweans are some of the most Pan-Africanist nations out there. They also intercepted a coup that was going to other countries in Africa during the time of Mugabe, just 2005. So they tend to cooperate with fellow African countries. Sometimes, yes, you get people like you get caught in the margins. That said, my main question is about consequences, and I think in the context of Nigeria, we tend to kind of tell people what they want to hear. We don't want to actually tell people the truth of the situation that we are in. It's like the context of the Second World War that resulted in 21 million deaths. It's just one assassination that led to that. Did that assassinator plan on 21 million lives lost? No, they didn't. So we are currently living in a dispensation where we have few soldiers in Niger Republic hijacking a nation. And now ECOWAS is looking to respond militarily to that action. Who do you blame? Do you blame the few soldiers that did what they did, or the action to stop that same the action of the soldiers, the few soldiers? So it could result in a lot of loss of life. The same thing, tragic events occur all the time. The Civil War was a catastrophic event and a tragic event in Nigeria. But the idea that we keep apportioning blame to one side or the other, I think is misplaced. We should be focusing on building a strong nation, and people like you that are also educated and well resourced, and you do your research quite well. We should understand these things because other nations experience tragedies too. If we keep telling people that, oh, the nation hates you, Nigeria will happen to you, when are you going to build? That nation you went to in Ghana, they are one of the most homogeneous people. They don't allow their tribal stuff and history to divide them. So the question is, don't you think that you should be looking at advising people to move on and build a stronger Nigeria instead of saying, oh, people hate the Igbos or people hate this one? Don't you think you are doing what you're accusing the leaders of doing, of dividing us along racial, tribal lines too?
All right, David.
All right. So if you had actually listened to what I said, I specifically referenced the example of Germany. And I asked if Germany had adopted that approach and said, we're all going to move on and nobody's going to acknowledge what we did, then what would the world look like by now? This idea that it's possible to move on without taking responsibility for what happened, without showing accountability, without even acknowledging what happened is a fundamentally stupid idea. It's not true. It's not possible to move on without taking responsibility for what happened, without even acknowledging that it happened. Up until now, the Nigerian state officially does not even acknowledge the death toll of the Biafran war. Officially does not even acknowledge it up till now, till today, 30th of July, 2023. So how do you want to talk to people who actually lived through that war? Many of them are still alive, or their immediate descendants, and tell them to move on. Move on from what? Have you even established what it is that they are moving on from? The state has not even acknowledged that something happened, and you tell them that they are supposed to move on. Move on from what exactly? So again,
Who says they've not acknowledged it? I don't want to argue with you, but clearly.
Yeah, for fathers, let's not argue, and let him answer the question, and we can.
So actually, I think we should move on to the next question, because some people are not here to have a conversation. So let's just keep it moving.
All right, OC, honest.
Thank you so much. I'm tempted to spend my time responding to forefathers, but I'll quickly move away from that. But David, thank you so much. You're a young man, but you have the wisdom of a Solomon. We commend your effort for all the hard work you do. I'm going to pivot just a little bit. I know that you're not a card-carrying member of the Labour Party. But I also realize the fact that you're somebody that when you say something, they have a tendency to listen. Now, so the thing is, Rudolph knows, I represent a news organization called Ikenga Online. And tomorrow we're going to bring out an editorial. And if I have to paraphrase it, the heading is From Promise to Action, P2B and his Labour Party. And what that says, in essence, is the Labour Party made a lot of progress in this election, even though they're still fighting out in court, the rest of them. But they made a lot of effort. They made a lot of effort, and it yielded results. Which part of it is the number of Labour Party people now you have, in the National Assembly. So what we are asking is, if you can let them know, what are the mechanisms in place, for them to start to give Nigerians hope that Labour Party, it's not going to be business as usual. And two things. One is, do they have a position about the 70 billion that is supposed to go to the National Assembly as part of the palliatives? Are they going to join the others and then just as business as usual and then partake in the loot? Secondly, is there any mechanism in place whereby they're not going to participate in the proverbial budget padding that is the hallmark of the National Assembly and all those things? Because as we talk about all the problems, I'm almost done. As we talk about all the problems, we should also be talking about the solution. And part of the solution is we want to make sure that those people that are giving us the glimmer of hope, that they are not going to be business as usual. They're going to do something different from the other two political parties. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
So you're right in saying that I'm not a card-carrying member of the Labour Party, so I can't speak, and I won't speak for the Labour Party. My investment in the ongoing electoral cycle was as a supporter of a particular presidential candidate, Peter Obi specifically. I wouldn't say that I had any real interest in the Labour Party before Peter Obi's entry into the scene. And with or without Peter Obi, it's a 50-50 thing. So I'm not going to pretend to speak for the Labour Party. To the best of my knowledge, the party doesn't necessarily have any of those structures and systems that you referenced. And the reason for that is very simple. The reason is 12 months ago, what was the Labour Party? What was it? It was just an also rat. It wasn't even classified as a third force. It was just one of those parties which appears on the ballot. It was Peter Obi's entry into the space that made Labour Party candidates electable at any level. So I think that's where everybody's energies have been focused on. That's certainly where my energies have been focused on. Some will obviously argue that a party that wants to come in as a challenger and become the main opposition, potentially take over one day, should have started from the House of Assembly and governorships and blah, blah. Yes, that is true. But for whatever reason, this time around, it happened to start right from the top, from the presidency. That's the situation that's the hand we've been dealt, right? And we've achieved unprecedented success in that arena. Certainly outside of the APC and the PDP, which are two arms of the same ruling oligarchy that has been in charge since the 60s, there has never been a time when something independent has come this close to actually taking power at the center. This is the first time in Nigeria's history that such a thing is happening, the very, very first time. So I think we should focus on these accomplishments. We should focus on where we have showed strength. We have showed strength with Peter Obi. We have showed strength at the center. So if it's to be that that's where the political revolution will start from the center instead of from the extremities, such as the House of Assembly, well, so be it. There are many ways to kill a cat. In the words of Deng Xiaoping, we don't care whether a cat is black or white. We care that it catches mice. So if the Labour Party if it's a case of the black cat named Labour Party, which has all these systems and structures that you've listed out, or if it's a white cat and it's just Peter Obi, the candidate himself, who manages to get hold of power, then either way, the aim has been accomplished. So yes, those systems might not exist right now, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a problem.
All right. Thank you, David. Thank you, OC. Ovie, you're next.
Rudolph, allow us to appreciate our young investigating journalists. Let us, now that we can have it, let us give him his own flower, even though I disagree with some of his views. But I think his voice is necessary at this time in our political history in our country. So kudos, David, and say keep going. My first question is very two short question. My first question is from your essay. Reading through that essay, I can't help to remember Chimamanda Adichie 2013 TED Talk, Danger of a Single Side Story. I see it from that angle, or I see someone who's trying to control a narrative. So my question on that is, why don't you advocate for the conversation to start from 1914 during the amalgamation of the North and South, what transpires, or the event that led to the 1960 when we get our independence, or even to today, to 2023 elections. So why starting the conversation from the Civil War? That's one. Two, I know you cannot relate to to average Nigerian who congratulations to average Nigerian, by the way, for narrowly scaling through the Senate, whether they should, that's the word, they should allow us to breed or not. I know you cannot relate from your conversation, Ajabotanye, but do you truly believe that the ruling class cannot relate to the average Nigerian from your conversation? I get that. So
All right, thank you. David.
So the first question, which was why did I start from Civil War? Well, first of all, the essay was written with specific reference to Biafra Remembrance Day. So I should point that out. It was written in 2019. I believe this was May 2019. Was it June? The day that Biafra Remembrance Day occurs every year. That's the day this essay was published. So there's that. And then I tend to be more interested in the parts of Nigerian history which have been under the direct control and influence of Nigerians, which is why I don't like so much to talk about Frederick Lugard, or this colonial officer, Flora Shaw. We can talk from now till tomorrow. And yes, those are valid conversations. They are. The fact that the British government deliberately weighted the country, thumbed the scale to weight the country in a certain direction, to upset the political balance, to make the North artificially dominant over the South, even though there's no actual evidence that the North actually has those numbers, fiddled with census figures. Yes, we know all of that, right? But I don't want to be just another one of these talking heads who is always talking about how the Europeans did this to us, the British did this, those people came to Africa. I find that extremely boring more than anything else. I find it very boring, right? I am more interested in talking about what Africa can do and the parts of African history that have been under the control of Africans. So yes, they did everything that they did up until 1960, and then they left. So from the year 1960, when we actually had functional control over the levers of government, we became an independent nation. So technically, whether the British had influence or not, they didn't have direct control. They could no longer dictate what would happen in Nigeria. That is from that point that I think I can start to hold Nigerian leaders responsible or accountable, because it's Nigerian leaders I'm interested in holding responsible. It's African leaders I'm interested in holding responsible, not European colonial governments. What are we expecting from European colonial governments? The purpose of European colonial governments was to exploit. Right? So, like preaching about how the Europeans are bad, I'm sorry, I don't care. Yes, they are bad. That's not news. It's really not. It's not important. What I'm more interested in is what are we? So yes, the Europeans did X, Y, Z. Yeah, we learned all of that in school. But what have we done since they left? That's what I'm interested in. So I'm more interested in Yakubu Gowon than I am in Frederick Lugard. Yes, you can argue it was Frederick Lugard that created the problem in the first place by amalgamating North and South. That is true. But it wasn't Frederick Lugard who murdered 3 million people, 3 million civilians. It wasn't him that did that. He might have approved of it, but he wasn't ultimately the one who did it. So the people who did it are the ones who are directly responsible for it. Those are the ones that I'm more focused on. So that's kind of where my own interest lies. I'm not really so much invested in just constantly, that usual Pan-Africanist talk about Europeans came, they did this, they did that. I've heard it 1,001 times. I'm really not interested in amplifying that. I'm more interested in talking about African agency. I always talk about Africa in using language that emphasizes the fact that Africa matters. African people have power and they are in charge of their own destiny. So I don't like talking about Europe when I'm talking about Africa. Europe has enough people to talk about Europe, to hell with Europe. I'm more interested in Africa. And then the second question, I seem to have completely forgotten. So if you could just, in just 5 seconds, just quickly remind me what it was.
I said, since you be Ajebota, so do you truly believe that the ruling class cannot relate with the average Nigerian, as you rightly said during your conversation with the
Yes, I do think that. And the truth, you don't even need to be a Jebota to know this, but I mean, I guess I have an added insight because I mean, these are technically speaking, these are my people, right? We grew up together, went to school together, we dated each other, we know each other inside out, right? They genuinely can't relate. They really can't. Even I I'm a bit of an unusual person because the circumstances under which I was raised, even though I was raised in privilege, because my parents were Jehovah's Witnesses, there was a very unique experience that I had. So, for example, we had to go out preaching every week, and our preaching catchment area was in a part of Lagos known as Ketu Ikosi. So, from a very young age, I've been visually acquainted with what the Nigeria of most people looks like, right? Because I had to go carry my bag, knock on their doors, speak to them in language that they understand. That's how come I speak Yoruba, for example. Someone from my background would never normally speak Yoruba because who are you speaking it to? But that's where I learned how to speak Pidgin. I learned how to speak Yoruba. You learn what Nigeria looks like. You learn what Nigeria smells like. You learn what a Nigerian accommodation looks like. What face me, I face you looks like. Most people from my background have never encountered these things except on the pages or except on the internet. So I'm telling you, they really cannot relate. They really can't relate. Right? If I wasn't a Jehovah Witness when I was a child, if I wasn't exposed to that layer of society, there is no way I would have known because what is it that will bring me into contact with them? You are living in Ogudu GRA, your little private republic. You go to school in Ikeja GRA. All your friends live in Ikeja or VI or Ikoyi or Lekki 1. When it's time for holidays, vacation, you're going to London or Paris or wherever, you just don't interact with regular people except it's your driver or your gate man. And even those ones, you still filter them to make sure that they still fit in with your aesthetic somehow. So yeah, these people really can't relate. They really cannot. I can't stress that enough.
All right, thank you, Ovie. Henry, you're next.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. David. Nice seeing you today. I've been following on Twitter. I just want to thank you for the good job you're doing. Just keep on watching your back when you're moving, and God will protect you. My question is, when people say we should move on, I don't know what they move on for. When people cannot discuss about the situation, do you see any way that the African leaders are ready to change things about Africa? Because I can see the Africans still running to Russia now, not America again or UK, to Russia. Do you see any future in these so-called leaders we have in Africa right now? Because it's so irritating when people complain about colonial master, make us do this, make us don't do this. But we have everything to change our continent. Why they cannot change it? These people, leaders we have as leaders, do they start as a leader to Africans? Thank you.
I'm not the line kept on glitching throughout, so I'm not sure I got the question, unfortunately.
Okay. So Henry, do you want to rephrase in one sentence?
Can I rephrase it again?
Okay,
I
go ahead.
thank you. I thank you for the first time. I thank you for your sacrifice you're doing for the better of Africa. I am sick and tired when people say we should move on without discussing about the situation about Nigeria, what happened in the past, about the Biafra and other stuff. I'm sick and tired they don't address this situation. Do you see any future from these so-called leaders we have in Africa running to Russia. Now they are running to Russia, not UK now. It's running to Russia for becoming like a beggar. Do you see any future about these so-called leaders we have? Plans? Should you see they have a plan for Africans to change our African as a continent? Do you see any future from them?
Right. So I don't necessarily see them having any cohesive plans. However, I also think that because the average age of Africa is so young now, because most people in this younger generation have so much access to information and to communication, even across borders, it's eventually going to get to a point where African governments will either have to completely switch off the internet altogether, so that we all know we've gone back to the Stone Age, or things will change by themselves, because young Africans are building networks independent of the government. They are connecting with each other. They are exchanging information. Information is moving at a speed that African governments can no longer control. So previously, when it was newspapers and TV stations that they control, you could remain in control of an entire continent. Nowadays, that's no longer the case. We've already started seeing small skirmishes here and there, things like NSARS, very small signs of how they are completely failing to stay in control of information and narrative. So eventually, it is going to get to the point where African governments will no longer, or the people currently in charge of African governments will no longer be able to remain in control, and they will have to either step aside or switch off the internet altogether. And I'm willing to bet that it will have to be the first option. Now, which is not to say that it's going to be a clean and easy process. It probably will be messy. Probably there will be some blood involved, probably, knowing them. But I think it's inevitable, regardless of what I want or I don't want. I think it's definitely going to happen at this point.
All right. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
David.
you.
Thank you, Henry. All right. Lexi, you're next.
Can we just do one more? Well, just her, because I really have to go.
Oh, you have to go. All right. Okay, Lexi.
Yeah,
Well, David, you are welcome again. And I'm one of those who really appreciate your courage and your truthfulness in what you are doing. Please don't let any of the negative, cunning Nigerians to make you stop what you are doing. God himself, who approves good doings, will protect you. They don't even need to put any fear in you, because
All right.
more than
So I think he's having problems with his internet. Okay, he's back.
What?
Okay.
What? There's a Yoruba adage that says, "Bí ó ṣe hun irọ́ kí ó sáré tó, òtítọ́ yóò bá ń jọ́ kan." In other words, no matter how fast lies run, that one day the truth will make it. Thank you for contributing to the part of the truth that would cause the truth about Nigeria to come to the surface. Don't be discouraged. You are doing a good thing, and you'll be blessed. Now, the ideas that you wrote, which I read prior to this program, are very rich. And I agree with all that you wrote there. So my question for you is, it's not a question. It's just to say thank you and move on. You will get to an unregrettable level of what you are doing, because you are following the truth, and the truth will set you free. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Lexi. So, David, thank you so much. You can give us your final thoughts, and then thank you for coming.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess my only final thought would be that people should learn to appreciate the importance of historicity, the importance of keeping records and making reference to records and data. I think the gentleman who came up and said we should forget what has happened and move on is suffering from the Nigerian disease, well, one of the Nigerian diseases, which is basically that we make decisions, or we form opinions which are not based on data, which are not based on facts, they're based on feelings. I think history is one of the best and richest sources of data and facts. So referencing history, I think, is an inescapable part of adequate nation building. So I think that's pretty much what I have to say. Thank you for having me tonight.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, and keep on doing the good work you're doing, and hopefully we will continue to talk. Thank you. All right. We are going to come back in and have a conversation around today. So please join us again. David, thank you. All right. I think our system is frozen. I can see. Okay.
Rudolph, I have a question. Rudolph, I have a question.
He's laughing. Welcome back, everybody.
You're already asking.
Computer, sorry.
No, I want to ask Rudolph. No, I'm asking Rudolph. Rudolph, who said that who asked him he should forget about Biafra?
That's you, Niger.
The person who said it knows. Don't worry about that.
Don't worry about it.
I never said anything about forgetting Biafra. I'm saying
I didn't hear anything like that. So
I didn't say anything about forget Biafra. Nobody said it. But people with their feelings.
You say forget about the past.
No, I'm never start.
I'm saying forge ahead. Forge ahead. Not Korea. Uzo, you've come again, though.
We never start the cook soup yet. We just have to prepare things.
Uzo, hey.
I just want to believe people. Mr. Rudolph, your computer is making noise.
You see,
do something.
Rudolph is not used to modern technology.
See, North Korea is technically at war right now.
Go back to desktop.
Let's mute everybody.
I have somewhere. I have somewhere to go. Let me quickly say this, because since I didn't have the chance to ask a question,
now, please.
I will just drop this and leave. The tragedy of Nigeria is pretense.
Okay, go ahead. CM, you muted yourself. Since you're
muted.
It's okay now. Let Rudolph let you know what you should talk on.
No, CM, go ahead. CM, go ahead. CM, go ahead.
It's frozen.
CM with bad network, cheap network.
Okay.
CM, go ahead.
Maybe because we did not kill the Jews here. That's why we're having bad network. If we had murdered the Jews in gas chamber, if we had murdered the Jews in gas chamber, it would have been better. Probably we get a good network. I don't know if the thing is coming out at all. That is the issue.
No, we can hear you. Go ahead. CM, we can hear you.
CM is 2 days behind.
No, the thing is, I'm just waiting. I don't know if the thing is coming out.
We are hearing
can hear you. Keep on talking.
We
can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. Thank you. Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. What I wanted to ask David Hundeyin, because of his article that I read, although I read it before, but because Rudolph referenced it, I had to go and read it again. You see, there are things that build nation. Nation building does not necessarily mean constructing roads and bridges. It's in the heart, it's in the mind. It could be small recognition helps to build nations. The genocide that Hundeyin talked about stopped in 1970. 24 years later, another genocide took place in Rwanda. 25 years later, Rwanda invited Nigeria to come and help them commemorate 5 years of the end of genocide in their country. They built a memorial. Oshibajo, Professor Oshibajo represented Nigeria. They went there, they are holding candle, remembering Rwandans that died, a memorial. But Nigeria, you refuse to recognize that. Not even just put one block, call it a memorial. They never did it. Is that not history? How can you forget it? You go to Tel Aviv, you see it. You come to UK here, you see memorial. You go to America, it's all over the place. Lincoln Memorial,
Germany,
Washington
Germany,
Memorial,
Germany too. They have it in Germany
and then
too.
everywhere. So why is it that Nigeria, you see the shame that I felt ashamed as somebody calling me a Nigerian. Oshibajo traveled from Abuja to Kigali to go and hold a candle and talk to Rwandans about genocide because they invited him. When are you inviting people for a memorial in your own? More than 50 years after you said it stopped. That's a shame. I can never forget my history. I will carry my own memorial in my mind till I die. Those of us Biafrans, our father sat us down to tell us the history. We've read books about it. We can never forget. So Nigeria as a country is here to start. That's what regarding that aspect. What will it cost? Is it not brick and mortar, cement and sand? You put it somewhere. This is Biafra, Nigeria Biafra War Memorial. What will it cost? Rwanda did it and showed us an example. Our vice president stupidly, foolishly went there and be holding candle. In your own country, what do you do? Everything should be swept under the carpet. Let us move. Let us move. That's one. Now, the second thing I wanted to ask David Hundeyin is this. On 15 January 1966, a certain Chuku woman's dog was called an Igbo man. In 2023, if we want to say that place is Igbo, they say, no, this place is not Igbo. Igbo is only 5 states. But on 15 January 66, somebody from the other side is Igbo. Over 50 years later, that place is not Igbo. You see, Nigeria should sort of interrogate themselves. This idea, there are a lot of things. Now we are talking of Niger Republic. We are panicking. It will come to Nigeria. Nigeria as a country is founded on lies. It doesn't require expressway. Just put a block or call it a thing. It can be any kitchen line. Biafra Memorial. Bring a date. You just hold the candle and say, never again. That's all. That's what is called reconstruction. When you go to a funeral, somebody died. You are not going there to give them the money they haven't seen. Or you say, my brother, my uncle, or my colleague in work, I learned you lost your brother or this, please, sorry. That's all. That's all the person needs. He's not asking you for money. And if the person didn't tell you sorry that you lost there's a way you feel. So how can you integrate people in this type of environment? How can Nigeria move on? You went to Rwanda to go and be a big brother. Clap for Rwandese. Huh? You went to Rwanda to go and tell them, 25 years, never again. What of in your country? There's no memorial. Till today, Nigeria is the only country I've known about. Because if you do it, some people feel that maybe if you talk about it, we don't have to bring all the aids. We have to move on. Why do we read the history of Roman Empire? Are we Romans? Why do we read the history of Roman Carthage, Tunisian war, Tunisia and Carthage, the Carthage war between Tunisia and Rome? Why do we read about American Revolution? Why do we read about even this war there for everywhere? Our history books, different wars all over the world. What of our own? We put it under the carpet and feel that things will just move. Things cannot move. There's what they call spirit. All it will take is just a memorial. Put a memorial, so it doesn't have to be magnificent. It cannot be as big as a Lincoln Memorial. It cannot be architectural masterpiece. Just call it anything. Cement and block, cheap cement from Dangote, block from here. Then you mold it, Biafra Memorial. That's okay. Then every day the people will know, yes, that is the history. But Nigeria denies it. But when you call the name in Rwanda for 30th anniversary, they will send a representative. Are we not ashamed? And people say we should move along. We should carry on. We can never carry on. Because when I read this Hundeyin's article, it reminded me of all the things my father told me. Biafra as an idea will never die. It can never ever die. That's why I say P2B is Nigeria's last chance. P2B is Nigeria's last chance. I stop here for now.
All right, thank you, CM. Today is
CM, God bless you for telling them the truth. If you don't want to hear me, go hang yourself for transformer. Thank you, Mr. CM.
Let's go to someone who didn't get a chance to talk to David. Man of Prestige, next.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I didn't get time to, but I was on the chat, chatting. It was a pleasure to see him on this platform. Everything he narrated, was quite, beautiful. And I will come after forefather, for the narrative that he painted. We need to move on. We can't just move on. You need a historical, background in order to move forward, because history shape who you are. You can go back to your forefathers way back, that shape who you are. And Nigeria needs something like that. I mean, people need to be taught about what happened. We need to have like an uncomfortable conversation. Sit everybody down, narrate what happened, and then the book should be written about what happened. And that will help Nigeria. Like CM properly stated about the Rwanda, look at how they're handling everything. Look at where they are right now compared to Nigeria. I mean, they're probably one of the most united countries in Africa that you can think about. We need to be teach our kids and everybody. They need to be teach about what happened, or else that's going to be lingering in our mind, and it's not going to go away. If you don't teach it, it's not going to go away. 100 years come, all of us here is going to die. We're not going to be on this earth anymore. But if that history, is not taught, it's still going to be a problem. So you need to resolve that before you move on. It's what we call an uncomfortable conversation. And it needed to be hard for you to move on. It's just like the slave trade in America, everywhere in the world, history is told, and that's going to shape the country. But anyway, I'm going to stop there. Let me pivot a little bit in reference to the other conversation we had about the African countries. The problem with some African leaders, we do beg a lot. Africans like to beg. I mean, Nigeria is a typical example. Everybody, it's just like some people having wedding. A lot of people in Nigeria, they like to spend a lot of money. I'm just using this as an example. That's the orientation of Africa, particularly Nigeria. They don't have money, to do their wedding. They will start, begging everybody to contribute to their money. That's part of the begging, mentality of Africa. We need to stop begging all these people we call the colonial masters, something like that. Like what's happening in Africa right now. I mean, how many countries in Africa right now has gone through the coup? I think about 5 of them, from Sudan, Mali, Niger, Guinea. I mean, they're all going back like what happened in the 80s. So it's going to be a downfall effect if things are not taken care of, instead of depending on the Europeans to come manage our affair. We need to get away from that colonial mentality, move on in order to solve our problem in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Uzo, you're next.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Though. Good afternoon, wherever you are. My people used to say, anybody that a snake kill the father. If it's anything that have a tail, he'll be scared. It's a saying, but it's a real life stuff. I'm on my own. I have passion for my people. In my place that the war ended, so I know how it is. Till today, the place still have a memorial in our head. But when I see people come here, they talk something that I don't believe in. I've moved on. Yeah, I've moved on because an average Igbo person, all of us are here. Nobody put us on the ground, and we still keep on crying. We always stand up and move on with our lives, and that's how it is. When I was growing up, I heard the story of Biafra. My 2 of my uncles are Biafra commandants. They are here in the United States, about 90 years. They can never go back home. They were all court-martialed by Ojukwu, worry. Precisely. They are here. They tell you about the history of the war. People that don't know about the history of the war should not just, even David, what he just did, he just like, you're eating yam from the top. He didn't even go deep. If you go deep, some of us will start crying here. Some of us that think that is a joke, we all fall in tears here because it's heartwarming. And what I remember is that the no victory, no vanquish, he just integrated Biafra back to Nigerian society, but he never worked. He never worked. That's why the history was not taught, because if you say no victory, no vanquish, let's forget about the war. That's what Gowon did. And Gowon cannot come out today to give account of what happened in the war. He's still alive. He can't come and give account because he said no victory, no vanquish. Then he writes everything about the war, of the history. Nobody's taught. If I follow by what my mommy told me, how they ran, how the white men are snapping villagers from the 12-story building. Snappers, snapping villagers, innocent people down in Koshoko, eating lizard, and chicken check, even human beings for food. Then I know it's war, but at the end of the day, we all got to move on. But the only thing I've said it here, it takes nothing to say, okay, let's remember people that died on this very day. Yeah, it's a war, it's a genocide. People died. Let's remember them, then put them back to society. Everybody should move on. An average people person I know, 80% are not beggars. They are not begging for anything. What they just want is let's live and let's live. Onye briki biabiri. That's our saying. Let's the bed bench, each one. Let's move on. That's what they said. Nobody is trying to go into war or anything. That's just my own stuff. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Similarly, you're going. Let me just say that I will excuse myself in the next 1 minute. I have to take care of something. Scribe and forefathers are here, so the conversation should continue. Okay, similarly, go ahead. I will join you guys in
Rudolph, sorry, this is Miri.
Before you go, don't let
Can I just say something, because I have to shut up my mouth when they all start talking. I don't want them to think that
I'm gonna go in a minute now, if you don't mind, guys.
Since you are going in a minute, so it's okay. Go ahead, it's Miri.
Okay. I just wanted to come in precisely to speak to David, but unfortunately he had left. I wanted to ask him a question regarding about the Biafran discussion stories he was talking about here. It's like opening a can of worms. A lot of Igbos still carry the scar on their hearts wherever they go, and I don't believe that if someone is not carrying such scars, they will actually understand. So sometimes I feel sorry for someone who is at the other end that did not actually get that scar. I know they will say, "Oh, Nigerians or the other side lost people," but it's such an oppression and depressive moment. That's why this is the reason why I kind of say people should not actually prescribe how Igbos should think about what happened to them, or how they want to actually not in an illegal way, but if an Igbo person feels the right to air their view on how they feel regarding the Biafran war, or by history they want a better Nigeria, just because maybe most of them want to be part of Nigeria, maybe some don't want, but it doesn't look good. So I wanted to ask him, if this kind of worm is opened and this history is being taught to the young ones, will there be some sort of therapy that will be provided for people who this kind of worms will affect? It's like opening old wounds. I believe people should heal, but history is important to be taught, so that some would, because without history, they say a nation without history don't know their past. They don't know where they're going to be going. They are going just be going, walking into places blind, not knowing what to avoid, not knowing how to improve from their mistakes. That is the question I wanted to ask him. I have to go now, Dr. Damages.
Thank you.
For the opportunity. It is still happening. It is still happening. So what question is there? They are still killing Igbos, aren't they?
They are, but there's no evidence. It's like, I know they say, wait, don't wait before you guys start spraying bullets. So please, just me, I'm Igbo too. You're not the only Igbo.
Yeah, I don't care whether you're Igbo or not.
With good respect to you, sir, please don't try to shock me. I have respect for you now, but this is my voice now, because me myself, my dad was shot on his thigh, so I carry the pain as well, because I know how it feels. Okay, so I'm trying to say that for me, I want us to reach an agreement. If Nigerian government can listen to people that are talking from the southeast, their pain, and do something, reach a conclusion for us to move forward. many people lost their lives, but we have to move forward. And if we want to build Nigeria, let's build Nigeria. But if people have to divide, let us divide. I'm not saying there are no illegalities happening in Nigeria. In any political setting, there is always going to be illegalities. Okay, so I'm not saying your pain is not worth it or people are not, but if it's not reported, it's like the court case now, as people are saying Tinubu didn't win, but INEC is the the people responsible to announce results, and they chose to announce Tinubu. So who is gonna? I know people will say, okay, there were some whatever they showed on news or people captured with but facts, findings, like whatever the court will say now regarding the Obi's case, I will take it. I believe in facts. I know that things don't happen. You know how scientists believe in stuff. That is what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Okay.
So what we're going to do is this. I have let's let Mazi scribe, because I keep missing you to air your view and you don't get the chance. You speak, and then we go to people who are yet to speak, and then we hear their views. General Thomas, I see you, and Tom, and then after that, then forefathers, I would like to know what you think about your question. But let's go from.
Yeah, I wanted to save them the trouble of repeating the same thing, because if they knew where I was coming from, they will understand.
No, hold on, forefathers. I want to hear that one, but I'm stepping out a minute for a few minutes. Mazi Scribe, go ahead.
Thank you, Rudolph, and everybody here. I think we should cut the intervention by CM, package it, and then email or deliver it through social media to David Hundeyin. With the greatest respect to David, you are very naive. To come out here, it's just a reflection of your age and a reflection of the fact that you don't live in the reality of what Biafra means. With the greatest respect, I say this. You are very so far removed from the reality of what it is. I am Igbo. I literally have the same background with David. So, I don't speak Yoruba because, when he said it, I started laughing because who do you speak Yoruba to in certain quarters? But, my friend, my brother David, if you stay with those who that generation, and you see some of the aftermath, not every Igbo person is able to have picked up as a result of that. There are families who today, their last name used to be Ojukwu. I think one of them is an actor. Today, her name is Dominic. What do you think about the psychological effects of that? There are families who've, their histories were totally wiped out. My dad's cousin, and so many stories. So, you want to say that what the British did, and are you not aware of neoclassical structures? Neocolonialist, I keep calling it neoclassical, I don't know why. Neocolonialist structures that still exist to today. Unilever. Are you not aware of the role that the aftermath of the Indigenization Act? Are you not aware of the development plans in Nigeria? Are you not aware of the Xerox, the role Xerox played, the implicit role? Are you not aware of the Bilderberg Group and its affiliation with Shell? Are you not aware of those things? How can you now come out here and tell, I was so, wanting to come in and challenge you on that. Like, you're so naive with that statement. You've done your research. Clearly, you think deeply, but I want to take you on one-on-one on that. Like, how can you not say that there are no neocolonialist structures today that are impeding Nigeria's growth? That is just you're far removed from that. And I wanted to actually go ahead and ask you more questions around, the candidate of your choice and my choice to an extent. Is he actually a transformational leader? Does he actually possess what it actually takes? Yes, he's the best of the bunch that presented themselves, but there are certain questions that I've put forward that people cannot even answer, like with relation to that candidate. So, David Hundeyin, with the greatest of respect, you're my junior brother. You're somebody, you put yourself out there. We congratulate you. Everything that you've done is brilliant. But I want you to rethink, seriously rethink those neo-colonialist structures. They are what has, I want to borrow Tony Nadi's term, the transition from the class of 66 to now what we now know as the class of 99. What are those structures that actually led to ITT? What are those structures that led to SAP? What are those structures that led to the annulment of option A4? Man, are you alive? Like, seriously, like you mentioned that you're very lucky I wasn't in your presence to be able to set you right, that you are actually far removed from what, the unseen hand, like what's his name, Major Al Mustafa would call it. We cannot be naive anymore as Nigerians to just say like, oh no, there's no external influence in our politics. It's a lie. Anybody that tells you that is just saying rubbish. It's
Can I say
lying.
something, Scribe, a minute? For what
Yeah,
you
please
said?
go ahead.
Let me say something. Just a minute. Hold on, just a minute. In defense of David Hughley, he never really said we should move away from those neo-colonization structure that, that we have already right now. But he was just saying we should grab the bull by the horn. It's time for
No,
us.
wait. No, that's not the language. No, wait, that was not the language you used.
For 6 years. He's proposing for us to move on.
He said, I was listening to him. He said that he's more interested in a go-on, in breaking down a go-on that killed 3 million people. Even in that statement, he forgot that Harold Wilson had an election and had to push. The Nigerian forces were losing, if not for the intervention of the British and their arms. How can you now say that you're interested in only go on? Do you know your history, for God's sake? Harold Wilson had an election and he was losing because of the protests that were happening at that time in England. And he had to push. So are you going to just discount the latent position as he wants to make us believe? Then he now said, what's his name? Lugard may have approved of the death of those 3 million people. And I'm like, wait a second, what are you going on about? If not for the Lugard beginning everything in 1914, where will we be? That is so strong. Actually, the statement, the political design of Nigeria can be traced back to the statement by Viscount Harcourt. He said, "We are about to conduct a wedding between the promising youth of the North and the Southern Lady of Means." That truth is evident till today. Till today, that is the political design of Nigeria. The Jagba syndrome that you see today is the Southern Lady of Means. The Jagba is not in the North. The promising and well-conducted youth. These things are the things that you see today. You see them manifest. And SARS. What are you telling me? And SARS today. Look at it.
Can I prove you wrong? Can we have a conversation here?
Let me round up because why I'm saying this is that I want to appeal. Sorry, please. I appeal to you, please. I want to appeal, like maybe when Hundeyin is going to come back, I will ask Dr. Damages for a period. I want to sit down with him. I want to say, look, what's going on? Like, are you going to just disregard all that and just feel like the reason why a Biafra memorial can never stand with the greatest respect, the reason why a Biafra memorial will never ever stand is very, very simple. It's the political design of Nigeria that needs to fuel certain setups. And that setup, until we go back and read, there's a book, I can't remember it, by Lee Kuan Yew, when he came to Nigeria in 1963 for a conference, and his observations about Nigeria. That is your turning point. Just read somewhere, I will remember the book. And also, I will end with this. Kwame Nkrumah said, you can measure the degree of political awareness right? By the political maturity of the women. This is why NSAS failed, my brother, or whoever, you know. That's why NSAS failed. The moms were pulling people out. Look at our march to independence. If it's not for, forget the Nnamdi Azikiwes, what did they do? It was the women that pushed, that shook the British, the Gary Wars, the abdication of the Alake of Egbaland, the Aba riots. Those were the grassroots effort that punctured the tax system, the money, the economic resources that they were sucking as parasites after they had spent all their money in the Second World War. That, you know, these were the things those were the things. That's how you hit this system real hard. And that is how we got our independence. Independence was not 1960. Ghana was not supposed to get the independence before us. Go and read it. The McPherson Constitution, the Willings Reports. What are you talking about that you don't want to talk about the British, you know, the external forces and things like that? Please, I refuse it. I reject it. And I will never ever advise anybody to do that. All right. So sorry, I know my rant was long, but
crime, you are held today. It's all good. I'm sure
in?
Kennedy wouldn't like you. So I think who is next? I'm not sure Kennedy, you are next.
I think I'm next. Every other person has spoken.
Ovie has spoken,
yeah.
Yeah,
Mr. J has spoken.
Okay. Okay. I don't want to call Kennedy, but it's okay.
No, sorry, no.
Kennedy, you're welcome.
I know you wouldn't want to call me.
I'm pandering to your prejudice. Come on,
yes,
move on.
I'm here today because I really want to be here so that you would not call me. But this is it.
Go ahead.
My brother, Mr. Scribe, I understand where you're coming from, but from what I listened to David, but not comprehensively. But this is it. I think David isn't saying that there isn't any neo-colonization that is impending on Nigeria, right? Or the progress of Nigeria. But where he's laying his emphasis is basically on the Nigerian element. You and I know that Nigeria isn't the only country that has been into civil war, right? Or any country that has been colonized by the Western world. But why is it that Nigeria is still stagnant? Why is it that Nigeria is not progressing just as other countries? Countries like United Arab Emirates, they've been into series of wars. They even started engaging in civil war before Nigeria. Just in 2011, they were in civil war. Nigeria discovered oil before United Arab Emirates. I think Nigeria discovered theirs in 1956, right? If I'm correct. United Arab Emirates discovers theirs in 1966, I think. But look at United Arab Emirates. Nigerians are trooping there in thousands for in search of greener pasture. What is holding Nigeria backward? Those are the elements that David is talking about. Look at Rwanda. Rwanda has been in genocidal war, but Rwanda is far moving ahead of Nigeria. There are a lot of countries that have been colonized, a lot of countries that have been into war, but they are not allowing that to pull them back. They are forging ahead. They are moving forward. I think this is what I believe. David can speak for himself, but I think David wanted to concentrate on those Nigerian elements that is impeding the progress of Nigeria. You can't keep holding yourself down. You have to get up and move. I remember a quote from the then Senate President Chubok Hadibo, that when you fall, get up, dust yourself, and keep moving. Don't lay down there. It's only cowards that do that, right? But this is it. There is no way you can move forward without addressing what actually made you to fall. You fell because something tripped you, right? You are not addressing that, and you want to move forward by force, by fire. It's not going to happen. We're talking about, some people are talking about Biafran Memorial Day. And I know some of us here, the country where you live, like in UK, for example, they have second Sunday of every November for the remembrance of their dead soldiers. In the US here, we have 10th of May, where we do our Memorial Days. But why are we not doing that in Nigeria? Why are we keeping history from our people? Why are we keeping history from our children? That is not going to lead us anywhere. We have to tell the truth. We have to address this. People that, some of these people that were very active in that civil war, I believe they are regretting it today. People like T.Y. and Juma, Yakubu Gowon, they never thought that it would turn out this way, because their people are actually paying for that today. Go to Plateau State, Lantan, where Yakubu Gowon come from. They are dying in hundreds of numbers every month. Go to Taraba State, where T.Y. Danjuma come from. The old, I think, is it Jalingo? Damaturu, I can't remember the old, before they separated to Adamawa, and then you have Taraba, right? They are dying every day. He never thought that it would turn out this way. And this were what some of our ancestors foresaw then. Why can't we remember our heroes? Why can't we address the issue that prompted the Civil War? And some of us are coming here to tell us, forget about it. Don't talk about it. Oh, you are not being discriminated. Oh, you are not being subjugated. Just move forward like a complete clown. Unfortunately, we are not clowns. We know how the shoe we put on is paining us. We are the exact position where we are feeling the pain. And we want that address. You can't keep telling us to move forward. I don't think that is proper.
Yeah, no, the only thing I know is that once you start going against favorites of the obedience, and you cannot have intellectual
Don't go
debate
there
with
about
them.
obedience issue. Let him
People,
finish.
We're not talking about
no,
obedience here.
wait.
Don't even
I'm
change
just
the topic here.
wait
No,
now, Henry,
Mr.
wait.
Fred, I don't think we're talking about obedience
No,
here.
wait. Let me give you a context, because I'm reading the.
Don't use obedience as an example here.
Please
Cut
wait
it off.
now,
Cut it off.
wait.
No, cut
No,
it off.
okay, fine, no obedience. But let's just say NSAS 2.0 people. This is where you people don't realize something. You are very far left. You are very woke, but you deny the facts of
Don't bring that woke. Don't bring that woke
structure.
stuff here. Okay.
No, you are, because you
Don't be
don't.
distant.
You people
Don't
don't
be
engage
distant here.
in debates. You people don't
Don't be
like.
distant. Don't
And
be distant here.
once somebody isn't towing your line, you know, once somebody isn't towing your line, and somebody is trying to draw a broad
Jesus
spectrum of
Christ.
issues that you should consider, you people just fall into that trap of analysis, sort of like, oh no, but it becomes woke, and that's what we've come. That's cancel culture. That's what we've come to know with and ascribe to far left people. So, as much as you want,
Scribe, at the same time, you should also understand that conversation is always in two ways, in which
okay,
one
fine, go
person is
ahead.
speaking and the other person is listening.
You can go ahead. I just wanted to state that, as much I rarely kind of I don't normally rant like this, but you see,
Okay,
there
Mr.
is
Scribe,
a
you talk enough already. Let the next
okay
person
okay
speak.
fine. I won't say anything
I
anymore.
think it's Thomas.
Please,
I
we
think
don't
it's
think
Thomas
Go
let
ahead.
turn.
him
Oh
finish.
my
Let
God,
him
man
talk,
of
please.
prestige, you've started harassing him now. Leave him alone. Who's there? See,
No,
I think
no. But
It's Thomas
it's right
turn.
now. It's right. I shouldn't dominate the
Thomas.
argument. I do respect that. I do respect that the point. But you have to also give me. I'm a human being as well.
I thought you have rules here.
I should have my days where I should feel passionate about a topic. So
You
please
talk
also
about more
respect
than
that.
30 minutes already.
God. See, Thomas, General Thomas, Henry Gabriel wants to say something quickly before he leaves. I don't know if you can permit him to say something, or you just want to go your own turn.
No, it's
Well done.
It's my turn.
Yeah, Henry, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Henry.
You see, when I'm not a Biafra, I'm not an Igbo man. I'm a Nigerian, and I know a little bit much more about the war that happened. My grandparents, they told me about the war. What the Nigerian government did to Igbos is not fair. Millions of people died. When people like some of us who live in Western countries start kicking against this let's move on, let's move on, let's move on. It's so alarming. It's so alarming. Look at the country where we have Spain. They have memorials of every little thing that happened in that country. They have memorials of people that died. But in Nigeria, when millions of people died, they just forget like nothing happened. So people will be here saying, let's move on. How can you move on when the wound are still there? They cannot even have a memory of these people that Nigerian government killed. They killed a lot of people, a lot of Biafras. They killed them. We should try to talk about these things. If we don't talk about it, people don't move on. You don't feel the pains of other people. Some of you people who are Igbos, they're not. They set their conscience to the oppressors. That is the problem. Till you people come back to your senses, that's the same conscience, foolishness is holding our so-called leaders we have in that country today. Just like the Eastern leaders who don't want to talk about the pains that face the killing of the Igbos. Just like the Eastern governors thing.
Mr. Gabriel, you need to watch your language. I take exception to one phrase you just used now.
Now, what phrase?
You really need to watch your language. Go on.
I
don't interject.
Put me through.
That's
You
an
interject
insult
already.
to Igbo people. Just excuse me. Watch your language.
Put me through where I make mistake.
Please, if you want to interject, please correct him, because
correct
for the sake of the viewers, I think he's quite open-minded.
You just said that the Igbo people, for the Igbo people that have sold their conscience. What do you mean by that? I'm from your.
He's talking about political, like
Jews local or
but who has not sold their conscience? People from South
can we
sold their
okay
conscience.
Okay, I get your point. Then let him finish, please.
Yeah, cut it off. I mean, do you know what I'm saying? Those so-called corrupt politicians who sold their conscience to the oppressors. You know it. If you're one of them, keep it up. They know the truth about their people. They don't want to come out and speak because they send their soul to the oppressors. They are the one. When they need election, they come to the east. They should vote for them. When they vote them in, they go to the parliament. They don't say nothing. What is the purpose? Why they don't release Nnamdi Kanu? Some of you cannot see. You are that's challenging me right now. You are one of those oppressors. Those people who say their soul to the oppressors. I will not be sitting down here. I'm a Benin man. I will not be sitting down here to support those.
Let me just tell you my background.
Can you allow him to finish?
Allow him to finish. You get your turn. General Thomas waiting. General will not take it easy with you. Okay, Erigebe, please finish. We have to respect Thomas.
If you keep on challenging me,
please
I have
wrap
to
up so that Thomas can go. You know, Thomas is being patient.
As I was saying, I'm not an Igbo man, but I'm in Nigeria, and I feel the pain of the Igbos. Because I don't forgive people who hurt my family. I will not forgive that person or to move on. So we should speak the truth and let the truth set us free. If you don't talk about the situation, you don't tell the Igbos go on, stay alive. Cannot tell the Igbos they are sorry. The Nigerian government cannot soon come and say sorry for what they did to the Igbos. And some of us here will be here thinking like it's business as usual. What you see when somebody come to your home, destroy your family, your generations, you will sit here and say, let's move on. Like this lady was coming here, who behaved like this one. I don't call names. I don't call anybody's name. So nobody should say. I said, those ones who are bleaching, they said they are sold to the oppressors, and they will say they are Igbos, but they're not really Igbos. In their soul, they're not Igbos. A real Igbo have souls. Don't speak like that. I'm not an Igbo man, but I speak like an Igbo man because I feel their pain.
Come on, take it easy. Okay, thank you. You know,
we should speak the facts so that these people should move on. Because if they don't clear the situation, what is going on in that country, they will not move on. They are still fighting the people in the east right now. Is that the problem of the Nigerian problem? When we have a lot of criminals, Boko Haram, are moving freely in the country. They are going to east, doing the pattern dance in the east.
Some people don't empathize very well, but it doesn't mean their points may not even have more power for a positive change. So we have to be careful when we condemn people and say because the way they sound.
When they start shutting people up who's speaking the truth is wrong too.
No, people that are speaking the truth, truth is relative. You have to accept the objective truth in terms of
will you move on when somebody? Let me ask you, Mr. Forefather, will you move on when people come to your village, destroy your generations? You move on without talking about it, without healing your pains? Will you accept that?
Yes, you are not going to move on each other. I don't think you will ever move on, but you still need to function.
Yeah, you need to function, but you need to discuss about this thing. You have to discuss about the situation. like they have to memorial to apologize to these people, the hurt people, and they are still.
I agree with that. I agree with the idea of a memorial, and I agree with the idea of because that's something relatively
yesterday. You don't allow me to come to the show.
It's not a problem. I don't think it should be a problem for Nigeria.
I wanted to ask this question: what is the purpose why the Eastern politician called elite politicians in the East cannot even stand say let's release Nnamdi Kanu because the court said they should release him? Why they could not stand for that word? Why they could not stand? Because they're a bunch of cowards.
Because they know they have legal this thing. Okay, let's leave that one anyway. General.
Sorry, let me just quickly just say, Henry, you're wrong. The Hundeyin Igbo has severally, and at the moment there are.
I'm not wrong. The court order.
You're wrong. No, sorry. You can Google it. No one in the social political structures of the Igbo land have outrightly just not done anything. It's not fair to say that.
Mr. Scribe, what did Hundeyin? What have they done rightly for the Igbos?
You may not see it, but you may not listen. What you want, what you are expecting is you're expecting them to every day keep saying release margin to go.
No, just tell us one single thing, one thing that they've
read all the communications online that have been that Iwanyanwu has been working very hard. Haven't you seen his statements? Very, very strong statements.
Okay.
Do you know history around Iwanyanwu?
I don't want to have that conversation. As an Igbo man, I don't think that is a healthy conversation to go into.
Give me,
right? You know already that's not a healthy conversation. We cannot come outside here.
Let's respect other people's time, please.
What I wanted to say,
I know you have executive privilege.
Let me round up.
Mr. Henry, with the greatest respect, please, I just wanted to, point of correction, the Hundeyin Igbo and many other groups, the Alibo group, there are many other groups that are doing things behind the scenes. They may not. But
I'm talking about the court judgment. They said should release Nnamdi Kanu. They should free him. That's what I'm saying. Why the so-called elite? They cannot still stand say, okay, the court said they should free him. Why they don't free him?
If you divide Igbo land into, you got 90% of every Igbo man is not in support of his continuous incarceration. So you can't. That is wrong, and I would like you to stop that assertion because it's a wrong narrative that is being peddled just because you don't have eyes and ears behind the scenes.
You see, that is where you think you know better, but you don't know better.
Okay, Henry, let's be nice now. I had Thomas wait for you, so please let him speak. I gave you privilege to go jump the queue, so
right,
please.
Okay.
Thomas, please go ahead. Thank you for coming in.
Oh, thank you, Father. Thank you, everyone. Mr. Scribe, thank you so much for your contribution. I think you are some of forbidden that doesn't, you don't work with emotions. You speak with facts. You speak with what is going on the floor. So you know some obedience now, they just, emotion carry their brain. They don't even think what do I think about David Hundeyin? You can see the naivety in David's voice. How old is he? David is a small boy, he's just like junior brother. Look, you can see what is coming out of that guy's mouth. My father, I'm very flabbergasted. What is this guy talking about?
Father, you should allow them
to
talk
please, you want to go to what he actually said.
Henry, can you please mute yourself?
Him personally.
I'm not attacking him.
No need for personal attacks. Just go after what he says.
No, I'm not attacking him. He's very naive. He knows little or nothing, even about Biafra war.
Okay, General Thomas, what has age got to do with what he said?
Can you yourself?
I'm asking you a question,
please.
Dr. Thomas,
I'm not taking your question.
A secondary school girl of 18 years scored a parallel. Can you do that?
My brother,
can you let him manage it? I'm trying to get him not to be, let him be addressing the points, please.
No, I am not interacting with anybody here, please. I will say my say and I will leave. You guys can be ironing it. So that is my own take. You know, I don't stay too long on your platform. I speak, I get out. So that is my view. You have yours. I didn't interject when you are speaking yours. Please, let me have my say. Thank you. So he's speaking very naivety in his voice. He's very intelligent guy, very, very articulated. I can't take that from him. But you can see the naivety in his voice that he knows little or nothing about Biafran war. He's even talking about. It's very unfortunate. He's speaking against the West, and it's the same West that gave you this privilege even to live in their country. So, Father, don't you think we should be thinking very well? We are speaking bad of the West.
You are making no point. Why don't you just
Can you please mute yourself? Can I finish? Please. Thank you. He's speaking of the West and is living in the West. If you are speaking about the West, go back to Nigeria. That Nigeria that said they want to kill you, go back to Nigeria and go and speak against the West. The
So,
West gave you
but
the
what about
privilege to
those
live in their.
Westerners that speak against the West, even in America too? So, does that mean
I
that
don't
they
care
should back
about
up
that. I'm
America?
speaking about you, a black man. This same West gave you the privilege. You claim they want to kill you in Nigeria. The same West give you the privilege to come to their space. Then, but you're speaking against them. So, Father, I can't speak against Australia.
Okay. Let me give you this scenario. Let me give you this scenario, Thomas. If somebody kidnaps you, did all kinds of abuses against you, like we hear in the news, and raised you as a child after they've abused you and everything, does that mean because they raised you while they are abusing you and everything, you should thank them for it?
Father, that is Bula Balu question you're asking me.
No,
I'm not
because
going to answer that.
the context is that is what is happening. I'm
No.
trying to get you
There's
to
no
understand
contest.
why they are criticizing the West.
Father, if you today, you are speaking against the West and you are living in the West, you need to check yourself. Go back to Nigeria.
The question you have to ask
Go
yourself
back
is
to Nigeria and stay in Nigeria and speaking against the West. But if you are still benefiting from this Western people, you are still living there. You are making. I can tell you what Hundeyin became today. If it's not in the West, it can be. It can be.
Okay.
West still make Hundeyin today. So
okay, so
that's
for that purposes, then you are going to say all the shell, all of them should leave Africa because you know they are not there for their own interest.
I didn't say that.
So
You
why do
said
you
that.
say that we should give up? Why do you say we should give up our own interest here to go back to Nigeria? Why you are not telling them to leave Nigeria?
Are you not getting me? You are still benefiting from the West.
We are not. They are benefiting from us and doing us in at the same time. They are doing us in at the same time. Can't you see what they are doing to us too? So I'm not blaming them for it. There's a difference between blame. I'm not blaming them for it because they are doing what they are supposed to do. I'm not going to change your opinion. I'm just allowing the viewers to hear your argument and my own critiques.
It's all right. That is your own opinion.
Do you have any other point to make regarding David then?
Let me make this. Biafran war, no Biafran. I don't get it. Is it only Igbo that died in the Biafra war? Can somebody answer me that question?
General Thomas, not only Igbos, right? And we are not saying that only Igbos, Igbo soldiers should be remembered. Every soldier, be it Igbo or non-Igbo that took part in that war, should be remembered. Even the civilians, not only soldiers, even the citizens that were killed should be remembered. There should be a memorial day for everybody that was a victim or maybe kind of affected by the war. Should be remembered, and history should be told. So don't push it to appear as if it's just Igbos that we're calling on for, and that is that misconception that a lot of us
go have. Are you aware of 15th of January?
Yeah, that is Armed Forces Remembrance Day. Shouldn't be just armed forces. There are a lot of citizens that that were killed during the war. That is my point. Shouldn't be just armed forces. And remember, the armed forces that we're talking about right now is just the Nigerian armed forces. What about the Biafran armed forces then? What about the civilians that lost their lives during the war?
I don't know.
Why can't we have a proper
Does
history,
anyone know?
historical
Hold on,
platform
Kenny.
that
Hold on,
every
Kenny.
Nigerian should be taught what
Kenny,
happened in
hold
the
on
war.
now. Let me try to moderate. Does anyone know whether other nations, when they are doing their remembrance, they remember the people that they fought against? Like in the UK, I don't see the UK remembering the Nazis. So, so I don't know how it works.
UAE is doing that.
Forefather. Listen,
Rwanda is doing that.
We are talking about Remembrance Day. The issue is that Nigeria doesn't even like the way it's going. They don't even accept that there was a war. They just like move ahead, let's forget anything about this war. After no victory, no vanquish, they forget about it and move on. That's the problem. All right. Not even like building let them accept that it's a war, be in history, so that the war will not repeat itself again. Where are those mistakes? All right. Some people blame Obuchi or going to Ojukwu or going to war. Some people blame Gowon. Why do you fight the war? Let's see what happened. Account of what happened. So nobody will go to war again in future. That's what you're saying.
From what I gather, there are various different areas in Nigeria that mark this war. And the 15th of January was the date they declared the end of the war. That's why they are marking it. In a way, they are using it to mark the war. But I gather the idea that they didn't, from what Kine said, they are not remembering the civilians and there is no official memorial. I think that is wrong. It's something that they should have done. I don't understand Nigerians, sometimes all these leaders.
Father, can I just correct something you said, please, very quickly? You said nobody remembers who they fought against, which is very correct.
I'm trying to find out, yeah.
But remember, the Nigerian Biafran war, like David Hundeyin put it, was a defense war on the side of Biafrans. And also remember the words of Colonel Effiong. He said, hereby this republic ceases to exist. We are now Nigerians. So technically, we were Nigerians before the war, and then after the war, we still became Nigerians. So, and then there was this whole idea of no victor, no vanquished. So on that basis, there's a neutrality line there, I would suppose. So therefore, that idea of enemy is not really, it's concrete, but like it's not really there. So a memorial, I would imagine, will be one that would have a big plaque on one side for the Nigerian soldiers, and another one on the other side for some of the Biafran soldiers that supposedly that died at that war. So because technically they were all Nigerians, they were all okay. Let's not even say Nigerians. They were all British subjects. Let's put it that way. Let's put it that way.
Nigerians, so that one is
wait. They were all British subjects, and I can prove it. They were all subjects of Her Majesty the Queen, because the majority of people who fought in that war the majority of people who fought in that war were all born prior to 1960. Clearly, for you to have qualified to have carried arms during that period, you were born inside British era. So you were technically the unifying
Scribe, you have come again. You see, Scribe has come again with this stuff. Yeah, but they became Nigerian citizens when Nigeria got independence. They became Nigerian citizens. Scribe has come again now. See, point is that I think they should just make one this memorial to mark both sides, because it was a tragic event for the entire nation and for both sides. Because I don't think there's a vanquish, there's a winner, and it's a tragic and catastrophic error that we should not make again. And for me, the context I was making my statement that came across as if I was just saying we should move on, because like if you look at the Europeans after the Second World War, immediately they didn't even wait. They created the European Union and they moved on and they did the work that they needed to do. It's not because they've forgotten. They will never forget, but they realize that they still have to be functional. Otherwise, we would have run circles around them. The same thing with the North Koreans. Technically, they are still at war with America right now, but yet they went on to build what they have right now. And we, Nigeria and many African countries, not Nigeria, many African countries are begging countries that are at war for food. What got us to a point whereby nations that are not at war are begging a nation that is at war for food? That's how pathetic we become. We become paralyzed with some of all these things. And my issue with David is that he appears to be a gatekeeper. People need to understand what gatekeepers are. They are blocking you from elevating yourself. They are telling you, oh, wallow in memory of the past. Remain sober. Don't think about the future. Don't think about building. Don't look ahead. Don't look at what other people are doing. Just worry about what happened in 1967. That's my issue with him. That's why I was trying to let him know that you need to elevate the idea to higher than that, because clearly This type of tragedy has happened in many parts of the world. Catastrophic event, one assassination led to the First World War that cost 21 million lives.
Okay,
forefathers,
I'm not cutting you short. Okay.
No, go ahead.
Wait. It's my turn now. It's my turn. You guys are taking the whole time.
Man of Prestige. Oh my God, Tone has not said anything. Man of Prestige has not said anything. So I think we need to start timing so everybody can talk. Sorry. If you wanted to interject, Prince. You can just interject maybe 30 seconds quickly so that
yes, my thought at what you just said is just that it's not what you said in the chat. What you said in the chat is that Hundeyin is lying. Lying is different from what you are just expressed right now about him being a gatekeeper. It's different. You understand what I mean?
No, when I said he was lying, is about the interpretation of what I said.
I know, but what
he's saying that I said they should not remember the Civil War and all that stuff. I believe you cannot forget.
I'm not talking about remembering. Well, I'm not talking about remembering, but what I'm saying, in essence, is that we all see things in different perspectives.
Okay,
and if he has
lying is a bit of a heavy statement. I shouldn't.
Thank you. That's what I just. That's just my word for now. Thank you.
I accept it. Thank you. Man of Prestige and Tone. Who came first?
Can I make some comment?
Yeah, man of Prestige. Go ahead.
I just need a little bit of clarification about the way you're saying what David said, because he never really said those colonization mentality doesn't exist. I think what he was saying in a nutshell, from my own understanding, unless I misunderstood him, I don't know what time he started listening to him. I think he said we should move on, not dwell on the past anymore. We should just move on, instead of just being oriented by that colonial mentality. It's about time the Africans, move on. We can't be living on the past. That's my understanding in a nutshell from what you were saying. This is reference to Africa, not even the Biafra war. So that's the area I'm coming about.
But it's funny. It's funny he's able to conveniently shield the Europeans from criticism, but in Nigeria he says wallow in Biafra war. No, hold on now. But in Nigeria he says, don't you see the contradiction in what he just said?
Because we are not progressing in Africa.
In the European one, forget about it. But in Nigeria, remember it. No, remember now. In the European one, forget about it. But in Nigeria, remember it. That is the contradiction in his approach.
Yes,
what he should be saying is, okay.
I agree with him on that. Maybe you don't, but that's my opinion. Thank you.
No, I think some of us are trying to represent David's opinion here. My own understanding, I've said it here a minute ago. What David is saying is, yes, there is a problem with the Western world. Are they impeding on Nigerians' progress? Yes. But why do we let that put us at stagnant? Why can't we keep pushing forward, just as other people are doing it right now? And I also stated that countries like UAE, they have been in series of Gulf wars, Gulf campaign wars. They have been in series of war, and most recent, they were in civil war as well. Countries like Rwanda, they've been in genocidal war. We have a lot of countries that have engaged in war. We have countries that have been colonized, not only Nigeria. Nigeria are not the only one that passed through colonialism or whatever they call it. Let me not bite my tongue. Right? So why is it a problem in Nigeria? Why are we now embarking on that and say, okay, because of that, we should just stand still. We should just keep still and not be progressing just like others are doing.
Please read the point that he's making.
He's not saying that we should forget about it and move forward. No, he's saying that we should do the right thing.
Read Lee Kuan Yew's book and how he battled out the CIA and the M16s. Okay, on the war that
that's interesting. So what you are saying today, Mr. Scribe, what you are saying today,
that's an important thing.
What you are saying today is because of the
See, can they scribe, please
I was still
what you said
talking now. He
what
interjected, and you are muting me.
You
He
let
interjected me.
Kenneth talk. Please
No,
let
I
Kenneth
was the
talk.
one talking.
Yeah, he was. I
you want
interjected.
I was the one talking.
My
You see?
apologies.
to repeat what he was
So
saying.
now,
No.
what
Let
I
him
was
talk.
trying to, yeah, what I was trying
But
to
you're
say
supposed to
is
listen to the moderator now.
what Scribe is saying. Is he now saying that we should, because of Western influence, refuse to move forward? Should we just fold our hands and refuse to move forward because of Western influence?
No, okay,
That
good
is what I want to
question.
understand.
Can I answer it? Can I
Yes,
answer
sir.
it?
Go
Yes,
ahead.
sir. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that. I think we have dual. I'm not saying that you are correct. We shouldn't use that to make the judgment on local issues, local nuclear issues. I agree on that. But we should not disregard the fact that when oil was first discovered in the early 1900s, the Colonial Office Secretary, Anthropos, go and read about these things. The way they funded it with the American guy, they thought it was going to be a scam, and then finally they gave up. Then he came, remember everything I built up with all that happened with the movement, women movement, the nationalist movement, the Anahuros, the Azikres, and we got independence. But 1956 now happened with Olubri. Things shifted. We were supposed to have our independence. That is what I'm talking about. Those economic things that still keep sort of like a very neo-colonialist structure that play a very latent role, that influence our politics, that we don't see, that an Al Mustafa came here on this platform and alluded to those facts. Remember what Al Mustafa said? He said, if you share Nigeria into two, the northeastern parts, all the eastern parts, all those areas that have mineral resources, what is going on there? You cannot just discard that. So that is what I'm saying. I say fight it on two fronts with the greatest of respect. And by the way, I don't have anything with David Uden. Listen, Jordan Peterson said something. You submit your thoughts. Yes, you might find my thoughts annoying or stupid or doesn't make sense. Fine. But I'm submitting my thoughts that we may deliberate on them, refine them, so that way I can learn. And that is why we are here. I'm not here. We are not on any basis. You don't know who I am. You don't know. You don't know my real name. You don't know where I come from. So calm down. Now I'm talking to people in the comments. I'm talking to people in the comments.
Let me just put in something. You mentioned Mustafa.
It's not between both of you. Can we let
No. Just a second.
Yeah, but in the comments they're making it look like that. Sorry.
You mentioned Mustafa, right?
See,
I don't know why.
You need to hold on. I'll put
just
you
a
back.
second.
A second.
Yeah, let me do this. A second.
You can't let it go on. There is Stone there that has been waiting all this while. He hasn't said anything.
A second. You mentioned El Mustafa. El Mustafa is the same person that came out publicly and told Nigerians that in Zamfara.
Kene, you are making it very hard to manage these sessions. Tone, do you want him to go ahead?
No.
Please go ahead.
I think we need to respect the time, and if we do not hear each other out, we are not making any points. We just be babbling here. Anyway, good evening, everybody. Mr. Henry Gabriel, apologies, I have to interject. I didn't mean to disrespect you or anything, but I was just trying to correct your impression that you are trying to throw out there until you clarified yourself, and I held my peace. Anyway, I see everybody seems to be blaming David, that he said that he didn't say that. But we need to take a different position. We need to take a position from his age. How old is he? His experience, where he's coming from. So I will not blame him that much. And like was it Scribe that was explaining that he was trying to narrow down his things from the Nigeria point of view, rather than going back to the colonial administrators, which I appreciate. See, all these things we're talking about, what happened or what had not happened, we had our chance for over 50 years to make this country great. We had all the resources, we had the money, okay, but we squandered it. That's just a reality. Now, we allowed tribalism. Tribalism was one of the things that led into the Civil War. we allow tribalism, we allow the greed and all that. What led to Ironsi dying? Because the northern soldiers, officers felt that he wasn't fair, that he will have arrested Nzogo and executed him possibly, you know. So all these factors. Now, how do we move? How do we then move forward? Because right now, the truth is we're in such a mess. Look at today. I was watching with so much embarrassment when Tinubu called his ECOWAS meeting, and people were hurling abuses. In my how many years of existence as a Nigerian, you know, as an adult, I have never seen where any of our leader goes to any summit and his people are actually insulting him. Even more so, some people were writing in French, they were insulting him. That's where we are now. So I'm just asking myself, how did we come? How have we come so low, locally and internationally? You know, so that's just my submission, please. And again, please, I know I know you're very passionate and all that, but if we allow each and every one of us to talk, so we'll be able to make sense and learn as well. Yeah.
I don't know why you address me on, with that.
No, why are you taking it personally? I'm not taking it
But
personally.
I'm not taking it personally either. But I don't know why you address me with that, because I never interjected anyone or stop anyone from talking. So why will you say that?
Okay.
Okay,
Right.
thank you.
I'll take it back. You're just being militant. No, you're being. I can see you.
No, you're trying to be bullied here right now.
No, you're responsible militant, which is
No, you just made an allegation that is totally out of point.
Why you don't tell
okay.
what you
Can we?
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Just
See,
feel.
Tone, are you finished, Tone?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Okay, thank you. This in Tone, and who is next? So I think it's See, Henry Gabriel. You like to jump queue. I think this is a thing now. You jumped one queue already, and now you want to jump another one again. Let's be this thing now. Civil with each other here. Okolala. Thank you for coming in, and yeah, what do you think about what you've heard so far? You're muted.
Yeah, I'm back. Thank you for allowing me to speak. This was the general I wanted to talk to. I mean, he was just there talking about how Hundeyin is junior to him, and he couldn't make out any point of why he disagrees with him. It's him that is naive. I'm so sorry to say, and I have to go personal at him, because with all his old age, Hundeyin has achieved more than I think he has, because I've never heard of him. So if he's listening, he should bury his head in shame, you know. So I actually came out to speak against him. I would always stand by people who stand by what they believe in. He believes in nothing. He believes only that because he lives in Australia, he should be a slave. If he wants to be a slave, good for him, you know. But he should stop coming in here to talk down on people who are more knowledgeable than him. And that's all I have to say. I can now...
Sorry, I missed whom you were referring to. Who was talking down to who?
General, whoever we know.
Okay, Thomas. Oh, Thomas. Okay, now Thomas is a born controversial person like that.
Well, he should keep his controversy to his room, you know, not bring it to... He shouldn't watch his dirty linen in public. I mean, everybody now has seen how stupid he is anyway. But thank you.
Thank you, Kolala, for keeping it brief. Who is next? I think it's is it not okay? Annie Gabriel. I think it's Annie Gabriel.
No, it's supposed to be me. Don't even don't
Okay,
even go there.
Sorry about that. Oh, thank you for reminding me. Thank you, Prince. Yeah, because he interjected. Yeah. Go ahead, Prince.
You know, for me, pretty much like all that we are saying. First, I want to thank Ikwala for for what he said about General Thomas. I asked him some questions and he couldn't even answer me when I said, "What has age got to do with what David Hundeyin had said or had worked on and all that kind of a thing. For me, when you don't know your history, or pretty much, let me put it in a layman's language, when you are in a boat and there is water going into into the boat, if you don't know the source of the water getting into the boat, you will not know how to control or kind of like get the water out of it. Why am I saying this? Now, I'm not Igbo, but I've told you, I think I've said it here, time without number, that I grew in Igbo land, and pretty much my place is close to Igbo land. Today, we talk about the Jews. Israel is, you cannot talk about Israel without talking about the Jews. And despite the fact that things that happened to the Jews years ago, they still talk about it. They're still working through it. When you talk about a problem, then you're able to solve some of those problems. It's not everybody that loves the Jews. As a matter of fact, people even still attack them till today. But I guess at the end of the day, we all know when I say we all, I'm sorry if some of us don't know the history about the Jews and all that kind of a thing. Even some of the Christians will tell you, after all, they were the ones that actually killed Jesus. Okay, so be it. It happened. Okay. Now, then when Scribe was talking, Scribe was gonna talk about the Japa syndrome. The Japa syndrome is not synonymous only to those in the south. The Northerners also move en masse out of Nigeria. If you go to places, okay, of recent, it only took war to happen to Sudan for us to know the number of Nigerians in Sudan. And most of them are Northerners still. To the extent that even some of the governors we had in Nigeria were sending people to Sudan to study. These are people that will not be able to fix their own educational lapses in their state. But they were sending people to Sudan to go and study or do whatever they did. Go to Morocco today, majority of Nigerians there are those from the northern side. So when we talk about this Japan syndrome, it's everywhere. What are we talking about? I am not saying that, okay, because of, when we classify I just want to use, I don't want to use a particular color. When we talk about those colonizers that did whatever they did to us and all that stuff, and then we talk about, okay, why don't we just leave them and just go back to Nigeria? And somebody said it's as much as also telling those in Shell to leave Nigeria, to leave Africa. Okay, it goes two ways. But my own thing is, we don't have to dwell upon the fact. If I know that somebody is doing something to me, I don't want to dwell on the fact that this person keeps doing this to me. Oh, every time my blame is all on my all my actions is bent on. Oh, this is the person that is doing this to me. This is the person that is doing this to me. What am I doing to get away from the person?
Exactly.
If we have good leaders, if we have a visionary leaders, we will not be talking about what they're doing. Today, Singapore. I believe that we started with Singapore almost at the same time. Singapore does not have natural resources like we have in Nigeria. But get what they thrive on rule of law. A few days ago, they just, they made a judgment to a lady since 2018 that have been in court since 2018. But they did it, they completed it. And even that's why the Western world were telling them, oh, don't kill her. They did what they had to do. And guess what? I support them. The law is the law. When you violate the law, you go down for it. That is my stand. I don't care if it's my own brother or my own sister. If you violate the law, you go down with it. So you see, this when we talk about all these things, the fact is this: that we have the man in helms of affair in Aso Rock today. Nobody will respect him. He spoke about the Niger thing, and guess what they told him? Somebody took the journalist from South Africa, said it's even illegitimate. It's not for me. I didn't say that. Most of my friends, African friends that I have all over the place, they know he's illegitimate. And we all know if we say that we don't know that's illegitimate, then we're lying to ourselves. The greatest disservice that you can do to yourself is being ignorant of truth.
Thank you.
When you know the truth and you shield it and you cover it and you just say, "Oh, let's move on."
Thank
Okay,
you.
quick
for now. Thank you.
Quick rebuttal to what he said about the Jews. Okay, that you are trying to make a comparison about the Jews not working on Holocaust things. Mossad, if you know about Mossad is the equivalent of the CIA in Israel. Mossad, following the Holocaust, has successfully brought rendition, brought back, and still is chasing all those that harmed them till today. Reason being, because those people still actively are involved in one way or the other in direct or indirect policies that affect the Jews worldwide. You look at there are conspiracy theories around Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell,
Saying the same thing.
Do your research. So now my point is to all those who like Hundeyin, the woke people, right? If you then say, if you know clearly there's a legacy issue here that is a cankerworm, and it's one of the things that led to a precedent that is holding you back, why should you ignore it? Why should you go and you are treating the puppet? You're just handling the puppet, shouting on the puppet, but where the puppeteer? You leave the puppeteer alone. It does not make sense.
They are doing something in their country.
No. Listen, if you're not ready for an intellectual debate, please get out of here. Okay? Come with your facts. Don't be telling me this thing. I've given you countless facts here. You cannot counter it.
Father, let me talk. Let me go.
None of you have come out to counter one thing I've said in history.
Hello,
None of you have come out to counter it.
Why is this guy always dominating this conversation?
Shut up.
He's a moderator now. Let's be.
What's wrong with you? I'll kick you out of here. What's wrong with you? You're not coming with the facts.
If it was Dr. Damages now, you wouldn't be saying that. You have to accord him a little bit of it because he doesn't talk often, to be fair. Let's be fair to him.
It's only 4 fathers to moderate for that. Let one person moderate.
Let the moderator talk.
Yeah, but
alone. Which one you think, man?
And what he was saying was simply that it's what Israel does. It's not even false. And sometimes we go after people. We don't go after the point they are making, whether it is wrong or true. Israel does it to deter other people from doing the same thing again. To the next time, can you imagine anybody going after Israelis now? You're going to know that they will be hunting you forever because so they are setting an example. So, but who is next?
Let me talk.
Gabriel, yeah. At last, it has arrived.
What I'm saying, let me just cut it short. What I'm saying, what we were saying, we always think about what the.
How many minutes do you need? How many minutes do you need?
1 minute. I just want to go off because I'm tired of this.
Thank you.
When David came here, the same thing we are talking about now. Israel have Holocaust that happened, but they are building their country. They are moving on. They are progressing. Why Nigerians are not progressing? That's what we were saying. Is it the Western country, Corona Master, make us don't have 24 hours electricity? Is that if Corona Master did it? Cost it? Mr. Scrap, you have to think sometimes. You don't think before you speak sometimes. Is it the Corona Master that make us don't have 24 hours electricity? good roads,
Colonial powers,
is it,
colonial
think
powers, don't
about it.
explain masters.
So is it the colonial master make you don't have 24-hour electricity?
Okay, do you want me to break it down for you? You
No,
have time?
don't do that.
I'll give you
You're
facts.
gonna
I'll give you
complaining.
facts. I'll give you facts, and I will
Please
start
don't
with
do
the
that.
1953,
He's not going to say agree with Genio, even if you
1953
told
census.
him.
I'll start with the 1950 census, and technically, I will prove why you are being impeded.
You see, that's why people are moving backward.
This is the problem with
That's why
these
people
people.
are moving
Henry
backward.
Gabriel, see, one thing I've found out about Scribe is that he may come across as if a little bit as an outlier. Often
It's
what
not
he's
making no
saying
sense.
has
Leave that
substance
story.
to
I'm
it.
going out. I'm out here.
So, okay, all right. Thank you for coming in, Henry Gabriel, and we appreciate your fiery opinions. Yeah, that is I think it's Uzo now. Uzo, my man, and we are all in the same. We are all in this together, Uzo. So, what do you think about what you've heard so far? You're muted. Seriously. Yeah, we can hear
Somebody
you.
has hijacked my internet.
We can hear you tapping the keyboard.
You know one thing. If people had facts, they
Listen, I
would
don't
be
know what's
saying
going on.
they would be saying shut up in the comment section. They would be.
Can you hear me though?
This is what
Yeah, I can hear you.
an intellectual critical
The issue is
thinking
that
thing.
forever.
They should be. Sorry, Uzo, don't be annoyed. They should be going online. They should be going online into their archives and bringing and countering. I've given nothing less, almost 30 points, junctures in history to prove my point. Right? Even Mossad, the last one, that one is irrevocable. Go all over. That one is right in your face. You cannot build.
Nigerians.
Let me not.
Look at the chat. They are calling
Bring
people
your
Lobo
facts.
and all kinds of. I don't know.
Bring your facts. I've given you facts. Bring your own.
Everybody could do.
I don't know which kind of people organize this show now for Mr. Popara.
My guy,
go back.
You settle down. If you want to be the organizer,
Can I say something?
That make you talk what you go talk. Why they always attack him now? Huh?
No,
Make it talk.
leave them now.
No.
Thank you, Eddie. Uzo, please go ahead. You're muted.
Me now? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Now, what I was saying is for the past 1 hour plus, I would say 1 hour plus, we are just going back and front. No, there's no light at the end of the tunnel. We are just talking and pushing back front without making any reasonable thing. That's why it's even the comment section, our sister company comment section. They are even saying that everybody is on their own. So let's go back to our normal topic. Leave David. David have come here. He don't make his own mind. He's a human being. What he still how he feel. All right. People come here to call him small boy or this. Small boy not come. Small boy not there. Even 25-year-old boy, even my son that is a little, call him small boy. He will tell you that I'm grown up. So people come here calling him small boy. He doesn't know anything. His age. God, that guy is over 30 years, and somebody's going to call him small boy. That's not what we should be talking here. David have achieved what some of us that older than him. You say he was born 1990. I was like, a small boy. Older than him, have not even achieved. I can't even achieve now an entire life. I will come here calling him small boy, small boy. God, let's the way everybody, the way I think, the way I reason, the way I narrate things, that's not the way forefather does his own thing. At the end of the day, we disagree to agree, we dialogue to agree. Not that we're here to fight or here to quarrel. Sometimes we disagree to agree on certain issues because my own understanding and your own understanding is different. As I used to say, the way you see Tere, that's not the way I see Tere. The way you see M, I can see M as W. You can see it as M. If I turn it off, I become W. So that's how life is. Anybody that comes here to say how he feels or how he be able to put some issues, we should always understand. All right. If we also come here and say our own mind, how we feel some issues, as I said earlier on, the guy don't know about the Biafra war. What he just, or he's scared to go deep because if you go deep, you're going to be emotional. All right. If you go deep, you're going to be emotional. That's why he should have left it. He should have left it be. If you cannot break, if you cannot put together and scatter, if you let you be that going in there. All right. Going in there is deep, and he didn't hit it the way it should be. And that was bringing all this problem here. So let's forget about him and move on with our normal topic. All right, without we come here to call him obedient. He have nothing to do with obedient. The guy come here for he come here for a different ball game. People are looking into obedience, are looking into that, looking into that. That is not it, my brothers. Let's move ahead so that we can know how we can gather money together and recruit 5 million soldiers to gather our Niger
how
Republic.
important is that?
Niger Republic, if 5 million soldiers cannot guide that, listen, what's that? Niger Republic, 5 million soldiers cannot even hold that, cannot even guide that border. In the desert, with no, you know what I'm talking about. Let's not to pray. Let war break in Niger Republic. That's what you be praying. If you pray, all of us will not be coming here to. Some of us will think that from northern state to southeast or southwest is far. Guy, if you enter, don't enter. You don't get anywhere to escape from. So I want to be praying. Let war not to break out, so that even all the soldiers put together from Barak or in Nigeria, put them all together. They cannot even mount that border at all, talking of anything. As we even said, James was saying it that day, the terrorists are Qaeda and has opportunity to drop into Nigeria. They mess Nigeria up. So that's what we should pray for. We think it's a joke until we happen in our own eyes. All of us will be here crying, blaming Nadekano for it or blaming Biafra for it. That's where it's going to go. We blame people for our own failure. So that's my own stuff. So let's all put it together and direct to our normal topic of how we're going to make things work for Nigeria. You know, I'm coming here and be reading from Wikipedia or YouTube or book that I don't know who wrote it. It's somebody's own thoughts. Narrate how he feel. If you want to, that's somebody's own thoughts. Yeah, we read, but sometimes it's on somebody's own account. You know, call somebody else, another person will give account of how you feel. So that's my own thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Uzo. It appears today you have remained Uzo, and
it's Sunday, I go to the
that's really, yeah. You are channeling it today now. That's good. That's good. My master, thank you for coming in.
Never reach though.
So, Max, what do you think about everything so far?
Naja, thank you so much. Good evening from my little city and a beautiful city of Bolgatanga in the upper eastern part of Ghana. As you can see, I am indirectly in the dark. There is light. I am in the bush in my farm, so I'm just taking care of my cows. So I join to at least air my own opinion on what is going on in Nigeria. You see, I have sat down, listened from the beginning to this time, and when David was speaking, I saw a young man that was born 1999. I joined the army 1990, 89, 90, and I went to Liberia 94. Spent 3 years there. This guy has done what most of us cannot do. I call him an investigative journalist. He has gone so many places as he made investigations that are very, very acceptable worldwide. There is one that I am interested in, and that is the funding of a particular presidential aspirant in Ghana here by an Islamic group in Nigeria. How I wish that Dr. Damages will give me a link to listen to him, because it has been in the news here in Ghana for more than 1 week as I speak. So that really interests me. I want to hear him speak on that particular issue. You see, when people say move on, you see, you cannot move on when so much injuries has been inflicted on you. Instead of these same people that have inflicted these injuries on you, allow it to heal, they are still scratching it, allowing blood to flow from same injuries. This is my problem. I listened to Obode Amelafia. Obode Amelafia said something before he died. He said he is wondering why Nigerian government cannot apologize to Igbo-speaking Biafrans for what they did to them 1967 to 1970. Unfortunately, that man is dead now. Nobody knows what killed him. This, irrespective of how you see it, irrespective of your own point of view, people were killed, people were blockaded, people were starved to death. And up to now, nobody seems to talk about it. And when you talk about it, people will tell you, oh, forget about it, move on. Oh, Southeast is a conquered area, and so on and so forth. That is denigrating. That is absurd to people that are learned, people that have spent so many years acquiring education and degrees. I am not so much educated than most of you that are here. But I know my limit. You can't keep doing the same thing all over and expect the same people that you are doing the same thing, terrorizing, killing, wounding them, scratching the old wounds, to be happy with you. Human beings are human beings. And let nobody, charge me of being emotional about it. My mother comes from there. And I'm proud to have their blood flowing in me. As poor as Ghana, I am proud of this country and what we have achieved. But Nigerians, where are you? Your governments, where are you? Past and present, where are you? What have you done? Are you still living in the past glory of Nigeria, the giant of Africa? Your military has been exposed. Nobody's talking about that. So many things has gone wrong in Nigeria. Nobody's talking about them. And when we come here, we begin to apportion blames and begin to talk about who feels it and who did not feel it. He who wears the shoe, nowhere it hurts. Nigerians don't supposed to come here and continue to lament. If you cannot, if you believe that the system, the corrupt system that you are practicing is good for you, work with it. And if you feel that that system is not tenable, cannot give you development, what do you supposed to do to it? For the past 1 year or a year, I've been following Dr. Damages. All of us have been coming here to lament. Have you seen, my brother came here, Kweku Baku, one of my brother came here. He says something. And the Hundeyin also says something. He made reference to Ghana security. I will refer you to what, if there is nothing Nana Akufo-Addo did for this Ghana country, Ghana as a country, for stopping the influx of armed Fulani herdsmen in a place they call Agogo in Ashanti region. You can go and read about it. They were dealing with us the same way they were dealing with Nigerians and indigenous people. But he did something. He took, because the MPs, we hold them to account. If any MP we voted for in this country misbehave, you are going out. Our votes count. In Nigeria, how can you hold somebody to account that you did not vote for? I expect more to happen in that country. We are sympathizers. My mom is from there. But if the system is not working for everybody, my brothers and sisters, let it go. Let everybody speak their mother's tongue. As simple as that. Because I don't see any progress. When we were there, when I joined the army wasn't like this. The army was not divided the way it is. We were still managing the small unity that was between us. And that was what made us to fight the way we fought in Liberia, Sierra Leone, Sudan, and so on and so forth, and control the Gambia.
Maxwell, let me ask you something that I may be curious about. As somebody that served in the Nigerian military, I'm sure a lot of Nigerians must have had some experience with the military. What do you think is responsible for the culture that results in them treating the Nigerian civilians and the public the way they do?
You see, the only thing is that even the as bad as the constitution of Nigeria, a soldier cannot unilaterally treat a civilian the way they treat them as I see them. I did not do that when I was there. And I'm just a person in that organization. I know the reason why I left the army to Niger. You bear me witness, even in one man's shoe and here, I said the reason why. I have made it clear, and I continue to say the reason why I left the Nigerian army in 2004 as a warrant officer.
But what is the culture that led
a,
to it? What is that culture that leads to it?
Sorry,
even police officers, they do all kinds of stuff like that. What kind of culture that leads to that kind of behavior?
Forefathers. Can I just interject a bit? Sorry, Mr. Maxi, I do apologize. You know, the mindset of the other rank and the officers are different. Do you agree with me? Okay. So go on. You're doing good. Go on. Okay.
Thank you. You see, the two Niger. Before I come to the last questionnaire, I will tell you that the continuous so much existence of the Nigerian army or the military in the Nigerian politics is one of the reasons that Nigerians are so seem to be recoiled giving the Nigerian army or the military the impetus to do what they do. I will give you examples. It is in the constitution before the government or the president. I do not know how many minutes I have. Before a president, an executive president, unleash soldiers or draft soldiers to a particular community, that president must seek the permission of the National Assembly. It is there. It is not unilateral. And that will come if the police are overwhelmed. The people's representative must agree to allow the president to send troops to their communities that will be affected. But that is not done. It is in your constitution. But everybody look at it, oh, it's something that, let the army go, let the army. And when you release the army to go there, they are not going there to romance you. They are going there to shoot, to kill. Simplicity. We were trained to kill. We were not trained to inflict injuries on you. We were trained to kill.
Hold on, though. But I understand the idea of being trained to kill. But you don't see many nations that have even larger military. You don't see them necessarily go and act, because actually you are trained to protect the life of civilians. That is the primary duty. Sometimes it involves taking life. And maybe what you just said just now is a cultural thing that we may be missing. Because you are actually trained to protect the life of civilians, not to take it. So if our military is trained to kill, then don't you think that may be part of the reason why they approach Nigerians the way they do?
The reason why is that the army has taken too long in the politics of Nigeria. That is why they see themselves the way they see themselves. They inflict fear on you, which don't supposed to be. I am not a party to it. And I will tell you today, I don't support that. You understand? So when you see, when you told lies over and over, for so many years, and they impacted heavily on the civilian populace. That is why you see them do what they do. There is no, but even in Ghana here, if an army officer even speak abusively or inflict anything to any civilian in this very place, that army officer is going to be interdicted and prosecuted. That is how it's supposed to be in Nigeria. So, and to answer my brother's this thing, yes, you see, the officers, they are few in number. The officers are few in number. We call them administration department. That's what we call them, because they command. Hold on, let me land.
Let's not go too long, because Eddie, I think it's gone on for over 10 minutes.
I just want to address that. When you look at the bulk of the military, is from the other rank. And they are the one that issued these orders for people to do what they have to do. But for me, as a person, you give me stupid orders, I will disagree with you, and I will give you reasons why I should disagree with you. And when you are presenting cogent reasons for you to disobey that order, they will not have anything to say. I have a chance for redress, and I have a chance. I am entitled to any lawyer for a defense, which is the Directorate of Legal Service. So if you feel that the order that they are giving you is going to harm an innocent person, why will you obey such orders? That is what is obtainable in foreign or developed armies. They give you orders to go, like what happened in Zakibiam. Soldiers were killed, yes. They sent you to go there. Must you go and kill the innocent people that are there, burn their houses and so on and so forth because your colleague was killed? I detest that. And that was the reason why I left the army. Thank you so much and God bless you. I don't know if there is any other question I will attend to.
Thank you. I wish there was, but I think Eddie needs to go because he has been patient for over 10 minutes. And thank you for your patience, Eddie. I'm sure you have something to add to this from the previous topic. And I was curious because Maxi is an ex-serviceman and we don't get a lot of military people here. So I thought I should ask that question because we're having a discussion about it yesterday. Please go ahead, Eddie.
Okay, thank you. Pleasure being here again. I listened to what's his name, David earlier, and he made a lot of points on why people, the Biafra, the
Mazi, I'm not interjecting, please. I'm sorry, Eddie. I'm so sorry. I wanted to talk to Mazi, but I think he's from Ghana, but I think he's trying to leave now.
Are you living by Maxwell?
Yes,
I also wanted to.
He has cows to attend to now. He has cows to attend to.
I will stay for a while. Let my brother David that is speaking speak. Okay. Then after that, I will see what I can
Eddie,
do.
go ahead, please. I'm so sorry, Eddie.
All right, no problem. So I listened to a lot of things that he said. I'm going to be brief about it. I'm not going to be too long, but just want to put a point. Now, I understand a lot of things that he said. I'm going to be brief about it. I'm not going to be too long, but just want to put a point. Now, I understand a lot of things that he said. I'm going to be... All right. Yeah, I'm going to be brief about it. I'm not going to go on for too long. He said a lot of things about what happened during the war. And, I sat back and I've been thinking about it. Something that's been on my mind. Now, I understand that people from that region actually went through a lot during the time of the war, and there was a lot of suffering and all that went on. But here's my point to all this. I don't know which part of Nigeria, though they may have not been through that war, which part of Nigeria we will go to today, be it the north, the south, and the west. Which part of Nigeria we go to today that we don't have the massive suffering? Let us call a spade a spade. Look, it is the elites in that country. When you want to apportion blames, you blame the elites. The common man in the north did not send the military into the east to go and fight. They were fighting for whatever they were fighting for at the top. The common man did not have any say in it. Today, if you go to Nigeria, go and ask the Hausa man, how they do you for body? He will tell you it's not easy. Go and ask the Yoruba man, it's not easy. So as in the eastern part of Nigeria. Like I said, I do understand that a war took place in the eastern part of the country. It's quite unfortunate. And we pray. To me, I pray we never see that again. But the truth of the matter, let the truth be told. Everybody, even the middle class is now going into the class of poor. They're now falling into the poverty line because of the situation. It's not easy. Please, like I said, I don't want to be too long about it, because like I said, I heard him talk and he said things happen in the world. If we do not move on from it, we are going to remain there. And the elites are going to continue to use that point to divide and remain there in power. The people need to unite. Enough is enough. There's enough resources in that country to take care of everybody over there. I gave a point yesterday. I give a simple point. If we do not, if the government is saying, we don't have the resources, we don't have the money to go and borrow and put refineries everywhere. You have people who in creeks. Those oil is in their land, right? It's in the land of the South. Get them together. Give them small refineries. This refinery put together. Let us refine these products locally. You are taking people out of poverty that way, and you're sending this fuel into the economy, bringing price of everything down. It's common sense. It's not hard. But like I said, the elites will not allow it to happen because we are using this wedge where Hausa man is this, Yoruba man is this, the Igbos are that. It's not helping anybody. We need to start to move away. I'm not saying it's painful. People die. It's painful. It hurts everybody. When you think about it, when you think about what those people who died could have contributed to the nation, it's painful. But we need to start to move away from it. It's hard to move away from it, but we have to start. That is the truth. If not, I'm telling you, see Tinubu now. However we call him, whether it's illegitimate or whatever it is, he's there. But we are being divided by these issues because they know we are not united. That's how they remain in power. And it's unfortunate. We need to move away from it. I'm sorry, we just need to start to put it behind. It's painful to everybody, especially to the people who wear the shoe. Like they say, it's painful. But at some point, we need to start to move on. It's painful. It's time to focus on the people creating problems for us, the elites. Let them feel the fire too. Thank you.
Do you have any suggestion on how to
Can
get?
I interject a minute? Can I ask?
Okay, go ahead.
A minute. Hi, Eddie. You have spoken well. I mean, I like your narrative, but let me ask you a question. About your statement about moving on. Do you don't think we should revisit a history should be taught about what went on during the Biafra War, just from historical perspective, for our children and something, so they can learn from mistake, so that doesn't happen again. I mean, a teachable moment with something happened out in Rwanda. See how they use the whole Rwanda something to be where they are right now. So that's the point. I'm kind of flawed by a narrative about move on. Do you mean move on from the whole thing or no teaching of the history?
No. Of course, history should be taught, because if we do not learn from the past, there's a likelihood that we'll fall into it again. So no doubt, the ones that are the kids that are coming today need to understand what has happened in the past, but not in a divisive manner. Because that's what the problem is. That's the issue. They keep using it to divide us. These issues we have in Nigeria, the major problem in Nigeria is that petrol, the pump price of petrol. How do we get it down? We have this oil in the country. Teach the history. Let us understand where we got it wrong. The people that made the mistakes, let's point them out. I mean, look, if you do not, even in the US, as we are today, with the slave trade and slavery and all that, they still talk about it. Some people are trying to wash it, which I don't think is right. You need to talk about there's a possibility that you will repeat that mistake. So let's talk about it. If there's an apology that needs to be tendered, it won't take anything from anybody. Oh, we tender an unreserved apology to the people of the eastern part for what happened in so year. We are sorry. Let's move on. Who will die after that statement? And mean it. Let them at least know that you mean it. Because it's people die. You have family. If my family member died in that storm, I know I'll be pained. But I have to be very honest with you. Until the day we start to we need to focus on the elites. Who are the cause of these problems that we're facing? I made mention of Obasanjo yesterday when I made a comment. Obasanjo came to power in the 60s. Or was it? I can't remember his president, but he was first in power. He left power, became an ordinary citizen. He became broke. Right? Fortunately for him, if it wasn't for the intervention of God, he would. I'm sure Abacha would have taken him out. He got back into power. He has seen where Nigeria was at that time, an opportunity for him. Even an example from the Bible in that point. David, I'm sorry, the guy that was put in prison that became second in command to the guy in Egypt. God put you in position to help the people. Obasanjo was given a second chance. What did he go there to do? He fell back to corruption. Stealing monies everywhere. He has cronies everywhere. At the end, now he's coming and telling people, oh, Nigeria is sitting on the keg of gunpowder. The same elite. After he has stolen money. Now back to my point. Let us come together and start to focus on people. We can teach the history. The history is there so that we do not repeat our mistakes of the past. We learn from it. So that if we are trying to go back and say we've been there, we don't want to go there. It should be taught. But let us start to move away from it and focus on it.
Vine and let's try to keep it brief and interjection so that others can contribute. Vine, please go. Then Okalala. Who is that?
Yes, I'm not
my
brother.
brother.
I came here.
Oh my
so
God! Everybody wants to
to
intervene.
No, I'm not intervening, but I've been patient. And I asked even my brother from Ghana to wait so that Eddie can finish. I remember all this.
Go ahead.
Nobody here that have not spoken. Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Thank you, my fellow panelists. Nigerian issue is close to all of our heart, and I think that is what brought us here all the time. It's not that we don't have what we can do, what we think is very important. My first go to my brother from Ghana. One of the things that I don't cherish about your word against Nigeria, even though you have served the country well, and the demonization of Nigeria, I do not like that. Ghana is not better than Nigeria, regardless of any situation.
Never.
So I feel that you are disrespectful to Nigeria, the country that you sacrifice so much to, because of our challenges for now. You even mentioned that we are living in our old glory. That is mocking of a country that you have served. Regardless of how you see Nigeria going down, you come here, the world is not that you are even offering anything different apart from your connection to the Igbo land. My grandmother is from Oka, so I am connected to Igbo as well. I'm not going to discuss on that one, but in general, so many of your word to Nigeria is it doesn't, as a Nigeria, I'm offended on it. And I want to be honest with you. Maybe you are in the farm for too long, and I don't mean to disrespect you, that come to Nigeria regardless. Even if we pee on the street, the swagger of Nigeria around the world Ghana will never go there. Ghana will never go there. So for you all the time to come and I feel offended. I don't mean it in a disrespectful way, but it's the country you have served. You have laid your life for. You even, the injustice that went on in Zakiban in Benue State, you spoke about it eloquently, and I appreciate you for that. But for oftentimes coming to mention Nigeria, old glory, we are not going anywhere. I think we are going anywhere. We are going somewhere. And your sleeping president is not better than the one that left. So please be mindful of your word. And I don't mean it in a disrespectful. I think it's personal. I get confused that, okay, what do you think about us? Just look into me. I'm a Nigerian, for God's sake. And each time you come and meet me, it's like you come to my house and say I'm not a man enough. You kick my children. You talk to them anyhow. Come on, man. Be sensitive to those things. I'm so sorry.
I appreciate it. I think maybe there's room for more voices like yours, Jonaba, because we have often heard Nigeria will happen to you, and I find that a little bit peculiar. I don't know why we do that. Maxwell, please go ahead, and then Tone, then Ekolala. Sorry, you're at the bottom of the screen. So Maxwell, go. Maxwell needs to leave anyway, so let him just interject briefly.
You are my elder brother. I am in my 40s now, 49. And I appreciate, and where I was brought up in Abia State under, my mom and my dad, I we respect elders. And I believe that you are older than me. And I'm going to accord same respect to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You see, I am bitter. I am bitter. There is a proverb in the Igbo adage that said, an old man cannot stay in the house while a female goat delivers in a teta. An old man, that old man will stay. Look, I took part in the Liberian War. I took part in Sierra Leonean War. I took part in Sudan, AU War, peace enforcement. I took part in Cameroon War. I have suffered for that country and I paid the price. If it is possible, I will pull out my hips and I will show you a gunshot wound that I sustained in Liberia from the MPFL led by Charles Gangi Taylor. It was grafted in Alexandra Hospital. If you go to Alaba Military Hospital, in Liberia alone, if the Nigerian army will give you the real statistics, my colleagues died. They are in excess of 4,000 soldiers. Nigeria lost.
I'm not against all of that. I'm not, and thank you for your service. I'm going to leave.
I am telling. Yeah,
I just want to. If you are in pain, then you should be concerned about our pain. People are going down.
Sir, please.
Wait for his reply.
Sir, please. I listened carefully and I respected you as an elderly person, and I'm making my own submission, sir. Please. Nigerian government, we don't have money to even refine crude oil in Nigeria. But we spent over $7 billion in Liberia. The crude oil, the petrol, the diesel that were expended in Liberia was provided single-handedly by Nigerian government. So this is the reason why I feel the way I feel when the government that did so. What did we benefit from Liberia today? That is why I am kicking against sending troops to Niger. Protect, if you feel that Nigeria is a country that you behold, protect your borders and protect Nigerians from what is going to, from the aftermath. If Bola Ahmed Tinubu will venture send troops to Niger Republic. Niger Republic, Guinea Conakry, they are French colony. They are very, very strong. In fact, my own country, Ghana, was not even the strongest force in Liberia. It was Guinea Conakry. Guinea Conakry had weapons that they use in this country, second to Nigeria. That is the reason why I have the feeling I have for that country. Because that Nigeria support, like I said always, I am not here to denigrate anybody. I am speaking because I am also affected. My mother and some of my siblings are from Abia State. And I speak the way I speak because the elders that you said we should respect has stayed in the house while the nanny goat or the female goat has given birth to the teta. That is why I speak the way I speak. And if that, I don't want to say, since that offends you, sir, and any other person in this very place, I humbly apologize.
No, I don't think you need to apologize.
Thank you.
Please,
at the end of the day,
thank you so much. I'm the one that come to the issue, please. So please, I'm not. He's not talking to you, please. I know
but I have the right to speak to it.
Yeah, but I'm the one that brought the issue. Please let me respect to him, and I will leave. Thank you, my brother. I'll always cherish understanding. You suffer or you have made a sacrifice to the country. My own, you have understood where I'm coming from, and we are all concerned about what is going on in Nigeria, and we pray that as we all working hard, speaking truth to the power, that somehow one day, even if it is not our lifetime, that we all come to live the dream of all the hard work, and all of us in the diaspora working so hard, supporting our family back home, that will not only do that, that we will have opportunity to go back to a safe country to see our loved one or somehow die there. Thank you so very much, brother.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I just address Maxi
I just
before
wanted to say
and
this. I just wanted to say
can,
this.
can I just
I
wait,
think-
Ikolala, please. Ikolala, please wait for your turn. So thank you. Mr. Maxi, I greet you.
What you have
I
here?
salute you. You know, when a man has not been to war, people that have been to war don't talk too much. I was there as a 22-year-old, second lieutenant. I know what I saw. My best friend died on my side. We were ambushed. He died. All of us went there with high morale. Just commissioned 4 months after commission. It was soldiers like you that were a bit experienced that led us, but some of us we thought, yeah, we're hanging our peeps and all that, all shiny peeps and all that. A lot of officers died.
Was it in Liberia, sir?
Yeah. So it wasn't a very pleasant experience. I've got my scare here, if you can see. I've got my scare here. You know, I've got my scare here. So when I hear people talk about war and all this sort of thing, I just laugh. You know, people do not know. A lot of people are carrying various pains. People are carrying pains from Biafra. People are carrying pains from Liberia. The generals were embezzling money that was meant to have been paid to soldiers. Even some dead soldiers, their widows and their family weren't paid what they are meant to pay. The finance minister of Nigeria back then, his son went to war. I salute him, Obasanjo's cousin. He left because he was shot. If his dad was not very positioned and all that, he would have been in wheelchair today.
That was in Sierra Leone. He was deployed in Sierra Leone. Yes.
No, he went to Liberia with me. But I didn't go. I had to leave as well, because maybe I'm one of those privileged ones and all that because of my dad's contacts and all that. And I had to leave. And I didn't want to, because if I had stayed, I would have become, I would have involved myself in some kind of coup d'etat out of my anger, you know. So what I'm trying to say, in other words, is that's my past. But what I'm trying to say is, and what I'm trying to say to everybody, I understand everybody's passion. Each and every one of us have been affected, have been scarred in one way or the other. My uncle, I lost my uncles during the Civil War in Nigeria. You know, I joined the Nigerian army not because I come from a certain part of the country. I just thought it was a pride, you know, to defend my country. And I did it. And if I had if I continued with my career, then maybe I would have retired as a one-star general or thereabout, you know. But notwithstanding, for us to move forward, yeah, we need to move forward. And the reality, my brother John Abba, I understand what you're saying, but I don't think I understand. Again, I understand Maxi where he's coming from. He's not saying that to denigrate or disrespect Nigeria and all that. He's saying that from what he felt. See, when a man has faced bullets, you see death.
So I have to tell you whether I face bullet or not. So you don't know my own background. So
yeah, I don't know. Without due respect, I don't know.
I'm not even talking about the bullet. I'm not disputing sacrifice. And never. I personally take offenses in it. I spoke to him, he has spoke to me. I don't need anybody. I understand where you are coming from. I have spoke to him that I don't like the way he talk about Nigeria. This is not the first time. And I have listened to him countless of time. And he understood where I'm coming from. And my case is settled. I'm not here to come and create any malice with anybody, but I speak to my own opinion to my brother, and he understands. He's a matured guy.
Okay, that's cool. So it's just the way we're here today talking about Nigeria just because we're very passionate about Nigeria. We desire one thing for Nigeria to be good. Yes. We all desire to go back there one day, very soon, and then settle down. So that's all I've got to say.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Jonaba.
Jonaba, who offend you now?
No, nobody offend me. It's my I just to express myself.
Who call him name, man, not down. Call him name, call him name, man, not down.
God bless you. I'm the office on the local saying,
it's not me.
Uzo. I suspect Uzo.
Why you suspect me? Why you suspect me?
Because if you don't talk about Southeast, you will talk about you talk about Benue.
One day we go see.
Those are my neighborhood. If you do too much, I will go crack and down. Me, I
no worry, they come now. You know who I did now.
Exactly.
The way I carry on.
Sure.
Ikolala wanted to say something.
I'll join you guys again.
Thank you for coming in.
I just have to know mass. We need mass never start. Look, don't show.
If the mass people.
You see the go mass, yeah?
He went to mass today now. He was very philosophical today. He was sounding like an elder.
Sometimes we need to. You see, what I need to tell you.
Can we let Ikolala say something? I think before you go.
No, I think I'm fine. I'll just say.
Okay, is that okay? You wanted to go after this is Abba, isn't it? Okay, go ahead.
I didn't want to go after him. I think it's passion.
Why do you leave it? Man, you have the command. By now, you should have been commanding the troop. You see how this year tone, you have a very good command. When you talk, you know he talk like you could have this stepped hard. He say, yes, sir.
Oh God, this guy. You know what? Okolala was being polite, and now you are making it look like he's. Come on, man.
Man, you see,
you are being mischievous now.
Man, you should be one of our top general by now. By now, this Niger Republic will not be using Nigeria to play.
Talking about, by the way, guys, gentlemen, I think this Niger thing, us getting involved with Niger is a very dangerous proposition because from what I understand now, the politics of Africa, Russia is getting involved, and I believe that these guys
wanted to say something. I don't know.
He said no.
Yeah, let Nikolala talk. All this kind of
Nikolala, please.
Please talk, my brother. Okay, let him say it's fine without Uzo interjected.
Okay, Nikolala, sorry, my brother, talk.
I think Uzo is excited to be on TV. But anyway,
all those Chelsea people.
I think Maxi. Whatever Maxi says, you see, some of us feel so bitter sometimes. If you know where Nigeria should be, you would feel bitter. So, and you must understand John Abba's point of view as well. He is being optimistic. You know, John Abba has just been optimistic because there's nothing he can say that says we are going to be here 5 years from now, 10 years from now. There's a tendency it could be worse 5 years from now, 10 years from now. But Marx is looking at it that this is where I was. This is what I fought for. I mean, let's be very honest. If there's a company and you have placed in a certain amount, which is greater than what someone else has placed in, I think you have the right to be bitter if the company is not moving forward. So if a man has fought in 3 wars and can tell you this is what he did, and he could have 5 actually, he's pointing out, and he's so bitter that the nation he fought in 5 wars for is not moving forward, I think he has every right to denigrate it. Yes, we are all Nigerians. No one is more patriotic than the other. So to say, okay, I don't feel bad about what is being said. No, but let's be in our optimism, let's be realistic at the same time, you know. So that is what I just wanted to add. It's not that John Abba has his point of view is quite understandable. You have to be optimistic because we all live on hope. If you are looking at where you were 10 years ago, then maybe there will be no need for you to wait for tomorrow. But you still hope for tomorrow, that tomorrow will be better than yesterday. But that does not mean the man who has donated so much for yesterday has no right to be bitter, you know. So that's just what I wanted to add to it. And with that, I say,
make I ask you question, Mazi. Make I ask you question, sir.
Because I'm an elder. Forget to say I look young, but I'm an elder.
Now you say you fight war, Mazi. Now you fight war. Make I ask you, sir.
No, wait. Let me just support what look. See, when elder talk, another elder gonna understand what he's saying. Let me tell you the truth. I will have said this to John Abba here. The way John Abba was addressing Mercy, he addressing it as a Ghanaian. Don't talk to Nigeria that way. That's the only thing he's saying. All right? He was telling you a Ghanaian. Ghana is better than Nigeria, so don't talk to Nigeria that way.
I'm not sure that's what he was doing. I'm not sure that's what he was doing.
No, exactly. When that talk, if you hear that talk, another that like me go understand where it's coming from.
He started now. He started again. He started going left field now again.
If he talk to masses directly, it's easy. But comparing using Ghana now, putting Ghana in and Nigeria in, he's showing that you're a Ghanaian. It doesn't see masses as a Nigeria. So don't talk to Nigeria that way.
Seems satisfied where he
That's what you're saying. So let's not to ship the whole thing. And for me, I don't challenge him. It's not right on doing saying that. This is someone outside the country that collected a bullet. But when in Ambo, you might want in Ambo now go.
You collect bullets, Mazi. Where you for collect bullets? Where you for collect bullets? You
collect bullets. Not collect bullets.
You will dodge for back. Mazi, because you don't want to your leg back. You will dodge for back.
I leave you to them.
Thank you, Kolala, for coming in.
I want a question because
let me answer my. I think I see you as my elder too. I am 48 now, so I will see you as
or me.
Yeah, you say.
Okay.
Okay. So that was 1995/1996 in a place they called Tubmanburg in Bon County in Liberia.
Okay. So question where I wanted to ask you is this now, right? Because I see Nigerian army as part of the problem that we are in right now. Courtesy the foundation that the foundation of democracy that we have is founded upon military. You understand? Yes, you can change the clothes, but you cannot take the khaki from them. You can take them from the way the khaki, but you can't take khaki from them. So it's still there. So if you are complaining, are you complaining as an individual or you are complaining as a military person? Because you can't tell me if, I know this mutiny, this mutiny that they do, that if you complain, you can be subject to mutiny and this and that, which is death sentence and other stuff. Yeah. But like in Nigerian army, I know there are lots of people from the south, certain part of Nigeria, whether southeast, south, maybe southwest, might want to compromise the way they will say that they are, because I think it's of early this year we now discover the true meaning of the word Yoruba. That's so we're saying the way the word came from. This is what the true meaning of Yoruba. So we say maybe like so we say maybe they can compromise themselves, something like that, just to, I don't know, whatever, but that I don't want to go into this and make them not cut me raw. But what I'm trying to say is people from the south, then southern part of Nigeria generally, if all of you are seeing what is happening in Nigeria and you decide not to no man, this is not nice now, you understand? I don't think it's possible for them to kill everybody. Let me just work it to buy everybody to say no, because you don't want to play ball. You, no, this guy take him to guard room. And this one meeting, you understand? So, because if Nigerians are complaining about what is happening, the people that are there, what our own people that are, because like this guy, Irabo now, that is the Irabo now. Irabo is from Delta. So that means Irabo is part of the problem, not the people from the north, the Fulani, so-called Fulani, Hausa Fulani, that's the problem. Irabo is up there. Before Irabo left, this other guy, Eneche, was there. So our people are there too. So if our people are there and the military is compromised, that means it's our own people from the south that's even giving us, that is even our problem, not even the Hausa right now. You
see,
are you complaining as an individual or you're complaining as a military man?
Yes, sir. I see. I will speak when I was there. If you ask me this question, I will answer you as a military man. I have resigned, and something led to my resignation, sir. When I was in 1 Mechanized Infantry Division, Kaduna, my battalion was 29 Battalion, Motorized Infantry Battalion. We were at the 81 Barracks, Kaduna, Rebado Cantonment.
Okay.
Something happened in Zango Kata. This is where I am telling you now that there are people in the military that still have, if you are in the military and you are drafted to go and buy or intimidate innocent people that are mainly defending themselves from people that want to take their land, then you are fighting an unjust an unjust war. I led a platoon. I led a platoon to Southern Kaduna. When the incident started there, the Fulanis, strangers, visitors, and the indigenous people, the Tayep people, the Zango Kata people, and the rest of them. Southern Kaduna. I was drafted to go there. And the reason why they gave me that instruction to go there was to go because the indigenous people were fighting. I do not know if you have listened to one of the Kaduna elder statesmen that said that in Zango Kataf, they gave these people what they call, in Hausa, they call it Laduga, but automatically it's Ruga.
Okay.
I speak Hausa very well.
Yeah. Okay.
It's Laduga. Yeah, they call it Laduga, but in other words, it's Ruga settlement. 70,000 hectares.
Jesus
but
Christ.
within 5 years, that 70,000 hectares has surreptitiously increased to 120,000 hectares.
Wow.
In other words, they are now encroaching into the indigenous people's land. That is the cause of that Southern Kaduna's issue.
Yeah.
So when they entered, it's in human nature that when you come to take my land, I have to fight for it. Whether the police or the army is there, you have to do something to defend
legally
your
or
land.
even legally,
Good. Now, when the indigenous people tried to retaliate, to chase them out of that place because they have found vast land that they planted corn, millet. You know the north, the southern Kaduna, they plant millet, they plant corn and so on and so forth. So when they tried to push them out of that particular place with their cattle, they called the army.
So why would they call
I am standing here to tell you I don't know, because they feel that the army will protect them. Why you are doing the wrong thing?
So that means sorry the question. Why should they believe army? At least go to the law, go to the government, go to the police or wherever.
I don't know. Do you remember the man they call Vasa?
Vasa.
Do you know how he was? Do you know how he was tortured and sentenced? It is because of this as well.
Yeah.
He tried to speak out. He tried to speak out for his own people, the indigenous people, the owners of the land.
Yeah.
And he was branded a criminal, branded all kinds of things, and he was dealt with. Mama Vasa. You see, so they sent me there in order to go and do the bidding, or either to support. And when I went there, I do the right thing. I went there, I did the right thing. I become what they call alekali. You know, alekali in Hausa is mediator.
Okay.
I become alekali. Yes, I begin to speak to them. I tell this one, you are wrong. They told me, hey, K daginane kafito. So who are you? Where do you come?
We've left
I just try to explain something.
Out of the conversation.
Cover that.
How long now? One Batu has been here for a while.
Okay. Let me round up and go. I do not know how manage. I'm going to round it up. So what happened was this, and I went there. I tried to do the right thing, and I was accused of being biased. I said no, I cannot continue with this, and I did what I supposed to do in order to pave way for peace and to apportion blame to who, and they said I didn't do the right thing. So I said no, I cannot continue with this. The buying or taking side on against the people that are defending their land is a problem to me. Then I decided to put in my paper and resign 2004. That was how I resigned.
Okay. So what I'm asking is, like, if we have
I have more questions though. Loco, please let Abantu confidence speak. I have more questions on Maxi, but it is what it is. Well, please, thank you for coming in, and what do you have to contribute? Thank you for coming in, Maxi.
And I would like to tell my brother that is wearing the cap there. He's an officer, a retired officer as well. In line with our tradition, I would say, I am sitting up for you, sir. Permission to carry on.
No man.
When I leave Nigeria, when I say book and definitions, when I come around.
I have the question we have one asked before.
Can we let Abantu finish contribute now? Rudolph is here now. You both need to behave yourself. This is not the beer parlor attitude we have. We have here.
This is security issue. So if you get one or two information, wait for fish here. How we come from the south, right?
Another that don't show up.
Where our own generals.
The second that has showed up now.
Hold on now. I wanted to find out how our own generals take the failure, because we get people from the south who are top in military, top military personnel, majors, lieutenant generals, colonels in the army. But how come would they get these ruthless killings by army in the south more than the north self? You understand? So we will get our own people who come from the south, will be top major generals for army. Why are they not speaking up like, hey, come on, man? Why come people from the south? They get the long stick from
Are you sure they don't have ruthless? They have ruthless ones in the north too. Hey, if you hear some of this going on in the north, you will be shocked. Let's let our Bantu say something now. I don't know. This man is patient too. Bantu, please go ahead. You are very patient. Loco just came here, just started pushing through everybody.
No. Security is paying me for good.
I gotta respect my elders. I've been listening. I don't remember. You don't remember me from the other Gina's page. But,
your audio seems a bit off.
Can you hear me?
Not very clear.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I think it's better now.
I think audible.
Yeah, I've been paying attention to this. What's going on in Niger Republic, and also the other coups in across Africa. And a lot of the coups have been pushing for federation and presenting themselves as for the people in Africa. Mali is interesting because the surrounding countries, they're all ethnically related. So I don't know if this Niger Republic thing. I know Niger, they have a large Hausa population, and they've had I forget if the guy's name was Zarzaki, but they're pushing for some sort of federation or erasing of the borders. But I think the Niger Republic thing is connected to maybe trying to overthrow government in Nigeria. So maybe Nigeria does have to send troops to see what's going on, because a lot of these coups are connected. I know people have been studying them, but I think Nigeria has to watch itself, and I think the way forward is ethnic federation and maybe development. I push for African diaspora to get involved in Africa and to ethnic federation myself. I think the politicians handling development, they don't really understand international politics or investment or history, so they make bad decisions, uninformed decisions. But yeah, I'm just listening. But I'm working with I'm in Jacksonville, Florida, and I just connected with some people connected to World Debo Congress. So I'm looking forward to being on this platform more. But I organize, but I'm happy to be on the platform when I can be on the platform. So.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's good to have you here. And the issue, the thing about the Niger one, it seems to have a slightly higher stake in terms of geopolitics. The American military base there makes a big difference, and I think that may actually be the last foothold of the French in the Sahel, if let's say this government decides to get rid of them from there. And this is why maybe the Nigerian government is is going to be funded. Nigerian government is going to be funded to remove these people from these coup plotters. The question is, when the Nigerian government goes there and the Russians get involved, where would that leave Nigeria? That is the problem. That is a dangerous scenario we are looking at here. And I hope our Nigerian lawmakers are able to approve whatever Tinubu goes, and because I just hope he's not bamboozled by Americans. You just go and start fighting in a war where Russians are present there. And the war could be a war without end, like that happened in Syria.
Forefather, sorry, Mr. Forefather. Sometimes when you talk about these Russians, you talk about them as if they are untouchable.
We don't want war. I don't want that kind of war
No,
in my
because,
backyard.
excuse me,
Down to our level, they are untouchable. For where we did, they are untouchable.
3,000 nuclear warheads. You want to take them on?
Who Sinora never grow.
We don't want problem.
Please. Don't forget that this is our territory. This is our territory. And when you are playing a home game, anybody make them get whatever they have. They cannot attack us in our home ground. Except because we always want to play that second fiddle that we are not.
But now they are not attacking us. They are defending the Nigerian government. If Nigeria goes inside Niger to go and fight them, that's what I'm talking about.
First of all, I'm not supporting Tinubu to go in there. Let me make my point.
Okay,
I'm
we are in
not
the same place
supporting
then.
Tinubu to go in there because Tinubu himself is not recognized by Nigerians. First of all, even though they use a bigger stick to hold us down. Nobody, me personally, I don't recognize Tinubu.
If Peter Obi there, you for say me go.
If Peter Obi go, if Peter Obi there for power, these are intelligent. Hold on, these are intelligent people. These are leaders. They will find a way to handle the situation amicably. I'm telling you, don't compare Tinubu and Obi at all. Please.
Okay, so Nigerians going there is not the problem. It's the person that is going there.
But Nigerians have not said they are going there.
Actually, Tinubu is talking about military action.
This is a combined force. Nigeria is not going there on their own.
Yeah.
Despite that, Tinubu is just trying to make name for himself, try to legitimize himself. These are all what Tinubu is trying to play, so that the tribunal case, people will now say, oh, he has gone into this way, let us relax, let's move on. This is the game, the political game Tinubu is playing, as far as I'm concerned.
That could be leverage he has, because if he decides that, okay, he tells Americans, you have a military base in Niger, if I will help you ensure that your interest is kept there, then you allow me to remain president no matter what the court says. You make sure. So that could be a trade-off, and I think, was it not Show that was saying that even when the FBI decided not to release Tinubu's criminal documents, they may want to be keeping it for leverage in 2026 or so. So you can see that the games that are being played, my concern is that I don't want the kind of war that we saw in Syria happening next to Nigeria, because Russians will not back down. And the Americans will keep funding the Nigerian government to go there and fight.
Forefathers,
I don't see that's a good thing.
There's always a time to settle scores in this life. There's
Which
always
score?
a time.
Are we settling score with Russia?
I said it was Russia with 16 nuclear
Russia did nothing to us.
Excuse me, 16 nuclear, whatever, they cannot dispute Ukraine up till almost a year and plus. They are still finding it difficult with Ukraine.
But they are destroying the country bit by bit.
But
that's the problem.
Ukraine has entered Moscow now. They have also begin to enter Moscow to attack Moscow.
There are people in Ukraine that are also supporting Russia, so Russia cannot destroy everybody now. Come on,
brother, don't forget about Russia. It is just Putin is just trying to, just like Tinubu, to show power because he has things that the world needs.
Dan,
You
listen,
know
what
that
Naja
guy.
is saying, you know, so
You
what
know,
Naja is saying,
you know
right?
Putin.
What Naja is saying is this, let's avoid the war in Nigeria because the effects will be on Nigeria.
Because we will not get exactly because we don't have borders.
Imagine Nigeria have refugees, thousands of refugees in Nigeria Republic right now.
Running
refugees are coming back.
And there's war in Sudan. They want to set fire in West Africa too. There's already war in Sudan, and Sudan is bordering some of those countries. We don't need another war.
Gentlemen, let me tell you something. There's always a time for things to change. And I believe that this is the time. All this confusion will even repair Nigeria. Because Nigeria itself is in a mess. It's in a big mess. Hunger everywhere. People are confused. So this might be the prayer we have been waiting for, so that when Nigeria gets involved, everybody is just keeping quiet about what is happening in Nigeria. Nigeria is much in problem more than even Niger. But we are just keeping quiet. And this could be that opening door to put things right in Nigeria for once. Because we need to fix Nigeria too. Anybody has my opinion?
Yeah. Dan, forefathers, thank you so much for holding for me and everybody who is there. I apologize that I disappeared. I had to handle something. It lasted longer than I thought. But I listened to some of the conversation. I missed some, but I thank you all for keeping this going. For forefathers and Dan, you guys are looking for solution. I think you have a soldier that you forget about all the time. Let me play you a reminder.
No look for our trouble, because if you look for our trouble, he go. If you look for our trouble, he go do what? Under the constitution of Nigeria, whether he be governor or he be anything, we equal to him. He no be anybody. He's just an ordinary citizen like Dr. Fari. He's a nobody. He no even rich human being because he be a woman. Same. If they when Nnamdi Kanu put £100 million for a Oga head, is a poor one here, so we can head. That I know get mouth to talk. Because since he said we know they look for trouble. But if Yanga they sleep, trouble come wake up. Bingo collect. You do anyhow. You do anyhow. You do anyhow.
All right, forefathers, you were looking for soldiers, and then
that's a low blow, man. That's a low blow. Who is that guy finding him?
Better general, you want to
I have a general question.
Go ahead. Okay.
Just like the case in Ukraine, right? And Trump is saying, "Oh, it will not have happened if he's still the one in power." Now, is it the same case with in Nigeria? That is that of Buhari and Niger. If Buhari are supposed to be, if Buhari see the power by now, would they could have, happened? That's a question.
I think it probably would have happened.
If to say that Buhari see be our president, it could foresee happen. Or why they could not happen during Buhari time?
Oh, I think Wagner said it's long overdue. So
why did they have to wait? See, after which I'm not. Why would we have? We have. I know we get influence there. Even individual, probably Nigerian city has a lot of influence over there, especially from the northern part, right? But even in our own social and government relationships, we have influence, right? We have a very good relationship. So, for me to ask that question, that's what I'm saying. If to say that, did they see Tinubu as a soft target, or is he? I don't know. I don't want to stand there as a conspiracy theory, but
Mazi, make I tell you the reason why Tinubu cheated. If you hear the
Wow.
comment of most of
3
those
dada
soldiers,
at a time. That is a record. I don't know whether we've ever had it this way before. You know
forefathers, forefathers.
that is a record.
Forefather,
Go
you are a
ahead.
military strategy.
Mazi has a question. I'm just trying to
You are a
give him
military
my own idea.
strategist, forefather. You should answer this question.
I want to just give Mazi what I think from the question he asked. Tinubu is a softer target because he did not win the election. And most of these soldiers have said it, the Nigerian soldiers. They told him to keep away from it because he himself is illegitimate. You understand? So for them now to say that Tinubu is doing this thing, like I told you, to legitimize himself somehow, to see himself, to show West Africa that he's a strong man, because he himself has something, he's hiding, he's trying to, you know what I mean? He cheated, he has the same offense like this.
But could it be that he doesn't like military dictatorship, given that he fought with Nadeko, against Abacha?
Forefather, he's afraid. He's afraid that what is happening in Niger will come to him, because when you cheat, you have guilty conscience. The danger is that
if he goes into his action of going into Niger, could backfire. It could happen in Nigeria too, because if those soldiers are trying to replicate what has happened in Burkina Faso, they are trying to kick the French out and foreign troops out of there, and Tinubu goes and fights them, and the Russians join, I won't be surprised there's a problem in Nigeria too. I won't be surprised. And that is why he has to be careful.
You get the point. You have the point.
Factor in the relationship between Tinubu and the French people. Personal friendship now. Macron, yeah, we saw it during the inauguration. I mean, when he visited France, it was obvious that
he can't go and start fighting and killing fellow Africans because he wants to defend the rights of the French to stay there. Yes, I understand that democracy is a good thing for us to have. At least he has a sense of the people participating. And I also don't like the idea that these are African military dictators. When they come in, they don't want to put down their uniform like other people do. Even Putin is not a military man. Egyptian leader took over as military. Within 2 years or so, he transitioned to civilian. But our own, they will wear their uniform everywhere they are going. They will not leave it for 5-10 years. That is the problem. But however, if they are trying to get rid of the damage the French is doing to African countries is too significant. And if they are trying to remove it, why stop them?
That is why we are saying that Tinubu should remove his hand there and let the French-speaking West Africa handle their problem themselves.
Tinubu is the president of ECOWAS. Normally, he's in charge of whatever happened in West Africa.
Yeah, but if he's in charge, if he was elected in the nice way, everybody knows he's
none of us here support how the electoral process goes. But according to Nigeria, if you are seen in Nigerian, all right, according to the Nigerian Constitution, all right, if that will make us a Nigerian, the Constitution, as gone through the Constitution, Putin is the president right now until the court said otherwise. Let's acknowledge that it's better for us than to say if he didn't elect the way he wanted to go. He didn't go the way he wanted to go, but he go to the left. What do we do? So what Nigeria is saying here is, and everybody is saying it, is not that Nigeria Tinubu cannot go there to defend. All right. Remember, Niger Republic, what they just said it, and Nigeria, they have minus the country boundary. They have that kind of individuals connections all over. During 2015, the president of Niger was here. 2019 was here to even vote. Some of the they even come to vote. They are like 5 and 6. All right. So let's see what happened. Whatever affects Niger Republic right now is affecting Nigeria 80%. That's what people are saying. Not that Tinubu go there or doesn't go there. If Niger is completely on fire, the next place people troop in is through the boundary that have no boundary.
So if Buhari be president, would the coup still have happened, or why it may not happen?
Yes. This is a question is tricky. It may not happen. No.
Yeah, the truth is the truth. Yeah, of course, it
It
may
may
not.
not.
In
I mean, it
Faso
may not.
happened,
It
Mali
may not.
happened though,
It
and
may
No,
not.
no,
Guinea
guys.
happened. So
Hold on,
I don't
guys.
know.
Nigeria's republic is different.
Hold on, guys.
Maybe.
Let's I'm about to leave. I want us to make sure that we talk about Nigerian Labour Congress. They are going on strike on the 2nd. This is something that will happen this week that we entered. What do you guys think? How will it go? And also, we know that tomorrow there will be a sit-at 2 weeks across the southeast. Most governors want to look at what any state governor will do, whether he's going to seal the shops again or whether he's going to let people decide whether they should come out or not. So those are the things that are going to happen this week. I think we should discuss. And Tone, I've not heard you say something since I came back. Maybe you can start.
I've spoken earlier whilst you were away, sir.
Our soldier has spoken.
Okay, all right. Okay. So I think you can go on with that conversation.
Please let me start so that I will run away. I have
Before
something
you go, I want to announce also that on Friday I met Bobby Wine and I interviewed him. That's the Ugandan presidential candidate musician. So we will have a social show where we will play the interview, and he agreed to come on the show sometime after, in August, because he's promoting a movie based on his life, and he's traveling across the United States. So I will announce that in a few days, the day that we're going to show that, and then we can get him on the show. But on that note, I just want to thank everybody for joining, and hope that we can go ahead. But there should be a conversation.
Before you go,
yeah.
Before you go, I want to say something before you go, Dr. Rudolph.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, thank you so much for bringing David today. It was quite a very beautiful meeting. I wanted to ask you, could you kind of invite or get hold of Professor Chido Dinka?
Oh, he's coming. He will come. I went to I attended a town hall meeting with him on Thursday. So I'm going to reach out to him. He will be. I know he will be in the next.
Yeah, he's a sound mind. He's a sound mind.
Yeah, I was
Thank you.
No more strike. No more strike. NSC, tell FG review no plans. We are
Please,
not going
I just
on
have
strike.
1 minute. Let me disappear, please.
Okay, Dan.
So
Okay.
for that strike, the NLC, they are a backing dog that has no teeth.
No teeth.
They have said it
They
many
don't call
times.
am
We will
off,
do
sir.
this.
They call it.
Yes.
They call it up.
Yes.
Yes.
So before you say they don't get it, they don't get mouth. They don't get mouth. Not so they get it. Before you say they don't get it, they don't get mouth. No mouth for the teeth.
Okay, excuse me. Why did they call it off? They don't give them something under the table or what?
They there now. They there. As
All
I
right,
play
yeah.
the show.
All right, I have to go. Thank you.
Wait,
guys.
Rudolph,
Okay.
wait, Rudolph, wait first. This guy, David Hundeyin,
Uzo likes me. Uzo doesn't want me to stay around.
wait,
so that
David Hundeyin, wait. When he was talking about his story at the airport, right?
Talk like that.
Rudolph, Doctor, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
When he was talking about his story, they at the Zimbabwean airport, whatever, you understand?
Yeah.
I think he himself, I think sometimes he mouths or he leg put up of problems. He said he spoke to somebody and the person asked him to wait, right? So why didn't he wait? At least to hear from that person first. The person can say, hope you will not give us problem. He said, no, okay, wait, I'm coming. So maybe the person is trying to go and make negotiations on how to like bring him
For
in
8
or
hours. For 8 hours.
No, not 8 hours. No, he was kept in the room for 8 hours. He said he did not see the guy. You understand? So he was impatient to enter the country because the way other nationals were entering this, like, what this guy now? Okay, let me go and talk to somebody else. I guess that was what put him. He just over submit sometimes. Then put up where he landed. If you had voted for the guy would have just anyhow by hook or by crook sneak him in. Or okay, how much do you have? Okay, bring this money. Let me take it. Because
The reason the guy didn't come back was because they have found who David was. So that was the reason why the guy didn't return. and he would never have.
So I would like, why did he
Anyway,
call
guys, I will join later. I have to do something. I will join later.
All right, Dan. All right,
was so
later,
lucky.
Dan.
Now they were just bonding to Nigeria. That is the end of it. He was so lucky.
All right.
It was lucky, Joe.
Thank you,
Lucky.
guys.
See you, Rudolph.
Okay, I'll see you.
All right.
All right. So I think regarding that issue of Zimbabwe, I think maybe because Zimbabwe is quite Pan-African, they are very inward-looking, so they wanted to report him to the Nigerian government.
They wanted to,
so that because that's how they stopped. Remember, Zimbabwe was the one that stopped a coup with Margaret Thatcher's son. That was heading to Equatorial Guinea. Yeah, they intercepted it. So these guys, they watch out for fellow African countries. So when they saw someone like David Duterte, if there be someone like Kanu went there, they will go and report him to the Nigerian government. That's their whole way. They don't follow all these international rules. It's not their way.
Don't come and give us, don't come and be a problem to us. We just, my friend, we'll stop you at the end. Go.
Are there no problem to themselves?
African nations, they do cooperate,
They don't mind.
See, let me add something before. When we keep mounting, bad mouthing African nations sometimes, they do cooperate in terms of nationally. And this is why nationally, African countries don't go to war. You hardly see this type of war happening in Ukraine now, where Russia is fighting Ukraine. You hardly see it in Africa. It's within African countries. That's where you get conflicts. So it's very, even Sudan, Northern Sudan, and the Southern Sudan, since they separated, they never fought each other. But they are fighting within each other. It's really strange, their behavior. So, and that is because they have an agreement in the African Union. I don't know whether that agreement is the reason why they are sticking to it, or it's just their behavior. They look out for each other.
Wait till you won't fight for. Wait till you won't fight Nigeria. Wait till you won't fight Ghana. There's no reason for us to fight. There's no reason to.
I don't know.
Wait, all of us are hungry. All of us are hungry.
We are fighting each other over land, over grass in Nigeria.
Is that the reason why
everybody want to
let Bakassi
everybody want drive Bugatti?
Let it go.
Nigeria was just we were listening to international this thing, but Obasanjo just wanted to just let that thing go. He could have fought, but he just wanted to let it go. I think the International Criminal Court found against us, and then he didn't want to fight it. I said a lot of Nigerians are unhappy about it. You heard about how Mustafa was describing it. He didn't like it at all because he felt Nigerians died for that land, and he just gave it away. To the Cameroonians. So
we are focusing on how to come together as one continent, one people, one economy. That's what we are focused on. No, we still won't fight each other for now.
Not be there. Not be there. Now this guy, this motherfucker, na Ita Giwa. Not be there. She's for
Bakassi.
Yes, she's
Ita Giwa.
And I heard that on this channel, the forefather is also from there.
Where?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? If I was from Bakassi, I would be sipping oil right now. Now, if I was from Bakassi now,
He be like chopping fish, like all those.
I get proposal, right? I get proposal. So I think if anybody proposes between the next 4 years, right, something will happen. When I mean something will happen, the Nigerian state, either the Nigerians don't go be around again, they go. But I just go kind of like protest. Big things gonna happen. That's my
obvious.
Yes.
I think within a year something is likely to happen. If we don't see any good sign, if we don't see any good sign from Tinubu's government, I fear that in the next year something is going to happen. I am beginning to think that there is a movement going on in West Africa now.
Let me ask my question.
I don't think it's going to be up to 1 year though.
Let me ask my question. So now,
I think people are giving Tinubu a bit of a chance.
Now, there's two ways go happen, right? Either the guys with in charge, they would organize, they will see them, they will try to avoid it by carry out a revolution within themselves. Right? How they could share the thing, they could go on within themselves just to avoid everything. Or people will get other interests. We take advantage of the process, put money, sponsor, and get it done. Or we can actually force a revolt within the upper class. How do we do that? I was saying this yesterday. Let's start encouraging our people to start boycotting anybody who is serving in this government. Start boycotting their products. Guess what? Because
How do you
now,
boycott that
because
product?
we patronize them. Hold on. Let me finish. Now, because they patronize them, and they use the money to enter power to the oppressor. So it doesn't make sense that we have sponsoring our own oppressor. So instead of going to ShopRite and buy bread, go to Malam Musa where they corner, go to Nkechi for one your street, or go to Adesua for one corner. Patronize that. So let's start doing that.
But what is it they are selling that we cannot buy now? Because they don't own ShopRite. What is it they are selling?
No, I use ShopRite as an example. Then our brothers.
I think yesterday you mentioned Dangote. You mentioned Dangote.
The Dangote is them. The $10 them. They're part of them now.
If Dangote goes down there, you know that 80% of Nigeria consumption is produced from sugar. To whatever Nigeria eats and consumes,
that's the point. He will not allow it to go down because he said he will lose back. So he will put pressure for the top. Now their problem, there need to be confusion between them for us to benefit. So we have to force that revolt at that point. The only way we can do that is aimlessly.
Must go down.
It's very easy.
Guys,
that monopoly
guys, Forefather said something earlier, and we did not listen. And I've been thinking very deeply about it. You see this Niger thing. Whoever that is advising him to go into Niger will be a very bad idea, because it's going to be easier for anybody that is planning any military intervention in Nigeria to go about. Now, let me take you back to 66. How did those guys do it? It was a military exercise. How about releasing the armory, people that are supposed to go into Niger, and then come back and storm and take over power? How about that? It's possible.
And chances are that whoever military regime is taking over Nigeria, they are also going to be caught in the same cloth as those that took over the other countries. Because I feel like the movement now, especially the younger brasses, the movement is to push off these colonial vestiges that we have. And that's what seems to be infecting every country that is having coups.
All this movement, the question is that what do we want?
Retired or generals?
What do we want?
Where you take over power? That the guy is.
It's not about the generals, Uzo. It's about the middle level officers in the military, the majors, the captains. Okay. The majors, the captains that you should be more worried about.
Yes, now they are the ones that are the dangerous ones. That
and are the most senior ones, the lieutenant colonels. That's the most dangerous ones, because they don't listen. They don't care.
The captains.
Those people don't care. They don't care. Now, the dummy that he chose as his ADC now is Paddy now. That guy is related to him.
Power again for Nigeria now. Come on, let's.
Why do you think so? Why do you think so?
You once said something. You once asked, what if Buhari, is still in power? Would that coup in Niger happen?
You wouldn't have made any difference.
Someone was saying that it happened in Mali, it happened in Guinea, it happened in those places, because you know why? Buhari originally is from Niger Republic, and the Niger Republic depends so much, on Nigeria for sustenance in so many ways. So somehow that coup may not have happened under Buhari's regime, but nonetheless, what we should be worried about is its escalation. Would it escalate into, because there are several rebel groups in Niger Republic, if you don't know, there are a few rebel groups, some of them are even fighting with Chadian rebels. So I just hope that this will not melt into strengthening Boko Haram somehow. And we know that Buhari was once a patron of Boko Haram. So I just don't understand what's going on now that he just left power and say he's going to go into Niger Republic if anybody troubles him, and then all of a sudden there is a coup in Niger. So yeah,
I think that initiating it was just a joke. I don't think he really meant to go to Ginger. He's saying they disturbing
That's
his
his
down.
home. That's his home. That's where he's come from.
I don't know. He's from Nigeria. Come on, let's
No, but they are one people now. Niger
Niger
people and from they are all one.
Yeah,
people.
it's just like saying people from Oyo and Lume, they are the same people, but they are. It doesn't mean that they are moving to this thing to be the republic.
Listen. It is on record historically that Buhari's father used to cross over into Nigeria to sell duck.
Yeah, but the same thing can be said for. So, do you know how many Southeasterners are in Cameroon? About 4 million Nigerians are in Cameroon.
No. It's on record. Buhari is from Niger Republic. Go and Google it. These days, nobody can come out.
Buhari is from
anybody.
God, is there any president of Nigeria that's from Nigeria anymore? For Nigerians? Yes, even if they bought them in the middle of Abuja, they will still say they are not from Nigeria.
He just said something. The one that is wait. You say how many Easterners in Cameroon? How many thousand?
4 million Nigerians in Cameroon, and many of them are probably Southeasterners. From what I
Eastern always come up for your mouth as if they chop cocoyam.
You see, Uzo, you started now. You see, Uzo has started now. You want to make Southeastern this thing again.
4 million Easterners in Cameroon.
I talked about Yoruba here. You didn't say anything. When I said the Republic, you didn't say anything.
Or Eastern, how many people and Hausa people they Cameroon?
I don't know. Do you know what?
There are more northern people in Cameroon than any other tribe in Nigeria.
They will start with that Nigeria have about
most of Cameroonians are Fulani.
3,000 refugees. Listen,
I'm not so sure.
Listen, send us to Nigeria have 303,000 Nigerian refugees in the Republic. Imagine that.
To Nigeria for north, for Meduguri, not like the same, not streets. Now be the boundary between Nigeria and Cameroon, not streets.
Exactly. Exactly. They don't. We don't talk about that though. We keep talking about Nigerian Republic one. Nigerian Republic one. They are going and coming. But what is what happening in Cameroon?
What I'm trying to say, all of us now one people. Not just now this fake demarcation with the all of us.
We're just one by color. We're not one people. We're not one by color and blood.
You see what Uzo is saying? You know, Uzo. Do you know that the Yoruba and Igbo language, they are from the same family? They are even different from the Ijaw language. It turns out that you are all Volta language. What do you think about that? You and Yorubas came from the same branch.
Yoruba and Igbo, I can never see all of this with a fight.
When Ovie is saying that we are all the same people, you know, Edo, Yoruba, and Igbo language, they are also under the same thing. So when Ovie is telling you that we are all in the same this thing, he actually is right.
Okay, can I say something? What make you one people? What make you one people?
We are in the same place for thousands of years. That's what makes us one people.
Yeah,
what was you talking about? Did he come from England? You have been there.
Israel. From Israel.
Oh, you came from Israel.
Listen,
come on.
Your food, your culture, your dressing, the way of life. All right?
Now, make one people. Who will be the president of ECOWAS?
ECOWAS is our president. Bola Ahmed Tinubu now, our president.
Okay, now hold on now. I don't know. I'm just seeing a tweet right now from NTA saying President Mohamed Bazoum remains the recognized president of ECOWAS. This is NTA News reporting.
No. Or they said President Mohamed Bazoum remains the president / ECOWAS.
Listen.
Meaning that ECOWAS made the statement.
Listen. 8 hours ago, right? NTA News Nigeria tweeted, right?
What do you expect?
He said President Mohamed Bazoum, right, remains the recognized president of ECOWAS. Sorry, remains recognized president by ECOWAS.
Okay, yes.
What do you guys?
That's what everybody is saying now. The whole world is saying that Bazoum is the recognized president, but when there's a military regime in place, they will say that now until they give up the idea that this is fait accompli. The moment they see Wagner force there, I don't know, man.
We will
See,
send Wagner. We'll send ourselves to go.
Ovie, this is a very
Wagner
serious
has
matter.
already spoken.
This is
The
a
Wagner
very serious
forces have
matter.
already Wagner have already congratulated them. What does that tell you?
What makes it so dangerous is because there's a massive US drone base there. And this is a serious problem that Nigeria has to be careful about tangling with. We don't want to get caught up in their wars, but sometimes from the way my own analysis go, maybe we need the war to unite Nigeria. Who knows these things?
To Nigeria. So do you now understand why Buhari is actually being generous to that country? Not necessarily for getting a brother or Nigerian from. Yes, because there's more to that. So if you don't take care of, if you are not good to them, right? When you already have the military base from foreign nations out there, and you are now being hostile to them, what do you think is going to cause them for them to just to give you up, right?
But I'm not sure that's why I don't know why you're connecting it to the fact that Buhari is not. I'm not sure that's the reason why they did the coup because they wanted to do the coup at the time.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I just said then when Buhari was in Zimbabwe, they criticized him that he's doing so much for those people, right? Remember when the train station, the train, the
cars and everything.
So there was a lot of criticism. Say, oh, now because he's from there, now Fulani man, that's why he's doing and all that. So we are not looking at the bigger picture, right, of such gesture. You understand? Even though the means of we go through our own too, but we are not looking at the bigger picture. If we are hostile to our neighbors and foreign people already use there as their base, what else? If they want to do anything from there, I mean,
a lot of people are surprised. I was surprised when you read some of the foreign press. They said some of them are surprised that this coup happened because they thought they were taking care of the military very well in Niger. So they didn't expect it to happen. So their whole plan is take care of the military. They are going to defend you, defend the powers that be, not caring about their people. That is their approach. Maybe these people got fed up and said, enough. You people are messing our country up.
America get drone base there. Do you think they don't know what is happening before it happens?
I said something yesterday.
So you think they know this stuff is coming on?
I said something.
Why would they not stop it?
Their base there is the biggest in the world. No business I just say a normal embassy they get. So and you want to tell me with those kind of presence of other insurgents from Russia and all over Boko Haram, everything that is taking place, you think these guys are not 2-3 years ahead of things happening? Then you don't understand America.
To Niger, listen, the kind of corruption going in mostly the African nation, West Africans, right, is expected. Remember, 3 years ago, right, one of the coup plotters, I don't remember which year, he was saying why we strike. All right, the same thing is still happening to Nigeria, where the coup were plotted, the corrupt politician and everything is still going on in Nigeria. All right, that's why they plotted the coup, and the same thing is still going on. So they know is that the way things are going, all right, and even Bola Tinubu know it. He knows it that if leaving this military that was not appointed as an loyal to him, they may change their mind one day. That's why he retires. All of us are here shouting that day. He retired all the generals, all right, leaving people that obey him on the command of the military bases. All right. Now, if this kick only succeed, if the government is taking care of that, look at what's going in Nigeria. I assure you, go to Nigeria now, give somebody money, investigate the journalists, go to the street, ask Nigeria at the street. That don't like that. What do you want military to come back as take over the government? I'll show you that
many of them will say yes.
Yes, they want the military to come back. The suffering is too much for them.
And I think that the times now are like the 60s and 70s and 80s when there was the Soviet Union supporting people that are planning coups or Americans supporting the counter coups and all the rest that was going on. That is what we are experiencing now again. That's why you are seeing such a rise in coups. What happened in the 60s and 70s should have been the end of it, but Africa didn't use it to elevate itself like the way the Asians did. We didn't use it. And maybe this is another opportunity. And for me, the signs are still not very good because these military leaders don't transition like other leaders do. If other leaders, when they become in as military, within 2 years, they become civilian. Yes, even if they win the election with 90% of the vote, still they transition to civilian regime. But this our own, they just wear their uniform forever. They don't want to change.
People are looting in
why? Why don't they want to? Why don't they want to change
What
to
is
civilian?
different between civilian regime right now with our British Ahmed Bola Tinubu regime and military regime?
See, for whatever reason, the whole world seems to have civilian regimes for leaders. Even Russia, China, all of them. And they've always had. They don't have military leaders. I'm not sure Stalin was a military leader. Even if he wears military clothes, he was still a civilian. So there's something to be said for transition to civilian regime. And that concerns me that our African coup plot has never wanted to change.
Look at where I'm coming
I want
from.
to ask you something, forefather. Why is it that democratic nations or democracy does not want the military? Can you tell me one reason why that military are not welcome in so many countries?
In terms of a form of government?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's because of freedom of speech, freedom and rule of law. They don't want one man to be commanding.
You have answered me. The reason, the number one reason you have answered, you are a very intelligent man. You have answered right. The number one reason is lawlessness. Lawlessness. That is why number one reason why military are not welcome in so many democracy. But when you look at the Nigerian case, especially the last government and this government, you could see that lawlessness. A situation where court orders are disobeyed with impunity. You see that? So these are the things that, if you look at what caused the First Republic to lose its powers, the coup that happened in the 60s, you find that the reason for 1966 coup anyway, you find the reasons that were given by those soldiers. There were a lot of corruption. There were a lot of political enrichment. The politicians had gone overboard. You see, so you always find these things coming when the politicians have failed. And like someone in this very show was naming the number of things that the military achieved. People don't know that, and I have studied that. A whole lot of infrastructure that were built by the military in Nigeria. A whole lot of them, and you find that our democratic settings, the politicians has nothing, only they share money. They only share money. You see, they don't care.
They did build some things. They did build the second Niger bridge and a few other things. They did build some roads. And we made a lot of flyovers. It's not like entirely zero. And the internet, they brought the internet to Nigeria and mobile phone networks.
Has all of this better the life of an average Nigerian?
Okay. Comparatively to other parts of the world, yes, Nigeria has not moved an inch. But in terms of physically, what is going on in Nigeria, yes, there's been a bit of an improvement compared to the way it was before. We have phones now; we can use to make call. Everybody has them. We have Uber. We have Bolt.
Nigeria done this stable for like 25 years.
You are beginning to talk like the former governor of Abia State that were asked on national television.
Seriously, I'm not even become a politician yet now, but already started like one of them. I'm doomed.
He started talking about fish and chips, talking ShopRite. That's his achievement as a governor. Can you imagine that? Talking about chicken.
No, but I did say, to be fair, I did say that we have not moved an inch. I still went on to describe some of the things that
other nations are talking about development, invention.
That's something.
Look at the other day, a Saudi Arabian woman went to the space from Saudi Arabia of all places. People are talking about innovations, technological innovations. And we're talking about a politician will come and tell you that he built 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers of roads. He tried to. These are basic things.
No, I agree with you on that one. We have not done. That's why I say we've not really moved the dial strategically. We've not. That's the truth. Go ahead.
All these countries will not they compare. So those countries they've been stable for over like 50 years. Nigeria just been stable for at least 25 years.
Nigeria is what? Nigeria what?
Nigeria just this stable for at least for the past 25 years.
Nigeria stable for 5 years?
Yes.
Stable.
Yes.
Yes, we've been relatively secure for, okay, I wouldn't call secure is a strong language, and stable is a strong language. But we have not had any crazy.
To another.
Okay, yeah, in terms of change, power changing now.
Yeah, power changes for 25 years.
Stability. Is Nigeria at war?
I wouldn't say we are very stable. But
wait, is Nigeria at war? Is Nigeria at war?
No.
Answer.
But
we are not at war.
Do you have many people that in past 8 years, how many people that died in Nigeria?
Yeah, but in America, 43,000 every year dies.
No. This is not
from gun violence alone.
For that, do you know how many people? Like, they reported that 303,000 people are in refugees in the Niger Republic. Yes, in Nigeria. All right, not the ones in the Niger Republic. Not the one is in the refugees in Nigeria themselves.
Yeah, that's not good.
That's not good.
That makes us look bad in terms of stability. But see, to be fair to what Ovie was saying, all he was saying was that by and large we've remained intact. Internationally, they will recognize Nigeria. Oh, that's Nigeria. They are still. Oh, they are the country of Afrobeat. They are the country of Nollywood, and the country of I don't know what else we have. Scammers, but we are still intact for 23, 24 years in a row. That is quite an accomplishment. No military regime. No military regime has survived this long. No military regime.
That's individual, my brother. Even not individuals' efforts. Other individuals.
Question is, have we moved the dial in any way? I'm not so convinced, but we have a chance. And for me, this in the manifesto of all the leaders that ran for this election, the major ones, is capable of changing Nigeria if they just implemented it. But so far, the only one they are implementing is the one that the foreigners will like and the useless people will like removing subsidy. They have billions to spend that only them, most of it will be stolen. And then the exchange rate that foreigners will gain from, none of us will gain anything from the foreign exchange. I don't know if anybody has gained anything from foreign exchange, this thing, unification, let them tell me, because nobody has gained from it. So from that point of view, I don't see, there's no improvement so far in the lives of Nigerians.
And to be fair with you, with the level of, like, every child from age of, I would say 5 years now, right? That is in Nigeria now, right? I don't think that age bracket, next 20 years, they will become 25, 30, 20 years, all right? With kind of things they know right now, all right? I don't think there'll be any change, because the only thing that a child wants to do in Nigeria now is what they want to be what they want to do when you grow up. Either they have to be a Yahoo boy, or next they have to be a skip maker, all right? You see a child of 5 years using his father dick and mother, sorry for the word, father and mother private to make.
You see, this is I thought you are raising children in your house. You see the kind of language he uses. He's got a lot of young people around him. Look at the kind of language he uses.
I'm sorry. I know
Father of all nations.
I don't know where this one from my mouth. That's how I'm sorry. I said a child of little Pekin now, right, for Nigeria. What they want to know, they're also using something that is not normal in society now. It's what they do to skip to make money. That's what's surviving. Nigeria is surviving now. Those skip makers. A little job. They can then do everything.
Did you hear about the arrival of Vice President of Google to Nigeria? They claim they want to create 1 million jobs in Nigeria through Google. So there's no fanfare from it, but maybe even if they create a quarter of that, that will also help. And I was talking about the gig economy that Nigerians are engaging in, that people are not capturing. That is probably why you don't see a lot of protests on the street. Now, there are Nigerians in their laptop in their rooms making money from overseas.
Yeah.
And so that's why you don't hear about them. I've actually engaged with a Nigerian that was working for people overseas. This was somebody last year or so. He was willing to work for me for relatively low price. Now, like, no, I'm getting paid, man. I've got good money coming in. So you got to pay me good money. So that's how it works. And that's in Nigeria. He's not gone anywhere. He's making real money in Nigeria. So you can see why those youths that was, even the ones as old as the Ensa generation, they are inside now. Many of them are telling each other, go online, do this, look for way to jackpot and all that stuff. That's what they are focused on, especially in the South. I don't know what the North do for jackpotting, but
they are. I know some Nigerians, right? They are into IT. They live in Nigeria, but they work from home in Nigeria, but their employer is in the UK.
Exactly.
That's Nigeria for you. Assume.
No, not because it's legit.
Local.
Yeah.
I assume the speed Nigeria used to pick up this IT stuff 20 years backward. Remember, if you worked 15 years ago, everybody want to do what? Internet, IT. What happened? End of the day, between like 2010, everything's dropped. The speed, there were so many schools, like IT stuff was like booming. But everything just dropped, boom. Now it's picking up again. I think that speed Nigeria used then, the same speed the frequency they we are into now, all right, man. Nigeria, India could have not even seen the back of where Nigeria is, all right. So many, I don't know what happened though. You know,
you see, there's there's looting now in Adamawa. They are looting shops in Adamawa for hunger.
Yeah, I heard about this in the protest actually, and people are beginning to get out on the street. And I one thing I was beginning to wonder the other day was, is this going to start from the north? Because people don't forget that the people in the north are feeling some of the pains too. So it might actually start from the north, because people in the south, many of them are online working for the heathens in the west, compared to the northerners. The northerners, who are you going to work for? Saudi Arabians. You can't do remote work for Saudi Arabians. So
180% I know is
no. You forgot that. If you forgot that the president is from the south, just what happened through Buhari regime. Even though the south are protesting, the north will tell you because they're from the north, they will not join the protest. That's it. If the protest start today, people are not going to protest that much. They like to protect their own.
Oh yeah, you see, that's the trick though. Like if there's, let's say, protest in the southeast, you can almost be 100% sure right now that the north will not join that protest, especially because you just assume that it's a southeastern thing. But I feel like maybe in the Nigerian discourse, we have to try to get everything. We have to relate to other regions too. Because in the end, they are all going through the same thing. And I feel like this protest, if it's going to start, it may actually start from the north. And so far, we've heard of 2 cases now. Adamawa is one of them. And I think there was one other one in one other state in the north. I've forgotten what state that was. And women were on the street, marching and protesting.
Do you know why the South is more safer?
Okay.
Let me tell you why the South will be more safer. Not feeling, they're feeling the heat, but not as much as the north. All of us here from the South. All of us are sending money down to our brothers down there for field, for even though it's 10,000. Might take chop, might take do this one. All right, that is what we are brought up. The mentality we brought up. All right, they will call us. Hey, can you, hey brother, help me? This is not. All right, the not. How far?
Yeah.
Problem. How far?
Our own for South, the way they demand money, sometimes they will say, "Guy, give more to chop." After you send them money, you sit there in beer parlor, they'll be drinking beer.
But that's the South for you now. They can't get away with that.
So sometimes it's not really, they don't really need the money. They just want to still maintain the life that they are living.
No matter how condition, let me tell you, no matter how condition be for a certain house, all right, it must die.
No matter
if we all know that, but how condition be for certain house, all right, it must die, even though once in a week. You understand my point? Even though once in a week, it must die.
You could tell you say, oh boy, not me poor pass.
Not me poor pass. I'm not die for hunger.
I drink beer, no, I drink beer.
Hey, I'm not how condition be for us. We must die now.
I drink beer, not be there.
So that's how the system is. It's not matter. The last couple. The man can die for one day. I don't know why I did it. No matter how we never chop. If it's just like that time, I see 1,000. I don't come my guy. Hey guy, come meet me for a bar. Make we do 1 bottle.
Exactly. Do we have any law in Nigeria that decides whether is there the House of Assembly, do they have to approve say Tinubu before he goes and send Nigerian troops to Morgan or West African forces into Niger?
No.
Does it require?
No. I think
it doesn't.
No, don't say no, my brother. Sending your people out of the country. Is it not require the law?
No,
don't
no,
like
not be
American
law.
president
No,
sending.
no, hold on now. Hold on. When it comes to outside the country, right? I don't think it concerns House of Assembly. It only concerns security. You understand? Not only security.
Well, he has to have the money now. Who is going to give him money to?
Who's going to pass the bill for the money?
No, hold on first now. No, the money, if the money not there, it not there. If the money there, it there. But like if it's internal security, then the House of Assembly might be involved because it's all about the people. But if it's external security, that one just
Isn't that even worse? Isn't that one even worse? Because that one, if you you could go and cause trouble for that Nigerians have to come and fend for. All
that's
from
like
overseas.
for them. But I never see any meeting or any sitting with the whole concerning Nigerian going to go and do peacekeeping for whatever.
They will call you.
No, at least we don't see and at least waiting how many years we don't watch TV. We don't see
we all know Nigeria. And Nigeria cannot even have a nuclear warhead because Tinubu could just call one day press button.
How do you know?
That is the same thing we are saying.
You see what I talked about having a big military. You see what I talked about having a military. Let me just make this quick point. If like Nigeria now had a big military, you saw with the 12,000 soldiers that they have, it took them a while to arrange themselves to say, okay, this one is the leader. If you have a big military, chances are that the coup is going to fail. This is why this in that of what they call it, Turkey failed, because some people thought they had won, but another group of the military came and removed them for the coup. That's how generally these are supposed to be. But if you have all these small military, if you look at all these countries that are having coups, if you check it, you might actually find that they may actually have the smallest size of military before they had a coup compared to other nations.
I just saw an update now on Twitter.
Okay.
All the countries in West Africa that's got a military rule, they've just sent their soldiers to Niger to support the coup plotters, waiting for ECOWAS.
You see what I'm saying?
It's starting.
That is the thing
what we're talking about.
Tinubu needs to stop what he's doing. If he doesn't want to go and start fighting for foreigners here, because these people are trying to remove the French. The French is the problem. We all heard what Mr. James submitted yesterday about what the French are doing to African nations.
Right,
and this is why so many African nations are. Look at the state of Niger. Look at the state of Niger, one of the poorest countries in the world and one of the most fertile countries in terms of fertility in the world at the same time. And they won't let them breed. That is a very, very interesting update.
Might speak the language of the gods. About you?
Nah, I say I want to apologize.
He's calling Igbo the language of the gods. When Muslims do the same thing, we criticize it.
Might speak the language of the gods. About you?
How about to go? How about to go? No problem. You know, sometimes on this forum,
I'm trying to.
Sometimes on this forum, man, I think it's better not to read the comment section because they walk you up. I was walked up by them.
Oh my God, they are awful.
I just want to apologize, man. Like
you see that comment section, eh?
That's simple. Like that guy just hates. The guy hates to the end.
So I got worked up by because I got frustrated in the fact that I was issuing in my opinion. I must be very careful. In my opinion, I thought I was giving out facts, right? But when I went back on YouTube, I watched some of the things. Clearly, I was
assassination and everything.
I was under attack. Mentally. You see, there's a thing in neuroscience that is called the more emotional you get, your brain your brain reduces. Honestly, the logical part of your brain that you used to reason reduces. So I gave way to that, and that is unacceptable. And I'm so sorry, guys. That was not who I am. But I was just being a human who was passionate.
They didn't do anything to you. Did you see what they did to me today? They were eviscerating me. That is just like normal.
I know, but I can't speak for you now. I have to speak for myself and just say, look, if anybody felt really bad, if anybody really felt any bad about that, look, my biggest apology.
They went for today. I was just reading it. I was just laughing.
You were correct. Why are you worrying about me? They were roasting me.
No, I think this is the right thing to do. Because when you're high like that, things were comments were just good. You need to see the comments. Like shut up, idiot, stupid. This one. I was like, what did I do to these people? Can't we have an intellectual debate?
Some people
Like,
they already have the text.
anyways, let me keep quiet because this is how it starts.
Or there, everything, all the insults under the sun.
He go say, look, just smoke Igbo again. See, look, see Harry, my everything I don't have. He just smoke Igbo. What did I talk? I don't have to talk one thing. I don't get. I don't
Some people have serious issue, man. That freedom simple. He just has to see me on any platform. He just starts. You don't have to say one word. He just starts immediately.
Yes, smoke Igbo again. He's like, Igbo.
Some people are just downright haters, man. They don't play around. But I think after a while, most of the haters go away. Then you start having the ones that want.
I don't think it's even.
The trauma is still there.
I don't think it's the people. I don't think it's the comment section for me. There are some people who come on the screen. There are some people who come on the screen who have nothing to contribute. They have no idea. They have no point. Other than to come and disagree with anything you say.
Exactly.
There are people like that. Anything you say, their goal is just to come and disagree. Like,
subscribe. Let me tell you who supported you. Only one man.
Yeah, I'm on red list. That's for sure. On every platform, I'm on red list.
It's only one man want to more that's give you $2 supported you.
Are you serious? I didn't see that one. One man, I hear.
He gave it to supported. He said this only man talking sense. Yes, subscribe.
Yeah, and Scribe was correct today. I don't know. They were having a go at him. You know what? The more you sound correct, the more they have a go at you. That's the truth. If he just waffled on, and didn't make any point,
are just being unnecessarily. They are just being unnecessarily woke. They just anything. See one thing, with the grace of David Hundeyin,
let me tell you what you described.
Sorry, go ahead, please.
The question I asked David, he did not answer it. Instead, he was talking about foreign. We should forget about the slavery master. I was like, that's why when he left, I asked him, who asked him to say, let's move on? So apparently, he was actually responding to forefather. So imagine, I asked him a question. He did not answer it. He was responding to forefather. So you actually answered the question I asked. And my question is just very simple. Why did you choose to start from the Civil War? Why not start from 1914, the event that led to in 1960, even the past election, right?
Okay. With respect to your kingdom, the Benin Kingdom, right? If you really want to start with that, you go to 1440, when Pinto came and wrote that what he said about Lisbon, and Pinto said that, and Benin Kingdom was sending emissaries to Lisbon, and Lisbon was sending emissaries to Benin Kingdom. It was when greed entered into the whole thing that everything started going downhill. So if you want to understand Africa and the West and everything that has come to it, it's unfair to start from 1914. It's unfair to start from the Berlin Conference, 18.
I wasn't answering. I wasn't questioning him. Why did you start? Why the Civil War? I was like, okay, I just want to know why you choose to start from there. Just say, I want to know where he's coming from, right? So you basically actually break it down. That okay, this is exactly that. Okay, maybe that's how far he has studied, which is okay, but. The idea that we say we forget and move on. No, we cannot forget and move on. It's part of our history.
The trigger point for me was when he said he will only focus. He rather focuses on Gowon. With the greatest respect to Gowon, Gowon in all our history is the most apparent military leader who was a puppet. Clearly was, if the war was being lost, and Harold Wilson had an election. Biafra war would have extended beyond 1970, January 1970. It was because Harold Wilson came. The videos are there. I'm not making it up. Go on YouTube, type Harold Wilson in Lagos, this thing. You will see it. He came and gave a last push with Amory. And that was how the war ended.
Not even Amory, the hunger strike.
Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten that somebody... Have you forgotten that somebody burnt themselves alive? Was it in front of the UN?
Yeah, in America. Yeah, the Jewish guy.
Okay. Let me say this. Don't get David wrong. Understand where he was coming from. Everything you've said is in order. Here is what I observe, even from the comment section. Somebody compared me to Jack and Nadi, Tony Nadi today. Just ask your question. Ask your question. No, that's not the issue. There is always a premise to anything. Majority of you were told, or you read through books, all kinds of stuff about the war. I lived through the war. Ranging from coming from northern Nigeria, running away from there, coming back to the east, attending several schools, running back to the village, and the day that my village ran into the bush, this is where I was trying to bring in religion. People were still praying during the war, still thinking that things were not normal because he has not come to their village. It was a Presbyterian church at Onu, Ulonkoma, that's what it's called. The shelling landed straight into that church house as the people were in the church. That's when the people realized that they knew that Watadam passed Gali. That's the day that we all ran into the bush and stayed in the bush for the duration of the war, which is why when I always pick up, I brought out Ofia Became Home, written by an engineer, Nduche. It was the experience of displaced people during the time. So for David Hundeyin, understand he's trying to narrow it down. When he says go on, he is talking about the entirety of the Nigerian military. He's talking about Nigeria as at that particular point in time. Understand it from that angle. He wasn't talking about what happened before go on. He was talking about, he talked about how he and his fellow students were having a conversation, and these were genuine conversations.
Okay, now Igbo basics, I agree totality. I've never really even disregarded that, right? There's a local problem, there's a one-to-one Nigerian problem, but then you will agree with me that even after Gowon, even after Mulitala, the development plans, the SAP, IMF, all those things, that is the point that I'm saying, that it's not in our history. We have too many junctures. And that's what I was trying to point out to him and just say, you can't, if you want to analyze a problem, you have to go to the root cause. And that is the premise within which I say you have to say, look, there are some interests in this country that doesn't favor us. You understand? Okay. I quoted also, go back and watch the Al Mustafa interview, how he made reference to Tafawa Balewa.
He wants to control the narrative. He wants to control the narrative.
Exactly. That's what these guys, this woke. You may not know this, Igbo basics. This, I'm careful to say this, but this so-called movement around Mr. Obi, right? There are those who are within there that appear to want their own controlled news, right? And point. There a lot of, you remember he said something that the Gen Z that are coming, they believe in short form, they consume a lot of short form stuff. So things that I say or some things that Ovie has said, it doesn't go down. That's why it's woke. That's why they will just push it back. You understand?
Generation.
Exactly. All they want is, let's just forget about it. Let's move forward. If it can be.
But you can't forget about it.
What is still crying is
it's part of our history. That's what Nigeria is.
You cannot forget about it. I used to.
I'm not saying what you doing. No. What I'm saying is, let me get this clear. I never said what he said was wrong. I'm only saying, just like in Matthew 15:17, when Jesus Christ said, I have not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it. And in that context, I feel like what I'm saying about external influence is like the actual root cause of so many things. I'm not saying that you have to focus on it.
You are very correct, but hear me out for a second.
I never criticized what he said. I'm only saying,
hear me out for a second.
No, let me just finish. I'm only asking Hundeyin, have you looked at it from this other perspective?
Hear me out for a second. As far as his presentation is concerned, I think that was what you just said was a part of the answer he gave to my question. Because my question was very simple. Something that I had asked the gentleman, Dele Farotumi, when he came, but I asked it in a different format. In the case of Dele, he answered my question clearly. He said, they don't make that kind of people anymore. Just like I will tell you, yeah, people still exist, but they don't make the kind of my mother them, who were involved in the Aba women riot. They don't make those kind of people again, as at now. When David was answering, because my question to him was the same thing, what can you do, including you, Ovie, including you, Mr. Scribe, you, the young ones, what can you do to weave an army to actually bring things to justice?
I want Mr. Scribe to actually finish. I think his answer is about what he was trying to dissect the obedient movement. I think that's very important.
No, he will go into the obedient. Don't forget that some of us are.
That's how to answer your question. You will say, what can we do to gather people around us, right? So we need to understand where we need to start from. So the idea of this obedient movement is dissecting in a way that I think with what paying attention to.
It's beyond the obedient movement. It includes
let me tell you something. Go back to the first interview of David Hundeyin. He said something. He said that a journalists like him, they have a large span of 5 years. Now, in my humble opinion, it appears that what he may be suggesting there and what could be part of his motivations could be that, let's try and control the narrative here and trend. Remember, this guy is a social media genius. Read his tweets. So now, do you think he will toe the line, genuinely toe the line that is the root, that is the main canker worm? He won't. He will toe the line of a TikTok. He's selling it according to the consumers. So you don't expect him to now toe that line. You don't expect. That's the same thing for the Obi himself. Obi cannot confidently toe or say some of these things that we say here. And that's the reason why when you invite him to a forum like this, he won't come. You know why? Because here, you understand? Here, he cannot have that. Look at when he was the interaction he had with Mama Hecho. Look at the way the countenance he gave out. That just tells you that kind of tells you like the same thing about the puppeteer. They know these things. They are in these conversations. They know about these things.
And when he was making case for the ruling class,
they would distance themselves from this kind of.
David was saying that the ruling class cannot relate with the ordinary Nigerian. And I asked him, guy, are you sure you know what we are talking about? So are you saying Obi doesn't even understand what he's saying? Because that's exactly what you are telling us. Because Obi is also part of the ruling class. Are you saying it's exceptional or he doesn't also understand what he's preaching?
No. Okay, look. There was something. Somebody that said something about Obasanjo being part. I think it was Nadi, and how Nadi married that sort of like a very unholy union between. If you are saying Obi is that good, he has a track record, everything. But then, why are you? When you lie with dogs, you get fleas.
I think it's Adebayo that said. Adebayo.
Yeah, I think it was Adebayo. But then I don't think the obedient movement look at it from that perspective. Like the people who are bringing you forward, what is their background? Have you asked those questions? Two, another thing, ideological mismatch. Let's be honest, he's a capitalist. He's a free market person, but running under a socialist thing. That thing is deep, but everybody just keep quiet and just like, how can you leverage teacher unions, student labor unions, and then use it to then climb? Okay, look at what happened when the week after Tinubu was declared president in Nikon. I keep calling Nikon Hilton. PDP was on one side, Labour Party was on one side. Ideologically, does that work? Where in the world, no matter what will bring them together, they would, in England, if it affects them, they will have separate conferences saying the same thing, not being under the same roof. So these are things that happen and they don't know. They give away these things. We are not in those circles, right? But when we sit here and we observe, judge body movement, judge all these things, we see things, we can infer these kind of conspiracy theories. And then we can say, oh, look, to a reasonable degree, something is not working here. So if you're thinking like an Obi is going to come into government and then going to favor the proletariat as it's supposed to be under a Labour government, it's not going to happen. You're barking mad if you think that's going to happen.
I actually admire, I won't use the word the youth of you gentlemen. I once said that you guys are running at the speed of Speedy Gonzalez, as I'll call it. You have all kinds of tools in your hands today. Some of us grew up with chisel and hammer. When the war ended, because the subject matter was Biafra, Biafra, Biafra. When the war ended, there was an adage in my place. It became like a sing song. If a child did not grow up and he started chasing the thing that killed his father, that thing that killed his father would kill him. It became a common saying.
No, there's a song to that effect. Ogini buru nagi, osio weju. Ogini keji naka, osino weju.
That's even the song side of it, but primarily, times are changing. Some of us who are saying that, we are changing our tone. Why are we changing our tone?
Sorry, for those who don't understand English, what we're saying is you should have that a son should avoid making the same mistake that his father made. That's the context of what Ogaibo Basic is.
Bottom line, right there. Because
so the only thing is, I'm going to reach out to Dr. Damages and I'm going to open up lines to one-on-one take on David Hundeyin on this thing, because I felt really bad.
You see,
I'm going to open up the line. And if he's serious, let him come one-on-one. Let him say what he said again. And let him come with his facts.
Hold on. It's all well and good.
I don't have anything to. I mean, I'm a software engineer. I'm not a journalist. There's no basis of, like the comment section is trying to establish. There's no
right there.
We are on two different trajectories. I'm an accomplished. I'm accomplished in what I'm doing. So like, I don't have any
now hear this. David, when he was making his presentation, if you remember his experience in Zimbabwe or so, where he went to something else to deliver a lecture, he ended up not delivering that lecture, ended up coming back. My first comment today was, even though we know it's become a crime to be a Nigerian, it's become a crime simply because he was identified as a Nigerian. That's how come he got backloaded to Ghana. So he experienced that firsthand. And any of us can experience that simply because you are a Nigerian or a piece of paper identified you with Nigeria. So that's a unique experience that he had right there. Remember the other gentleman that came here and spoke to us not too long ago? He was Harvard. He was teaching at lecturing at Cambridge and Harvard at the same time. You remember the gentleman? He spoke clearly. But guess what? After that, I think he must have said something and they kind of like released him of the job that he was doing there. But that doesn't stop him from being who he is. What am I trying to say? Before you open up a line, that's easy. It's easy to do. but understand that there is a whole lot of set pieces that are on the move here. I will speak from experience. The experience I will speak from is number one. I lived through the war. On a few occasions, I almost got killed or almost got eaten. Like in people carry you and kill you and eat you. Okay? That happened to me. So when you are reading it in books, I didn't read it in books. I experienced it. So with that said, when we are trying to pass on, after all, everybody go die. All of us go die. When we are trying to pass on whatever we know, at breakfast table this morning, my kids they weren't arguing, they were debating, because they are good at debate. One said that the world is declining, and he gave reasons, or she gave reasons why they believe that the world is declining. So when we come to this, when you folks see some of us, somebody even said on the chat line that I call myself an elder. I think make that person try so that he can end up to being an elder someday, so we can learn from them. You guys don't realize the massive thing that thing called war you think has ended. You don't realize the massive thing that has caused across the globe when it comes to the Easterners. There are well-accomplished people down in Houston, Texas, down in Canada, down in all kinds of places who are what? Igbos. They are stuck in foreign land, just like that. And their children and children's children. You didn't talk about Gabon today. You didn't talk about Ivory Coast. You didn't talk about Tanzania. You didn't talk about all those things. What am I trying to say? Whenever you catch the older generation, whatever you can get firsthand from them, get it from them. It's not a painted story. It's a story that they are telling you according to their experience, so that you can move and you can quote authoritatively. You wouldn't be citing something that somebody wrote somewhere. So, folks, please, it's good to engage David Hundeyin, but it's also good to realize that the work that young man has done is massively, and that's
we're not shading his work. Let me play something. Let me play something real quick to further emphasize my motivation. And I know that maybe people like Ovie will already know what I'm about to play. I just want to
If
play
you're a
this thing
sensible
real
thinker
quick.
and you're a critical thinker, you should subject your own thoughts to the most intense critical analysis possible, knowing that if you put forward second-rate thoughts, you'll act them out, and that will cause you no end of grief. And partly what we're supposed to do in university is teach people to subject their own thoughts to a multiplicity of critical perspectives so that there's nothing left but wheat, right? So the chaff disappears.
Jordan
That is my motivation. I'm not going into any debate with whoever in order to go toe to toe with them or try to prove that I'm better than them or anything. No, rather, I don't know if you've seen me over here. You were here from the very start when we started, right? You will see that the way Ovie, all of us, we've grown on this platform. Like maybe the way we were thinking when we started, it's a fact. Like a lot of things that are said here forces us. We go back, we go and do our research. Even some of us hang on even 10 hours after everything has ended to even have conversations.
Yes.
Those conversations have taught us things. There are certain things, if you go back, you hear me say, I will confidently apologize and say, look, that's what I said is wrong. So that is why we are here. People shouldn't get it mixed up because you don't agree with me and you now wokanize me and then you cancel. And that was what led to my annoyance. And I have apologized because it's not easy to take. Like, you're expecting people to now give you feedback. And then what they are doing is that they're telling you, shut up. You're an idiot. This, that. Man, the thing got to me. I'm a human being.
No, it shouldn't get.
When somebody is arguing, when somebody leave the point and started attacking personality, just know that's nice. The level of intelligence, but that no get more point to me. It cannot buttress. It cannot, actually, as you said.
I was expecting to tell people to say, no, scribe, it's wrong, Mr. the Prime Minister at the
Igbo basis.
Yes, I'm here.
They say they have left allowed Kanu to go and see his doctors, right?
Okay.
Sorry,
So
scribe. Can I ask you a question?
Reverend Augustine is here. Welcome. Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm happy to answer your question, sir.
Yeah, sorry. I was enjoying your conversation while driving home. I have two clarifications I want you to make. If somebody is telling a story, I've chosen where to begin his story from. And also know that every story has a line you want to go. And if I say, I don't want to take you, okay, let me use an example of what you said. If I accept that there is an external influence over your decision, that means I will not blame you. But if I refuse to see the external influence over your action, I want you to be held accountable because I have entrusted something to you. Do you look at the point I'm making here? Like, you are running this platform and you have the right, because once Dr. Damiji said, take care of this platform, there are other panelists on there are other co-hosts in the platform, and they come in, you say, no, I'm not going to allow you, I am in charge. You can make that decision. Another one, you can also say, oh, because you are co-host, let me allow you. And at the end of the day, Dr. Damiji do not want to see you from the point. Do not want to see you from the point that you could allow other people, because he wants to blame you. And the other time you cannot say, okay, because other people came. So he can choose the path he wants to go. That's the point I want you to. So David could say, I want to blame the Nigerian leaders. And he chose the path of not accepting the reality of the external influence. This is my own submission towards this direction you made. And when you talked about P2P is a tested politician. When you look at what he did in Anambra State and his personal life, if you check the number of things he has done in his personal life, will you define him as a capitalist?
Okay, let me start with the first question.
Before you answer that, Augustine, in summary, my mother says, person who gets up knows exactly where they're going. And that is a saying in Igbo language. When you just draw a line, this is where I'm going to start from. I know where I'm heading with this, my story. So you are all right that the man, he's not talking about 1914. That's not what he's talking about. He said, here is where I start.
Fine. Okay. Because I don't want to lose my train of thought. Reverend Augustine, I have tremendous respect for you. And I know where you're coming from. But you also, and then let me say one other thing, that I do respect his rights to, and I've not, and if I've in any way given off any indication that I don't respect his right to decide and say he needs to start from here, that is regrettable. I don't recall me giving any indication like that, but it was an emotional period. So if I look back and maybe, you had heard something like that, that is totally wrong, right? What you said, that is correct. What you said is correct. He can choose to start from that point and this thing. That same right he also has. I also have it as somebody who has submitted my sovereignty as well as him, to then also challenge him. Imagine we are like a parliament here. I also have that same right to then say no. That we need to, that is where we are with the argument. We need to, my position is that, like, oh, Mr. David, no, in order for us to solve this, I feel that there is a root cause to this. Because when you evaluate the man, Yakubu Gowon, and you read the stories about how he almost married an Igbo lady and how the circumstances around the war denied him the love of his life. I don't know if you know that story, right? You would know that if he was left alone, right, that war would have ended faster. Two, if you know when he went to Aburi, they are on Aburi we stand, he agreed to it. But when he came back, things were not manageable. So, Reverend Augustine, based on this premise and many other things, any other instances and facts I can raise, right? Clearly raise, right? That you can't just solve this problem, in my opinion. Now, in David's opinion, that is so. But as a fellow Nigerian, as somebody who is also here listening to him and understands the effect or the magnitude that the gentleman has, I played that tape that in order, listen to Jordan Peterson that I played. We are here to subject our thoughts to critical reasoning so that way we can take away the chaff from the wheat. And that is where we are. Now, all the awansi that happened, with reactions and those things, they are totally regrettable. And those things kind of add to the, external fluff, allow me to call it that now clouds the core of the argument. I totally agree with you. And I've never, in my own honest self, I regret if maybe one word came out that may give that indication that I was trying to suppress. No, that's not it. It is a fine line, and I also have that same right he has to stay. He wants to start from that. Or other people who agree with me also have that same right to say, look, let us start. Let us also expand it. All we are asking is, don't just stop there. Expand it. The gentleman in question, read about this same war. The gentleman in question was on the side of Biafra. If he listen, Jacob go on, right? If he wants to solve Nigeria's problem, let him write his memoir in true honesty. Because the stories that came out, even not just the story, he was going to be wed to an Igbo woman. It's not that is a fact. But the circumstances that surrounded the war and everything complicated things, right? This is a fact. So that war would have ended if not for the Aburi Accord. Everything that had to do with true federalism was not in favor of the actual oil deals and hands and money that certain people wanted to make. Let's be honest. Let's be honest about that. That's my submission. And that's everything I've been trying to say here, quoting everything in history and everything that I've been saying. And with the greatest of respect to David Hundeyin, he's a younger boy. He's 10 years. I'm 10 years older than him. So, what is he saying? So, where is this? There's no basis of comparison or anything, around these things. This is just me trying to
the point. Okay, go ahead. Yeah,
I think why from my own perspective, because I actually kind of wanted to know where he's coming from, right? Not necessarily question why you start from there, right? Because I've said it to him as if you are trying to control a narrative here. But for me, why the conversation around that particular topic is so important, that is getting this kind of reaction, is because of the time we are in, right?
Mhm.
It is very dangerous to toe the line of what what's her name, our sister Adechi, right? What she said about the danger of a single star story. At this point, with all everything that is going on, you want to dive into that kind of conversation, you have to actually be very, very good and aware of coming from both sides of the spectrum. You understand? And he speaks as if he's coming from one angle. And I sense that, and I point out to him. So not necessarily because I'm questioning, why did you start from there? I just want to, because you are starting from the Civil War. Events happen. There's a lot of stuff that happened that led to the Civil War. So if that part is omitted, if you are omitting that part, then you should be very clear that yes, you are omitting that part so that people will know. Because as we said, especially the kind of the audience, the generation that he catered to, they just want to roll with some kind of click anything without necessarily sitting down and dissect and try to understand where this person is coming from. Right? If I just want to know, okay, where he's coming from. Okay, why did you choose why this place, right? I'm not saying, you don't have the right to. You can start from anywhere you want to start from, but also understand that what you are talking about it's not just it's not a love story. Even though it started the conversation as a love, it's not just a love story. This is real, right? It's still very fresh. And again, the question I did not get to ask him is that, okay, you want that part of our history to be taught in our classroom. Explain to me how you will now say, oh, Obasanjo led some men to go and slaughter like 1,000 people, so how do you phrase that? Because those are the facts. Anything outside that's a lie. So do you want to tell the kids lie? So the fact that the perpetrator of this so-called evil act are still very much with us. They are not just very much with us, they are very active in our leadership role up to tomorrow. So how do you actually tell, how do you put that in textbooks without lying today? So I'm curious about that. I want to know, because I'm more interested in event that led to the Civil War, right? Because it's a part of our history. Just if we like, I'm going to talk about that in the next 100 years. That's Nigeria right there. It's part of our history. It happens. So I have a lot of questions. I'm very critical to whoever is telling that story. Where is that person coming from? What is it for you? What's your aim? What's your goal? Not necessarily if you are lying or you're not lying. I don't, you are just speaking from a third point. I said, our elder here, Ibo Bizi, who said, he vividly can remember what happened. So this for me, I'm not really questioning him.
Yeah. So, my point I want to make is, in a storytelling, you have a goal, you have your audience, and once you accept these two things of the goal and the audience, is either you make your own story or you allow the person, because once I am the storyteller, I should be given that permission to establish two things. Or you want to contract me to tell a story and you are giving me these two objectives. You're creating the goal and you're creating the pattern for me, and I'm accepting that. But if I am the originator of that story and I want to begin a recognized event with key actors in that particular event, I hope I am permitted to do so.
Of course, absolutely. You are permitted to do so. But then we have to understand that democracy or communion between people, especially when matters affects a collective, it's supposed to be a competition of ideas. And that is the basis of what we are saying. We are only presenting our own side so that way we are able to then have a discourse. We can have critical thinking applied so that we can then take the chaff out of the wheat. And we are not in any way saying, let me speak for myself. I'm not in any way saying that all that he said is false. I've never said that. I've only maintained that we need to expand it. We need to expand it, because you cannot just say, somebody just wrote, in my opinion, naively on the comment section that General Gowon was a war criminal. Yes, he was a head of the government and everything that happened there. But as a human being, evaluating the papers that I've read about his genuineness during that war, he did his best. I would defend Gowon any day. And I would say he did his best. He curtailed as much as he did. That he didn't even die, or a mutiny didn't come against him during that war. He was brave. He was tactical. He did what he had to do. When things are surmounted against you, there are certain things that you cannot do. Most of these people saying these things have not taken their time. And I say this without, trying to beat anybody down, to go and do a very thorough and deep analysis and look at things, look at certain papers, look at certain, I don't want to expose some of my sources, but look at certain, things that happened during the war to kind of properly understand these things. So that when he used that word about Gowon and he was trying to, demonize Gowon or trying to make Gowon look, and I'm like, no, I think you're making a very big mistake here, because out of all the military leaders that we had, the human that Gowon is, none of them have ever been. The human that Gowon is, none of them wherever is, according to history that's exposed to me. So that I took issue with, and I felt I needed to expand it to further explain certain things. So my goal of expanding it is to further, try and give more perspective to it, which I have the right to, and he also has the right to not listen to me. I'm not saying he must do what I say.
Mr. Scribe,
We are in a competition of ideas.
Mr. Scribe, he said something about the coup, right? This is coup, the Kaduna Izogu, right? Stuff that they said Igbo were the majors and it's a liar, this and that. I want to ask a question, right? In that coup, right? Igbos were not the majority, right? Are they? Yes or no?
No, Igbo were not made. There were
Okay,
there were
hold
other
on,
tribes.
hold
Yeah,
on, hold
go
on.
ahead.
There are other tribes I know. Now, amongst other tribes that are there, right? Which tribe has the highest participants?
The Igbos had the somewhat of the highest or this. Let's just call it the Southerners. Let's put
Yeah,
it that way.
of course, Southern. Yeah, of course, Southern. I know
Mhm.
Southern, but like
The
if you
Southerners
want
is
to
more
say
accurate.
maybe
It's more accurate because remember. Wait, sorry, Mr. Loco. Remember when the Asaba massacre happened, his people, the Okpanam people, the Asaba people, they suffered because he was alleged to be an Igbo person. That's Kaduna and Zogo. But today, the same Okpanam people, because of that trauma, they try. Some of them distance themselves from the Igbo people. So you have to be very guided in that perspective. That's why I choose to
okay, no,
say
hold on,
Southerners.
because what I'm saying is like the names they call, you might say maybe the majority of them sound Igbo, but some are from Delta. But I think there and then you may not really hold them in on the wrist like that. They are from Delta, but fine because they sound mostly Igbo. But I think it's a two-way thing, right? You might say yes, Igbos are not the majority. You understand in terms of the numbers per Igbos versus the rest of the numbers. But if you say tribe wise, like Igbos high, they're the ones who has the highest tribe in that coup. You understand? So if you also say maybe Igbo are the majorities, it's a two-way thing. You understand? It's not necessarily that Igbos are more than 50% of the number of coup plotters. No, it may also be correct that so Igbo are the majority. It can also be said that that statement is correct. It says that if you count the tribes that are there, Igbo have the majority tribes in that number of coup plotters. You understand? So if they say if they are saying Igbos are the majority, they might be correct. Not because
Deliberately,
the
I'm trying
ratio wise, like
deliberately. No, Loco, deliberately, I'm trying to distance that from. Please, I just want to be very clear. Like I'm trying to distance myself from making it an Igbo thing and not an Igbo thing.
okay.
Kaduna Zogu, as articulated by Obasanjo himself, was a nationalist.
Yeah.
He speaks, he doesn't.
Sorry, as you're going on, I just want to go back to YouTube because I want to
Nobody
go to the
has
office
come.
and I would
Your
love to.
microphone, you
So
didn't
no problem.
after this conversation, I would want you to go back to the second part of my question. I will listen. In the next 30
Yeah.
minutes, I'll come in. Go on,
Got
Loco.
funny.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't hear everything you said. There was a lot of noise. Sorry.
Okay, I said the second part of my question,
Oh yeah,
having
yeah.
tested
Sorry.
Obi and what he did, do you still call him a capitalist? That I'll
No.
go to YouTube. I'll listen.
Reverend Augustine, that is a very tricky question. Now, what do you? He has gone. I wanted to ask you a question to understand how I would answer it. Are you terming a capitalist in the terms of like greed capitalism? Is that no? That's not what I'm saying. I don't know if you can come back so that I can we can have a back to back so that I can thoroughly understand where you're going. But when I say capitalists, what I mean is that the ideology of the Labour Party, if you understand socialism is about constructs that support the proletariat, the downtrodden, the people in the trade unions. That is what socialism in a very short form is supposed to be. It's supposed to be about government controlled economies that actually legislate or put policy in place that favors the guy on the street, the odd Joe. That is what, in essence, it is. So now, if the ideology of the party that he's under, what I put to question is that this man is a businessman, very successful, very honest man, and he's coming into a system or a party that has an ideology that we've known over time through history that it conflicts. I feel like if he wins under that party, that is something that's that we know it remains to be seen, that there will be ideological conflicts. Two, I came again. I described, after the Tinubu was declared president, and they had that they gave that statement in Hilton, Transcorp Hilton, right? You could see that them and PDP were sort of like, there was a thing there, and I related to other elections that I have seen in the UK, especially, right? When they were in 2010, there was a hung parliament in the UK. Before Cameron came, there was a hung parliament, and the Liberal Democrats, I remember very well, they did not come together until Nick Clegg and David Cameron did not come together. They came together in Downing Street after they've been declared, minister and vice and deputy prime minister and deputy prime minister. The statements from Nick Clegg came separately, even though when they had when they've been deliberating when Northern Ireland had an issue with Sinn Féin and all those things, they had to form a union there, but they gave themselves separate. They gave their press conferences separately because they had to respect their ideological bases, their primary base. They didn't have to give an air of some kind of body kind of feeling there, because then those who voted you there, they identify with you based on ideology. So based on that is the lens within which I analyze that. And in Nigerian context, is yes, there is a good argument to be made that ideology doesn't really make sense, but it is dangerous because at some points these look at the way Aburi dresses. He dresses like a trade unionist. So suggest that his thinking, his modus operandi is like a trade unionist. So if Aburi and the rest of him around him are having conversations with a P2B as regards policy, as him now as the president under the party, there will be ideological conflicts. And that is what I'm alluding to. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure what the discussion was about, but I know that he had something
Well,
to do with ideology.
I think he was trying to, try to say, maybe he was trying to put it that, I was a little bit wrong to say that P2B is a capitalist. And my inference is that, capitalist connotes somebody who is greedy. I didn't mean that. I was looking at it from an ideological perspective, how people would reason about things. A businessman and a lawyer will not reason the same, they won't look at things the same way, right? They won't give problems the same contextual thing.
Mr. Scribe, you are right. The point is this: when we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. Labour Party, Obi was a child of circumstance, and that's where we are. When you married Labour Party, there are so many, I won't use the word factions in the obedient movement. That's called, a lot of people are not Labour Party members. They are not interested in Labour Party because they don't share the same ideology with Labour Party. But they have one goal: a new Nigeria. That's why you see all those people bunched into that place. And they also understand that from the get-go, the game that the Labour Party has played over the so many years is not the game that the younger generation who came in to salvage Nigeria, they are not interested in that game. Labour Party may have been collecting money and selling forms and stuff like that. That's not why people sold their refrigerators. People sold their wristwatches. People sold their belongings to make the obedient movement come out with a kind of fantastic result. So when we get to that bridge, we will cross it. Whether there will be ideological differences, absolutely, there will be. But a new Nigeria is still possible.
Okay, now Igbo basics. You let me say this in Igbo.
There you go.
So that is the reason why we are here. We can't differentiate the madmen anymore because of the mechanics who dress like madmen on the street, right? So if we are, by putting forward these questions, listen, what the other thing is, when we say these things, people don't understand that we are questioning things. By Are we no longer allowed to question things, even though we know that things are there? But are we not allowed to think deeply about things? Are we not allowed to look into the future about things? That era and that idea about how you would when you get there you will cross the bridge. It is dangerous. That is why we are where we are.
That is against obedient ideology.
Exactly. The NCNC. Let me take you back in history. And let me share, forefathers, please, with your permission, I know you're the one. Let me make a presentation here and bring in a document by M.I. Okpara, a document by M.I. Okpara. He one of the things he wrote following, and that is, it's owing to this whole idea of, can you guys see my screen?
Sure.
Hold on. Oh my
Yes.
God. This is embarrassing. My work is being exposed there. Anyways, all right. So go. Yeah. So you can read this article by. Hold on. Let me. Oh my God. Oh shit. I've made a big mistake. Now I just want to build on this so that.
Uzo, what are you up to? This is your Ojoro cap.
My Uzo, we will remove that cap.
Okay, guys, have a look at this. Guys, have a look at this. Look at this. Because of this thing about when we get to the to that bridge, we will cross it. This is what, read this article. This is what exactly M.I. Okpara, who was part of the people who advised Zik to go into alliance with MPC, because of that same idea of when we get to that bridge, we will cross it. Whereas a fantastic premier in Awolowo was there and waiting. They forgot what Viscount Harcourt said. The promising and well-conducted youth of the North is to be wed with the South. The alliance should have been with the Southerners. It was a big molecule mistake. And M.I. Okpara, before he died, acknowledged that mistake. So now you can understand why I'm not going to be huggy with a P2B in a 2022. I'm not going to be huggy as much as, I would vote for him because out of the bunch, he's the best. But that doesn't erode me, or that doesn't take away my rights to be able to reflect on history and look at things critically and question him. I'm not going to follow him blindly. So that is a problem with what the woke mentality is all about, the cancel culture. Read this article, my greatest political blunder. And that is the same thing Oga Nai Igbo basically suggested that we continue in 2023. We continue saying, that Echigadima, and when we get to that bridge, we will cross it. Look at the crossing. This crossing has kept us in this perpetual darkness till today. Look at what Emma said before he died. My greatest political blunder. Right? I am not here going to cast aspersions on anybody. I don't have any base. I'm not into social media business or whatever. Do you see me? Go and check out my social media accounts. They're all private.
What is the original name? Let me search you.
I'm not going to tell you. You know my original. Idiot.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm subscribed.
Stop that. You can check out my social media accounts. I'm not private. I'm not friend as well with my brother, as people want to allege. There is nothing. There's nothing. If you know me, we are polar apart. We are poles apart. This is an ideological debate. And Dr. Damage just narrowly missed me because I know if I had put it to him, he would not. David Hundeyin will not even. Go ahead, sir.
What? Let's arrange them. Can you be a guest in this show so that you can sit on the hot seat? Let people. Let's learn.
That's not something I'm willing to do. Honestly, I'd rather stay on the side of.
How do you teach people what you know?
Okay, so there's two things, right? I understand one thing. Yeah, I'm a Steve McLaren. I'm not a Sir Alex Ferguson. I'm on the guy. I'm those kind of guys that you give the work and we go in and we do the work. I'm not a motivational or visionary leader, and I understand my role. So why should I come on the show? Like, I don't see that as something.
Mr. Scribe, before you take that M.I. Okpara story and run, because I have what you said.
Yes, sir.
I'm a student of M.I. Okpara, not just a student of M.I. Okpara. We formed the Okpara Solidarity Group. I was responsible with a few people in Aba. We did that. Out of it came Biafra, which was Ademegwu. As to the subject matter you were discussing, in terms of when we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. Dele to me answered a question in his last submission to this particular forum. When he says that it comes to a point where people who ask questions are no longer asking questions. It's on the last appearance that he showed up here. They are no longer asking questions. But he said that something else has replaced those who were the activists. And he said that that thing that has replaced it is much more like the obedient movement. And that obedient movement, you cannot describe it as when we get to that bridge, we cross it. No, it's happening because I'm in some forums specific that are on the ground working on these things. What you are seeing is unfolding. A new Nigeria is possible. It's not going to be even when we get to that bridge. It's happening as we speak.
Now, but now, have I ever said anything against a new Nigeria being formed? Am I no longer allowed? This is the problem. I think that's where people
you are.
Am I no longer allowed? Listen, I've described myself. Somebody said you should come on the show. You have a lot to give. I know my position. I said I'm a Steve McLaren. I'm a number 2, right? I understand that position. I'm not that guy, and that's why I'm not that guy who will come out and inspire and say in the process that I'm not a P2B, right? I'm not that guy who would this thing. I would be the guy, the hands on in the trenches. That is why we are here. I am the kind of person who will be on a team of an inspirational leader and be able to set them right. We would put them on the horse. We would be, if you read anything about Ford, right? Ford, how he composed his thing. These were things that were espousing Think and Grow Rich and some of all those books that featured Ford. Ford said one thing that, he doesn't need, if he needed to know about the lunar sun or whatever, he has buttons there for each expert.
Can you stop sharing? Let's see ourselves.
Okay, let me stop sharing. So that's a perspective that, we are looking at things from not necessarily, these guys are, Sho, Alpha. Okay, Sho is here. So welcome. I would not go any more or anything like that. I'm more than happy to answer any questions. Yeah, go ahead.
Subscribe.
Sir. Yes, sir.
So I thank you for answering the question you answered. But before I make my comment, at what point are we going to establish that African democracy has a defined way of going by it? Is there any point we'll say we're not going to ride our democracy after a pattern like the Western or any other country pattern of democracy? Because somebody was saying in this very conversation that we've been stable. I love the way they chose the word when forefather was saying stability is a hard word for 25 years. And within the course of 25 years, we've been able to establish. And when we say we don't have ideological democracy, I am thinking that because we've not done a critical study of what we are doing as a democracy, as democratic government, that's why we've not been able to identify our ideological system. Are we going to, at any point, why I'm asking you this question? I will make the comment at the end of this question. Would there be a point we will say there is difference between the way we play our own politics and the way other people play their own politics? Do you know why I ask this question? Because in the Western world, people who are Democrats, they start from tender age to road themselves in that direction. People who are Republicans start at tender age to road themselves, and they have defined terms. And also their country has also defined where you cannot, the area you cannot go to. They have their fundamentals that you don't, they are not touched, no matter the school of thought you belong. Do we have such definitions in our own country, in Africa? Are there fundamentals where no matter the school of thought you belong, you dare not go to this point? I come to this now, and this is my question, you understand the question. But what my comment is this: never you pick offense when you respond. And when what you do on this platform, you should be paid for, because you produce critical thinking to the discussion. A storyteller needs a critical thinker to send him back to the library to fine-tune where he wants to. And the problem we have in our leadership, and the greatest problem we'll be having for the past 8 years and moving forward, is the ability to suppress. The greatest advantage PDP had was APC. But APC came up, nobody to push them, and they don't want anybody to push them. Anywhere you are, that you avoid people to criticizing you, you are doomed to fail. Critical thinkers are being employed. People pay critical thinkers to go through what they do so that they will be where they want to. If we really want to tell ourselves the truth, we need to expose everything we are doing so that people will criticize it and we come out with something close to better, or we begin to get towards the road. So thank you for the critical thought you provide. And because of the school, the field you belong, everybody will expect you to be a detailed person. So I am sorry that people misunderstood you. I never misunderstand you. Only when you go that way, I want to remind you. And that was why I came up with these 3 questions I'm asking, to make you get people know where you're coming from.
Yeah, if previous, I don't, I've not covered myself in glory. So I do admit, like these things consume you, and when you belong to certain circles where you sit down and people, I'm used to certain. If you know my profession, right? It's a very chaotic environment, like very, people who are madly intelligent, we're going back and forth. And, I think, when I went away, to reflect on what happened, I just felt like my reaction was more or less me missing certain, feedback that I would get. But rather what I'm getting is like, people are like, more insultive. They're not saying, oh, look, that what you just shared is rubbish. You know what I mean? And then they will counter it. And then by countering it, or they'll counter this thing. So it will be, I kind of miss it. So, and I didn't cover myself in the best way, which I have apologized, genuinely apologized. That is wrong for me. I just ate a lot of garbage in my head. And I was like, what's going on here? I was just like, what did I say now that, did you not listen? But I just kind of missed that point that everybody's consuming it differently. And like I said, I'm not a P2B. The way I'm going to say things, it's not going to go down well. I don't have that talent. It's not my talent. But to your question, you said, at what point would we now have to form our own ideology? I just have to say something, that our ideology, our true, as Africans and as independent, Yoruba, Igbo, Junkun, Tiv, Hausa, Kanem Bronu, we all had our political systems before the white people came, and we were interrupted and then served democracy. Democracy, where did it come from? It came from the Magna Carta Libertatum, which is 1215. That is the beginning, when the barons and said, oh, look, King John, you can't just have everything. And it cascaded. Then we had the events of the 17th century. Sorry, he's here now. He's going to say,
Cromwell.
Anyway, I can't avoid it now. I have to say it. Sure, man. I'm sorry. So we now had we now had what happened, and that gave birth to the House of Commons. We now had what happened with 1789 with the French Revolution, and that gave birth to critical thinking from Marxist ideologies. And then we began to see two forms of, and that is what largely exists in all of the Western world. You have one that is one that protects free market economies. That is what has transcended from the barons that in 1215 down to the to King Charles I. Those who would protect the aristocracy and things like that. And that's in the US. That's the supposedly the Republican Party. In the UK, the Tory, and in other places. And then you now have sort of like a very socialist, or what they would call leftist and people-oriented ideologies. Now, in Nigeria, in our political history, that has been very, very discontinued. We've not, apart from if you go back and examine the likes of Herbert Macaulay, they were nationalists. The focus was more about regaining power from the British, right? So you would say that they were very somewhat leftist, right? So our the Awolowo, very left, in his, and that you can read from the way he governed Western Nigeria, the way he used cocoa resources, which were funds that were generated to the government. The structure that he put up was very, very socialist. He used that very well, and that is why people like the Nzogus liked him, and they went as far as trying to enthrone him. So in our political history, and also overall, the Black history has always been all about slavery, fighting the establishment, the aristocracy. So the majority of it would suggest that the majority of our political history that has been given out to us is mostly socialist. And this is, I'm alleging this, right? You can challenge me. Now, the aristocracy, as we have understood it in a Nigerian context, is somewhat more on the what we call, now we've identified as the class of 66 and now the class of 99, right? Like Tony Nadi put it here. So now in our political evolution, we are now our very young nascent political evolution, we are now gradually having, and that is why many of you who maybe last year, you remember I still hold that position about the Bolshevik revolution. There goes another one about the Bolshevik revolution. I remember my predictions. They are coming to pass. So people are really frustrated. The situation in the polity is palpable. So now the aristocracy, the likes of the class of 99 and the class of 66, the aristocracy is there. That is now technically the APC. But as Kulata has rightly educated us here many times, the Tinubu structure and manifesto is a leftist. Howbeit in the real form of Western ideology, they can be classed as the aristocracy, right? There is no real in Nigerian political journey. What we have is a mixture of an aristocracy trying to keep things the way it is, with the fraudulent 1999 constitution that they helped to begat, to keep things the way it is, but professing and projecting leftist ideology. But that is largely because of their foundations. Tinubu had a foundation in Nadeco and things like that. So their thinking and what they espouse in Nigerian context is actually very, very, very polar different. So now when it comes to the way I analyze and I look at Obi is more or less on the side of humanity, but his business background leads to question the lens. What I am criticizing, or I'm trying to point or question, is the lens with which an Obi would lead the country. So I'm not calling him greedy by calling him a capitalist. It could easily be, say I'm calling him greedy. No, I'm only saying that this gentleman, when you lie with dogs, you get fleas. You cannot come, with the class of, mingle with some of the class of 1966, mingle with some of the class of 99, right? Call Atiku your senior brother, and then you think we won't read meaning into that. So those things are things that we can't just, we know you're the best guy. Your track record, I'm from Anambra State. I mean, I should have beef with P2B, but I don't. He's my in-law. I don't want to reveal the details there, but he technically, in a way, there's a way we would be in a situation, we would be in-laws, right? So there's a way we would present the opportunity may present ourselves. Me and POB are in-laws. So in a way where I don't have anything against him. I know people around him, people around him know me. So I don't have anything against the gentleman, but I reserve that right as a Nigerian to question the man. So what is anybody's beef here? I have reserved the right to question the man as a Nigerian. So I'm openly saying, look, I'm not comfortable with your, affiliations, and those affiliations, I see them presenting you We all know politics. It's not going to. It's a give and take game. As much as he likes to say, he wants to present it that things are going to be fine and all that. And so there are going to be compromises that he's going to make. How now we need to evaluate how those compromises will affect the common man on the streets. What is happening now with the removal of subsidy would still have happened if a P2B came in. Because remember, Buhari removed it. It wasn't Tinubu that removed it. Buhari removed it. Pulled the rug under Tinubu, and Tinubu is left now to manage the whole thing. So if the P2B had won, he would still be the same. What is happening now? He wouldn't perform any magic. What is happening now would still be happening. So I am Augustine. I hope you are listening, and I hope I've answered your question. I don't know. I tried to, but I'm only presenting thoughts here. Please challenge my thoughts. I'm not saying what I'm saying is correct, but I'm trying to further the argument and push the boundary. Right. So that's my position. I think I can go back to moderating.
Scribe, are you saying that Peter will be calling somebody his a senior brother means he aligns his values with that?
Yeah, well, we can easily read. We can easily read.
I think he's just being polite. I think it's just his nature.
Yeah, okay, fine. If you believe that, then fine. But certain people won't easily believe that. I mean, there's also not just that. There's also he was his vice president at some point. So as long as let me see this in local parlance. As long as you need to follow somebody for back, don't attest for that person. That's the context of
Obi was I think he was in Violent Space yesterday. Today he was in Nigeria Watch today, right? I didn't listen to him too much because I was so busy. But I think at his closing remark, the last 10 minutes or whatever, right? If you had listened to that guy, you'd have maybe what you're saying right now would have been different. You would have separated his business. Like, this guy, he's a business, capitalist, whatever. Okay, no. Like, he also has a human side to, like, people are suffering. Like, he can forego the business he's doing, not leaving it. Like, yes, business is business, but I'm here to help these people, not the way the formula with which I'm treating my business. I'm not using that same formula to build the country or something like that. You understand? So if you are listening to what he said, it was passionate about Nigeria and say because he's a capitalist, or doesn't mean he would apply the same what's called circumstance to rule Nigeria or wherever. You understand? That's what I'm trying to say. So in that context, no, he may choose another route, towards leading the country rather than what you're thinking.
No. That is totally right. Yeah, but remember, you are in England, right? Richie Sunak, or what's the lady before her? Truss, right?
Liz Truss.
You would notice on BBC Question Time, things like what we are saying here were said. People have the right to say so. Doesn't necessarily mean that outcome is going to happen, but people have the right to express their fears.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
and that's what we are doing here now. So there's not anything different. So we're not saying like he's my man. I can say that to a confident level. I don't want to expose things, but he's my man, right? So like P2B is my person. But if I come out and I express concerns and things like that, maybe I'm not saying everything I know.
Every Nigerian.
Make it that I'm being very diplomatic. Maybe I'm not saying everything I know.
No, hold on. Every Nigerian, like if like him saying from production from production to consumption, right? Yeah. I mean, ask him. No, sorry, don't just tell me from that. Just please give me the blueprint of what that is. So I might even hold him on that one. You get so, but that doesn't mean I'm accusing him that what he's saying is not correct.
No, I'm with you 100%. I'm only just saying that like people are always feeling like I hold this opinion, right? I'm only putting forward thoughts. My thoughts could be second-grade thoughts. So, but if for somebody else is proving that my thought is second-grade thoughts, then I'm here to learn. Like I said, Ovie knows that for a fact. Even show that all these guys have been here for a long time. It's probably not the way I'm saying things that I'm saying things now. Now I've learned a lot. I've evolved. I've pushed myself to go and research more about history and things like that. So That's why we're here. We're not here to criticize P2B or to demean him. We're only here expressing the same thing that they would do. I remember when I watched Theresa May.
Daddy, Booty's trying to get ice cream. Daddy,
Go and give them ice cream, Uzo.
So I remember when Theresa May went to one BBC program and she was vying for election that early time. She got absolutely like dismantled by one of the people. Like the guy was so vile and called her, everything callable. So she just remained calm, composed, and everything, and she still calmed down and responded to it. So people have the right to do so in a democracy, right? But the way people now take it is as if in our position, you're taking that position, not necessarily.
I have a question for you on Obi Scribe.
Yes, sir.
So, how far would you think Obi would have gone, or do you think Obi would have even contested at all without those men, right, behind him?
I mean, it remains to be seen, man, because it's debatable. Because I think him coming to light and being a threat is kudos to Mazi Ezoke. Because if you look at I've done my own analysis, right? So like if you look at the when he did that day in the life of P2B, that was when he shot up, in terms of he began to gain sympathy of people. And then he went on that run and he started getting the NSAS crowd to his side, who at that time were looking for somebody to back, right? So if any other candidate, let's say Yemi Osibajo, and I would argue this strongly, if a Yemi Osibajo had left APC, right, joined some party, I dare say that he would have stolen a significant portion of Obi's crowd.
Which party would have
just
joined
based on his crowd, what his crowd can be triggered by, and the kind of language Yemi Osibajo can put forward as well.
Which party that has his ideology that will give him the platform?
No. But that ideology we've already proven that ideology doesn't really work in Nigeria, right? So like he would have joined any party.
You recognize that is something that is part of his shortcomings.
I am of the opinion, though I can't prove it, but I am of the opinion that if Osibajo had sort of like the same sort of like circumstances like a P2B with the same timing, he would steal a significant portion of P2B's crowd. Trust me.
No, I don't.
I'm telling you. There's a very good way to spin Osibajo. I can spin Osibajo. Even with all the kerfuffle that's around it. You can Osibajo, we agree. Okay, agree on something. Osibajo is sellable.
You see, yeah, but because of his exposure or academy, right? You might say it is, but because looking where he's coming from, he needed a lot of bleach and area to wash his skin.
That is what they call spin. That's what they call spinning.
You can't spin
this in that even within 1 year. Let's maybe 1 year you can try, but
you didn't listen to me. You didn't listen to me. Let me tell you, people have a very short memory. Remember, on the platform, P2B made a blunder about his wristwatch and his shoes. Yeah. If you recall, people slaughtered him on social media. Right? Called him a liar, everything. All then, it wasn't about my 75 million. You people don't understand that you're reacting to sound bites. Timing, go back. I'm an engineer. I don't just come out here and say so. There was a in the social media space, there is what they call a trajectory. There's a time that you will do something. It will just go boom. And that is the basis of me saying that an Osibajo, if he had the same environment and the timing, he would have stolen P2B's crowd. Trust me, because all he required was a few retweets.
Where he was coming from.
Come on. People have short memories. People don't realize this. They have short memories. P2B had several blunders in his social media.
No. See.
Wait. In Anambra State. Wait. You see, people have short memory. In Anambra State, the IPOB boys still don't forget his role in the Ezu River
No, but he said it today. See, he said it today.
Oh,
that
wait.
He was not, listen. No, hold on. I'll stop you there. He said it today that he was not in town when that happened.
He wasn't in town when it happened.
He wasn't in town when it happened.
No.
That
Please
he ran
understand me.
back.
Understand me.
That's
I'm with
why,
you.
That's
I'm
why
with
it's a
you.
suspect. For the
You see,
fact that
this
it's
is
not
where
in town means it's a suspect.
this is where
How
people
can the chief
misunderstand
of
me. I'm saying the same
is
thing.
not in town? It's a
I'm saying
suspect then. For him not to be in town.
I'm saying the same thing that you are saying. But I'm saying if you go back and analyze his social media trajectory, if you remember on the day of the election, as much as I was opposed to the people who were projecting Tinubu's this thing, if you recall my sentiment analysis that I shared, Tinubu was actually winning just based on Google searches, negative Google searches. There's a way these things work. So yes, Google wrote there that please don't use this for this thing, but still there's stats that go behind the scenes. That is what I'm pointing to. If Anosibajo had he had the same environment and the same packaging and everything that he did wrong in the past would have been easily spinned off, just like P2B. P2B has social media blunders. What are you talking about? See what the IPOB guys are we're doing, taking in
different.
No,
different,
bro,
right?
we're saying the same thing, but I'm only saying that in the current social media space that we live in, there are tactics that you can employ, timing that you can employ.
Now,
This
is coming in, right?
Thing,
okay,
right?
let's assume Obi made the whatever blunder you said he did, right? But the blunder did not affect people's life negatively, right? Compared to you being in a part of government that you could not even say anything, that you already have that hatred that you are a pastor, and you allow these things to happen. You cannot even come out to speak for Christians. You can't even come out to speak against what the injustice that is happening in Nigeria. You just kept mute. So that was the beef. It's not that he did anything wrong specific to say, hey, I hate this guy, he did something wrong. No, because he kept mute. So it was as if as like you are part of this Buhari government that is killing us, that is suffocating us for 8 years. You could not even say nothing. You understand? Now you did trader money. Trader money, we saw the whole charade in trader money, like this was just a goof. You were a means of siphoning money. You understand? So those kind of things that you did affected people's life negatively.
Okay,
was different.
Let me take you on. Abiola, wait. Let's go back in history. Let's go back in history. Let's go back in history. Wait, let me make a parallel. For you.
Hold on.
Wait, Blush. Let me just make this parallel and I'll stop. Abiola, ITT, all that happened, Eleganza, all that happened back in those periods. That still didn't make people have short memories. That's my point. Understand it. I'm with you 100%. Right? I'm with you, but I can tell you to a large extent. Look at Trump with all the cases and everything. Look at the strategy over the last 1 week with the strategic interviews that he's done, and when you look at the stats, how he has now overturned those slumps that he had with those things. That is what I'm alluding to. I'm not arguing with you. I'm only saying there are strategies that you can put in place, and Osibajo is very, very seldom.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not saying where you're saying it from, but my brother.
Anyways, you don't have to agree with me. All right. I want to say something. Let me start moderating. Sorry. I think it's better for you to moderate. I'm a mess. I'm a mess right now.
Skype, let me come in a little bit. So, evening everyone. So what I actually noticed, what is going on this platform is not on its platform. I think some Nigeria, we kind of follow people blindly most times. I'll give you an example. In 2015, when Buhari was coming in, yes, some people supported him based on the thinking he can do much. Some people were they were blind followers. They thought Buhari was going to turn Nigeria to London. That's actually the same thing that is happening about Peter Obi. Peter Obi is capable of doing what actually happened. What Scribe is actually saying is actually making a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's correct. Very correct.
Hold on. Unfortunately, it's not making sense to a lot of people here. Peter Obi was he came in at the right time. Nigeria, people needed help. People need somebody to, we needed somebody to lean on. Nigeria felt Peter Obi was the best among the candidates. It's not that he was innocent of what is going on in Nigeria. It was not like the saint we call, but he was a better person than all of them in most of our opinions. I mean, somebody was a vice president to Atiku. He knows Atiku very well. We know Atiku. We know his antecedent. We cannot pretend that if you are working with Atiku, you are that clean, right? Perhaps if you check his track record, he left ABGA to PDP. He worked under Goodluck Jonathan, then he was in PDP. He was vice president to Atiku. But he was smart enough to know that it was time for him to move. That was why he moved. Nigeria believed in what he was saying. Nigeria believed in his idea. But to be honest with you, one thing we need to understand in Nigeria's system, the system is faulty. So it's really hard for one person to come and make that change we want. The system is faulty. Like if Peter Obi had come in as the president, part of the struggle is the Senate and the rep is going to be a lot of battle back and forth. If he's not careful, they were going to impeach him. You will not believe this. I pray they declare Peter Obi winner. You see the problem that is going to come. We see this thing that is that easy. Nigeria system is really faulty. From the election down to the system itself. So you have a lot of work to do. You're going to fight. Obasanjo fought a lot of battles. If you listen to Obasanjo, like from the ministries, he was fighting, but you cannot do it. But here, one thing I noticed about Peter Obi is Peter Obi will be able to save more, maybe have better idea. But what we are seeing now, removing the fuel subsidy, this is going to happen. The problem Nigeria are currently facing now is problem of trust. There is a disconnect between the government and the people. The government, the current government, are not discussing with the people. They are not carrying them along. You don't have a plan. You don't have a blueprint. There is problem. Nigeria, what is going on? When are you going to do this? Probably Peter Obi would have been better because of the people love him. They would have listened to him. If he can come with clear plan, Nigeria will give him time. Say, okay, this is where we're going. But now, where the problem is, we don't even know where the country is heading. And the other thing about the Osinbajo, scribe said, Osinbajo would have been, if he had dissociated himself from APC, there were a couple of times when the president traveled, Osinbajo would take over. He was able to make immediate impact within weeks. You know, making policies, try to make adjustment, make some good decisions that really work. If Osinbajo has dissociated himself from the mainstream parties, he will go to any party. Nigeria will be looking for him. Even the other thing is the issue of the Nigeria election. You need to look at the issue. If Osinbajo was APC candidate, Osinbajo can win the election easily than this one we are discussing. But people will not believe that. You need to look at the issue of election. What were the issues? There was a Muslim party. That was the first problem. So with the Muslim party, a lot of people dissociate themselves from the APC. So if it was Osinbajo, here is the division. The South, the Christian majority, most of them would have go with Osinbajo and Peter Obi would have just the vote would have been divided in the South. The Redeemed Church, which is the biggest church, one of the biggest in Nigeria, most of them will go with Osinbajo. So there would have been a lot of religious politics. Where the problem would have come was the North. If the APC governors in the North and the leaders were ready to support the South the way they supported Tinubu, is done. Election is done. So Nigeria election is actually based on tribe, religion, no matter what anybody is going to say. Each time, the North, they have the power, the political power. The moment they are telling you they will support a candidate in the South and they really stand with that candidate from history, that person is winning election in Nigeria. From Abiola down to Obasanjo, even in Obasanjo election in 1999, the Yoruba, the Southwest did not even support Obasanjo. So the people that really supported Obasanjo were the Northerners. So Nigeria election is kind of structured in such a way that you need to build alliance, you need the support of some of the leaders, the terms, the owners of Nigeria. If you read Dele Momodu one article he produced, these guys, they sit down and tell you this is where this country is going. The system is faulty, so we need to change the system in such a way that, first of all, let the vote of the people count. If the vote of the people count, one thing I believe, I was actually having hope when the election, when we are getting closer to the election. When the vote of the people count, what will happen is, even the governors will be forced to work for the people. Once they know in 4 years, if you are not working, people are going to get rid of you, they will sit up. So also the president. But the moment they feel they have this feeling, even the senator, the rep, they have this feeling that who cares about your vote? I'm going to give you money. I'm going to collect your vote. This system is going to continue. And whatever happens in the tribunal, what me I will, if I have in a position to advise Peter Obi, he should keep building his alliance. People are still with him. If Tinubu now in 4 years, he's in that office and he refused to do what is right, people don't see clear plan, clear development, where the country is going, people will still fall back to Peter Obi in a bigger form. This way, he's not going to stop. I will focus more in the North, build the alliance, and try to, and not back down. Thank you.
There's one more thing. There's one more thing I wanted to add to Osibajo's favor that I just remembered. He has an unfair advantage. He's married to an Awolowo.
Yeah.
So you see, a Peter Obi against a Osibajo. The more I think about it, he will beat Peter Obi.
Sorry, scribe. Sorry, they actually used that during Buhari election. Osibajo was a strategic VP to Buhari. Tinubu knew that was the calculation. So the Southwest, no matter what you're gonna say, they will not dish Awolowo or anybody from Awolowo.
No. That is even not just in the Southwest, everywhere.
Yeah,
it still goes down. It still goes down to that ideology of an aristocrat. Yeah. So there's one more thing I want to say. Babangida gave an interview to, I think, Channels TV or Arise TV. They asked him a question: what are the characteristics of somebody who would lead with? He said we're trying to force him to mention somebody's name. He said no, that the person that he has in mind, he doesn't want to mention the person's name, is somebody in his 60s, and he has friends in every state of the federation. Now, immediately he said that, I don't know, for some funny reason, Osibajo came to my head. And how do you have friends in everywhere? Peter Obi struggled. Look at the Arewa things. You want to tell me he has friends there? Oh, come on. You're joking. Look at, apart from Anambra State, apart from certain places, where does he really have friends? If not for Padebanjo that was, coming out, the Lagos that he won was mostly Igbo votes. Most Western places that he won was mostly people who were fed up, right? But from an ideological core Nigerian aristocratic base, Osibajo will attract more votes, will attract more attention. Peter Obi cannot. Peter Obi cannot attract that. Anybody who can take me to the bank on that, he cannot. And that on that basis, if a Peter Obi and Osibajo were put head to head for Nigerians to vote, Osibajo will beat him, hands down.
Yeah, he will beat him. In Lagos, I'll put this. In Lagos, it was two set of people that voted Peter Obi, not only the Igbos, the core Christians in Lagos, they actually voted Peter Obi. That actually changed during the governorship election. So that was what happened. In the core Yoruba state, I told my friend this before election. I can call him here to come and testify. I told my friend, I said, this is what will happen. In the core Yoruba state, the only reason you see Oshu State did not vote for Tinubu. So Oshu State, there was a tribunal, what's it called? Election petition going to Supreme Court. PDP needed to win Oshu State to tell the judges, listen, this state belongs to PDP. If not for that, Tinubu will win Lagos. This is actually the truth. The core Yoruba free and fair election, Tinubu will still win those states. So, in my opinion, where this election was really distorted was in the South, Peter Obi had the capacity to win all the states in the South, in my understanding. But there were a lot of maneuvering, a lot of manipulation in the South.
You were.
I think that from my observation at the time, because I was coming from outside and I was coming from outside and looking at Nigeria, and the people I saw then mostly was like Wike, and people talked about Sibanjo, and obviously Tinubu and Atiku, but I didn't want any of those two to win the nomination at all. So when Wike didn't win the PDP election, I think that came out first, actually. When Wike didn't win the PDP election, then the only hope was basically Osibanjo. And then Tinubu went and took that one too. And almost coincidentally, almost the same time, you see the momentum just picked up for Peter Obi immediately, because he told you that that was the only option most of the people that wanted a change had. So that's what basically happened. And I think if Osinbajo was in the race, he definitely would have split the youth vote. That's for sure. And Osinbajo speaks the language almost similar to B, really.
Yes, so that was the difference.
This, you know, sort of like the generation of working class bankers. Those are like at Osinbajo's area. The generation of working class journalists. There are people who would easily get bought into Osinbajo's perspective. And listen, one other thing you don't understand is that the government that he served under gave him enough armory in terms of, you know, marginalization, and he could easily spin that to his favor. He could easily spin it that, hey, you know, I tried to do something, you know, and all this kind of this thing, and he will buy pity. You never see where, like, they will wash him with bleach, with the spinning and grammar and timing. You will be singing Osinbajo in no time. People just have so much short memory. This is the same Peter Obi who, like, people despised at some point in Anambra State. People just have very short memory. Yeah, go ahead, please. Sorry.
Yeah, because I'm sorry, I wanted to respond to what Mazi Scribe said about Osinbajo having the benefits of incumbency.
By the way, I love this guy. He's going to take me to church now. Don't worry.
No.
I'm in trouble.
So, no, you talked about the advantage of incumbency, and within a few seconds, you're talking about how he's going to separate himself from that same advantage. Is that not a contradiction? You said
no. No. You missed one word that I said. I said the administration that he served under, right? Mm-hmm. There were certain articles and things that happened that seemed to have appeared to have made him go in conflict with the administration. Remember, when Buhari was sick outside the country, he was, several times that Buhari left, he wasn't made acting president. So
I know.
Scribe. He was made acting president. He actually performed very well.
No, he only once now. Only once.
Only once. When DSS went to.
There were several times. There was even the time he took action and he sacked the DSS guy, and the DSS guy was reinstated. So those are the junctions that I felt that if I was a spin doctor and I wanted to spin and get you singing Osinbajo, those are the lines. So please understand
No. Can I ask?
I'm with you. I'm with you. Wait. By the way, I'm with you. Take that caveat that I use. Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is that if he does that, would that not put him at variance with the same power of incumbency which he wants to use? Like, do you think Buhari would react kindly to that?
No, wait. Now, let me. What did I say that would make you say like I was using a power of incumbency? Remember,
No,
I was.
as in,
When did I say that?
Oh, you made mention of the fact that okay, he's in the government, he's an APC person, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was part of the way you built your case.
Yeah, but
So
you forgot that I said I began by saying that he should have left the party.
Okay,
I think
I want us to take you on that too.
Sorry. When you say he should have left party, who should have left what party?
No, Osibajo, he had enough time after the APC primary.
Left government or party?
I'm alleging. Wait. Ed and everybody else, please understand it. A lot of what I've said on this topic are these things never happen. Within the realm of speculation. So a lot of what I'm saying never happened. It's only suggestive. What I'm saying is suggestive. So I'm saying that he would have left.
But if he had left the party, he would have
left government or party. Why would he leave the party? Because of APT.
We are alleging now with speculation.
No, I know it's speculation, but that's what I'm doing too. That's what I'm asking.
Crazy thing, you agree that crazier things than that have happened in Nigerian political space?
No, I guess
I know, but I'm not sure there is any benefit from him leaving the party.
Exactly.
If he leaves the party, we'll not be VP anymore.
Scribe.
I don't think he can.
If Osibajo, if he had moved away from APC, he will not go anywhere.
But no, you are speaking to concrete. Wait. You are speaking to concrete things that we already know. What majority of what I'm saying is in the realm of speculation. Please don't drag it back to there. We're only alleging that. Let's say, listen. I remember I said I suspect that when IBB was describing the attributes of somebody that he would suggest to Nigerians to
I listened to that interview. You are right.
You watched that interview, right?
Yes.
He said the person is in his 60s, the person is currently in government, and the person has friends in all the states in Nigeria. Now, when somebody says the person has friends in all the states of Nigeria, that is a suggestion to aristocracy. It's not a suggestion to proletariat means. Or, like when we were growing up, I'm a son of civil servants, right? So there's a certain aura in government when they use those kind of language. It suggests, man, no man. Like when, back in the 80s, there was a certain air around who you know and who you don't know. That air has been lost. That was how I read Babangida's statement.
Okay,
and that is
Scribe. Okay, sorry.
Go ahead, sir. No. I'm very keen to
okay. Scribe,
please.
Scribe, I think you are right. Even Buhari actually supported Tinubu in this election. Buhari, I think, not Buhari, IBB. IBB, I think he needed somebody from the south, but he followed Tinubu. If you want to know, so IBB spokesman Kasim Afebua, he was actually campaigning for Tinubu vigorously. So this is how this guy worked, right? But if APC had given Osibajo a ticket, I begged you, Osibajo will win this election clean. Tinubu forces would have, if Tinubu agreed to support Osibajo, the northern governor support Osibajo will win the election.
Yeah.
Yeah,
although there's a lot of ifs here, because if PDP had chosen P2B, the same thing, you can argue that.
That's also strong.
So Wike was in PDP, he would have been a stronger candidate than Atiku. So one other thing I
want to mention is that PDP needed a resurgence, and they denied themselves that resurgence. If they had given a P2B the thing that likely Dati Dati was still in PDP at that time. Dati would have been his vice president if allowed, right? Then now that would have you see that energy that went to Labour Party, all the money, all the funds and everything. That imagine if it was a PDP, that would have been a resurgence for PDP, and a resurgence for PDP was exactly what they needed. And if they had gotten that resurgence, they would have won the election. This whole thing would not be an issue. It would not be an issue because the structures, the Tamboas, those aristocrats would then surround and support Epitobi. That would have been his unfair advantage. Now, this all I'm saying is based on Nigeria's political design. And I still go back. Vice Count Harcourt quotes, the promising and well-conducted youth of the North
isn't the
shall
problem?
be wed
The real problem in
with the
Nigeria.
lady of beings. Once you understand this,
Let me say something.
I wish we could discuss it privately. I will explain something to you.
Let me see. My concern with the space of Nigeria is that none of the candidates are really a difference. I don't think they would have made much of a difference in terms of the nature of our development, in the nature of our, maybe our polity will change a little bit, but all of them seems to be cut from the same scribe. Even Showore, all of them, they are all funded and supported by Western distinct powers. None of them have any different vision for Nigeria other than what we are technically seeing right now. It's not that different. It's just implementation that's a little bit different. Maybe that will make a lot of difference, but they are not that different. They don't speak different language. All of them are UK, this in France, and
US.
this in America. That's all they are. All of them, everything, including even David, all of them. This that came here today. It's almost like that's our only ecosystem. That's what we have.
The guy formed my hand for some things, yeah.
All of them, and it's really concerning because it's like we don't have options.
Anybody who says that David isn't invested. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk about the person. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk about who's the person saying something.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm Augustine. So, thank you, Scribe. You know, when we present issues and give analysis, I sit from behind and make some critique. Let me ask you one question, AY. Which states are you from?
What does that matter now?
If I tell you, I'm from Ogun State.
Okay, thank you. So
you just said what does that matter?
So let me come.
Wait, Father, listen to him. Please, listen.
Yeah. So why I ask this question is, forefather is from Anambra State. The same. Sorry, not forefather. I'm sorry. Scribe, Mr. Scribe is from Anambra State. The same state with P2B. Go back and check his analysis. AY is from Ogun State.
When no, it's not. AY is not from Ogun State. I'm from Ogun State.
Sure.
Okay. I speak. No, you're not. You're not from Ogun State. I'm from Ogun State, yeah, and I'm saying that you're not here.
Thank you.
So I don't know any other state who was not Ogun State.
Yeah.
So I needed you to. You're supposed to allow him speak first.
Let me finish.
I know why.
Augustine, AY's accent is so Bini. Come on, man.
Okay, so
Niger Delta, Bini. You're supposed to know.
Okay. So my point is this: when he was,
I'm from Anambra, by the way, and you cannot take it back. You cannot take it back. It's over. I'm from Anambra. It is settled. Anybody who wants to know where I'm from Anambra. It's clear now.
Let me finish. He's from Edo State. Now, in the analysis of Scribe, look at the critical thinking. In the analysis of AY, when he was talking about Obi, he associated Obi with a
Reverend. We are not hearing you. Your this thing is broken. Yeah, I think it's that earphone that you have on.
Exactly.
Don't be annoyed. We really want to hear you very well.
Yeah. Okay, let me.
Okay. Just take your time. We'll wait for you.
Yeah, I love this point. I want to.
Yeah.
That's a good one. That's a very good point. That's a good one.
Doesn't problem today.
Just remove the earphone. I think you'll be better off without the earphone.
Exactly. I think
it's factor contact. It's doing it is
I think it's the headset.
Yeah, the headset.
He's never hearing us.
Oh yeah, mic check.
No.
Okay, he's gone. So we have reverb.
This one has got feedback.
Two systems are on.
Okay, so can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Loud and clear.
Okay. So my analysis is this: Scribe associated
Yes, subscribe.
P2B and made a distant analysis, but AY associated P2B with Atiku and failed to associate Osibanjo with Tinubu. Can you, in all honesty, say that Tinubu is better than Atiku? Given the background,
okay, let me reply to you.
Thread.
Let me reply to you. Let me reply to you. Thank you. So first of all, actually, I was actually giving support to Scribe. Scribe actually measured that. I actually supported it. Listen, I'm telling you, Scribe is here. Scribe associated Tinubu, Peter Obi to Atiku, which is actually true. It's an obvious truth. We should stop deceiving ourselves here. That's the first thing. The second thing, I know you wanted to say, because the way I was kind of supporting Osibanjo, oh, it's because I'm Yoruba. I'm not Yoruba, I'm from Edo State. Though, listen, if you listen to me here, I speak against everybody. I support people that I don't care. I follow politics. I'm not just speaking. Right from my youth, I can tell you history of Nigeria politics. Peter Obi was a PDP member. He was a core PDP member. Even the Labour Party, okay, now our parties don't have ideology. Peter Obi ideology are actually different from Labour Party ideology. But I believe Peter Obi is the best candidate for Nigeria in this election. I said it here and I'm saying it. But Peter Obi ideology are different. This is the truth. Do you know Labour Party's ideologies? APC or PDP, they have none. Osibanjo is not a bad person, to be honest. He might understand of that guy. You are asking me Tinubu or Atiku. Bros, if you ask me to choose between Tinubu and Atiku, I will choose Tinubu. I have my reasons. I'm not gonna.
I think the only reason why I would choose Tinubu over Atiku, because Tinubu's health is a concern to me.
The health, yes.
It's a big one for me.
Same.
And one, a northerner had already run the country.
Yeah.
And Atiku wants to sell the country. He doesn't hide. Yeah. Atiku sometimes, I don't know. Sometimes he behaves as if he's not a politician. Atiku is a weird person, you know. He comes out and just says things, pump and play. He doesn't hide it.
Let me take us back. Nitel, the privatization of Nitel, it was Atiku that killed that company. Atiku even insinuated that he want to sell NPCU. He was the chairman. You know what Atiku did with Nigeria privatization? He
sold off a lot of things. Yeah.
Let's stop the TV. I have a friend that work with Itel in Rivers State. If you go to Itel yard, you only spend dollars. You can't buy anything in Naira. Go and confirm. Ask somebody that is in Port Harcourt.
Can I add a question to that?
Go ahead.
Destroying property and destroying human being. Which one is more dangerous? Somebody was selling drug to Nigerians, to the world, and somebody selling property. Compare the two. So when you want to give analysis, let us be detailed and let us be clear-minded in what we put out.
Drugs, it depends on the scale. And if we are talking about selling national assets that make the country lose billions, that could have billions, when you lose billions, those are lives that are involved.
Hold on. If he's selling, is he selling and keeping the money in his pocket, or is selling to
depending on what Nigerians are losing out on. No, even if he's not keeping it in his pocket,
it doesn't mean they will lose out.
No, what I mean, I'm saying if Nigeria loses out on billions of dollars because of what he's doing. And also, even the drug one we are talking about is still just if. Have you seen him shipping this in through airport and they caught it? Say him. People make it look like they've caught him doing
it. Has never been. Nobody has ever denied that he's not a drug baron. All what will be denying is that.
Why is it that we have not seen the pellets or the big container that they use to ship drug? Is there any shipment that they have intercepted that belong to Tinubu that you go and found?
See, Austin.
No.
I don't want to go into. I don't have any relation with Tinubu. I don't have any relation with Atiku. But I don't want to go into Atiku history you will not like, because I'm on a public platform. I would have tell you
what Atiku, the great offenses he committed when he was a custom, when he was a boss in custom. He had the Murtala Mohammed International Airport. He was the head of custom. At some point, go to history, go and confirm, go and see what he did. Leave story. We know a lot. We don't want to keep quiet here.
Hey, you guys are just taking here arguing between Otapia and Snapper. Which one is the worst? That's what we are doing
you
here.
know what? That's why I said to you, they are not that different from each other. All of them.
They are not different.
That's what I'm saying. You don't have 15. It's not saying Atiku and Tinubu that propel.
Otapia and Guinea.
So now coming back
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, coming back to our position, using a reality and comparing a reality with a speculation without the stress of if. It is obvious that P2B won the election, which nobody expected that he would have won. So now we are comparing P2B that won election with Osibanjo that did not pass his primaries. What is the level of this speculation?
No,
because I want us, like what you said, that you were the one that said the speculation should come out, the if should be stressed. But before you made that comment, I was never hearing the argument of if.
Yeah, it was a thought exercise, you see. So, because at the time when we look at the events, people were looking for an outlet. If Osibanjo had been selected by APC, the trajectory of the election would have been different. The dynamics would have been different. The same thing would happen if Wike or P2B had won PDP. It would have been very, very different. The dynamics would have been different. So that is the point I think that was being made.
This political,
but let me address one point about ideology. I think that was one of the original points. I think somebody was arguing with AY. I think because of where Nigeria is, I don't think, let's say P2B won the election and he wanted to rule based on conservative ideology. Some of the things he will be doing, I think he will be unrecognizable to our classic labor. Nigerians don't care. What do the Nigerians know about labor politics and this thing, conservative? As long as it's governing well, that's what people care about. And even in the West, most of the people that end up being leaders like prime ministers or presidents, they tend to rule from the center. That is recognizable by both sides. Otherwise, you are not going to win the election, because you'll find that it's very rare you see a one-sided candidate win an election. And the last time that happened was like somebody like Trump that was on the right and he still won the election. It's very rare if you see that happen. So I just thought I should address that.
Another thing.
You're talking about if you don't have won the election by now, there were House of Rep and the Senate, the upper and the lower chamber, how they call them. By now, what they just said, they have 80% cut from their salary.
Uzo.
Yeah.
The other thing we need to know, right? The way our political parties are structured, right? I told my friend before election, there was no way Peter Obi will win PDP primaries. The only way was Atiku to back Peter Obi. Peter Obi would pick that ticket. But Atiku was not ready to back Peter Obi. Peter Obi, he knew what was coming. Now that was where he left. What happened to Osinbajo? Osinbajo don't have structure in APC. APC structure belongs to the Tinubu is a founder, it's a founding member of APC. So the structure, Tinubu's structure is intact.
This is it. If Osinbajo would have come out as the president, all right, even by now the game has been up, because even P2B have not even have kind of vote going to have, because one, let me tell you this. I think Abubakar have won the election a long time ago. You're right, because Osinbajo will not even get a vote from the northern part. All right, coming to the Lagos as a whole, I will tell you the truth is this: people prefer Osinbajo than Tinubu in Lagos State, because the votes even Obi got in Lagos State, he won't get that vote. Due to what God of Osinbajo, it will be a spoiler to Obi more than Obi is than Tinubu being a spoiler. It will be more spoiler to Obi. So Atiku by now will be the president of Nigeria with no contest. That's just why I say.
Every election.
Let me answer your question.
Augustine, please don't make a point. I've allowed you. I've allowed you. So I wanted to speak to what Fofana said about ideology. I think there is just this I don't know if it's nostalgia, this way we have romanticized the left socialism recently in Nigeria. You know, we think of the left as an if we can just be a socialist society, as in they care so much about the downtrodden, the workers. I would invite Mazi Scribe to read this publication by George Ayite, How Socialism Destroyed Africa. Do you know that most African countries, when they were leaving colonialism, embraced the left because capitalism was
Ayite very well.
He's a Ghanaian guy.
I think I've read it, but I just want to be sure it's the same one. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me just say AYITTEY.
You know, Ed, you started another round again. Now you want another?
No. I'm actually buttressing your point.
You've not gotten enough beating there. You want another round today? Okay.
Really, I'm buttressing the point.
I get what you are saying, but
because I just feel like that's something that people used a lot against Peter Obi. Oh, you're presenting the Labour Party, but you're a capitalist. Just romanticizing that idea of socialism, which to me, I think going by historical precedent, there is that tendency for people who embrace socialism to start off well, but at the end of the day, you create a cult of personality. Because if you look at the main historical cases, like Russia, that's the bit around Stalin.
You should go to Che Guevara in Cuba. That's your
No, let's use the seminal cases. Is it Lenin, Stalin, and to an extent now we're seeing it with Putin. But even Putin is even trying to encourage some sort of crony capitalism within Russia. So I just feel like that experiment has not really worked in Africa. Yes, we really want a strong strong labor union, a strong workforce. But how do they even achieve their potential if we are not really producing?
Okay, let me take you on. Okay, let me go with this thing. First of all, let me just say that whatever I'm going to say now is going to be an exploration of thought. Not necessarily that I disagree with you, but I just want you to see other perspectives. Okay, So have you heard of a man called Simon Imodu? The
first labor.
The first chairman of this thing, right? So the context of that was national. It was a national, nationalist way of frustrating the taxes and everything. The shootings of Eva Valley and all those things, right? So in Africa, socialism, I dare postulate, wasn't more. It was used as it was the best ideology for a rallying call, and it was the best way to organize things in cells that suited that. It was a natural progression, and also at the time, go and check all the African leaders from Julius Nyerere, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Nkrumah. They all went to school in America and in Europe at a time when blackness was seen, Jim Crow was in full force. So now that informed sort of like their thinking and exposure to political ideals. So, but then the task at hand, the difference I want to make here is that the task at hand was first to get the British out. So the only way they could organize things was to work in a trade union which worked effectively, right? Do we agree on that basis? So the form of socialism that Africa was exposed to wasn't the kind of form of socialism as espoused by Marxism or a Lenin. Do we agree on that?
So would you prescribe Leninist socialism or Leninist?
So Leninist socialism is an advanced form, or it's communism that is what he taught. Remember, Karl Marx was never alive to guide someone like a Lenin. But Leninist, as espoused by those who are Leninists, is supposed to be a sort of like a graduation from socialism into communism. where it defines a very narrow path for the proletariat in terms of his contribution to the economy generally. I think that's a very short way of explaining Leninism. But you are correct. These ideals across board, both in Africa and everywhere, they lacked one thing. And they lacked, in my humble opinion, what I would call the political components, the political risk and management components of the main thing. One of the disadvantages of socialism is that it focuses a lot of thing on the government, and vis-a-vis the government now has to have a head of the government. So a lot of it's not a system that yes, there are it does encourage institutions, but everything, the policy is more fiscal as opposed to, it's more dependent on government rather than monetary or open to free markets. So that allows the government to make a lot of decisions and implicitly, redirects the power back to the government. So what socialism lacks, in my humble opinion, is, and I feel Karl Marx, if he was alive, if you read the original text with him with what was that, his co-partner Friedman or something like that. So if you read that, you will see that he ended it by saying it's not a very complete. He never espoused that he said, okay, let's just bring this out and then we will continue to refine. He also wrote further papers down the line, which everybody knows, addendums to all his works.
So I agree with your point, but the point
I hope you understand me. We're not.
I understand you. I understand you.
I didn't go against.
It's just that the historical precedents. If we were to go by the historical precedents, all the times you put so much power in the hands of government, when government controlled enterprise, all the government controlled enterprise in Nigeria, for example, they are comatose. You know that.
Sorry, say that again. I didn't quite get what you said.
Every government-controlled enterprise in Nigeria does not work as it should.
Obviously,
right? Yeah. So, but that does not mean I'm just espousing an extreme capitalism. But I'm just trying to say that should not be so much.
I think I get the last point.
You get my
made.
point.
The last point made. I don't necessarily agree that socialism is a bad thing. And from my point of view, anyway, I don't care too much about political systems. What works is what works for you. And if you are looking at socialist systems and saying, no, they have issues, but in the end, look at what he did for China, because I think it's about what works. And what you tend to find that works is that it's a mix of both. And even the so-called America that we'll talk about America, it's a mix. There's aspects of socialism. Without socialism, you wouldn't have the military. There's no point of military. You might have
the
only
social security system.
The social security system. So they are all mixed systems. And sometimes I feel like these leaders, they're just punking people and telling them that it's either or. There's no either or.
Yeah.
It's to work for you, what works for the nation.
So my point was really that we shouldn't have made this so much of an issue with Peter Obi.
No.
I'm not sure people are doing that.
No, people did. People did. Someone like Showore used that. Showore said something like that. So
Ed, we are just saying it, right? We know Labour Party ideology. Nigeria ideology does not work. You need to know this. APC will tell you this, we are this. No, it's not true. PDP will tell you we are this. Labour Party, if Peter Obi, if he was the president today, he will listen to the people and do things to benefit the people. Let the country move on. Like, they are not gonna it's gonna be like fixated on that Labour Party ideology. This is no, it's not. Ideology don't work in Nigeria. The system is sick.
No, it does. It does. No, let me
hold on. Not in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Even the privatization you're talking about.
Can I come in?
Sorry, let me finish this point. Okay. Privatization is a very good thing. You know what is happening in Nigeria. When Obasanjo did privatization, it was all corruption. Nigeria system, where I'm fed up is, you see this election we just finished, right? The process, that Beavers, it was very effective. It's good, but the people. So that was when I concluded that Nigeria. I don't know if it's because we are very smart or we are criminal minded. I don't know. Any system you bring to Nigeria, they will look for a way to break it. This is my understanding of Nigeria.
No, I beg to differ. No, I
All
beg to
systems
differ.
are broken by the
No.
human factor.
No, I think you are looking at it. You are looking at it from outside the cup. No.
Scribe, let Augustine add something. Augustine wanted to say
yeah,
something.
please go ahead. Sorry, please.
Well, like as I said earlier, I love what Fafada said. And when we use China and define ideology, there's no country practicing extreme ideology of anyone. There is no extreme ideology movement that is good. Ideology is establishing these facts and working them to the middle. And also the combination of everything, but having more interest on a particular one. The other ones can be quarterly used, but there is one that gets to the middle. No ideological system that gets to the extreme that will give you exactly what you want. America was crying of full capitalism. Now you see how they are gradually reducing the aspect of capitalism and introducing more of socialism. But the point I want, like whenever we make an issue, and if we don't interrogate such issues, it might end up being a fact. Somebody might go away with it, thinking that it is a fact, and you work with that. And why do I say that? Because AY made a comment that I want to interrogate. He said when the primaries were going on, it was obvious that P2B wouldn't have won. If all of us who were analytical minded and clear when the primaries of PDP was on, that P2B was moving everywhere in the north, touring every state, and we saw the gathering momentum. What P2B got in the Labour Party was his movement, this is my opinion, was his movement in PDP. The way he was able to go everywhere and told them the hard truth. And when you give analysis of election and you keep including malpractice, it becomes a failed analysis. Remove the $20,000 article distributed to the candidates. How would article succeed if the G5 had not earlier decided to be part of the policy? Remember what the Wike said, that they had already arranged to go on. Remember that Article 1 said, if this had been zoned to Southeast, I would have stayed clear. This is what he said. So when we remove all these factors that are clear and come up to say P2B wouldn't have won primaries, where are we getting a factor that...
Let me answer that question. First of all, you actually showed to me you don't even understand how party politics work at all. Party politics is about the structure of the party. Who is holding the structure? Listen, as at that time, what's it called? Rivers State Governor Wike was holding, and Atiku were holding PDP party structure. You need to understand when we're talking of party structure. This party structure, they come from state. Okay, let me break it down for you. What happened in the state?
Remove the article on the structure. No Wike only was only a structure article.
What happened after the election, right? Article left. Wike, a lot of PDP states, a lot of the state, PDP lost a lot of states, right? Wike was posturing those states. The party chairman, like the party itself, he was the main sponsor. In that way, most of the state, the structure with Wike. Atiku, don't forget, Atiku is an old cat. He had his own structure, he had his own men still. You know, even when he tried to, he installed even the party chairman there, what's his name? Ayu. So Ayu was also working for Atiku. So politics is very deep, especially that party politics. A governor of a state, if you want to make you a senator, if your governor want to make you a senator in Nigeria now, he will just say, oh yeah, give him the ticket. That's it, it's done. If you want to make you a senator, this is the problem we have. That's the genesis.
They really need to remove the immunity they give to governors. They are too powerful.
If they're able to give you the ticket, what you now find is that's where you find now you have PDP producing Atiku, APC producing Tinubu. The people, they don't have option. This is the first time Peter Obi is coming as a third force. Don't forget, we usually have two-party elections. Peter Obi was the third force. This is the first
You
time.
moved to another party. We are talking about Peter Obi in
Yeah,
PDP.
he shifted. He did shift.
You shifted. And when you talk about the governor giving you ticket, my governor from Abia State, he contested for Senate and he never won. Continue what you're saying.
What I'm telling you in essence, even without that's the point I wanted to put out. Atiku started the dollarization of Nigeria primaries. That was in 2014 APC. That was when the dollarization of Nigeria primaries started. That election was contested with Buhari because Buhari was the clear winner. That was when Tinubu and Rotimi Amechi came in and said, listen, dollar to dollar. If Atiku is bringing dollar, we are bringing dollar. That was how Atiku was unable to collect it because Atiku was smart enough to know that if he win that and if he win that primary, he will defeat Goodluck Jonathan because Goodluck Jonathan was so unpopular at that point. You know, people never wanted him. So you need to understand party politics is different from the ordinary politics you are seeing. It's hard. Nigeria party politics is not for the man. You gotta.
To be fair, almost all even American politics. You remember when they say Hillary Clinton had Democratic Party on lockdown? And as a matter of fact, she did. So, but look at this headline. They are saying that West African leaders have given Niger 7 days of face military action. It's like it's decided. Where is the military action coming from?
The military, you don't know. There's something most people don't understand.
Our research expert here.
No, there's one thing most people don't understand about the Sahel, right? There's a lot of U.S. presence in and around Niger, right?
Niger, yeah.
So, you know, I see this as very, very potent. Don't just push this around aside because there's a lot of
notice show is blackmailing you on the comment station.
Don't mind him. Show. You leave this and I went to the chat this to start giving me trouble. I started to say something which is so long I forgot what it was. No, it's not me now. I wasn't the one talking most of the time.
It's me. Sorry, I apologize. Show, come back.
Show, go to court.
Sorry, I apologize. I took a lot of time.
I didn't talk most of the time. But this thing, like, who is sending these soldiers? And I actually think, I'm sympathetic to those people that are fighting the French, because you can't look at the terms the French live with those countries and you think it's okay for that to be like that. And you look at what Mali and Burkina Faso and Guinea are doing. They are kicking out the French on all the fronts. They even removed the foreign French as their national language. That's something that we want Nigeria to do too. How is that not a good thing? Why are we fighting?
No, but it's already starting now. In Lagos State, they read first in Yoruba. I think Lagos and Ondo State, they read first in Yoruba before this thing. We are going to get to that point. It's inevitable. And it goes to this point that we've been discussing about political ideology. One of the things I think we are not, another question we can ask is, why has this political ideologies not actually worked with our African mindset? We tend to forget that we come from a background of an established order of things, right? Especially those in the Yoruba side, they have their way. In our Igbo side, we had a more egalitarian, and to an extent, even in the Benin Kingdom, very, very, though it has a overall structure of a monarchical thing, but there were strong institutions, right? Especially their military institutions, So, and there was a spiritual order that cascaded all across, Africa. So one of the things why our African, our democracy or our politics doesn't seem to work is that maybe, this adopted way of ruling us is not really suited for our real mindset, in the sense that we need to go back. And that is what we are doing. We are gradually, look, when I was growing up, you dare not even mention Igbo cosmology. Everybody will use, holy water and cross of Jesus and everything. But what has shifted in the mind of people? We've practiced certain things that have been given to us, and we begin to see, oh, right, these things are not really so suiting to us. And we don't need, you can see that in this generation, people are more open to conversations about history, conversations about this thing, because one, there's a sense of ownership in what these
Yeah, but
stories
they are
offer.
not that too. The other day I asked a judge whether he supports removing this funny headdress that they wear. You're like, no, it's just a uniform. And then you go on to ask them, you see how the debate is in Nigeria. Not even one of the political candidates even mentioned the word BRICS. Like, let's not worry about joining BRICS at all. Let's just remain under Commonwealth and under the French and be good boys. It's like there is very, very limited space, and we don't seem to understand how captured we are. Every single one of our leaders, even Dr. Damage, all of them, all educated in the West. Not one of them you can say emerged from China or even have a totally different way of view. At least Dr. Damage is opening up the debate in terms of allowing us to have all this debate. But the others are locked down. They're just completely locked down. There's
This goes back to
no
that thing.
alternative at
This
all.
goes back to that challenge that we made to David Hundeyin about expanding the conversation, because you cannot say now that you're just going to focus on marching forward without understanding where the rain started beating you. Remember, all our independence all across Africa, all our independence leaders were Gaviites. People don't know that. They were all Gaviites because they had to be Gaviites. Nnamdi Azikiwe, if you read one of his experiences,
If they were Gavians, why did they go on to form nations? Why did they
so,
go on to form
they were
nations?
attending Gavia in Manchester. Go online, Google it. You will see their attendance list even there. But let me make this point.
They
Nnamdi
clearly
Azikiwe-
were not true now. If they were
Wait,
true, they
Nnamdi
would have formed
Azikiwe-
a
Nnamdi
unit,
Azikiwe-
a
wait, let me
united
say
front.
this story. Let me say this story. Very profound story. Nnamdi Azikiwe, when he was in America, he didn't have money to feed. They had to travel to another state, a state that was proper Jim Crow state, right? And they started working on a road construction in the dead of the night, and then they were accosted with rifle carrying white people, and they were beaten up and molested and everything. That they left. If you read going forward, the tone of Nnamdi Azikiwe changed. Now, when you go back and read Nnamdi Azikiwe's 1945 speech that he gave to the Igbo Union, you see no difference between what he's saying now and what an MNK is saying. So when we look at things, let me make a point, because this has been an overarching point, about Hundeyin's points and everything. When we look at it, the more we try to deny where the rain started beating us is not important, the more we continue to be dragged back to where the rain started beating us. Because we need to understand that we've been influenced. There's a precedence to what we've inherited. And if we don't embrace it, like what me and Ed were, going back and forth on about socialism, it doesn't work. I'm not saying that socialism has worked. I would be glad to say that it has worked. When you look at stories like Chairman Mao, how he, renavigated and started the new China and things like that, you definitely understand that nobody, even Netherlands, everywhere where, socialist ideals were crafted by people who inherited it from Karl Marx and the likes, they have evolved. They've become more center. They understand that, talent has to be paid for, patents, all those things. People can actually be free to open up organizations and do what government cannot do. And then government, in its own respect, if it so chooses, can then provide services that help people. And this is where the world is going. But when it comes to Africa,
Well, you see, what you are doing now is spouting only one end of this argument again about enterprise and all the rest of it. There is no mix with the way we tend to do things, and this is what I was criticizing earlier on. And what is happening in those other countries is to try to change the narrative. South Africa is trying to change the narrative. Kenya is trying to change the narrative. But we are the major country, one of the major countries. As a matter of fact, the most relevant country in sub-Saharan Africa. But we just remain one way. Just one way. That's all we seem to know. And now we want to go and fight in a neighboring country because they want to kick out the French. What is that? After you fight them, you come back and start the same stupid game again where we just remain poor and we try to fix one refinery for the next 40 years. What kind of rubbish is that?
That's stupid life to live.
It's laughable and disgraceful, my brother. You can't even say
Let me
anything.
tell you, Shaw said we are treating Paul the way we treated him.
Sorry, welcome.
No, I don't believe so. Because
Paul
he's
is
wearing
Paul is no gentleman. Paul is no gentleman.
Paul,
Can come
you know
in
what
anytime
happened?
he wants.
No.
Paul is no
Because Paul
gentleman.
is wearing Adidas, also wearing blue like me, so we think that he's shoes up. So there's nothing there.
You know, say, Scribe don't have another title join you now. Mazi, no be Mr. Scribe.
No, you don't carry double A. You don't carry double A.
They mute me. They shut me down if I want to talk.
Last week,
I beg, God, no vex.
Paul.
But you carry go.
There is something
I don't
Paul
talk
said.
again.
I said, this boy go make heaven. So Paul was asking, I don't know who he was asking, he said, Good Lord Jonathan was a president. Now that means the Biafra have ruled. Why are you still denying that they've not ruled? I'm like, what is...
No, my Paul just came here and caused confusion yesterday, and he just walked out. And this guy, Kene, was just like, yeah, we own the South now. I don't think that's what he came here and did
so
yesterday.
hard. I said, this Paul, if he cause war.
I'm telling you.
I'm trying as much as possible. Like today, I was like fully ready. But whenever they start going to this,
ready for who? Who are you ready for?
No, whenever they start this Biafra thing, I'm trying to some extent not to contribute. You understand? I only try to come in today just in the fact that if he never tell me that he had a crush with David Hundeyin, you understand?
Oh.
So I was hearing iffy. So I wanted to ask, hope say no be our iffy waiting for Atlanta. You understand? That's just the thing. But truth be told, Mr. Scribe, I know you said so many things about trying to go against David Hundeyin. You understand? To some extent, I want to take it from where David Hundeyin stopped and every other thing, because wherever the British or the Portuguese or you say the Dutch people, whichever one of them, Spanish and the likes, they all did great havoc, whichever way they find themselves. But guess what? Some other part of the world, they moved on. They will not move on in the so-called perfect way that we would have expected them. But the beauty is that let them keep moving on. Let us change the goalposts. At least now, let's charge some other person for responsibility. These are the so-called Nigerians who will go to UK. These are the so-called Nigerians who will go to the US, who will go to the UN, who will sign a treaty with whichever organization, member countries, and the likes. While you are signing all these things, and good percentage of these people, also school in the West.
Brothers, please put me in the background. Put me in the background.
Okay.
Yeah, take me out. Put me in the background.
Nice one.
So these people, good percentage of them, they have education in the West. For those that don't have, at least they pay people, special advisors to advise them in things like this. Some of us, maybe because of we are just a little bit curious, you understand, try to know these things, and our staying in the West, try to see things that is going on in the West and every other thing. So we understand that the West never mean well or meant well for any other race. You understand? But we see what some other race have been able to do with some of the things that they've achieved today. So that's why he want to say, if we start blaming the West, these so-called people will also join us and buy it again as another way of excuse to say, oh, it is the West, oh, it is this, oh, it is that. Like in Nigeria practice a different ways, which to some extent I will subscribe to, like what the Indians are doing. The Indians is rubbing shoulders with Russians. The Indians is rubbing shoulder with the United States of America. The Indians is rubbing shoulder with China. At the same time, they choose not to be foolish for one remote control to control everybody. You understand? They are enjoying it and it's working for them. How about we start doing that? We need to learn how to cut deals. And if we don't cut this very well, let us blame us. We understand the history. The history to everybody, it is horrible. Let me tell you one funny story about the African America. Whenever you see anything happen, I have good percentage of them as colleagues and as friends. whenever you hear all this gunshot and everything, you talk to these people, you discover that they never went to church. They don't go to church. They are not Christians. But what do you see them when they are calming them down? They'll stay in the church. Two people will be in their left and their right. Put hand in their shoulder. Before you know, they will forgive. Or they'll be waiting for lawsuits. And lawsuits, none of them have achieved anything in lawsuits. What do you hear? Settle out of court, give them money, and move on. So that foolish white corpse, it doesn't lose no nothing. It is the city, it's all of us money that they still use to give one person. History will still repeat itself again and every other thing. But you see a white man, no, don't think about that money. They want justice to take its course. You understand? They want to set that precedent. And so these are the things I am expecting, that the white people have done us so wrong, but our so-called black people need to stand up and start changing the narrative. And if they don't change the narrative, let us blame them for today. It's not all about yesterday.
Because
yesterday was horrible.
Because Paul, what I don't like is the way Tinubu run like boy to go and now say, oh, we want to go and fight in Niger Republic. This is the man that refused to secure Nigeria itself. Oh. They will not want to do anything. They will say, let's do synergy. Now he wants to go and fight to remove another regime in another country. And the only reason why they are doing it, I can assure you, it's not even necessarily for France. It's for the US base that is there. Because they know the US can't refuse the government. If the government say the US get out, the US can't attack the government. If they do that internationally, that will be a massive scandal. So now they are using Africans to go and stop other nations from kicking foreigners out of the country. That is a terrible thing. That's what is going on there. And this Tinubu is going to just do this stuff now, and we are not going to get anywhere.
And Fofara, what you just said now, somebody said something and I subscribe to it. Go and look your history. What country in Africa that Russia colonized? What country in Africa that you say Russia dealt with tremendously? But guess what? Russia is having issues with Ukraine, their next door country. This same Russia is supplying us grain, like the same Ukraine is supplying us grain and wheat.
Imagine.
The same Russia is supplying us the same thing.
They are the ones helping us out.
Now, guess what? Russia is having fights with the US. Why are we blaming Russia? What is our concern? Russia has never treated us bad before.
At all.
You understand? But this same US that we're talking about, I live in the US, this same US that we're talking about, look at what is going on in Haiti, their next door neighbor. Look at what is going on in Cuba, that they cost. Look at what is going on almost around them, Venezuela. Look at just Sudan just yesterday. You understand?
Look at how they treat the African Americans, that are in their country.
That's what China is doing. This is why China, hold on please. This is why China keep giving us some type of loan that you'll be wondering. Do you know what China is doing? China now started playing the media war. China give us all this loan, all in the name of, when you go to UN, support me in my vote. So whenever America attack China, oh, you take care of the Uyghur and you take care of this, they say, what about the African American? And you know the beauty of it? The Americans will lose everything. Anything happen, will put them in the media and everything. That thing. China wants them this question. And they want to go to UN. Whenever they raise anything, other countries of the world, member countries will vote for them and say, we support what China is doing, which is good. You can't continue to be a puppet or a pauper like that. It doesn't work like that.
Exactly, puppet and pauper. PMP.
Why don't we take this advantage and build good relationship with the so-called Russia? Remember, these are the people who build the so-called Ajakuta Steel. We can revive our Ajakuta Steel. We can revive our Delta Steel Company. We can revive all these things. These other people, they are not doing anything. All they give you anybody that give you physical cash, you will never grow. My brother, who they send dollar to? Now contribution.
We have been friends with them forever. What kind of friendship is that one that want to kill us? Our 4 refineries, none of them is working. Dangote Commission refinery is not giving us petrol. Nothing seems to work. And what kind of friendship is that? And they want to sell a plane to us. They will take 10 years to sell to Kano like a World War II aircraft. Is what they was. These people, man, they don't mean us any. I don't know why this guy wants to go and risk Nigerian lives to go and fight for them.
You know that 700,000 barrels, almost 700,000 barrels of oil is missing in Mexico. Some people don't even know that Mexico owns a lot of oil too. You understand? But guess what? They catch the Mexicans every day for carrying ordinary cocaine. They mess them, they give the all type of thing. their major resources, what will make them a great country, like as Canada is doing. Who is buying all those things that they steal? Now, human beings, they consume the black crude.
Sorry, Augustine, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, what you're saying is what I'm hearing you say is different from what Paul is saying. So I want to clarify that. Are you supporting any foreign country to support any African country? Or are you saying that they should stand on their own and defend their people? Because it seems Paul is trying to say it's okay for them to liaise with Russia. Is that what you're saying?
I'm fine with liaising even with the US. That's not the problem. Is the relationship we're having is a deadly one right now. It's not helping us in any way. They are killing us with this. Look at where we are. Look at Niger. Look at all the countries people have governed. They've not done anything for them. And what kind of relationship is that? It tells you that the relationship that they have with us is to suppress our leaders. They capture our leaders. It's not like a free relationship where they can ask for stuff, exchange stuff normally. This is a captured leadership. So that's not relationship. So we want to get out of the situation whereby it is captured relationship to becoming a more equal relationship. That is what we want. And in other words, this is what China is also proposing, and the BRICS, this is proposing. They said that they want to start having relationship with nations based on mutual interest or the kind of stuff they get from you. But it's not necessarily going to be based on how to govern you, will tell you what to do, and oppressing you. They don't believe in that formula. That's what they want to redraw the world to be like now.
And do you believe them outright?
To your point there.
They don't have a choice. That's what they are doing. You see, Chinese, they've done it before, so that's what they are going to do again.
Yeah. So when you take that position, are you not going to the concluding part without first of all establishing the first part? The first part should be to shut down, close yourself. Because China went to do remember before they now started negotiating with nations, they had to close themselves, avoided every foreign interest. And they now they saw their personality, identified themselves, and built themselves very open door. I said, come in, let's talk if you want us to talk.
To be fair, what China did wasn't entirely closed. They were with Soviet Union. They started with Soviet Union to develop. I think when Stalin was still there, Mao Zedong went there, asked for nukes and this is nuclear weapon technology. That's missile and nuclear weapon technology. Stalin wasn't having it. Then when Stalin died, they went again and they got the technology that they wanted. They worked with the Russians for a while. Then the Russians want to go and make nice with Americans. They said, no, we are not going to make nice with Americans. They went on and built their nuclear weapons and their missile technology. That's what. So most nations, they tend to have, even India, they tend to have relationship with others to get to where they got to, because sometimes you have to share technology and all the rest. Like now, we were just talking about just yesterday, America is working with this in Australia to develop a guided missile system so that Australia can use it to deter China from oppressing them. So you can see they are sharing technology with Australia. But no, African countries never. Only IMF and World Bank nonsense is all they give us,
money
and depreciate our currency.
They give us back.
So nonsense, man. I'm more annoyed with them. I'm more annoyed with us than with them, really, because we keep falling for these things.
So
that is why it's very pertinent to have a leader that is cerebral. Because when you have a clown there, when you have a fool there, he doesn't think. All these things we're saying does not make sense. All they are thinking of is how much more money, how much billions can I convert into my pocket? It's all consuming. They're not thinking of 50 years time. They're not thinking of the next 30 years, what is going to happen to my country and the coming generation. They don't care. Care.
Yeah.
And now you want to go and start fighting in our own backyard. Why not? Why did they not go and take it to Mexico and go and fight, or Canada?
You're talking about our own backyard. We've not even finished dealing with Boko Haram.
Exactly. As if that one is not bad enough. Now you want to start another run. Nigerian soldiers will go and shed blood for Americans. American military base there. For what purpose? What is it? If they are doing something for us, I can say, okay, yeah, they are doing. Why are we going to die for them? Because Tinubu wants to please them.
The morale right now within the armed forces. I'm not even talking across the armed forces. The morale is so low right now.
So low.
Augustine, wanted to say something.
I want to ask you a question. At what point did you start this ideology of knowing that we really need to, because you have an ideology that we need to see ourselves as persons around the table, that we need to tell everybody that nobody is more superior to the other person. At what point did you have this ideology before you traveled, or when you traveled, that it started clearly in your...
I don't think I had it when I traveled. I was one of those people that thought a white man cannot do any wrong, and I think it changed gradually. When you are in the UK, you're around them, you begin to see how they treat you, and from the UK, you see how they treat black people in America. You start seeing the history, and then the George Floyd this thing and the lockdown in combination, and it started revealing so many things. It's almost like there was a period of awakening. And I think it's also part of geopolitics, where the Chinese started emerging too and challenging the paradigm that the Americans created, and they started revealing everything.
So thank you for you know why I asked you this question. Unless you study with these people, you will not believe that you are far intelligent than them. And unless you walk on their streets and on their downtown, you will not believe that they have crippled people, that they have beggars, that they have well overweight people. So we really need to expose so many things for us to get to where you want us to go. And that's the education you are pushing. And this is why we have to continue to have open mind, because there are some people in the Western world that still believe that, oh, you dare not speak before a white man. Whatever the white man says is correct. Some Africans, most of our leaders, when they move outside as a president, they find it difficult to answer a white journalist. To even tell, like the first day I told my parishioners, I came to America at 30-something. So you don't tell me that I have accent. If you go to my village, you cannot speak my language. And even if you speak the English, my people will not understand you. And because I have accent, most of you think that I'm not educated. Everybody they felt ashamed when I said that, but that gave me the route to work on them. So we need to...
Even me today, when I talk to them, I cannot say that I've completely subliminally removed all the kind of inferiority complex that we grew up with. And one has to be honest with themselves about these things, because if you are not checking yourself, you are not going to see it coming. And tomorrow they will tell you to go out and help your people. And you be like, you sell them before you know it, and you don't see it happening at all. Because I know full well that the way I approach them, you give them a little bit of difference. But because of that, I compensate for it. You have to compensate. Some of all these things are inside us for a very long time. We grew up thinking that the white man is the best. They do everything. They teach. They are here to help us. But clearly, they are here to help themselves. It's up to us to help ourselves. I don't blame them for what they are doing. And I think that's another growth that I also had, because there was a time I was really upset with them. I was like, how can you be so cruel? You cut your nose to spite your face. We are natural allies. If you think about it, look at Europe, look at Africa, we are close to it. Why are we not the ones ganging up against Asia? But instead, they are willing to keep us suffering and suffering and suffering, and go and help Japan and all the other parts of the world. I was upset with them on that front. But now I begin to realize that why bother? It's not up to them to decide. They are there to do it for themselves. It's for us to do it for ourselves. And that gave me another insight into the problems we are facing. So it's just that way.
Let me tell you another thing again. Back in the days, I was one of the youngest people, the youngest recruiter that they recruited the defunct Nigerian Airways. What the federal government did, I really like it. Even though when Brazil just started newly, we even bought a Brazilian aircraft. So we buy we buy the European, we buy American, we buy everything. So at the time, we started having issues with Brazil when we buy with the US when we buy their Boeing aircraft. So the Ethiopians are doing very, very well. The Ethiopia do A, B, C, and D checks. Their C check is good, everything. You understand? So we'll take an aircraft to the US, but we'll take an aircraft to a place like Seattle. We'll spend like $200,000 for C check. We'll take that same aircraft to Addis Ababa. We'll spend $70,000 for C check. Why not take it to Addis Ababa? Why this and that? So you see all those type of things that will complain, like one is inferior, one is this. One is that it made the requirement, it made the standard requirement. We'll take the aircraft, an American aircraft. People are trained, people have the knowledge, people can fix this thing. So if I want to think about that strategy, we can use that strategy. It's like a man who married 3 wives. It comes with its advantage because every time wife A is having issue with you, wife B will want to be nice to you just to shame wife A. So you, the man, at every time, you're winning. That's why living in the West, if you're a bad man, you tend to live long because you don't go through stress. If you're a good man, they're going to use you a lot.
Bad people don't go through stress. But the point I wanted to make, right?
So sorry, AY. So we can use that strategy. You know, we can cut deals. Why this one is doing another thing? You are cutting deals with another person. You understand? What America is discovering in our country, there's every tendency that what they are looking for in Nigeria, Russia need that thing. Anything Russia is looking for in Nigeria, there's every tendency that the Chinese need that thing. We can start negotiating this same thing. Hey, we got this thing. The US is coming for it. Do you think you need it? You can use different ways to cut deals. You understand? Like you said, one word that you always said that I never dispute. Let us start asking for the right thing. We are asking for Tucano jet, while the Americans are using F-16. Why asking
exactly, for Tucano? I'm like the Second World War aircraft. What are we doing with Second World War aircraft in the 21st century world? They don't ask for the best things. They don't have any ambition for us.
Then they will tell you that, okay, when do we train your Air Force? When do we train your Air Force that will use it? What about the thousands of Nigerians that's already schooling in the US? Go and bring them out.
Mr. Paul, I really like the point you made about what we demand. Because many times we are quick to blame the West for what they give us. But it's really about what we demand. So I've been reading this book by Opunje where she outlined how Nigeria was able to secure that debt relief in Obasanjo's time. So it was very clear that that's what we wanted. We went and we asked for it, and they outlined all those we had to cross. The economic reforms we had to do. We had to show very clearly that we're making efforts towards reducing corruption. Now, Obasanjo probably did not do it perfectly, but they met most of those requirements, and that's why we're able to secure that debt relief at that time, right? So it shows me that the problem is really that our leaders know they are not really willing to do the job, and that's why they don't ask for much. And do you get what I'm saying? You gave an example one time, Mr. Paul, about how was it Air Peace or one airline, was it Eric, that flew to America and they were giving them all of this hell, and so the Nigerian government, when they went back, Nigerian government also created that standard, and that's how the issue was dealt. So dealt with, right?
Well, could it be that because they are already compromised? Like some of them now, Tinubu has properties in London and everywhere. If he goes and does anything now, they will take his property away. If he goes and messes up with them, and so many of our leaders compromise themselves before they even get into office.
The West does not do that because you can shame the West more. One thing that I like about the United States of America, they are very evil.
Oh yeah, they will say it's through sanctions.
They are so ashamed of them when you get one of their flocks. It shames them a lot. Whenever you see their flocks, it's hard for them to. They will be the first person to bring your own flocks. That's what they do. You understand? You hear, oh, a white cop just did this thing. They'll say his wife just had a twin baby. He's going through depression for a very long time. He just lost his mother 9 months ago. They'll paint it. But when it happened to a black man, they'll tell you he has a felony. He is an ex-convict. But guess what? When you hit back immediately, they take back space. You understand? So
but you have to be smart enough to cash them out. Even when you cash them out, they will make the excuse, like in the case of your money. They are not just going to come and take your money because Tinubu refused to give them. They will make one excuse. Oh, Tinubu, yeah, he was involved in this drug case. We are going to open the file again. And then his country is also laundering this and laundering that. They'll put you on a list of countries that does this, and boom, all that money goes away. This is how they do it.
So I will send you one story about this British reporter. Is in CNBC now, Mehdi Azam. You understand? US military contractors, all the shenanigans that they did, that this guy. Remember, when you think about Democrat and Republican in Congress, they are like two different countries.
They are very crafty, you know. Let me show you one. Let me reveal one other thing that just happened. Sorry, you're going to go on.
The other part will take it as an opportunity.
15 seconds. You carry on. One thing that happened the other day that people don't pick up, I found out in America and this in that they are avoiding to use the term coup because it's going to trigger a something in America that is going to stop funding going to this in Niger. So they are using a different term. So they are keeping their options open. These people are very, very clever and they know how to approach some of all these things. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, can I speak? When you talk about the military in the US, yeah, the military brings the highest revenue to the United States government. Sometimes you might think it's all this nonsense thing that we call taxes that we are paying.
iPhone.
You understand? Like I tell you, that place that they call military base in Niger, they say they are doing drone, they are doing this. Forefather, we don't even know the kind
we
of...
don't know what they are doing there. We don't have a clue.
They are taking away from there. They say they are building drones. Like they don't have all the landmarks in Arizona.
Well, we know they have toilets from there to Aso Rock. We don't know. We just sit here. We don't have a clue.
Well, actually, Paul, I've said it all. The truth is, what I'm happy is all of us here, we are saying the same thing. We actually understand the problem, right? My only disappointment is Nigeria actually disappointed Africa. This is the truth. Nigeria is supposed to be gateway to Africa. Now, Nigeria is not doing well. We are down. Now, like what Fafada is saying, right? What then? See, this guy, you somebody collected the key of your door. You are just said, hey, bring my key. Or you go collect your key. The thing is, we need to sit up and do things in such a way that we have the power to negotiate. When you beg a man for food, the man will not respect you. If I'm going to Aliko Dangote, I'll say, Alaji, give me money. He will not respect you. Even if you are giving your brother money, there is a point you get tired. But if that person is also doing well, you guys are talking, you will listen to him better. That's what is happening. So Nigeria is supposed to take their own stage. If they have developed their country, all you need to do, negotiate. US policy is about interest, nothing more. They will not come ahead. This is US policy. It's interest. They don't work for free. If US have cause to go negotiate, talk to Russia, they will talk to Putin. This is what they do. So Africa was expecting Africa, like, if you have to negotiate with America, negotiate with them. It's about interest. Is it benefiting my people? If you have to negotiate with Russia, negotiate with them. Is it benefiting my people? It's about interest. If it's gonna benefit Africa, benefit your country, benefit Africa, do it. Because now the country is down, nothing is going on. You are begging a man for dollars to give you help, give you aid. You think he's gonna think this guy is not serious. Like one other thing, I don't know who was saying that. Africa, we need to tell our stories. Africa journalists, they are not doing nothing. They're doing nothing. Do you know that there was a time I was living in Canada, right? I live in this city. The most expensive house was $1 million. My white friend, Cody, he used to, every time we drive it through, oh, this is $1 million house. I'm like, what the heck? What's wrong with $1 million house? I'm like, yo, you go to a city in Nigeria, $1 million is a land you will buy. You will not build a house. People, trust me, I can tell you 90% of white people don't know there is a place like VI in Nigeria. With those structures and everything. The thinking they have about Africa is unimaginable.
It's really terrible. It's terrible.
Unimaginable.
And our leaders don't help. Everybody are going to beg for food.
AY, let me say this. Go on social media and then type all those experiments about tell me the countries or the cities in Africa. Man, that exposes how it's actually a scourge because growing up for us here, like I remember when I went to the UK the first time, like I was, Foy's bookshop in central London, the Tottenham Court Road area. I was so shocked when we would go there, and I joined all these clubs, intellectual clubs and everything. Like how very intelligent people, like people I read their books, and I go there and like they don't have an idea that how big they are, like how they have like a cult following. Like, the guy was like a little taken back, like, oh, how do you know me? Like, I became friends with some of these people. These people live in box rooms in England.
Yeah,
Like,
you
you know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. Like, when you begin to see these things, like, oh my God, wait, there's a problem here. There's two different worlds. We grew up literally idolizing you, and then in Nigeria, the way you're living, you are living in a face me, I face you kind of, situation. Like, it doesn't make sense.
They are humble.
Like,
They are humble people like that. They don't. They are not very showy. They just do their work, and I just feel like we as Africans, we don't know what we have, because most of it is in our heads. It's in our head. We just don't know that we can exert our own this thing. But how do you translate it to the leaders now? We all know these things. But Tinubu is still going to go and try to kill our soldiers on behalf of foreigners, and he's not going to extract any concessions from them. Before, if it was me, I'll say,
Thinking is building relationship.
I need nukes, so I need your ballistic missile technology, the one that at least that can reach Europe. I'm not gonna fight, and that's going to put them off.
Hey, why do you see what happened? Hey, why do you see what happened 3 weeks to a month ago? The bushfire that is going on in Canada.
Yeah.
You understand? That's flaring inside US.
Yeah.
Almost 12 states in the US. Not a problem.
Can
Let
I
that
just-
happen in Mexico and flare to the US.
Can I just share
Come
this
and see
vision?
where they will ask them.
Paul, can I just share this new vision of the world? And just for our, fair usage, this is Johnny Harris. He's quite a geopolitical this analyst. So he was trying to introduce what is going on in the world. He said we're heading to a new Cold War. So that's the title. So
Fed
let me
back into
just
the globe. In part thanks to the US-led order, China, which until recently was the most populous country on Earth, has risen to become the second largest economy and world's largest military based on active forces. And more, China sees the US as an unfair policeman of the global order, only holding to the rules that benefit them. And this projection of values and philosophies from the West to the leaders in China, this looks a lot like the modern-day version of colonialism. They see this hypocritical American empire, drunk on power that they've had since 1945, an America that is increasingly defensive because it's in decline, with its broken politics, divided people, and a complacency with their spot at the top. So China is building a competing system. In March 2023, China's leader Xi Jinping announced his Global Civilization Initiative, where he stated that countries must, quote, refrain from imposing their own values or models on others, and refrain from stoking ideological confrontation. So instead of the hypocritical colonialism of the US imposing their human rights and democracy around the world, his system would be transactional, stripping away the veil of what he views as a hypocritical, rules-based order that is built to basically benefit one group. The Chinese system would be built on common interests, beneficial deals, and opportunistic alliances, not purported philosophical values. And unlike decades past, China now has the military and the money to make it happen, to ignore the rules of the global superpower and to make their own, to engage with the world in a different way, to pursue Chinese interests outside of the system. And so now you see a competition between these two great powers that have become deeply economically entwined over the last 50 years. And now they're slowly decoupling. And around the world, you see China planting seeds for its new system, using state-backed money to invest in infrastructure projects all over the globe. This gives China a presence in many new countries, tying these countries to Chinese debt, which often translates into future leverage. In March 2023, China sent diplomats to the Middle East for the first major effort to broker a peace deal between Saudi Arabia and Iran, these two bitter rivals. This is something that the US couldn't do, and it showed the declining influence that the US has on this region. But the US still remains on top, and they will as long as they can control the economic and financial systems that the world operates on, which they do, for now. But China is challenging this as well, working with Brazil, Russia, India, and South Africa, or the BRICS countries, to develop an alternative economic bloc. These are all major growing economies, and they will only become more important in the next 2 decades. Since 2009, the BRICS countries have been stepping up their cooperation, meeting annually, creating a new development bank.
Sorry, I think I better stop it there because this guy is too popular, and I don't want Dr. Damage to get into trouble. At least I want to avoid as much trouble as I can. So, but you got the gist. Now you see the vision that China is trying to create that is different from that of Americans. So, and no Nigerian is talking about it. No Nigerian is talking about all this.
What is that future leverage that they are alluding to? What do you think that future leverage that China is seeking in all these countries where they are tied with their debt? What do you think that future leverage will look like?
In terms of the UN and how to get their way in terms of things, that's what the leverage is in terms of support around the world. And normally their debts tend to be tied to, if you don't pay me, I'll come and take over the business and I will run the business. Hold on now, let me explain what it does. I will come and take over the business, run the business till I make my money, then I go. That is their rule-based system. And their loans are, by and large, overall cheaper than that of the West. Their loan is from almost 0% interest rate to 5%, while the West can start from 5 to 15 or more, even.
But also with a caveat that whatever thing they're doing in the UN, you have to support them.
Yeah, that's what everybody does, to be fair. I think what I really think that makes them very different is that they don't impose ideologies on you. And they also offer difference in terms of option, in terms of trading. You know, and an American senator was complaining, or I think Congress, one of them, was complaining the other day that within 5 years, American sanctions will mean nothing because of the system, the alternative system that is being created. Because if they to go and operate, you see what I mean? And the other system is going to be a lot more liberal.
Which alternative system?
The BRICS currency, as they were describing.
So you think the BRICS is going to work?
Oh yeah, why not?
I think the BRICS. There's one
it's
thing
gonna
just
work
left
because it
from
has
the
to
BRICS
work,
do.
Bro.
There's one thing left from
it's
the
already
BRICS.
working.
It's not easy, man. It's not gonna be
No,
easy.
of course.
It has to work. If they don't have a choice, it has to work.
Remember other countries that would have to join.
Paul,
to some extent will be scared. Go ahead.
Listen, the price of commodities, food especially here in the UK, has been impacted by the
war,
by the sanctions with China. Everything's gone up. Whether you like it or not, we've seen the impact. But the UK is pretending. Gas, the cost of power has tripled, if not quadrupled.
I heard that
in the last 6 months. So that tells you how powerful.
The BRICS nation, you know the power they have. If they are able to create their own currency, all the countries the West sanctioned, they are all out of sanction now. It means nothing.
Exactly.
That is Iran, North Korea. All of them can trade freely now. Like that's unlocking a lot of power that America was suppressing before.
For finance, even the financial markets, yeah, because I'm involved in the financial market. The financial market right now, if you look at the forex, the way the forex goes now and all that is impacted. There's not much volume as it used to be because the dollar is being challenged and weakening every day. You know.
Yeah.
But the truth is the BRICS, I'm not saying it can work, it's 50-50, but don't forget, America are not sleeping. America,
the only country that can stop it is India among them. All of them are in lockstep.
America,
India is doing shakara on both sides.
They are
I watched that lady from I forgot her name now. The lady from Zimbabwe. You understand? That went and said some things that they asked to go. The Americans talk with a lot of pride and ignorance. While they're talking with pride, you see the ignorance in them. It looks like they talk with so much pride and they are losing, but they don't see it. There's just one thing left that the Chinese have not done. When the Chinese choose to say, let us come outside and create our own media, because the biggest war right now, it is the media. Why we love the West so much, because they bamboozle us with the media. All our sources, we keep using them as our source. So to some extent, they give us our narrative. You understand? They direct our narrative to some extent and everything. So by the time the Chinese will come outside heavily with the media, you see what Al Jazeera did when they keep attacking the Arab League. What Al Jazeera did, let us tell our story. You know, so if the Chinese come
That's
outside now with
interesting. They
one
actually come out.
heavy media where they will start debunking some of the things that is going on in the West, it's going to be a different ballgame.
So let me ask this question. So if you follow like the Saudi Arabia, they were great, one of the strongest ally of America. Now what the new king is doing, the crown prince, is actually moving away from America, working with China very strongly. This is also my concern in Africa, because if you lose guard, these people that are coming, that want to replace America to be your friend now, they also want something. They are not gonna, don't think they're just gonna come, you get everything for free. You understand? So that is where I want African leaders play the politics too. Don't be like
Of course, everything is, I
Don't
think
be like
I agree with you. Everything is
You said only one
transactional.
word. You said America is not sleeping, which means it gives us good leverage.
Yes.
We have two ways of doing
But we are
things.
not playing it.
Give
We are
us good
not.
leverage.
We are not doing anything. All we just do is look at Tinubu now. What does he ask from the West? He not ask anything of them. We just give them
Tinubu is
everything.
just hungry to go to White House and take picture.
So now,
nothing more.
If it was me, I would be doing shakara. If you don't give me this, if you don't give me this, I'm not going to do anything with you. China is there. I'll go to China. I will be making shakara like crazy.
Because even America knows that Africa countries, they have options now. Even like the vice president called Tinubu a few days ago. Now come in and be demanding for stuff. Hey, young man, listen, we have options. Now give us this. We need this. Talk to China. China, what are you gonna work for your people, man? And stop being dumb and be a puppet. Give me. No.
But yeah, here's my problem. The two options we have are not even our best option. Our best option is ourselves.
Of course. All of them has to involve us.
There's very little trade that happens within African countries. That's where we should start from.
There's very little what?
Trades that happens between African countries.
That's true.
So there is a point Austin said. I wanted to correct him. There is no country in the world today that can develop in isolation. No. You have to so even when you are developing yourself, you have to still work with these people, and
No, what I mean is not working with yourself as a country, working with the continent. Like we should bet on ourselves. Like let African countries bet on themselves.
Agreed.
That makes sense. That is exactly what we see with the so-called Schengen. That's exactly what, even as big as America could be, they are still doing the NATO. They didn't say we got to stand alone. You understand?
NATO is their strongest ally. What would they use to threaten Russia? That's the only thing they can use to really threaten Russia. Right
so you need that alliance. So if not for anything, it's a shame that we Africans cannot travel or do business easily. We have to come with one single currency. First of all, we need that.
Yeah.
Wow. Approximately 75% of even African Union funding is coming from the outside of the continent. I don't know what is wrong with our leaders, man. see, do you know the budget of African Union? The budget they spent, I think, in one of these years was around $600 and something million. You mean these African Union leaders cannot get $1 per one human being in Africa for 1 year? $1 for one human being, and you double your budget. They can't figure that one out. The level of their uselessness is unbelievable.
If they don't want to have money there, I don't care. All I'm concerned is that let us try to get one currency. Let us fund ADB, African Development Bank. So instead of us to be going to IMF, instead of us to be going to the IMF or the World Bank, let us go to the African Development Bank.
I saw news about that bank. They said the credit rating went up again recently. So that bank seems to be doing well for itself. They said over 40% of African countries don't contribute their money to the African Union.
All these sort of things is what gives me trust issues. Why is African Union not letting the people know what is going on? Because I feel like sometimes they are doing all these things. It's like it's not for Africans. They are doing it for other people. And our leaders are not running our countries for us. They are running for other people. That's why they don't consult us when they do stuff. Do you know how much information I found in American military websites? I think Paul was here. I don't know. Everything is in America. I found more information about Nigerian militaries on an American military website. This is madness. What is wrong with these people? What kind of governance do we have, really? And how do we start shifting this thing? How do you put people that actually care about their own people more?
Because we still don't understand the power of the media. How many wars have America fight? But they use the media very well. You look like they're fighting war every day. You understand? They use the media very well. We still don't understand the power of the media. How do we use the media? You understand? To control that narrative. You understand? How do we use the media to take a stand? How do we use the media to sell a product? I live in the state of Arizona. When I travel to New York, God, I'm watching CNN. All I see is Arizona, Arizona, Arizona. You understand? Because it's a retirement state. For all the old people in New York to come to the retirement state where they don't have no snow. You understand? This is how they do. They sell a state for people to come, to market your state, to market your city. We don't know how to use the power of the media.
You see the amount it costs to run the African Union for 2021, and which 200 and something thousand, this million of it is to be financed by member states. So member states contributed that, and 400 and something thousand by external members. So even the total amount, you can see that is less than the entire population of Africa itself. And they can't manage to get $1. In short, 50p. What do they call 50 cents? Is it in America? They can't get that one. They can't get that one from one citizen of Africa to fund their this thing. What kind of people are this? In 1 year, you can't figure that one out. I just can't. And then they said, even with all this, that African countries don't contribute. I've never seen such useless bunch of people.
As the UK, we talk all type of negative thing about the Romanians. As the Canadian will say anything, you don't need a visa from Romania to the UK. You don't need a visa from Romania to Canada.
Oh boy, I shocked.
Why do I need a visa to go to some other African countries? Why?
I saw somebody I know somebody that used £5 from London to I think Hungary for holiday. £5 plane. I don't even know how that is possible, because if I take a cab from my house,
I've used £1. I've used £1 from Stansted to Aberdeen or in a plane. £1.
People are scribed.
No. It's a long time ago. Then going to see Champions League match in Cologne, Germany. We took a coach from Victoria Station for around that £4, £5.
Imagine that. That is crazy.
If you book ahead.
Yeah, if you book ahead. Once you book ahead, it's so cheap.
To book a ticket from Nigeria to Ghana, you will be shocked. The journey that is 1 hour.
I'm telling you.
When
You'll be crying. You'll be crying. Not to mention from London to Nigeria. If you try that nonsense.
Father, you live in the UK. You see the way the UKs will say, oh, the Romanians, they are scammers, they are this, they are that, they are this. But the door is still welcome for them to come in. You understand? The door is still welcome for them.
It's a rule. You have to follow the rules.
Why can't we be treating ourselves this way?
I don't know. Our leaders are the problem. I'm telling you, some of them that even talk tough, they are not even doing anything to change stuff. They don't really change anything.
It's election time. Or just come to arise news and talk. And give them power. It's a different ball game.
You saw what Museveni was saying the other day, how crazy it was that $460 billion coffee market that Africa generates 13% of it in the world, but yet we get 2.9 or so, $2.5 billion out of $460 billion or so. That is crazy. Then what they call it, Germany, that doesn't even make coffee at all, makes about, I think, $6 billion out of it, more than the entire continent of Africa.
Switzerland.
It It's just pathetic, really. And it just tells you how badly these people are running our continent. It's unbelievable. And I don't think this is by coincidence, because these our leaders have been compromised. They are scared. If you look at the way he was talking to Putin, he was, and even sometimes I must say the way Putin was looking at him was a little bit scowling, really. Like, if you say what you shouldn't say, this is not going to end well. I don't like that.
Go and watch the video where Kenya president
Ruto.
William Ruto, when he
Ruto,
was,
I don't understand Ruto.
He was ratting in front of the small boy in France. This guy was just looking at him like, what is this? What are you talking about?
You can talk all you want. Power
He's just talking. So you don't tell the man to see, go home, prepare, start doing
exactly. Once you go there, they will know you have the power. They will give it to you. This don't understand power. What is
you
the
are
long
telling,
talk?
you are telling your oppressor, leave me alone.
This is what I was telling. That's exactly what I was
action.
telling Dan. Is that not what I was telling Dan yesterday?
Your action will determine how it's going to relate with you.
When Virgin Nigeria, then when Virgin Nigeria started by Jimo Ibrahim, you know, they started making them. When they land Gatwick Airport, then they bring dog and everything to sniff you. Then you find yourself that, as a Muslim man, if I fly BA, nothing sniff me, no nothing. Why won't you fly BA? You see the systematic approach. They just make everybody just fed. I beg, I cannot fly Nigeria. Your dog will be sniffing and over. Just all type of strategy. The US did the same thing. When Eric started flying to JFK, to New York direct, every Nigerian loved the thing. Every old person you are bringing your parents, they love to fly direct flight, because this connecting flight with Europe, some people can't speak language. They're going to struggle. Some people will miss their flight, get a lot of problem. And maybe it's your loved one that take you to the airport. You know, flying, they started frustrating them. You know what? You know what they do when the thing gets to some extent? They just answer.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask everybody a question? Like, now that Tinubu seems to be, hell bent on going to this fight, what would you recommend? Let's say there's the option, thought exercise here. What would you recommend he ask for from the Americans for this? Because he wants to shed Nigerian lives for Americans. What should he ask for?
Tinubu is not asking anything. Tinubu is looking for favor.
But what you?
I don't think he's asking for anything.
Okay, but if it was you, what would you ask from Americans? If it was you, what would you ask from Americans?
If it is me, I'm asking for that F-16.
F-16 jets. Okay, that's
if it is me, I am asking for that F-16. Straight up, I'm asking for that F-16.
How many?
Then that nonsense.
They can give you one.
Oh, the F-16.
That wouldn't count.
I don't even understand.
You get only one F-16. You'll be zigzagging in the air just in case it doesn't fall down. Go ahead.
I don't even understand your question. Are you
the
saying
question
like,
is, yeah, it's like a trade. If you want,
the way Kamala called
you have to give something back. So if we are to go into Niger to remove that military regime and technically favor America, what are they going to do for us? So if you are the one in charge of Nigeria, the president right now, what would you ask from America?
So wait. First of all, in your own conclusion, are you saying America actually against them? They want the military government removed?
Oh yeah, you don't know.
Yes,
that's what they are taking already.
Wait, hold on. Why did you conclude on that?
Because they already are saying that they want to go and remove them using force within a week.
Who is saying that?
ECOWAS.
Oh, that is
That's
ECOWAS.
not what me I'm asking. I'm talking about America. How did you arrive at that conclusion, America?
Because ECOWAS wouldn't be doing it if America didn't want it. And because America has a massive military base there. Did you see ECOWAS react like this before? So go ahead.
ECOWAS do react to. I think they react like up to 4 times in the.
In the past, but we had three. We had 3 just last year. Not happened.
Not
last 2 years.
No, Nigeria.
The Nigerian government react when the US military base.
Hold on, Nigeria government don't react alone. It's always ECOWAS. What is happening is
my God,
we have the majority of the military.
You see, this kind of people is going that ruins
like the
Iraq
last
war
one,
invasion.
the last one that happened.
America is going to invade Iraq. They say they are bringing people along. Does it mean that all those people count? Is America that is going to invade that thing? You see, the entire military of West Africa, Nigeria is more than them. so Nigeria military is more than all of them. That's how petty they
the
are.
last one that happened, right, in Gambia, Nigeria, most of them were Nigerian military. But if Nigeria are going to, if they don't forget, they sanction ECOWAS sanction Niger already though.
Okay. What are you going on about? We are talking about thought exercise here. You are even challenging the thought exercise.
I want to explain something. So yes, the first thing I think ECOWAS they're gonna do, they will get into the country. They need to talk to the military juntas and say, hey, listen. They will try to make peace. It's when peace is not working, they use force. But if I were Baba Tinubu, I will try and demand for a lot. If you ask me, not only military equipment alone, I think even if to fix our refineries. Me, I want our refineries to be fixed.
So that's a good way to go.
If they fix our refineries,
it sounds right.
The thing is, it's just sickening. Why can't we develop even if it's
I would like bring the document, sign. This company sign, and then after you sign it, the signing will have insurance. If the company doesn't build it, you are going to give me this money again. They will go and use it to build. So
that's what they do.
Sign. Yeah, no funny shit, no funny games. It's going to happen here. I'll countersign and you countersign it. You build all the refineries and you get Ajakuta still going. Then I'm willing to dive for you. That is when I know you mean business.
But don't forget on this issue too, Tinubu needs to be more relevant, right? So it's just like sometimes when you talking on this platform, people think, oh, you are supporting somebody. The last time when President Biden congratulated Tinubu, people were like, oh, what will Biden do? I said, Biden does not have offshore. There is nothing he can do because Nigeria is a very important country in Africa.
Why are you going? Why? Take your time. Yeah, you are beginning to do this waffling thing that you do. You just shuffle us to somewhere, a new crowd. What's wrong
let
with
me
you?
pull us from there.
Let's leave Tone. You had the question now.
Tone, go ahead.
I don't know what Tone is going to ask for.
Tone, you are mute.
Did you hear the question, Tone?
Yeah, I heard it. First off, I don't think Tinubu is intelligent enough to ask for anything from
Nigeria. You are the president now. Leave Tinubu out of it.
Leave Tinubu out. No, you are the president.
Okay.
You are the president now. Leave Tinubu out of it.
I think I would. Yeah, the refinery thing was what came to mind as well. You know, to get the economy rolling. That's the sort of thing, and more collaboration in technology, basically.
That's very good. That's also quite good. Technology and not those fake technology like a wheelbarrow manufacture, quantum and space technology. You know, before they go out, the show us how to make cliche.
Remember Pension 2 computer.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody need Pentium 2 computers and all that rubbish. We need the real deal. Proper technology.
They will say, take and leave my face. Take and get around.
Like all those deals we signed with India. I'm telling you, I think the reason why I was thinking about steel, because steel will lead us to make a lot of other things. And refinery is also very, very powerful. All four of them repaired and then guaranteed to be maintained for 20 straight years. No funny business about building it and go and destroying it. No funny business. Because these are very, very wicked people. They will say, oh, we're going to do it. After they do it, they go and sabotage it.
So
nobody needs that drama.
It's really sad. Nothing is really working in Nigeria. Even that steel, it's a lot of money.
It's a lot. We could sell it all over Africa.
It's only what the South Koreans have. They are Hyundai, the South Korea, they have the biggest steel mill in the world. You understand? It's what they have. They are Hyundai.
And they have, what annoys me more? They have spare steel companies that they're not using anymore. Some of them are not even making profit. They want to get rid of them. But they can't even say, you know what? let my African brothers get this one. Even if, you know, the UK, they were looking for a way to save one of their steel companies. I was like, but why are they not even thinking of Nigeria? Nigeria will buy it. And like, they are looking for people to come and rescue the company. But they will never consider us for those things because they don't want us to develop. I was like, but you could bring Nigerians in. They need it. They have the market. They are not like the UK that just have how many people in the European Union. We have the entire continent, and we have the need. And this steel company is one of those steel companies that makes very, very good quality steel. Why are you not bringing Nigerians into it? But no, they wouldn't. And it's not a lot of money, oh. Little money that they're selling these companies for.
Yeah, whenever they are auctioning like that, it's always little.
Very, very little. And because you have to pay when you buy the company, you have to take over the staff and all their debts and all the rest that comes with it. You have to take over all those things.
So there is one question I wanted to ask David today, but I was busy, man. I could not come in. He actually he explained a lot of nice stuff, but the only question I wanted to ask him when he said the 1966 coup was not an Igbo coup. I wanted somebody to explain to me.
Oh man, leave that guy, man. Leave him. I think that's where sometimes I sympathize with some people. Just say maybe he's too young to even, because to be fair, even it took me how many years to come and grasp the true extent of the texture of that coup. When I first heard about the coup, I knew that it's not as straightforward as we make it sound like it's one-sided. You know, the way they killed people in that coup didn't come across right. But even then, I still felt like, yeah, it wasn't nice what they did to the Southeast. But when I started hearing about what led to the pogroms, people just think that after the coup, they just started killing Igbo people. That's not how it happened. It's after the coup, the mockery happened, then the killing started.
Father, let me state this here today. I need to break this table. The problem of Nigeria, the crisis you see, started.
It don't start with. They are still going to start showing up here now. This guy wants to start. Don't break any table. We don't need that. Yes, exactly. You don't need that. Now don't start. You see Kene here. We just show up here. Hey, what are you saying?
Nigeria crisis.
You know, Kene is the one that will take over Simonipa.
I'm telling you, man. He's looking for the next position now. I'm telling you, man. He doesn't let anything go.
I really pray why the is just, you know.
But anyway, if you look at this war that is going on now in Ukraine, so every day I watch the war, and every day that I watch the war in the US, you know, everybody that reports the news that I watch now, these are journalists from the West. So now, take a look of how the stories is going. Then you know one myth that makes me laugh. You hear Russia hit this building, hit that building. They'll tell you they had. But listen, they'll tell you they had one casualty. But on the other side again, they'll tell you over 5,000 Ukrainians.
Yeah.
1 minute they make you understand that, let it not look like Russia is defeating, is winning in the war. Like nobody is dying. But another way around again, they'll tell you that over 5,000.
It has always been like that.
But so at the same time now, remember the other journalist that is reporting the side of Russia. So tomorrow, if a book comes out, there will also be a conflict of interest, whichever book you read. That's why sometimes I want to tell people that in as much as your father tell you from your own side of the war. Your father was not in the other side. What your people were doing to the other side. Your father was in his own side, seeing what they are doing to you people. You understand my story now. So sometimes I understand that the simple word that lets the sleeping dog lie doesn't sound good.
Let me tell you.
But what I'm saying is that war, it's not a movie that will know at the end of the day, the actor will still live to see last fight and successfully almost die, but still win. It's not like that in real life.
Paul, let me tell you this. When I was in level 1 in university, so you study in Nigeria now, the GST, right? So our philosophy professor, he said history is a lie that is agreed upon. That is his definition of history. So it actually depends on who is narrating.
That's my cynical approach.
Yeah, that's the way he defines it. And actually, it depends on who is explaining it. If me and you are, if we fight ourselves today. Like, if I want to write, I will write to support myself. You will write to support yourself. This is actually what is happening. For me, I could have said, like, let's force forward, let's move forward and forget the past. Let's try and repair what is damaged and be nice. You know, let everything work for everybody. But if you want to go back to history, it's horrible, man. It might not even favor you.
What I didn't like about what he said was saying that the Igbos should, you know, why should they move on from it and all the rest of it. I like, it's not about necessarily moving on. It's about charting a path forward. You have to function. You may never get over it. A lot of people that go through those things, you die with it. You die with the trauma, and maybe the next generation will die with the trauma. But you still have to function. And that's what I was saying.
I think CM answered the questions very well. Maybe we can do those little ones. You understand? At least just to cushion effect. You understand?
Yeah.
And just to quench that pain a little bit. Then also, sometimes what makes you... There's something about the British that my father tells me. I like that word. My father say, why the Britain call themselves Great Britain? He say, man is not great. It is the fall and rise of a man makes a man great. That's why they call themselves Great Britain. They fought so many wars, they lost so many times, but they end up defeat.
Oh my God! Those people they kick ass. They really kicked.
But they end up defeat. That's why they say
they really enjoy. I've never seen people that enjoy using the gun and ships.
Royal military or more.
You know. So, but another way around, for the fact that somebody like Yakubu Gowon is still alive. Yakubu Gowon has become a born-again Christian. Yakubu Gowon has become a PhD holder. Went to the UK and school. Don't you think if Yakubu Gowon and come outside and apologize to these people, it can help a lot of things? It makes him more, you understand, a statesman.
Yeah, but they won't.
I think so. Then just
why help Nigeria
we must continue to live with the word no victor, no vanquish.
So, Paul, it doesn't matter if any Nigerian president apologize and try to build bridges, everybody will be fine.
I think so. But if Gowon did it because he's still alive and he claimed that he is now a born-again Christian and is a statesman, he won't take anything.
Everybody want make heaven now.
My brother, look Obasanjo. You take it or you leave it, you will give it to Obasanjo. Obasanjo force people. Obasanjo ignore court. Obasanjo did so many things. But Obasanjo now is still fighting for a great nation.
Timajek, let me respond to Timajek. Timajek, calm down, man. Calm down, man. I'm just making a simple point. The guy likes to be on my case forever.
He was referring to me. Say whether I go school. He's an idiot.
He insults everybody. Equal opportunity insulter. As long as if you say Kanu is the best, yes, he's going to be very happy with you. If you say Biafra, it's going to be for you. If you say down with Nigeria, it's going to be for you. So let's change the topic to something lighter. Let's see whether Nigerian men are some of the best people on the face of the earth. So people say in Africa, Nigerian men are going everywhere, taking over their women and in different parts of the world. So people are crying about it. So people are happy about it. Is this true? No. I think Chioma is a woman, and in the chat we have some women there. Are Nigerian men that great? Because I know Nigerian women don't like
Chioma. Chioma is very
Chioma come at her own time.
Yeah.
Chioma is very. You should be able to speak.
This Chioma lady needs to come
Chioma,
on the
panel.
Come
on.
She's one of the troublemakers.
She will come in.
Nigerian men are the greatest now. Let me just play this
mid of the night.
Let's play this. Let's hear what they are saying.
Go out of his way to make sure that you are fine. Like whatever I need. If, for instance, now I'm like, babe, I need to buy hair. I need to make my hair for like 500K. He will not complain. I mean, if he's the correct guy, he has the money. He won't even think twice about giving. Yeah, he won't even think twice about giving you the money. Do you understand? Now, if I have to put like a South African guy and I'm like, babe, I need 500K to do my hair, the guy will start complaining first. Like 500K.
In South Africa, some women, especially like these affluent women that like the flashy lifestyle, they prefer Nigerian.
Courtesy to corporate junkie.
They give money.
Fair use policy.
Whether they're dating you or it's just a one-night smash, the Nigerian guys still pay money.
Yeah.
So it's not just like,
no, it's business, no love.
It's not just business. It's like even when you're dating them, they say, they still treat you better on average than other guys. Like, I mean, casually, I don't think Southern African men or East African men or European men, American men, I don't think they have a spoiled culture to women as much.
No, they don't.
Yeah, here you guys.
No. I believe what contributes much to what we do is actually our tradition.
Okay.
How we were raised up. You understand? Right. It's always been the men providing for the women.
Today, I'd like to talk about something which has been going on social media, about on YouTube, social media, about Kenyan women and Nigerian men. Nigerian men are snatching Kenyan women away. It's not true. It's not true. You know, Nigerian, they're just like our brothers, you know. Nigerians have come up openly to do their work perfectly. If this thing is not true, you know, Kenyan ladies, they love Nigerian men, especially the foreigners, not even Nigerian men in general. They love foreigners. So this we have to understand as Kenyans. So one thing that they say that at Kenyan women, Nigerian men are snatching Kenyan away from Kenyan men, it's not true. It's Kenyan women have decided to chase over Nigerian men. What? Because their men have already decided to be soft. Secondly, they've decided to be stingy. Thirdly, there's no affection. Fourthly, they don't care. This is what has already come over Kenyan men. Kenyan men have become lazy on their work. That's why foreigners are beating them. Before, it used to be like Muzungus are snatching Kenyan women away. Now it's Nigerians snatching Kenyan women away. Very soon, it will be Sudanese snatching Kenyan women away. You see, you failed. That's why your women are busy running over foreigners, not even Nigerian men. And me, I don't blame Nigerian men. They are our brothers. If they've come up boldly to keep your women, you should thank them. It's beautiful. In fact, they're doing a better job because they're taking good care of your women, of which you failed on that. So I don't see the reason why Kenyan men would come on a social media and start rebuking Nigerian men like they're snatching the women away from them. This is not true. This is not true. Go to the clubs. I've been to the clubs. You'll see how these women are crazy with foreigners. Leave alone even Nigerian men. They are crazy. In fact, they are very crazy with these Nigerian men because the Nigerian men are giving them the attention they need. They are taking care of them. They have become nicely. They've proved to them that they can take good care of them rather than being with a Kenyan man. So don't be jealous, Kenyan men. If these men are ready to take care of your sisters, you should bravo them. You should be happy. You should feel good rather than just pinpointing them and just throwing words on them and saying that they're doing bad things. They're not bad. They're not bad.
Hi, guys. I think this is the right time to go out as Kenyans. Let us be fair. It's not about, I wasn't born in Nigeria, but marriage makes me a Nigerian citizen. And let me tell you something. So many of my friends are heavily pregnant right now with Nigerian children. Yes. So many of my friends are single mothers. Because why? Police brutality, discrimination against Nigerians. The Nigerians are afraid. They want a relationship with you, but they are afraid to marry you. Because what kind of country is going to be mistreating them and they will come and marry us? Our kids are Nigerians. They are fatherless. We have children they don't have their father, not because their father does not want to be in their life, because Kenya has deported the father. Kenya has used bribe to pursue the father. Even if they have not yet arrested your husband, they will arrest you. We are scared to death, Nigerians. Why? 1 minute you are dating him, the next minute he has gone to buy food, they have arrested him, they want 500,000, they want 100,000. Where do you want to see 100,000? You are afraid of having a Nigerian boyfriend because you don't know when they will arrest him and they will need 200,000. This issue has gotten out of hand. Ashawo, come out. Baby mama, come out. Girlfriend, come out. Wife, come out. You are carrying a Nigerian belly, come out. If Nigerians will follow us to IPOA, it's okay. But they should stay inside. They should stay in their house. This is our country. Excuse me. We are lacking, women are being rendered husbandless. Women are being, where we have seen small penis. That is what you want to pursue. You want to chase them away so that what? So that we can suffer? So that we will not have orgasms? So that we, how many Kenyan girls are going to Nigeria, Lagos, and they are being given money? My friend went to Nigeria. She did not have matako. Now she came back with matako. And you want to say that Nigerians are mistreating Kenyans in their country? They are not mistreating Kenyans. When they see you in their country, they will feed you. They will give you money.
Father, you mute yourself. This is a very good one.
What are Nigerian men doing now there? What is going on?
What the hell did we just see? Like
it's like an epidemic is going on in Kenya.
You must understand the two way of Nigeria. The broke Nigeria, will make you get that orgasm. The rich Nigeria don't have power. Will spoil you with money. So in every aspect, it's a win-win situation.
I will tell you
the
this story.
Will service you well.
I will tell you if I saw the spirit, right? So there was a time in Canada I wanted to rent an apartment. I went for viewing, right? That was like 2015. I went to this apartment where I saw this lady, she was the manager. Then we started talking, hey, where are you from? I'm like, oh, I'm Nigeria, blah, blah, blah. Immediately, she was just yelling, I love Nigeria. I love Nigeria. I was embarrassed. I'm like, what is she talking about?
Maybe she's
Like,
had an
you're
experience.
just looking at her, like, I'm telling you, real life story. I was like, what's going on here? What's going on? I love Nigeria. I'm like, oh man, people are crazy.
So some Nigerians are probably represented for her. So you see, that's the weirdest thing. Nigerians are hated at the same time loved again. It's really strange. You meet some new people sometimes, they will tell you, oh my God, oh, you're a Nigerian. And it was just that it's like their eyes light up. While you meet other people like Nigeria, okay. Or dodgy stuff. But what is going on with these Kenyan ladies? Like she's saying that Nigeria, there are so many women with Nigerian men children that the Kenyan authorities are targeting the Nigerian men and removing them from the country because they don't want them taking over their women. And this same thing is not only in Kenya, it's happening in Uganda, South Africa, any country.
All over Africa.
Yeah. What is going on? What makes Nigerian men so competitive compared to them?
It's the ideology now. The way
they give transport.
Is it really men that are doing this, or because I don't think it's the Hausa men that are causing all this trouble.
I don't know how the UK is, but I can speak in the US that I am. When we go out, when we see these people, when you see Nigerians and Ghanaians, we have style too much.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? You see a Nigerian man that you know that you guys work in the same company. We pull in with BMW with Benz. Dress very good, smell very good. You'll be wondering, we have style. You understand? Then before you talk, that Nigerian man will quick to remind you that he has 2 master's degrees. Style.
2 masters.
You might be my boss because of situation.
Don't mess with me, man.
But I have 2 master's degrees, and we are so bold in talking and everything.
Yeah.
You understand? You just look that.
No.
How do you
Paul,
want
you
to
got
look
the
down on
question.
that person?
Somebody blew your question for comment section.
So I've met a lot of Africa that will tell you, oh, all Nigeria, they are engineers and doctors.
That person know me.
So I was doing birthday.
That person know me. Yeah, from
African country, different countries.
Oh my God.
Some of them were in Nigeria. So we sat down. I was introducing.
Scribe, that's a question for you there.
You don't collect.
I've never been to Kenya before, so now you know where you go and carry out your baby mama. You go carry out for
I
you.
don't know what Nigerians have been doing all over the place.
Scribe. That's why you change from Mr. Scribe to Mazi Scribe.
Oh boy! Before they go give me, they go cause fight for my marriage.
That woman is serious. Oh. Talking about orgasm, all the women come out to
No,
pregnant. All of
man,
it. She
oh,
is serious.
Venom.
Oh.
Do you know what
Stop
it
playing
take to
around.
be a broke? Do you know
the
what
thing,
it take
the
to
thing
be a
about
broke Naija?
Nigerian, the thing about Nigerian men is that
Actually, they are
they're
men.
just so
Their
they're just
Kalu
so
no too
confident
big like that. Oh.
in themselves. They're just so confident, you know. That's just the
Yeah,
thing.
Nigerian men are confident.
And you know this funny thing, you see these stories that they're talking now. I could remember back in the 90s. Remember those days you're struggling going to school, those Igbo boys where they learn work. Now those Nnewi boys. If you like carry video, walk around the whole street, video cassette, to take intimidate one girl that your father has video. This Igbo boy will spoil this girl with money. You go lead this girl, go everywhere for street, follow them, go evening lesson. This Igbo boy will see outweigh you. You understand the power of money.
But which
So
of the Nigerian men are doing this? Is it the Igbo men or the Delta?
Like
The
majority.
whom are the specific people that are spoiling women all over Africa?
In as much as you want to say Igbo, Hausa do the same thing. We all do the
Hausa
same
is
thing.
doing it too. Eh?
Hausa,
I would
Yeah,
have thought
I heard Hausa in Malaysia. They
the
used to
southern
do
region
that.
of Nigeria that do this mostly.
Nah,
I thought,
no.
I don't know. You
Hausa,
know, outside people go to South Africa. Eh?
No, Malaysia, they used to do that in Malaysia. Hausa men. I've heard of that, yeah.
You say Malaysia, what about Dubai? When you see a northern and
Yeah,
country,
even in
for
Dubai,
sure,
those
they will ask
two
you to go outside. Once they spot you that you are in Nigeria, they speak one language. They'll tell you, say,
But what
please
makes
go
us so
close.
different though? Is it that, okay, yeah, we are confident and all, but other men are they not? Are we just somehow different or something?
No. The way you see a foreigner, it's somewhere to some extent. You want that African adage, you want to use one leg and stand. We have so much courage. You understand the things you say. Sometimes when you see these people from the West talk ignorantly, sometimes don't blame them. The way they talk to that man from Sudan, I'm sorry that I'm making mention of other countries. The way they talk to that person, then they talk to you. And one of the ways I use in winning these people very well, because they are very good in answering questions that will put you on the spot. So what I do, I never answer back. I'll use question to answer question. Oh, you speak good. I like the way you speak English. But what language do you speak? Then I'll ask the person, what about you? Do you speak Arizona? Do you speak Texas? They say, oh, no, we speak English. I just told you I speak English. You ask me what other language do I speak? And I show you my phone. What is the official language in Nigeria? You see it in your own phone, English. So when you ask me what other language, instead of me to just simply tell you, oh, there's this dialect, then I will tell you, do you speak Arizona? Do you speak Texas? Do you speak California? So I make myself and the person look stupid. So asking me what other language when I've already told you that I speak English makes me want to make you look foolish. Then I ask you, do you speak Arizona? Do you speak Texas? Do you speak California? Say it's not a language. So what are you asking when I already speak English? English is my language. You understand? So, but it's different. Yeah, I speak proper English. You know what is called proper English? I speak the British English. That's where English come from. So I just cause confusion here and there. This is not what you will see with some other African person will do. You understand? And every other thing. So I know when they want to ask this type of thing. Then when I do something so special, something so significant, they'll say, oh man, he's really, really smart. Then they say, oh, America have done well for you. How long have you been in the US? I'll tell them 1 year. My colleagues will be looking at me like this when the person asks, because they want to take the glory. So that is not the time you want to tell them, I've been here for 21 years. That is the time you want to make them understand that you've been here for 9 months. So where you were coming from, you were also smart. I never school here. You understand? So I'll just change the narrative and everything. Because I know they are very, very clever when they do these things. But sometimes, coming from the way they must have dealt with some of us, they want to use that same method.
Same energy. So if you ever listen, there is this video where Julius Malema described Nigeria.
Yeah.
That is actually how most people look at Nigeria. They see Nigeria. Some will say, oh, we are arrogant people, we are loud, we are this, we are this. What I know about Nigeria, no matter where they are not easily intimidated. In everything, even in education, like Nigeria, they stand their ground. Like you can't easily intimidate Nigeria. So we actually, Julius Malema was like, white man will go to Nigeria. A white man asked Nigerian man a question. Nigerian man will reply,
What?
Why? Like, he said
I
this
like
is what they
that
are doing
Malema
here. He
comment.
said they can't go to Nigeria and do that. Nigerian man will ask you a question, and it's true.
I see Nigerian person. Certain things that it's just hard for me to say. You see a Nigerian man is working, is making money, everything is going well. We tell you that they look for person who will use my pali. Why? Probably this person is bringing maybe 90K, but he has planned to buy a house. He don't want to qualify to buy a property for 300, 400,000. He want to buy that 700,000 naira property with 3-car garage and everything. So he would need another person to use his pali so that at the end of the year, we say he make 160. You understand? So that he can qualify to buy that thing. So when that Nigerian man now invite you that is doing housewarming party, invite you his boss, you see the type of house that he's living, you see the type of car that he's driving, then you want to talk, he remind you have 2 masters. You will respect him. You understand? Even though colleagues are calling, these guys that they get style. So no matter even though you find yourself to be his boss, to some extent it work well for us. Sometimes we overdo it.
It's like this thing has gotten even to the US too. And even I don't know whether African American men have noticed it as strongly as African men, because African American men, they also have option. The white women, there are all kinds of other people, Brazilians. That's another thing that they are into. The Caribbean. And there's this thing that they call passport bros. I don't know what any one of you.
Oh yeah. That they started traveling out. Yeah.
Traveling all over the place, going after all kinds of women. And so, but the women have noticed it. Let me just share this one. So you know that the women too
have dealt with Nigerians.
They've noticed the
ones I've come
idea
across will tell you that they prefer Nigerians to their own men.
African men are just like
African men get jobs.
I'm saying this, but at the same time, we all know like African men everywhere. It's like a lot of like American women that I know, or just not that I know, people in general, like always. They've been talking about African men. How great? Oh, they like to spend money, blah blah blah. So do you guys agree? Like, that's y'all are just like the cream of the crop right now. Like y'all are just like.
Say it loud, see that one? Wait, before that, two of my closest friends that didn't know about Africa when I met them. All of them married to Nigerian men.
Wow.
First time they met, they said, "Oh yeah, my sister, I'll see you." I said, okay.
Do you know why? It feels finally good to see that.
Now, and Nigerian men, as much as they are getting popular elsewhere, what are they doing for their own country though? Because they seem to be popular everywhere with all the. Is it only women we are good at?
No,
I don't. Because that's what it seems undisputed now. It looks like we are good with women.
Forefather, look at it this way. That's what I usually say that here, right? Nigeria, we have a lot of qualified people that can go back home and fix the country, but the system will not allow them. We have people all over the world that can actually go back, like with skills that can do stuff for us, that can fix Nigeria, but they will not go back because of the way the system is. That's why, like, sometimes when we see us fighting ours all over, in every state in Nigeria, we have people that are capable, but the system is sick. This is the truth. Except you open up the system, like it get better, then people will be motivated to go back and help in the cause of Nigeria. That's actually what is happening.
I think maybe there's a point there, because all the ones that go out, they tend to go and perform, but in their countries. But okay, but there are other countries that don't perform so well. You don't see the rate at which they travel overseas. Is it just an element of conditioning, like because it's in the air now that Nigeria is rubbish, like the term that David was using today, Nigeria will happen to you. Those type of terms we use, it means that we don't necessarily transfer all our abilities to our country, but we transfer it to elsewhere. Everywhere else we go. Clearly, the women are feeling it,
and the professionals overseas are feeling our hard work. So maybe at least we know that we are doing something right.
I keep saying this thing all the time that just imagine one day maybe Dr. Damages will bring a topic. Every one of us that will come in, let us talk about our professions. Maybe some of us that came in the West a little bit older, that have worked in Nigeria, not those that just come here to come, had their first degree and move on with it. Some of us that work in Nigeria before we came. When you talk about Nigeria, when you talk about coming from Nigeria, it's like Nigeria gave you opportunity to grow. That tells you that, so if I'm in Nigeria, I wouldn't have grown. You understand the thing now? So when you look, when I said, let every one of us talk, you would think that it is only your sector that is doing bad. But you'll be so shocked when that banker will tell you the mess, the rot that is going on in banking. You'll be so shocked when that insurance broker will be telling you the same thing. You'll be so shocked.
Let me do some paper. Let me do some credits. I forget that some people donate money. You know what, Tim Ajek, thank you for donating. You know all the insults you've been insulting people. I think it's worth it now.
Tim Ajek, your sin are forgiving. Go and sin no more.
So he says, Stone, are you one of those confident men or the one where they follow help open door? Which one you be? You understand what he say? He say, are you one of those that just follow and help open the door for women?
They forget Stone is a military man.
Yeah, one of those confident ones that don't do that.
They forget that he's a military man.
I'm a gentleman. You're trained when you train as an officer. You're a gentleman, even though you're trained to kill, like Maxi said earlier. You're a complete gentleman.
They don't know that he's a gentleman.
He's a gentleman. You know, most Nigerian men are gentlemen. I don't know whether they don't open doors. Even in America, they do open doors, don't they? Nigerian men, they will do anything to please their women.
No, it's forefather is a strategy. Like I could remember. Forefather, I could remember.
Especially when you're going on the first date.
Car. The first date, Yeah. When do you stop opening the door?
When you feel they're firing something.
Yes, yeah.
Oh my God!
Go to that nice Brazilian restaurant. Come on, I bought a 2016 car for my wife. While I'm driving a 2005 car. You understand?
You see what I mean? These are things other men don't do. We take it for granted. Other men don't do these other things.
Even my wife, she's panic. You understand? Because already she have a car, so she just fear that maybe this is the car that we'll be using to go to church. You understand?
Yeah.
I said, babe, you know they drive your car. You understand those type of things. So these are the type of things that we'll do, because sometimes, let's tell ourselves the truth, Nigerian women also know how to check and balance us very well. You understand? They know how to put us in our own place. They use word to make you do the things that you don't want to do. Nigerian women,
let me ask.
Nigerian women will keep to tell you that Nigerian men know they're romantic. Nigerian men know they this. You know.
I wanted to ask a controversial question. This one is going to go down well, I think, for quite some people. Whom are the best? Like, if they put all the men on all the groups in Nigeria out there, which one would you think the women would choose first?
You mean try?
In Nigeria, yes. Which to
be honest, what I've heard, I think Igbo men treat women better in Nigeria. That's
my vote too. I think the
my vote to them.
South a little bit. South are like all those Igbo, but I think Igbos are known for setting them.
Igbo are good. Taking care of
I live in Igbo community. That is a lie.
Oh,
I think all wired the same. I think Igbo man go finish the whole street, go marry Kenji for village. So that no way Mama choose. Come on, that must pass.
But that is not the question. Yes, they do that, but in general,
which one would women choose? The women, but I think Igbo men tend to put their women first.
Igbo man treat you when it comes to relationship. They treat you very good. But at the evening hour, it's a different ball game. But
no,
the
Igbo man like
go marry a wife. The Igbo man will go marry a wife. I still give it to them, because I still see Igbo man who give their kids shower. I still see Igbo man who still know how to cook food for their kids. Not like me from Delta, no, not at all. I'll give it to them. But at the same time, sometimes when you hear the perspective, I don't think we can speak. We don't have the local standard to speak.
Oh
It
my
is the
God.
women that will speak because
This is
they condemn all
my
of us.
wicked, man. This is my wicked. You have to bring it. They have to bring the Yoruba demons back. You have to summon it back again.
Where is show? Where is show? Let's ask show this question.
And show really get the Yoruba demon, baby. Show
the Yoruba demons.
The first time I heard this word, I'm like, what is Yoruba demon? Like, somebody was explaining to me. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yoruba demon guys are two rascal, man.
They said, man, these guys, you don't want to jam them.
They get started.
They say they destroy women's lives by making them feel special and everything, but they are just on a long queue of women.
Now the same thing it be for Igbo boy. Igbo boy go tell you today, go tell girl today, say, babe, have you been to Dubai? Girl will say no. Say, today, right now, drink that pepper right now. Let us go to Festac. You get the passport today.
Get you to
Dubai. Reach that one. So boy, I'll take you, boy, play. All to the Igbo man, na investment, na business.
But you want to argue that Igbo men are the ones doing more to promote this image of Nigerian men. Then, if you look at it from that point,
now Igbo they travel now. Igbo
they spoil women too much. They are spoiling the women.
Yeah. When they tell you say Nigeria, they do Igbo boy. No, don't carry a girl. We say for colleague, I still don't carry the girl. No, the way we all work, we still go to junkyard. We all still sell car on the side. We still do all these things on the side. Igbo boy don't carry girl, go junkyard, don't buy car for us. Yeah. You too beautiful for me to be giving you right.
But let's ask an Igbo man now. Scribe and Tone. Tone, are you Igbo?
Scribe, no be like Igbo job.
Scribe, you know they see in front here. You know they see in front here. You do read book.
Scribe,
Scribe is not supporting our Biafra.
AY, look front, Mr. Scribe front here. He do read book. He don't know anything.
He do read book. Scribe will go deep. We are discussing.
Did you write Dito back in the day? Did you write
come
Dito?
Back to
I did write Dito even till today. If you want, I did do code review right now. I just wrote Dito. DITO.
You too read book. How you go see the write Dito till today?
I did write Dito. Why shouldn't you write Dito? Especially when you don't want to repeat yourself and somebody they make repeated mistake. You don't already explain them before. Dito is the bright way, And Nota Bene. I still they use Nota Bene and Dito.
Dito stuff. I remember that those days. I wanted to ask how
is it not a real Igbo man. You don't listen. Okay. I'm a titled. Okay, you people may not know this. I have a title.
Yeah,
I have a title. No. I come from. Wait. On my wait. Let me tell you how Igbo. Wait. Now, those who know me personally and they will attest. Those who know me personally know my background. My maternal grandfather is an Mbakwe. So my Igbo-ness is very top.
I think the reason why he's saying that is because you don't sound like your everyday.
Because I was raised in Lagos now, but still now, irrespective of the fact that I was raised in Lagos, my environment.
There is for Lagos and Port Harcourt. What did they talk about? Now the one way even grow for the Lagos and Port Harcourt. Now in bad pass.
Okay. Anyways, when I want, I like yes. So, anyways, in 19 so. We were my maternal grandfather when our maternal mom died 1992. I was inducted, so yes, I have a title. So like you cannot just
now let me ask the question.
There's no if settings change.
Let me ask question, Jare. The question
go ahead.
Just to give excuse. So the guys when do all these things, all of them are red cap chief. All the people when we do the whole
okay, wait, let me bring my
Are you going to let me ask my question? I want to get to the bottom of this thing. Okay, it's not, that's not it. That's not the heart. No, another one from Team Majek.
Hi. Oh my God. Now for Mizo, my life is trying to talk about. He also used in geography, history, and philosophy department. You don't know me at all. You don't know me. That guy man had you leave that to
after Mr. Scribe time, I will stop to invest in library in Nigeria.
You don't know me at all. You don't know me.
Nice one. Thank you, Team Majek, for this donation.
You got it wrong.
Dr. Damage is
got
grateful.
it wrong. My wife is here laughing at you so hard. Like,
but I want to ask question now.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Waiting. Okay, is there any particular practice in your culture that made it so the way you treat the women is you put the women first to an extent in the way you
no.
approach women? Is it from the religion or is it from just culture?
Okay,
and which part of the culture encourages it?
It's from so Igbo people have braggadocio. They have that confidence. They can exude. So when we were growing up, or when we were in university, women always revolve around influence, intelligence, and power. You know what I mean? So braggadocio does give away those three things. It's like that air of mystery. Like there's something there's something here to explore. So Igbo guys, they exude that they and also there's that aspect of the prosperity mindset, the procreativity side of it. So people largely, everybody want to be associated with something that they think is going to lead them somewhere. So and in our culture, women are seen as okay, let me use my uncles and explain this. My uncle will not mind wearing one shirt for 6 months. Buy a shirt and he'll be wearing it every day to this thing. When he comes back, his wife or his boy will wash it. They will hang it. It will dry in the morning. He knows where it is already. He will pick it up. He will wear it. He will run, go to market, right? But his wife must wear the latest George to the next August meeting. His wife will drive the best cars. So it's a way, back in those days in Igbo land, they don't, not in Igbo land, in like Lagos circles of Igbo welfare organizations. The woman being fat it shows that the husband can be like very slim guy, but the woman being fat, this is a stupid thing.
So that is something traditional. It didn't come from religion.
I think it's more or less
it's traditional.
I don't think it's traditional. I think it's more or less the psyche that comes with competitiveness amongst us. It's not a tradition. It's not in our tradition. It's like we are very competitive. We're very egalitarian. We're very Republican. So nobody they agree for the another person. Everybody
you're saying that you are very competitive with the women. So
but
after you marry the women, you are still doing it. So where is the
overall? No. We're very competitive overall. So therefore, let me use an example.
Wife.
Go and look at Innocent and Gabros, his brother, right? Their kids are into YouTube, right? Just look at the way they comport themselves. Then look at the way their wives and their children comport themselves. These are multi-billionaires. Right? Innocent will dress in his own daughter's, celebration. He will dress as if he's ready to go to the shop, open it up, and do a business with you, even at that height.
Yeah.
You look at Ibeto, you look at all these guys. So it's more or less on a side of competitiveness. So they use amongst the fathers, right? Amongst and these are things we grew up observing. Amongst the fathers, they will be there, they will be in their carcass, they will be pointing, Chinedu, my son is going to go to America tomorrow. My wife is going for shopping in Paris tomorrow. That's it. That's the psychology.
They like to show that their family
exactly
is doing
the
well.
braggadocio. So by his girlfriend or anything that associates with him has to reflect his wealth. So
you see, that is interesting that you said that, because I know that the Southeast, their instinct is the Southwest, they like to also brag about educational aspect, but not necessarily about marital, my wife is going to do this, but they like to brag about education. So but it appears from what you are saying, the Southeast, they like to brag about everything. Like my wife is doing this, the shop, education, all of them, they like to brag about everything.
So that's kind of like where we are in terms of. I think Reverend Awabara wants to come and these guys, they grew up in the East, so okay, you already sent it. So like they will have
he's going to
a
start
more
saying his
rounded.
religion now. He's a reverend. Like it's the religion of Christ that helps us do this.
Yeah, these guys they will have a more better perspective than I would.
Actually,
So,
what Scribe said is the truth. I've asked this question. It's exactly what he said.
Yeah, because but I don't practice those kind of things though. My wife is an intellectual. Like she don't even send all this.
I talk. I say now.
No,
book
obviously,
you
actually,
look your forehead. You read book too much.
Scribe is obviously you will see it's not somebody that
don't know me. I know the two read though. You don't really know me.
So Augustine, has anybody?
I paid my dues. That's all I can say. I've read my books when I
read. When we say every word you quote something. Now for home video you watch out.
Let's find out now. Let's find out whether Augustine was a retired Yoruba demon. Augustine, let us know now. Have you been busy? Have you been busy in your time? What is happening now? What do you think? Why do you think Nigerian men are seen as desirable amongst black people especially? And then in Nigeria, we're also talking about, within Nigeria, I think it's unanimous that the Southeastern men generally tend to treat their women better than most other men. It's not that, I think the difference between them and other Nigerian is not as big as we think. Other Nigerian men to treat their women well, but the Southeasterners, I think they take it to a slightly higher level. So do you agree with that, Augustine?
Yeah, to an extent. My little experience about that would be the treatment the women give to their wife. Because in my culture, most women show their wealth in their women. Most men show their wealth in their women. A man can be driving his little car, but will buy the latest car for their wife. A man will spend money to send a wife to go and shop and make sure you look good. So they treat their women externally so well, so kind.
Okay, so but how do you think it came about? Is it that because I would like to think that the men would like to ride nice cars too. Why did they decide that giving to the women is more prestigious? How did that happen?
Another experience there is also how domineering the men are. They will not just marry the wife, they will marry the wife's family. So so the wife's siblings are best of friends to the man. So the woman sometimes enslaves herself in the marriage because you can't complain to your parents, you can't complain to your siblings because the man has won their heart. So
yes,
if you go there, they will say
that's
true.
I literally grew up with all my maternal family. Like if I remember our household, like it was more my maternal family, and then my father's people always come. Is when I interact with my father's people, it's always in community gatherings and meetings. I mean, I got into Umunna at 18. That's the standard in our Umunna. Once you turn 18, they already know your birthday. The day you turn 18, your name is already in the register. you are contributing. So I've been contributing now for God knows how many years, right? So
I think that last point Augustine makes is a very powerful one. I think the reason why I say that is because I think I remember that because when you also start ringing the family members in, that the power is you are not only owning the woman now, you are owning the family members on top of it. That is a powerful.
I don't finish you.
This is the problem I have with Igbo people. Especially, I think it's the problem with having a Lagos accent, right? Quickly they don't disown you because especially when I was living in London, I used to argue a lot with IPOB people. Like I used to argue a lot with them. Like, so I used to try to make them see like this thing, like analyze this thing with them. And they like to argue. So we'll hang out in the barber shop, we'll hang out in certain places, parties, who will be arguing. But this is what they always do, and this is wrong. They are quick to disown people like me who were born on the other side. They are quick. Before you know it, when they can't keep up with you, they'll be like, if we are just
don't mind them. It's jealousy now. It's jealousy. See, but let me add some texture to what let me add some texture to what Augustine said, because I watched a video, and this African American, I think, or maybe Ghanaian, I don't think it's an African American. She said when she was going out with this Nigerian man, and the moment the Nigerian this time the Nigerian person was a Yoruba person. The moment the Nigerian guy went and met the mom and just kneel down, you know how Yoruba people bend down to greet the mom. That was it. He completely won the mom over. It's like the mom and the boyfriend is on one side, she's on one side. So I think that too may also be accounting for why Nigerian men are so, like, when they get into women's lives, they tend to be quite domineering compared to other groups. They don't just only win the woman, they also win family members over. So it becomes really, really strong. That's interesting, but I never saw it from that point of view.
Many Igbo men I know.
Forefathers, look at the comment. Somebody just made a comment for me. She was saying her longest relationship was with an Igbo man, and I wonder why she didn't end up marrying him.
Well, which one is it? Ariu or
Fumi?
Okay,
Fumi,
all right. Yeah, that's Yoruba. Yes,
my longest relationship was with an Igbo man.
So that tells you something.
That was what I said the other time. At the end of the day, it's the mother that will approve who they will marry.
No, but see one thing. I know for a fact. Even I have practiced it. I don't want to expose. I don't want to expose that. But even my family, my wife's family, to an extent, you take responsibility for something. You are you are supposed. It's like it's psychology, right? So, but I know people who. Osisioma, the guy even set the guy up with a petrol station, his in-law. Like, there are many people I know, like it's not seen as a bad thing. Like, you marry your wife, maybe your wife is not from a well-to-do background. Maybe you are not
culture. Anyway, that's the culture. You marry into the family. You did not marry the individual. You marry into the family.
What did I do this one now? What did I?
Yeah, that's how we practice it in my culture. But we don't do it. But that's how we do it.
Where is that comment? Like, what did I? Who is this person? Like, what did I do?
It's not necessarily like that.
You don't agree with me. Don't mean say you could insult me. Then that's
AY, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, the South, they do that. For example, every tribe is different. Like in the North, if you are from a rich family, or let me say the popular families, they will not give a daughter to the poor. They don't marry like it's a class. It's a class thing in the North. Yeah. If IBB daughter want to marry or IBB son want to marry, he will not marry anyhow person. There must be a name attached to it.
Yeah, they are very strategic.
Very strategic. It's very clear. So, like in the South, both Igbo, Yoruba, South, they don't really care. People still marry like they don't care. They like the girl, she's educated, they marry her. Then they can even help the family.
So where does Edo people? Is Edo people in the middle of this? Like, they are not fully Yoruba demon, but they are not Igbo.
Please hold on. Let me cut some slack from what AY said. AY, what you said to some extent, we still practice it in the South. But one caveat that makes ours a little bit different, even here in the US, we do the same thing. I have my daughter now. Oh, she want to go hang out with her white friends and ever that. Immediately the friend tell the parent that, oh, my friend is coming, she's black. They say, oh, no. Then the same friend will tell the dad, she's the one that is helping me in school. She's really, really smart. You see the same dad or the mom who drive to my house and take permission that, oh, they want to go to the mall. I'm going to stay with them. I'm going to bring them back. This is my phone number. You understand? Because I have something on the table. One of the ways in the South, if you go to school in the South, you are a graduate, you are educated, you carry one girl when no go school, your parent too will come up with some excuse. But when you met the girl in college, even if the family is not well to do, To some extent, they give you that little bit leverage because they see hope. You understand? But not in the north where they don't even train their girl child at all. So if you see a girl child that is even
Who said no?
No.
Paul has started again now. He's making blanket statements now.
Hey, this is what I'm saying.
Masca is going to come here now.
The percentage of the commoner going to college is not that much like in the south. Yeah. When you see a girl going to university like in the core north, probably the parents is even more enlightened to the aspect of they say go to university. But in the south, the downfall driver is daughter is in the university. That's what I mean.
But just to add to what you said, when you come to the south, I'll use the area I know too well, the southeast. There are two classes of people when you want to classify the rich. There are the rich who begot real wealth from their parents, and the rich that made their money on themselves. Those that made their money on themselves would stay away from the rich people. I know somebody very close to me. Well, he was dating the daughter of one-time Shell CEO, one of the Shell CEOs. So this girl, the escort and the driver will bring her to this guy's house. But when this guy wanted to marry, he said, I'm not going to marry this girl. We were like, why? He said, I wouldn't want to marry a girl that if I get to the house, the father will say, go to the fridge and pick what you want. I want to marry a girl that when I come into the compound, everybody will be moving around to take care of me. So
Paul, what I was explaining to you, right? In the south, it actually, I know, I agree with what you said. It happens. Some people still want to marry the rich. In the north, it's not only the money alone. The big shot in the north, that good daughter will not. You will not just. You are son of nobody. You come with money. You want to marry that good daughter. You must be.
You have to be like an aristocrat. You have to be part of the.
It's not only the money. So you come with the money. They will ask you, who is your father? They want to know. They want to meet your father. So if it's not that person, it's not about the money alone. Yeah, if you go and check.
But that's the 1% or the 1%. Apart from
it's few percent now. So the South is not that divided, right? Of course, you see middle class in the South is very big. Yeah. Or the southern region, the middle class is very big. So in the north, it's not that huge. You see more of the rich. Then there is a lot of poor.
The Talakawas.
The Talakawas. So it's different. So
no, has any of us lived in the north on this planet even? We are just.
I said in the north. I was there for for more than a year.
When you say north, I hope it's not Abuja north. I hope it's
not. I was in Zafara.
I'm just checking.
I'm just checking.
So I'm going to go to Abuja and say they go to the north.
No, I work in Sokoto, but I can't call it that I live in the north.
I travel to a lot of states in the north. I have a lot of friends in the north.
It was terrible in Sokoto.
Yeah, because I used to go during Arch period. So during Arch period, they used to take me and this guy. He speaks the northern very well. Daniel is an Edo boy, but his look is completely Igbo man look, but he speaks Hausa very well. So me that look like the Mala when I put on my jalamia.
I'm telling you, you pass for Malam actually. You definitely pass for Malam. There's no way. You just need to throw your barriga or that's it.
Once I wear my jalamia, I qualify. You understand? But I don't know how to speak it. So I tried to learn all those small words here and there, but I was extremely nice. I used to go and make a lot of money during Arch period. They would take us there during the Arch period. Yeah.
But you say you are Urobona, isn't it? Or
make us send this RAU link. Make him come or make him tell me where he know me before. Like this is like Maharaj.
Sometimes some people take it personal. They come for you.
Sometimes they do.
This guy has spent 10 hours. How long have I been here? Like just attacking.
I actually love Nigeria diversity.
You know, these people, if you be say my papa or papa
I
one
do
time like that,
actually.
It's very
what you're saying, forefather, what you have been planning all this conversation.
Maybe it's an opportunity. This is an opportunity for us to
let Augustine wanted
sorry. I was just thinking out
The
loud.
problem I have is, if you watch the Nigerian geography, there are some parts of Nigeria that are liberal, and there are some parts of Nigeria that is seriously, do I use the word cultural or do I use conservative?
Conservative.
Seriously conservative. And they are chronic in their cultural observances. So, can you make it a good country with this combination?
You see, that's a very interesting question you asked there. Yeah, it's a very. I think you can do that within reason, as long as you curb some of the excesses, because people are also allowed to be conservative. You see what I mean? So as long as it doesn't get cross the toxic level where that leads to instability, then we should be fine. I think that is how one can, that's what we hope we achieve. But right now, we have all had all the reports, so there are a lot of excesses that is going on that needs to be reined in. If that is done, man, I think AY just said that he loves the Nigerian diversity. It's a beautiful thing. You can go to Sokoto, you see something else.
It's
I
beautiful.
don't even know how those places
beautiful.
are.
My sister-in-law is Yoruba, right?
I think you yourself,
you
know the answer.
Look, I wouldn't replace her with another person, right? She makes my brother very happy. They've been married for a very long time.
She's
Yoruba. She fits the bill. She's Yoruba, yeah.
Oh, my family married Wazobia. My family, we all married outside. It's only me. My family, we married in North, we married in Southeast, we married Yoruba, we married everything.
My father literally
scattered everywhere.
We marry everything.
My father grew up in the North. My father was born in Jos.
Married
lived in Macaulay,
a woman from Obasanjo's place. My younger brother married from Newi. My other younger brother married from Kogi.
Deep, man.
You understand? So we married everywhere. My elder sister started go out a little bit, marry Kwale. You understand? Marry Kwale. My elder brother married an Edo. It's only me that is weak, mommy's boy, that married an Orobo woman.
You see, and the same thing with our family. Families are like that. They are scattered everywhere.
You don't get mine.
Our family member in the north.
That's why I said only me weak.
Everywhere in the south.
I like your wife too much, my brother.
This YouTube.
I
hope you will not watch this.
No, so every time I said it, I said I like the food too much. So I want to go cook the food for me.
To be honest with you, forefather, to be honest with you, when people generalize, I laugh at them. I see them as very ignorant. When you take a particular tribe, you generalize about them, it's actually a high level of ignorance. The truth is, every tribe in Nigeria, every region, they have the good and the bad. It's just that some people, they are just very dogmatic. They don't, you are not open to learn from other people.
That's true.
If you are open, you will appreciate everybody. I say this because I have friends across Nigeria. I have friends across Nigeria. I know what the beauty of people culture, of the diversity.
It's a beautiful thing, isn't it? Diversity,
yeah,
really.
Very beautiful.
It's a remarkable thing. And sometimes we take it for granted.
Forefather, one question that you asked, it's just like current day, when Augustine asked the question. Now, that question that you asked, if you use the US, look like the South, you understand? They're very cool. They are what we call the evangelical. They go to church a lot and the likes. This is place that if I have my way, I would love to raise my kids. These are people who greet, yes, ma, yes, sir, in America. You understand? Meanwhile, find yourself in the North, they call you by your name. You understand? So today now, if I have my way today, I will never vote for Biden. It sounds weird.
Yes, Biden is a disgrace, man. That guy, man.
I'm not even saying anything.
I'm not even American. I'm hurt by that guy.
Just because of the push of this LGBT. thing, the LGBTQ, I will not.
How about George Floyd? The guy didn't pass one law. Yeah, they passed Asian hate speech, whatever he calls it.
Bro, that problem is bigger than the president.
So when you look at all those type of things,
are you a Democrat? You see, all these people, that guy is a Democrat if you are in the US. All these Democrats, I'll bury you all. Even if I'm here in the UK. That stuff drives me crazy. How can you not pass one law after George Floyd? How can you not pass one law?
Thank you for the analysis you've just given. Now look at the structure of America.
Oh God! You look at the nonsense Pansat is talking about. That I'm a spy. Do I look like a proper spy? What's wrong with this guy? Oh, move on, Jerry. If I was a spy, you think I would be doing this type of job? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Look at the analogy you've given. America. Look at this structure. Every state is almost a country.
It is a country.
It is a country.
That's why they call the president the fall guy. The 50 of them have their 50 different constitution. It's a country.
So that is the point I was coming from. If we don't structure Nigeria after this way of structuring, we will keep having this conflict. And to come to what AY said, AY, when you use generalization, it is a logical term. In practical terms, you can generalize. Now, when you say Igbos are known for trade, nobody in my family has a shop. When you say the Yorubas go to school, I know that there are so many illiterate people in Yoruba land. So when you say it is a stark ignorance, it depends on the topic the person is discussing, and it depends on the ideology the person is putting forward.
Right. Yes, it depends. So I was using that for when you're using negative term against the people. That's what I was referring to.
The toxic aspect of it.
Yeah, you're right. It's just like how do I want to put it in the US? I tell people when they say, "Oh, he racist," sometimes I joke with that a lot at work. I tell people, I say, "Look, everybody here is a racist. You understand?
Yeah.
What is the context we use racist? I'm a black man. You're a brown man. You're a white man. If three of us take our sons to the park, my son want to go play with that other kids. I call my son back. I call my son back for good purpose. I don't want no problem. The brown man call his son back for good purpose. He don't want no problem. But if the white man first call his son back, two of us will say he racist. All of us. We do the same thing. You understand? If I see if a forefather find himself in my department now where I'm working, what do you think I'll do? We'll start speaking broken. But I get mad every minute when I see the Mexicans speak Spanish.
See one thing, why don't they? I've tried to be.
But to that sorry, the point Paul is making is an interesting one. However, the reason why you don't want your son to get into any trouble is because of his theoretical experience of being punished for being maybe with white children, stuff like that. So that's where the racist thing comes in.
But you must understand now. So sometimes why we must let some things. Sometimes you just want to try to let the sleeping dog lie. Like if you call Joe Biden racist, if you call Trump racist, I would say I will give Trump some slack. This is somebody who went to school all white, living all white. Every time you see blacks and brown, you understand? These are people who are doing dirty job for them. You understand? You are telling me that my son who went to school with a lot of brown, black, white, all type of race, and have good relationship with them. Somewhere along the line, I started grooming my son. You see those white people that you are playing with, you got to be careful with them. This is how it starts. You see those brown people, we started telling them, giving them those negative coloration and everything. Then they start doing all those things. And
I think we look at race wrongly.
You know, so
honestly, Paul, with the greatest respect, we look at race wrongly. Race will always be an issue. Some people will look at black people in a certain way or anything. I don't have problem with people in that cadre that you are talking about. You know why? They are not restricting access to resources and access to opportunity. As long as you're not, the real racism is the one that, the real racist is like that thief where they steal with pen, that one where they steal with policy, where you say they segregate.
Racist.
Exactly. That institutional racism is the worst. This other one is largely steeped on media ignorance and not, somebody not having an open mind to doing things, right? On the street, I live in a very diverse street, right? And you see it's all over the place, right? The Ukrainians go there their own, the Indian guy go their own, this thing, my kids, I'm the only black guy, like, like waiting, like black guy on the street. Like I go to drop my daughter off, you go see the plastic smiles, you go see everything. I just keep eyes right, bone my face. I don't care about you. But where I will care about you, where I will call you and I'll debate with you, is when maybe you are you are clearly blocking my this thing. I will sue you, sir, you the craze, and I will come with solid evidence, and I will deal with you that way. That is the kind of racism I think we should fight. That is racism that deprives us of political and economic opportunities and resources. That is the racism we should focus on. The one that concerns somebody from, I don't know if you've seen some of these recent immigrants, Indian immigrants that came on, and you've tried to sit down, or maybe like in the airport, I was traveling, and one of them was confused, came to me where I was sitting down waiting for my flight, and then I could, with the greatest respect, like you could tell, like this person came from, is no different from somebody who came from behind Obolafo. You know what I mean? That kind of thing, like inside village. Even somebody who come from Obolafo don't watch TV before this person. This person couldn't differentiate certain things. Then when I was so shocked, how do I start? So what I did, I just find one steward for airport there, hand them over to the guy, change seats, relocate myself so that the guy will come back. Hand them over to somebody.
Let me add something to this before I'm getting accused of not answering my own questions. That I ask questions, but I don't answer it myself. But I think what Paul is saying, Paul is highlighting certain areas that we don't tend to talk too much about. In terms of this racism stuff, where the different context that he applies, like from the point of view of the white man and from our point of view, I think from the point of view of most of the discussion we are having, we are talking about our own interests. But if you are looking about a globalized world, obviously you would rather people are not racist towards each other. But even if they are, and this is what Scribe is referring to, the toxic aspect that damages your own interests has to be addressed, and those are the areas we, just like we are talking about extremism, is often there's always a mix of things like this. You always have to remove the toxic aspect of these things, either by law or just by catering to it. Like an example of what I was referring to is like this. I think let me call it subliminal this in racism, whereby, like I think I mentioned it before, an African American couple wanted to sell the property and they got about
can you go back to where you brought the question you're answering?
Pardon?
Go back to the comment section.
All these people, they leave these comment people, man. They are just there causing trouble. Sad stuff is one of them, and if leave them, and then there are 100 and something people listening. All these commenters, they are rebels out there causing trouble. So like this African American couple, there was this experiment that was carried out. They got quotation for their property for 800,000 naira. $800,000. Yeah. So then they got in the same property. They removed all the signs that they are black people, like the photos and all those things, and asked their white friend to come and stand in for the property and call an estate agent again to give the quotation, and they got 1.4 million. This in quotation. So that is latent racism that you can't capture in data except you carry out such an experiment. So how do you combat that? You have to, as a community, you have to understand what is going on. If you capture it, then you have to mitigate it one way or another. Either you use white people or you improve your status.
No, but you see, you've already solved your problem. You've already solved your problem. If such a thing happened, you video it. We live in a world, you video it. And when you video it, you sue the ass out of that.
After you sue that one, the next one will do it, and the next one will do. What are you going to do? You're going to pass it again.
I have one question for everybody. So this issue of racism, right? So sometimes when people ask me questions about racism, I don't want to deal with it. I usually answer them like I'm the wrong person to ask. Sincerely, do we believe that sometimes the racism thing is overblown, or yeah, like among especially the immigrant, the black people, because I sometimes I tend to have this feeling we are not fair to some of the whites, even though they are not really racist, we think they are racist. So why I'm saying this is, like, for me, I've experienced a lot, right? Like recently, just this week, I'll tell you what happened. There is my new company. I started working with them since last year, right? So I'm actually heading some of their projects with some of our clients, right? So there is this white girl that is working with me. I met her in the company. So I discovered her attitude was not good. I tried to avoid her. This week, I was supposed to set up a meeting with our client. Then she was supposed to be involved. She messaged me. She sent me a message on Teams. She was like, hey, you need to move that meeting to August. And the deadline to conclude everything was supposed to be August 18. I'm like, why? She did give me a reason. Then she kept messaging me. I said, okay. I went to my boss. I said, oh, look at what this guy is saying. What's your idea? Then we invited her to the meeting. Look at the way she was talking to this man. The same man is white, right? Like, who? I later found out, I said, oh, that means this girl, she's doing the same to everybody. So that is why I don't usually conclude very easily that somebody is a racist. Then, so who is the guy? When I discovered that, my manager called me later, then we were having the discussion. I said, oh, I used to think like this person is just targeting one or two persons. He said, no. He said she has history of that. You know, so what I'm saying is, if I had just concluded on my side that, oh, she's a racist, then it become like a problem. But she's just sick. It's not that she's a racist. She's just sick. She's doing that to everybody. That's why, like, I don't rush into judgment to judge people. Is a racist. She's a racist, stuff like that.
In my experience, AY, I would say this: have an open mind to all these things, right? It's true. Like in your I've had similar experience like yours. Even later, the person is now a good friend, right? So like, but naturally, she's just, this kind, me too kind of person. That's so she did, by the time I got to know her, like, one or two failed relationships, men are scum kind of person, right? Now that kind, London born Indian lady, now she be. So, but when initially we were interacting, like, that time she knew Python. I knew the language that was needed for the job. And then we were now made, we had no option. We had to sit down and work together on the problems. Like, so this was 2016. So, but over time, as we started working, then before we started going for lunch, exactly what you experienced. I started noticing like, not just other people, she talks that way to everybody. So then when me and her got the clash now, she was trying to know because then I was very, very careful. Like, I don't want to have anything to do with that. So she started asking me over like private conversations at lunch, what my religion was and what's my religious belief. And then we went into this deep intellectual conversation about religion and my position on religion. She was profoundly happy to like, wow, that, like she never heard anybody talk about it like this. She said, wow, but wait, what's going, like, how did you know this? So over time now, began to win her over, and then began to see actually this is a problem with that. But there's another person as well. This one, proper British guy. This one, a Chris person. We went out for lunch. You understand what I'm saying? Korean restaurant right opposite High Holborn. There's a Korean restaurant right by the side of High Holborn station as you are coming out opposite the Sainsbury's, if the Sainsbury's is still there. So we went to that restaurant. So the poor innocent Korean guy, waiter, we were still, now how they go team lunch now. Everybody never come at the same time. So the guy was there, me, I was there, Paul was there, the other people were there. Next thing now, the waiter saw that, we were waiting for other people. So he went over to do other people now. So by the time we income come back, this still we were not complete. So you observe, this is something that he knows regularly. That so he left. So this guy, pick offense, so go pursue and when they almost, started shouting on him and I am that kind of situation. The manager got involved and everything. But prior, me and this guy were already locked in some one or two. But Sote, his own line manager, he got to a point that we were not talking, and then he was having one-on-one on his own line manager. Then his own line manager had to email me. I mean, so like I've never seen racism at this level. Like had to email me the waiting that guy to talk as in like and I was like, wow, I didn't know I was the problem. That why the guy don't want to come take over. If you work in certain circles, there are some people you will come from a certain white background and you are supposed to lead. I don't know if you've been in those kind of situations. You're expected to lead, whether you have the experience or not. Like, so you expect that's the kind of situation I found myself. And that was the first time I learned, it became apparent. He had
She knew Python and knew Fortran.
Fortran is old language.
Very old language. I don't know, man. This guy is causing trouble today.
Nobody uses Fortran. Well, people might use Fortran. Anyways. So, anyways, the point I want to make me say, the whole thing about these things, you have to be very, very careful. The ones where they feel say they, sometimes also it can come in a group. You go feel say you and those people, the YT, right? You feel say that you and him there. But once in done here for pub, one of the things I always do when I now we work remote, but when we used to go to the office, I always make out time for pub drinks, because from a office politics standpoint, now there you go know where your status day. You understand what I'm saying? Now there you go know so when they get drunk, that's when they go release certain nuggets, if not everything. So but then one other aspect that I want to espouse is that so there are certain white people who say they're genuinely nice, they good, they seem to be on your side. Yeah. But when the group
comes together, they will concede ground.
They'll be the first to kick you.
The pot.
They'll be the people they will use to deal with. They'll be the one they'll use, because one other thing is that you have to be guided what you say and what you're telling them, because they will turn around. That person really close to you, they'll turn around. So whether they feel say that person no be racist and your interaction with that person these are people here you don't build experience. Maybe you don't even like some people I've worked with that later they I was shocked by this thing. I don't work across 3 companies with that person. Like after we worked in this company, this thing was good. He moved to another company. He recommended me. I came to that place. Then the third one, when things now shift, his own position was a threat. You were the one served on the platter. So
of course
you cannot trust.
I think
you cannot trust these people.
The way it works is that
as much as I love human beings and it's in my own experience, I'll be honest with you, in my career, especially when I'm dealing with some of these people, I could come across autocratic a little bit, because I find like the hard Europeans love feudalism. You may not agree with me, but if you are not always laughing and you're always you will get the best out of them. Unfortunately, that's the way I see it.
Generally, if you are working with like in institutions where they need specialists, and they don't have those specialists, you can ascend to almost any level, and you may be able to control even a lot of white people. But if they have people that are white that in that organization that can fill those positions, generally your ascension will be limited. They will just you rise, but the others will just rise ahead.
Okay, literally, yeah. I was told that literally when in London, the first Scala course that was ever treated, I used to be under Professor Martin Ogelski. The first Scala course that was ever treated, This was Deutsche Bank, UBS, everything. They were recruiting from that set. I was the only one that wasn't taking. You can't imagine how the psychological effect that this thing. I came out the best in that class, but I was the only one not taking. And the reason, the guy told me outrightly that this guy, you know, some of them are very brash. You know, he don't drink. He told me outrightly that when we can't get our people to fill those positions, we leave it for you. But when we you know, we can't help ourselves, you know, this thing. Okay, look at it, what is happening now. Since the whole I know a couple of people I mentor, they've been struggling to find work. You know, since this, you know, we in the tech sector had a massive layoff. There were a lot of, you know, people available. But watch the stats. This thing is evident. A lot of the black guys are struggling to get positions.
Yeah, they are the ones that will struggle most.
They are the ones struggling. They listen, and I told them, I expect it will be those, though they are you are better than them, most of them.
Yeah.
They will fill up, and then when there's an overflow, then that's when they will start. And then they'll start
hiring you. What you tend to find out during the holiday periods.
What other form of racism will you call that? This is happening.
One of them that shocked me. One of them that you tend to find that shocked me. Like when you go to all these courts. This is another thing, another topic we probably need to have. I think we talked about it the other day when that Nigerian
Premier League referees, another one. Premier League referees. That one is a brazen, apparent one.
So let me just finish the points, right? There are black people are getting caught in the system. So you go through the gates, you go into the waiting area, you see a lot of black people. The gate man, you see some black people in the gate. You go to the reception, you might even see one black lady there. Well, the moment I walked into the court, like all like a sea of white faces. It's like they employ us in areas that are lower level. Then once you rise up the rank, it's all them, and it means that they have a filtering system that is very subtle. It's very subtle, and you may not notice. And this is what makes them so clever. The way they operate. According to one guy, he says if you offend a white woman, instead of her to retaliate to you, she'll go and talk to her man, and they'll pass a law. They'll pass a law to mess your people up. That is how they take their revenge, and it's something that we need to wait. And that's why I don't like Biden for what he did, because black people voted him into office. They made him actually the nominee for the Democratic Party, and they voted for him overwhelmingly. And then what happened with George Floyd? He didn't even pass one law to honor or change the rules a little bit in the policing and all the rest, but he had time to pass the Asian bill. Okay, I can blame him all I want, but I also tell African Americans all the time, you have to hold yourself accountable. How can you let this happen?
He initially started with executive action that felt that next president might take it down. Still went to the House and they passed it officially.
And then why didn't he do that for black people though? Why didn't you do the same thing for black people? And those black couples in America, they are entirely useless.
You know, the black people thing is like, it's like if you are a Republican in the black community, you look like you're a sellout. They so bully you like you're a sellout. But now the greater awakening is coming up because
you are sensing it too. Are you sensing it in America too, that the black community begin to wake up? That's interesting.
Very well. Oh, I follow a lot of them. Go watch Philip Scott Philip. Go see what he's talking about. You know, so because the black people, why they are waking up more, the black people are like the northern ant in Nigeria. They frown against the LGBTQ. That's why they are mad. Not even know the police brutalization, the LGBTQ thing, where you can arrest me because my child come late to school. You can arrest me that my child this school. You understand? But I don't have a right. My child, still a minor, can choose to say, I want to be called girl, my son, and I can't do nothing. So they can't keep up with it.
Well, just to add to what you said before I went to my point, one of the reasons why they hate LGBTQ is because they are comparing them with them. They are looking at them as the same people of different standards. So they were like, these people are not like us. You can't be saying you're fighting the same thing we are fighting. So coming to the racism,
no, because of we are here. You can't even say one thing about LGBTQ in a place of work. You're gone. You understand? They have so much power. You can't say nothing about them.
Paul,
You understand?
Paul,
You can't say nothing.
It's even worse in Canada, man. If you go to Canada.
So I wanted to reply to
so they are
what's
well protected, even though from office level. If they go to HR, just say you say one thing, you're gone. You understand? But all these things is just going on with the other people.
The way government carry the tea for her, sometimes you will be wondering.
So that's why. So if Republican just have somebody that happen to be not Trump,
if it's not Trump,
not Demon Santos, because
that guy,
they call it Demon Santos.
Yeah.
Oh, now Augustine governor.
Do you think he's going to win the nomination or?
Never.
Please,
no, never.
42 years, making noise everywhere. He's going nowhere. So
Trump might win it, and if Trump win it, if the way Democrat is going with this pushing, playing Tinubu game, Biden don't want to do primaries, nothing. They want to push Biden to be 86 years and then for that thing.
Democrat, they give him Biden ticket already. They were interviewing Obama now.
Kennedy.
It's still the same. It's just that they do their you would not know what is going on. Like it's the same gag up. Even the Republicans, man, there are men there that.
But with that way, the way Trump will become president. Trump will become president.
Yeah. What Scribe said, I was surprised he made that comment. Every racism is equal and is bad. Let me give you an example of what happened in the UK. I have a friend that brought.
It's not equal and bad, though.
Huh?
Sorry, how can every racism be equal and bad?
It is equal and bad. Every racism, no matter the level.
It's like saying Hitler's racism. Hitler's racism is the same as that of
Trump. Individual, not institution.
Hitler will jump raw.
Let me finish the story. A friend of mine in UK brought the keys from Nigeria. So this little child started doing well in the class. After 1 week, came back to the house, was very disobedient, arrogant, throwing stuff at people. Now when they closed school, the mom brought her close and said, how come that the moment you started schooling here, you stopped being my daughter you used to be? The brother on the other side said, Mom, they're bullying your daughter. That was when the mom was like, can you talk to me? What happened? He said, every time I stand to talk, they will shut me up. They will shout at me. They will call me names. So I started hating myself. And that's why I started reacting the way I'm reacting. So you see the trauma this child is having. So if the mother have not been able to get into that question and she grows with that, that's why I said every racism is bad and equal. It depends on who receives it. And to what AY was saying, remember that racism goes with privilege. So, and what does privilege give you? The right that everything is possible. And that is why, like the lady you talked about, it's not just that she's a racist, she also has her own privilege, feels that she can talk to anybody at any time. But the truth about racism is that those of us that are immigrants, we don't see 95% of racism. We don't recognize it.
Yeah, but are we rapping? Are we rapping here when we just say every racism is equal and bad? I don't clearly there is degree to everything now. There is Hitler racism and there is Karen racism.
No, I think no. I think there's ignorance racism. The way I'll categorize it,
there is ignorance racism.
Ignorance racism is one. Then the one that is deliberate, targeting, you not, cutting you away from the opportunity or resources that are supposed to be available. I think those are the two ways I would categorize them in my own personal experience.
When I want to explain it, when you say ignorant racism, ignorant racism is not to the person that is giving it. The ignorant is on the person that you give it to that failed to acknowledge it. And that's the point I'm coming to.
No, Augustine, not only that.
For you to
Augustine,
be
no, not
racism,
Augustine,
no, for you to be racism, it must be intentional. For you to be racism.
No, sometimes you can be ignorant. In my experience,
Augustine,
I don't know how long you have, but I can give you an
Augustine,
experience.
truth be told, an average Westerner to some extent, they are very monolithic person. Like, what do I mean? I have a colleague who is very good in the
Some of them never enter plane for their life.
One-way traffic.
Outside the job is completely novice. Outside the job, now ask that person now, who is the Speaker of the House? He don't know nothing.
Yeah.
Who is the Lieutenant Governor in the state? He
Yeah.
don't know nothing.
No.
He can't conversate outside that job. So that same person, whatever they told that person about you, that is the only knowledge is no. So it's
Does
coming from
anyone
the
know
place
what
of-
this person is talking about? Who can compare to Hitler? Who is Alexandra?
No.
Alexander the
Forefathers. Wait.
Is that is he a racist?
There's a narrative
Maybe
here
Napoleon.
that we need
Maybe you
to
want to talk
dispel.
about Napoleon.
Do you know that Leopold, Holocaust, Leopold, we always say Hitler, and what Hitler did was very bad. I'm not taking that away. But Leopold, when we juxtapose what Leopold did, and then I think where the Alexandria is talking about must be Alexander the Great. But, Alexander the Great, I think it was more, those things that he did were crusades in that time. But in close memory, Leopold and Hitler, I think they are either the same or Leopold is worse than Hitler because the number of people he decapitated.
I think this is in one of those cases you can make comparison. But the purpose of Hitler was more deadly from the point of view that
that's the way they sold it to us.
Hold on now, come on. Okay, let's put it the way they are. Let's say we accept it the way they sold it to us. They want to get rid of a whole race. They don't care about whether you produce rubber for them or not. They want to get rid of the whole race. But while Leopold won, give me rubber or you give me your hand.
Officially now, so you don't even want the poor to breathe. Officially now, this is your stake.
Oh, yes. No, I'm serious. No, joke apart, serious.
So look, are you saying you don't even want the poor to cut their hair, to barb their hair? No more. They have to carry
that's
their
the only
like
way.
to save money.
That's the only way they can revolt. That's the only way they can revolt.
Okay.
Yes, trust me. Because
they
I
all
think
go
you were saying
that
like, there's option. Money is coming from diaspora. There's money in skits making. There's money in
Yahoo boys.
If you call it hook up, I don't know, but Yahoo is there.
Boys.
Then even those videos
Yahoo now work.
Yahoo Plus.
Yahoo
See,
now
no,
work.
it's not even the work,
Yahoo.
right?
Or it's not
Yahoo
working.
is not
Be
subscribe
bad.
for business.
Yeah.
So will tell you their content. So will tell you their content creator. It now work that one be before. Now work that one be. But because it's bringing money, you call and work. So anything that brings money now is work. So there's always adjust.
Yeah, I just want to talk back at this Leopold thing because these things were not documented, but those who come from that region, I watched one interview, I can't remember, one of these social media South African guys that is very influential. And he said, look, this Hitler thing, it favors the narrative of the West, and the narrative of the Jews with the greatest of respect. I don't want Mossad to come after me. So, but Leopold, come on, let's look deep into this guy. That guy did
Leopold
serious atrocities.
Leopold is the worst. Leopold is
worse than Hitler. I agree with that guy. He's worse than Hitler. But the problem is because he didn't affect those who have the media or those who have this. So they didn't write the history. So this thing, there's no basis. Even Hitler, in a way, was more on the side of genuine conqueror. He didn't go and fight small nations per se. He went and fought the big nations first.
Okay, let's do numbers now.
Leopold,
let's do numbers since we are going for numbers. Leopold, yes, from what I gather, he did 10. He caused the loss of life of 10 to 15 million. Hitler, Second World War, we're looking at about 70 to 87 million. No, 70 to 85 million people.
No, so, not even war. You can't use war because war is, yes, the people have strength to fight back.
War is war now.
But Leopold,
70 to 85 million
are not fighting
loss
back.
of life.
the people are not fighting you back. You are just
Look, another thing you need to listen, in war, some Germans died as well. But
but they are a lot fewer compared to that.
In Belgium, maybe 1 or 2 Belgians died as a result of malaria. Wait, as a result of mosquito bites. You don't understand.
I think we are picking and choosing what we use. Depends on what you want. See, to black people, Leopold was the worst. That's true. If you look at intention, his intention is not necessarily to wipe out the population in Congo, but Hitler's intention was to wipe out the Jews. That's the difference.
But the Jews was not war.
FDA actually has good. It's what he's saying that we need
Jews
to
was not even war.
Okay?
The Jews, no, they wanted to wipe them out. It doesn't matter whether it was war. The intention was more evil. He was looking to wipe them completely from at least from Germany and wherever he can find them. But in the case of Leopold, he was using them to make money, as brutal as it is.
The worst was even the highest he did was the gas chamber stuff. But you know what it means for just somebody just cut your hand for just nothing, and leave you there like that.
Hey, you are going to cause trouble for Dr. Damages. So what kind of argument is this?
Let's be careful.
We are talking about like somebody that wants to genocide a whole population versus someone that is trying to use this in kinds of chattel slavery.
No, but forefathers, the amount of bodies that fell, they didn't write them. This one now, remember, I don't know whether you used to follow Lagos news back in the 80s. Whenever they used to have riots during the Abacha era, they will say, only 3 people died. The mathematics we used to do in St. Agnes bus stop that time, when all these things were happening, we used to multiply it by 10.
More than 10.
More than 10, because they didn't ever tell us. So now, if they are telling us, wait, get my logic here. I'm not saying this is all in the realm of speculation. So they told us 10 to 15 million, multiplied by 10. I'm telling you, this guy was a brute, absolute brute.
See, if you are saying that, I don't see. We can't just multiply 10.
Okay, 10 million. Okay, wait.
I'm not sure.
When you feel up to 10 to 15 million, is that not a genocide? Answer that question.
It's a genocide. It's a form of genocide. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that the nature of the genocide. But if you want to look at that from that point of view, the Russians lost 18 million in the Second World War. So are we going to look at it from the point of view that Hitler caused them?
No, see, for that, if you use war,
why do we always pick and choose what we use to cause death?
Listen. Let's say when a battle, right? When a fight, when a match, when a match, then you tell me,
when that one side started.
No, hold on, no. Just leave. Whoever starts the problem, it doesn't matter. We are in a match, right? They will tell you, even in boxing, they do weight class. You understand? So yes, you are fighting your category. If you don't fight your category, it's like no, the battle is not fair. You understand? Because those people are not. Because even if the war that German fight, nobody predicted that Germany will win. You understand? It was just a war, but fortunately, Germans won. But in this case of Leopold and
you have to look at it from objective. If the objective is what you have to look at it from, you can't always just say, okay, you either look at it from the objective or you just look at it from the numbers. Whatever you want to look at.
No, not even numbers. See, not even numbers.
Because that's making the argument difficult because you're saying, if it's conflict, you should remove it. That doesn't count. If it is number, you shouldn't count because the number is from different conflict or kind of stuff.
Now, if it's like 2 weight class are fighting, even if the number increased, right? The number is not a must that it must increase. The casualty may increase in both sides. You understand? Not even on one side. So if casual is more, you can say yes, it's on both sides because you are fighting your mates, your class, your weight class. Yes, there might be more casualty, no problem. But in this case, the class is not even close to each other. So even if you have lesser numbers, right? If you ratio that number in to the casualty number of people that were supposed to or not supposed to, you see that even the one in Leopold's own is even still more. Because if you say because there is weight class, yes, weight class, they can get more casualty on both sides, not on one side. So the number of casualty on both sides, the ratio will be like 6-4 or 60-40.
And I also think that Leopold's one lasted longer. So the spread of that 10 million or 15 million,
you know what?
is over a longer period of time.
Like they'll tell you to go and fight somebody whose hands are tied, and you say the match is fair. I mean, come on, man.
The Jews, their match, and it's not only Jews that Hitler did away with. He did away with homosexual, maybe black people and all kinds, gypsies.
No, I don't think black was among, because there was a documentary. The first black guy that visited.
Very few.
Local. By the way, don't discount that, because it's only what we were told.
And the first did it in Namibia, if I'm not mistaken.
If not that the state of Israel, right, rose up and they assiduously fought back, going after all those people under. I don't know if there's a documentary of a big case that happened in Israel where they repatriate the guy, go one place for US, go hide, start a new family. Family don't even know, saying they involved in, gas chamber stuff. Yeah. It's on Netflix or something. I think I watched it some years back.
Thank God that you mentioned Israel. I want to ask a question, right?
Wait, I just finish this my thought. I mean, novice.
Okay.
They carry this same way they're doing now, the Kanu, but nobody said they didn't do it. They went through the legal court system, everything. They brought the guy to Israel. You understand? The guy went through a lengthy court battle, everything. Finally, the guy was acquitted, or even one Israeli guy. This thing. The guy deceived the guy because the evidence. Then later they now found out actually the guy was actually the person after further evidence came. So the point why they try and make me say, a lot of all these things is they are all shrouded and hidden. So if they said black people maybe were put in those gas chambers, I wouldn't easily just discard it. Or gypsies were put in that, or
most minorities, gays, all of them.
I wouldn't just discard it because
but even when
if not Israel, this Holocaust thing will not be as they will not sweep them under the carpet.
Exactly. Yes, if black will join,
even slavery, they want every day. They actively want to sweep slavery under the carpet. There are white people you meet who say that slavery is a good thing.
What I wanted to ask, right, is a fact checking concerning this Hitler stuff, right? You said they were fighting the Jews. Like, where was the Jews at that time? Where were they? The Jews that they were fighting, were they in Israel? No, they were in Poland.
No, it depends on the type of. There are many types of Jews. There's the Sephardic Jews.
No, hold on.
Each one came with
the very one that Hitler. The very one.
Most of them were in Poland.
Exactly. Right, as at that time. So when they say Jews, why? And those were the ones that flee to UK, US, Canada, and whatever, right? So why are they always say what they call about those people? They talk about Israel, and those people that left Poland, that flee from whoever, they don't look like Israeli. They don't look like them at all.
Are you seeing this? It says when the Nazis came to power in 1933, there were several thousand black people living in Germany. The Nazi regime harassed and persecuted them because the Nazis viewed the black people as racially inferior. While there were no centralized, systematic program targeting black people for murder, many black people were imprisoned, forcibly sterilized, and murdered by the Nazis. So this is what we are talking about. So they were not totally exempt from the wrath of the Nazis. So everyday Nazis clearly don't have any. It's equal opportunity discrimination to anybody that is non-Aryan.
But before Papas, do you notice something in that writing? How they wrote it in such a way that you can't even. It doesn't open door to ask the question about the numbers, like how many may have been listed. See the way they wrote it. There's a way you write grammar, and it's so subtle, and it's very acceptable.
It's sanitized. That's the key.
Sanitized. You see, but if you go deep into if you can trace this thing and go into this thing, go the smell. This thing, the way they wrote it, it looks very.
Oh my my God.
Because, sometimes maybe I've hung around white people too much, So there's a certain, forgive me, there's a certain distrust where I get. Sorry to say.
But for me, what I'm trying to say here is the people that were slaughtered in Poland, they were not from Israel. They were just bearing Jews for nothing. These guys, they're not from Israel. They don't look like Israel. They don't look like they just. I don't know where they got the name Jews from, but they say the Jews. I believe maybe the faith they were practicing. You understand? Might be Jewish faith or whatever. That they are not Jews. They are not from Israel. Those guys. So when you talk about Holocaust, yes, it's Holocaust. When you talk about Holocaust, they should not attach it with Israel, because those people, at least I've seen the way Israel people look like. You understand? Those people that are talking about in Polish, they are not even close in region-wise. Germany and Israel are not close. So how do the Jews go to that place?
I don't know if you have time, Sha, but I can take you through the historical to prove that there is an element, or there is proof that they have Jewish background.
No, we say Jewish as in faith or Jewish as in Israel?
Okay, both.
As in faith or from Israel?
Faith and ancestral lineage, yes.
No, I don't think so. Really, if you look at
it's fine. You can hold that position. There's no problem with that. Yeah,
map-wise is far. If you look at the people who are from Holocaust survival, if you look at their face, look at Israeli people now, they don't look alike.
Okay, wait. If you go back into your Bible times, if you remember, if you read like Acts, Corinthians, all those things, these Jews, they traveled because of persecution. They were in the time of Pope Borgia. Yeah, in the time of Pope Borgia, a lot of Jews came to seek refuge in Italy. In the time, in many, so it's not about the distance.
Yeah, that one is even
It's not about the distance. History just suggests that
go to Rome.
I'm not a Jew. I'm not a biological Jew or a religious Jew, but I can tell you to a certain amount of degree of based on archaeological and historical fact, they are like Igbo people. They were just spreading themselves everywhere. You understand?
As at that time,
spreading themselves everywhere. So
yes,
it's not a surprise.
you wouldn't have that much. As at that time, you wouldn't have that.
No. Remember now, these things happen over generations. A lot of calculate the period between 15 AD or my facts, I don't get it right. But after Jesus Christ, left after his crucifixion, calculate that time between now. If you local were started seeding your kids at that time, and all of them, they remain fruitful till till now, your generations are more than enough to form a nation by now. So
I think his control, Leopold's control over Congo lasted for more than 10, 20, just about 20 years. But if you compare that to the period that Hitler used to do his damage against people that are not at war, like the Jews that were not fighting him, and all the other people they attacked, it could be equivalent diabolicalness. But for me, I think the intention also matters. If the intention is more diabolical, it's like a hire killer coming to your house and an armed robber coming to your house. Which one do you prefer? I think that clarifies things. If the hire killer beats you or he doesn't beat you, if he sees you, they will go after you anywhere you go. But the robber wants money.
I think the Congo is just a black, so to them it's just like a bushmeat. You understand? Then the Jewish is different. That's just it.
They were going after the Jews specifically, like an assassin that wants to get them. You have to get them, no matter what you offer. It doesn't matter.
This person wants a very lengthy answer. There's no way to answer this thing without.
So you are confused between the hire killer and the alarm robber. See this guy, he's going to get himself in trouble.
No. The thing is, I don't want to. I've occupied a lot of time in this our session, so I don't want to really. But maybe one day I'll give you the full length read. But I just want to mention things that you should read that will help you with this.
You know
How
what? I don't think any book is going to convince me to accept a higher killer versus an armed robber, because for me, very
no.
obvious.
Sorry, the question before us. No, I'm not talking about.
Okay, how can people running from a Caesar coming to obliterate Israel now run to Europe? Didn't their fathers always run to Africa? I don't think they had the option. They were dispersed. Some of them were taken as
They don't forget, say at that time, Egypt was not, and in the time of Caesar, with what's her name, Cleopatra. It wasn't ideal for a Jewish person to come across that way, with the things that happened, at that time. So, these things it's deep history. I mean, there's so many things going through my head right now, but I rather give you pointers. The first one I mentioned, like everything that had to do with Cleopatra.
Come on, man.
Trade route.
Yeah, at least I would have seen maybe there would be more in Yugoslavia as at that time, as in where you have Czech and Slovak right now.
They were Jews in Yugoslavia. They were Jews in Russia.
So yeah,
the Abramoviches. How did they get there? If you read Abramovich's family history, you can see the clear migration pattern. Abramovich people, they first when they ran from persecution, they were first shielded in what's that town that Zlatan come from, before they now went onward to a journey into Russia. Maldives, no. It's the part of Sweden close to Denmark.
Belarus?
No, not Belarus. No, Sweden. The part of Sweden. Malmo.
Okay, Malmo.
So, if the Jews were sojourners, they spread, So, but that's, listen, I'm not defending their history or whatever. They should defend their history, because that's one thing with this kind of stuff. I rather focus on my African heritage.
For me, I think it was the West. It was the West, right? It was the West that made this propaganda that Jews from Israel, Jews, Holocaust, Israel. This is Holocaust, Israel. I think it was the West that painted this whole narrative.
No. Who controls the West? It's Jews now.
The people that were in Germany now. Sorry?
Jews control America, control the West.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what they're painting. They're using Israel. Israel. So, I think that is wrong. You understand? Because as at that time, there's no way, as in Jews, Israel, because it was as if this Holocaust was just only on Israel. They don't even call Polish people. And if you call Holocaust, you call Israel. They don't even say during the time it was Holocaust, Jews, Israel. They don't think about Polish people from Poland.
I think maybe because the vast majority of the population that was attacked
in Poland
it was Jews that went after.
That's not correct.
I would like to think that if that wasn't the case, I think the Polish people would have made a lot of noise by now.
Exactly my point. So
what is your own estimate of the Polish loss of life in this?
The estimate? The same thing. The estimate did not change. But my own anger is just the West is just blowing it out of proportion. When you talk about Holocaust, talking about Nazi attack, they will just be thinking about Israel.
It's a form of soft power. It's a form of soft power.
They don't be careful. I think
we shouldn't do that before we start coming across as being some kind of
we should be careful, because you have to be respectful to the fact that people actually lost their lives. This is not a joking matter. So you see what I've come to.
Can I read something? Can I read something about Jerusalem and how they were dispersed? I think in the first Jewish war, I think they were dispersed in. Why are we showing that? Don't share it. I don't want to share that. I want to read it.
Oh, you're using ChatGPT.
I just wanted to read it. It says the first Jewish they were dispersed in 16 and 17 CE, which was after Christ, well after Cleopatra's time. So, and they went on and fought the Romans again in 100 and something CE, 135 CE. and the Romans again decimated them and dispersed the Jews again. So that these Romans are spread, and when the Romans are spreading, and when they say disperse, they often capture them, take them back to Rome as slaves or whatever they want to take them as. They were killing them in the Roman arena with lions and all this stuff. We saw those films and all those things that happened. So that's how they made it to Europe. Some of them made it to Africa, like in Ethiopia and all those
Morocco.
places. Yeah, it was a
I have
devastating stuff.
a Jewish friend.
He's
He's Swedish. He's my very good friend, the founder of Novoda. If he tells you what a remarkable story, we got married around the same time, and the guy was just very gracious with his story. If he tells you his story, is how Queen Cordoba and these people, they documented their history. They passed it down in documents. This guy showed you go shiver when you see waiting ancestors keep how Queen Cordoba chased them out of Spain, and then from there they went to Morocco. So their lineage was in Morocco for a very long time until his father now immigrated to Sweden, had him. He became Swedish. From there he went to school in America, adopted Western lifestyle and everything. So
they may preserve their history, but to preserve their gene is another matter. From what you see, one of the three things that they did very well was that they were educated. From when they left Egypt, Moses was already educated. He grew up in the house of the pharaohs and all the rest. And then throughout their history, they've been writing and writing and writing. And when the Romans did what they did, they remained educated. No matter where you took them, they were educated, and they were more educated than even Europeans, because Europeans, they were quite backward at the time. And then Europeans even banned them from doing a lot of work that normal Europeans would do, which was it's a weird thing, because that also empowered the Jews, because now they remain in the area that were experts at, and they like money lending and all those areas, like bookkeeping and all those things. So they maintain their education because of it, because of what Europeans did. It's interesting, isn't it? By isolating a people, you might actually preserve them than when you assimilate them, which is what the Jews experienced throughout their period in Europe. And now they are back in Israel, kicking backsides all over the place.
If you go to Seven Sisters, Seven Sisters in London, right, you see them. They don't want to mix with anybody, but you don't blame them because of the history that they've had, the persecution that they've had. And then I think all over
they are reserved. That's the key word. They are reserved.
But they're not reserved by choice. They're not reserved by choice. They're reserved by
caution.
By caution.
The people you're talking about, I think the people we're talking about is maybe the real people from Israel, or those practicing the faith, they're in that region. But if you come across Polish people here in the UK, they are not reserved. You don't even know. You don't even see that thing in them.
They will even fight yourself.
Exactly, because those people they don't like black people.
No, they are just ignorant. No. I've worked with some of those people.
No, Polish people. They don't like.
Wait. See, I don't work with a lot of Eastern Europeans. When they first come, when you observe them, when they first come, hunger and they wire them. By the time when they begin, they chop. You see them, they will change.
But so in they still do remain quite black though.
Eastern European will come out of Lithuanian guy. You see, imagine, okay, like I don't know if now it did like that for London, but majority of our black guys, Eastern Europeans, when they marry, where we say they stay, even go follow them, move, go Nigeria. So I know Mordecai, he lives in Onitsha with his wife now. They move from UK, go back Nigeria, just to, his wife is from Lithuania. Her father was the ex.
Eastern Europe. I know get problem with Eastern Europeans.
Inspector General of Police of the whole Lithuania.
They get issue.
No. Police issue are just ignorance. They don't know anybody. They don't know anybody. I work with those kind of people. I don't work with one Romanian guy. Like, I was his boss, right? Like, so he was always like trying to figure out reasons why, he was better than me. I don't know what I'm doing. He was just digging hole for himself. I just realized how stupid he was. He just kept digging hole until we fired him.
He
kept digging hole for himself.
In the test Nigerians.
He was so stupid. He kept digging hole for himself, digging hole for himself, digging hole. All of a sudden, everybody just got tired of him, and we're just like, "Hey, man!" Called him into a room, and it was one of the best moments in my life. Like, I love that kind of conversation. Like, we don't want you here anymore.
Oh my God! One of the best moments in my life.
You're gonna be escorted out. It's simple. Don't come back here. Your severance package is going to be offered to HR there next to him. He was shocked.
Now imagine now,
he was shocked because I just keep quiet. I don't even tell him anything because I realized he was so ignorant.
You get
He didn't know any better.
Those
taught him a lesson. Next company where he go behave himself.
Those are the people that suffered from Hitler's hand, not the Jewish people, whatever. That I say is not correct. Because they try to put one or two together. It's not correct. Never ever. It's not correct. So maybe why they don't like black people? Yeah, fine. Maybe because of what they passed through. But say they be from Israel, no.